At 35, Su Qingyi, a professional hotel manager, found herself transported into a novel as a bride. She awoke wearing an extravagant red wedding dress, lying in the bridal chamber on her wedding night. The scene before her sparked memories of the late-night reading session she had with the book Rui's Favored Concubine. As someone experienced in the ways of the world, she quickly realized this wasn't a historical drama set but the opening plot of the novel Xia Huayan's wedding night with the second young lady of the Yong'an Marquis Manor, Su Qingyi. As the ill-fated original wife, Su Qingyi vividly remembered her tragic end in the story, being sent to another man's bed, violated, bearing an illegitimate child, and ultimately dying from childbirth complications far from home. The thought of such a miserable fate sent a chill down her spine. After careful consideration, she devised a plan to escape her predicament. The male lead, Xia Huayan, had an elder brother, Xia Yunji, a valiant warrior who was rendered comatose at the novel's start. Marrying this heir could not only help her avoid tragedy, but also position her as the stepmother to 3 adopted sons. Resolute, she seized the moment while Xia Huayan and her maid Jingyan engaged in an affair on the bed. Su Qingyi quietly slipped out of the room. Outside, she encountered Chong Mama, who had been bribed to stand guard. Attempting to stop her, the maid was silenced by Su Qingyi's fierce glare and obediently locked the door from the outside. Su Qingyi made her way directly to the family matriarch, Xia Huayan's grandmother, at Yayan Court. The gathering of family members was startled by the sudden appearance of the new bride. Without hesitation, Su Qingyi knelt and pleaded, "I beg the old madam for justice. I was drugged in the bridal chamber and awoke to find second Master Xia and my maid in bed together." Her words struck like thunder, causing an uproar among those present. The Marquis of Pingyang, infuriated, immediately led a group to the bridal chamber. Xia Huayan opened the door just as his father arrived with the crowd, trailed by Su Qingyi in her red wedding dress. His expression darkened, a murderous glint in his eyes. Facing his father's wrath, Xia Huayan admitted his mutual affection for Jingyan. No sooner had he spoken than he received a harsh slap from his father. The Marchioness, distressed for her son, found herself unable to intervene. Xia Huayan stubbornly blocked the door, preventing his mother from reprimanding Jingyan. "Mother, you mustn't speak of Jingyan like that. Jingyan is pregnant. She carries your grandchild." The news of Du Jingyan's pregnancy cast a sudden, heavy silence over the hall. For the Pingyang Marquis' residence, where offspring were few, this revelation was akin to a thunderbolt. With 2 wives having borne only 2 sons and a daughter, and Xia Yunji lying unconscious, Xia Huayan was the sole heir, making every child incredibly precious. Xia Huayan, acutely aware of this, spoke earnestly, "I admit my wrongdoing and will personally go to the Yu family to apologize, but please do not harm Jingyan. She is innocent. It is my fault she is involved." "And what about Qingyi?" the old lady's cold voice echoed from the back. "How do you plan to apologize to Qingyi?" Xia Huayan turned to look at Su Qingyi, his undisguised coldness making her involuntarily flinch. Su Qingyi thought to herself, as expected of the main character, even before growing into his full potential, his presence is intimidating. "Whatever Qingyi decides," Xia Huayan said, fixing his gaze on Su Qingyi's eyes, enunciating each word, "whatever conditions Qingyi sets, I will agree to them." Yet his eyes silently conveyed, "There will come a day when I will repay this tenfold." Su Qingyi felt as if she were being watched by a venomous snake, sending chills down her spine. Qingyi, the Marquis of Pingyang, still seething with anger, turned to her. "It's true that Huayan is at fault here. You decide how he should be punished. Whatever you say goes." After a pause, he added, "Even if you wish to get rid of this child, you may." "No, the child cannot be harmed," Xia Huayan said with a dark expression. "I said, anything but harming Jingyan." The Marquis of Pingyang was enraged and raised his hand again. Madame Qin quickly restrained him, "My lord." She felt for her son and advised, "Perhaps we should hear what Qingyi has to say first." All eyes turned to Su Qingyi. She wore a wedding dress, which seemed especially ironic at that moment. Who could have imagined that the bride's wedding night would be marred by such turmoil? "Do I really get to decide?" Su Qingyi's pale face was full of resentment. After receiving a nod from the Marquis, she slowly spoke, "Elder Master and Jingyan are in love. I heard it clearly. I do not have the Elder Master's affection." This stark truth left everyone speechless. "In other words, I am destined to be a stepmother raising a concubine's child, day after day," she mused with a frown. "Perhaps not even that." Indeed, when the Marchioness suggested that the child should naturally be raised by the legitimate wife, Xia Huayan bluntly stated, "Jingyan's child will not be raised by you." Since Su Qingyi was already part of the family, he saw no issue with openly bullying her. "See," Su Qingyi said softly, looking helpless, "no matter what, my future will be bleak." Everyone glared at Xia Huayan in anger, and even the old lady expressed her disappointment. "Huayan, you have deeply disappointed your grandmother." "Please calm down, madam," Su Qingyi unexpectedly spoke up, "there is another way to resolve this." As everyone watched, She slowly suggested, since the elder master and I are destined to be a mismatched couple, perhaps we should not remain as husband and wife. Divorce? Impossible. That's a scandal. The Marquis immediately objected. Not a divorce, Su Qingyi replied. A marriage exchange. I'll marry the elder master's brother, Xiaxizhi. Her words shocked everyone. The old lady slammed her staff and rebuked, absurd. Yunji has been unconscious for half a year, and besides, you and Huayan are already married, known to all. If not a marriage exchange, how can I endure such humiliation from the elder master? Su Qingyi retorted. The old lady was at a loss for words. The grievance was indeed hard to swallow, but the idea of a marriage exchange was too outrageous. How could they explain it to others? Upon hearing that Su Qingyi was willing to give up the position of the main wife, Du Jinyan quietly tugged at Xia Huayan's sleeve. However, Xia Huayan shook his head, knowing that given Du Jinyan's status, she could never become the main wife. Thus, it was wiser to marry a wife who was easier to control. Yet he never anticipated that the seemingly docile Su Qingyi would act so unpredictably. In a prestigious family like the Ho residence, the idea of exchanging marriage partners should have been impossible. Xia Huayan was secretly delighted, casting malicious glances at Su Qingyi whenever the elders weren't watching, as if already plotting how to torment her in the future. Su Qingyi felt a chill run down her spine from his gaze. She knew all too well that if she fell into Xia Huayan's hands, a fate worse than death awaited her. In desperation, she knelt on the ground, looking up at the old madam. If you grant my request, I am willing to bear a child for the heir. Hearing such words from a girl barely 17 or 18 was indeed shocking. The old madam's eyes widened. What did you say? Bear a child for Yunji? Yes. Su Qingyi straightened her slender neck, her tone firm. According to the physician, although the heir is unconscious, he is still capable. This was indeed true. The people of the Ho residence exchanged glances. The physician had mentioned that Xia Yunji retained these physiological functions. The old madam had considered marrying off her eldest son to continue the family line, but families of equal status were unwilling, and those of lower status were unsuitable. Su Qingyi was perfect in terms of family background, appearance, and temperament, but she was already married to Xia Huayan. If only they had known earlier. The old madam sighed inwardly. Seeing the hesitation among the people, Su Qingyi bit her lip and offered her final bargaining chip. If the old madam agrees, I can consummate the marriage with the heir tonight. Perhaps I might even bear a son and give you a legitimate grandson. These words struck a chord with the old madam. Seeing this, Xia Huayan hurriedly interrupted, Grandmother, Qingyi is my wife. You dare speak, the Marquis scolded angrily. From his tone, Xia Huayan realized his father was swayed, and his expression turned grim. You can't favor my brother. The Marquis snorted. You want to negotiate? Fine, as long as you have that girl's child aborted and sell her off, Qingyi can remain your wife. Impossible. Xia Huayan refused without a second thought. With your attitude, how can I trust you with Qingyi? The old madam shook her head in disappointment. If Xia Huayan had shown Su Qingyi even a shred of respect, things wouldn't have come to this. The Marquis no longer looked at his second son and spoke decisively. Since it's Qingyi's own choice, we will honor her wishes. We cannot go back on our word. Su Qingyi immediately kowtowed in gratitude. Thank you, father, for fulfilling my wish. With those words, she glimpsed hope from the edge of despair. The matter of the marriage exchange was thus settled. The crowd's eyes were filled with complex emotions, hesitant to speak. Madame Ho's eyes flashed with anger. She might not have been particularly fond of Su Qingyi as a daughter-in-law, but she despised Xia Yunji even more. How dare he claim the wife meant for Xia Huayan. Yet, with Xia Huayan's lack of ambition and for the sake of Du Jinyan's unborn grandchild, she had no choice but to acquiesce to this absurd decision. Nanny, gather my belongings and take them to the heir's quarters, Su Qingyi eagerly instructed when no one objected. Soon, the maids and nannies who had been sent away earlier returned, and a dozen of them efficiently set to work. The elderly madam, weary and frail, sighed and left first. The Marquis stayed behind, his expression complicated as he addressed Su Qingyi. I'll take you to Yunji's courtyard. Thank you, father. Su Qingyi responded obediently. Xia Yunji resided in Danhuai Courtyard, an excellent part of the Marquis' mansion. Its name, suggesting tranquility and lack of desire, matched his character. Since the heir fell into a coma, only 4 trusted personal attendants remained to care for him, Moyan, Guanqi, Mingyu, and Zixiao. Tonight, it was Mingyu and Zixiao's turn to watch over him, and they had just finished massaging the heir. Half a year of bedridden life had made the heir noticeably thinner, but thanks to the meticulous care of the 2 attendants, his refined features remained, and his muscles hadn't atrophied excessively. When the Marquis unexpectedly brought Su Qingyi to Danhuai Courtyard, Mingyu and Zixiao were taken aback. This is Miss Su, the second daughter of the Su family, the Marquis introduced. From today, she is Yunji's wife. What? The 2 attendants were too shocked to speak. The Marquis gave a few brief instructions and then turned to Su Qingyi. Qingyi, since you've chosen Yunji, you must take good care of him. As for consummating the marriage, He said gravely, I hope you're not just placating me and the old madam. You should know we place great importance on Yunji's heirs. Su Qingyi lowered her eyes and agreed, fully aware that as a woman without support in this ancient household, she had no other choice. After the Marquis left, the maids and nannies moved her belongings in silence, the atmosphere heavy and stifling. As her personal maid Sui apologized profusely, Su Qingyi reassured her, it's all right, this doesn't hinder anything. Marrying the heir is better. She then instructed preparations for a bath and headed toward the inner room. Mingyu Zixiao, please come over and tell me about the heir, Su Qingyi called as she walked. In the brightly lit inner room, she sat by the bed, finally able to closely examine the legendary great general indeed, just as described in the books. His brows were sharp and his features refined and clear. Xia Yunji had a face that was unforgettable, strikingly handsome. Even as he lay in bed, thin from illness, his charm remained undiminished. Su Qingyi gazed at his features and couldn't help but think to herself, if he looks this good even while sick, he must be absolutely breathtaking at his peak. This will be my man from now on, Su Qingyi murmured to herself, feeling a mix of emotions. She recalled the book's description of Xia Yunzif. He truly was as extraordinary as described. Perhaps she had stumbled upon a treasure. After all, with her own qualities, she seemed hardly a match for such a remarkable young lord. She gently touched his cheek, feeling the warmth of his skin. Then she squeezed his arm, sensing the strength of the muscles beneath. You've taken great care of him, she sincerely remarked. Seeing the young lady not only unafraid but smiling, Mingyu and Zixiao felt relieved and replied in unison, it's our duty. They exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why the young lady didn't seem upset about marrying such a young lord. Indeed, Su Qingyi wasn't upset. She vividly remembered the plot from the book. The young lord would awaken, but soon return to the battlefield and die from an infected wound. Following this, the imperial power would shift, and the Pengyang Marquis household, having backed the wrong side, would be exiled. The male lead, Xie Huan, would meet the future emperor during exile and become sworn brothers. Meanwhile, the concubine Du Jinyun would showcase her talents and eventually gain the household's approval. As for her, the ill-fated first wife, her destiny was tragic. Out of jealousy towards Du Jinyun, she would offend Xie Huan, who would then subject her to abuse by various men throughout the journey. This was precisely why she was so desperate to escape. Xie Huan's male lead's affection was solely for the female lead, leaving nothing but indifference for others. Now, she had disrupted Xie Huan's plans. He had expected a compliant first wife, never imagining she would flee. However, as long as she, the sister-in-law, didn't give him any opportunity, there was no need to worry. Once Xia Yunji awoke, she planned to nurse him back to health, preventing any infections and even finding ways to keep him from returning to battle. Only with the young lord alive would she feel secure. Gathering her thoughts, Su Qingyi spoke up, tell me how you care for the young lord. Tonight, I want to tend to him alone. Mingyu and Zixiao were momentarily taken aback, then blushed and lowered their heads. Yes, they said quietly, and began to explain the details of caring for the young lord. They thought that a couple of hours would be fine, as long as she remembered to turn him. The young lady probably wouldn't really share the bed with the young lord until dawn. Young madam, the hot water is ready, Sui the maid, softly reported from behind the screen. The conversation between Mingyu and Zixiao came to an abrupt halt. Both stood there, hesitant. As attendants, they knew they shouldn't linger in the inner courtyard, but they were also worried about the safety of the heir. They looked expectantly at the young madam, hoping for permission to continue their vigil. Sensing their dilemma, Su Qingyi spoke gently, you can stay here and watch over the heir. I'll take over when I return. Although it was customary in ancient times to avoid suspicion, the heir indeed needed someone by his side. Besides, given the heir's tall stature, it would be difficult for the maids or elderly women to take care of him. With this valid reason, the four attendants stayed behind with ease. Mingyu and Zixiao breathed a silent sigh of relief. Their loyalty to the heir was evident, and the thought of someone else attending to him was unsettling. Inside the bathroom, the maids and elderly women assisted Su Qingyi with her bath. The wet nurse looked at her young lady with eyes full of concern. Miss, why put yourself through this? Marrying a disabled heir, how will you spend the rest of your life? Su Qingyi reassured the wet nurse with a glance. Don't worry, this is the best choice. If I were to marry Xia Eryi, my good days would be over. Seeing the continued worry on everyone's faces, she added, how could I sleep peacefully beside someone who drugged me? Recalling the betrayal of Nurse Chang, the wet nurse felt guilty. But Su Qingyi had made up her mind. Once unfaithful, never to be used again. Sell her. The climate in the capital in May was pleasant. After bathing, when the maid was about to help Su Qingyi put on her undergarments, she softly stopped her. No need, just a robe will do. Everyone remained silent, aware that tonight was the night she would consummate her marriage with the heir. Su Qingyi put on her undergarment, draped a robe over herself, and instructed someone to dismiss Mingyu and Zixiao before heading to the heir's inner chamber. Under the dim light, the heir, renowned throughout the land, lay quietly on the bed. Su Qingyi felt a mix of emotions but understood this was the path she had chosen. She lowered the bed curtain and cautiously approached the heir. As she lifted the quilt, she caught a whiff of a delicate incense, which was somewhat comforting. Yet, a new worry arose: was the heir physically capable? If not, all her plans would come to nothing. With a sense of trepidation, Su Qingyi removed all her jewelry, fearing she might accidentally hurt the heir. Her delicate hands, accustomed to a life of privilege, gently reached out to the heir, ready to test her suspicions. Su Qingyi dared not look closely, so she gazed up at the ceiling. Initially she seemed timid, like an inexperienced young girl, but gradually she calmed down. After all, the other party was unconscious, and there was no need for shyness in this solo performance. When everything was over, Su Qingyi's cheeks were flushed, and her emotions were complex. Despite her past life's experience, her current body was still inexperienced, making the process challenging. She bit her lip and reminded herself that it was just a necessary task to be completed. Hot water was prepared in the bathroom, and the maids and nannies outside waited attentively. The nanny listened anxiously, and only when she confirmed everything was fine did she feel relieved. After a while, Su Qingyi's weary voice called out from inside, "Nanny, help me." The nanny, feeling sympathetic, assisted her to the bathroom. After everything was tidied up, Su Qingyi was now officially the wife of the heir. Su Yi finished her duties, and now the young lady was the heir's wife. Mingyu and Zi Shao entered to attend to the heir, their faces shy yet subtly joyful. Perhaps soon, this quiet courtyard would welcome new life. In the Yayan courtyard, a solitary lamp flickered gently in the night. The elderly lady found it difficult to sleep, her mind preoccupied with the matters concerning the heir. Unable to suppress her worries, she sent her personal maid to Donhui courtyard to investigate. She was well aware that Su Qingyi's offer to marry the heir was merely a desperate move, driven by jealousy over Xie Huayan's interactions with Du Jinyan. However, as long as Su Qingyi could produce an heir for the family, the old lady was prepared to meet her conditions. The maid quickly returned from Donhui courtyard. Su Qingyi had anticipated her purpose and instructed Su Yi to present the blood-stained handkerchief as proof. The experienced maid took a brief tour of the heir's room and confirmed that the couple had indeed consummated their marriage. She respectfully said, "Thank you for your efforts, young madam. I will report back to the old lady." Su Qingyi nodded wearily, exhaustion evident in her expression. Upon hearing the good news, the old lady's worries finally eased. Her most beloved grandson was now married, and should they have children, she would have no regrets in life. Grateful for Su Qingyi's contributions to the family, the old lady sent the maid again with a message. "Inform the maids. There's no need to disturb Qingyi. She can serve tea a bit later tomorrow." In the bath, Su Qingyi felt sore and fatigued. With some leisure, she finally had the chance to gather her thoughts. In The Fortunate Concubine, the male lead, Xie Huayan, was initially a wastrel. It was only after his brother Xie Yan's death, when the Marquis' household was confiscated and exiled, that he was reborn from the ashes, ultimately rebelling with the future emperor to become a founding general. The female lead, Du Jinyan, through wisdom and luck, was recognized by the new emperor as a foster sister and titled as a princess. Xie Yan's 3 adopted sons were pardoned during the confiscation out of gratitude for their father's loyalty. The eldest, Xie Lin, later became a top scholar and trusted minister. The second, Xie Zhen, joined the army and became a general. The youngest, Xie Heng, turned into a ruthless pirate leader. They were destined to be side characters, stepping stones for the male lead, Xie Yan. Having transmigrated into the role of a minor character, Su Qingyi wished to avoid conflict with the protagonists, but was also determined to secure her own survival. She silently planned. The heir must not die, the Marquis' household must choose the right allegiances, and the 3 promising sons must be protected. These were her safeguards in this feudal society. A maid interrupted her thoughts from behind the screen. "Young madam, the old lady's maid said you can serve tea later tomorrow." Su Qingyi responded lazily, thinking to herself that she had won the first battle. If she were still Xie Huayan's wife, she wouldn't have such privileges. That evening, she settled comfortably in the prepared room, ensuring her rest was undisturbed while allowing the servants to attend to the heir. This kind of marriage, neither too close nor too distant, suited her just fine. The next day, the Xie family gathered early in the old lady's courtyard for the tea ceremony. The old lady had made it clear that everyone should respect Su Qingyi, and any disrespect would not be tolerated. Xie Huayan was present, but Du Jinyan, as an unofficial concubine, was not qualified to attend. Observing how the old lady protected Su Qingyi, Xie Huayan realized that she had consummated the marriage with his elder brother. Though he didn't like Su Qingyi, the thought that his childhood fiancé preferred marrying his crippled elder brother over him, coupled with living in his brother's shadow, stirred a sense of frustration. Yet, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he had no choice but to treat his sister-in-law with courtesy. "Mother, should we send someone to urge them?" Qin Shi, noting the late hour, spoke up, only to see the Marquis and the old lady's expressions darken, prompting her to fall silent. She felt a sense of injustice, recalling the difficulties she faced with the strict dowager when she entered the family as a second wife. The old lady sighed to herself. I thought becoming a mother-in-law would bring me some authority, but instead of gaining a daughter-in-law, it's as if we've welcomed an ancestor into the house. Even I have to be mindful of her mood. The young mistress is here, a maid announced with a smile as she entered. All eyes in the hall turned towards the entrance, where Su Qingyi gracefully entered, surrounded by maids and attendants. She was dressed elegantly and appropriately. Her complexion was rosy and serene, and her demeanor was composed and unhurried, showing no signs of dissatisfaction with the marriage. Seeing this, the old lady finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had been sleepless all night, fearing Su Qingyi might regret the marriage come morning. Su Qingyi approached the elders and respectfully greeted them. Qingyi greets grandmother, father, and mother. Then she added, I apologize for being late and keeping everyone waiting. No worries, you were startled yesterday, the old lady responded with a kindly smile. Are you comfortable staying in Yunji's courtyard? It feels no different from my own home, Su Qingyi replied calmly, eliciting knowing smiles from those present. Since Su Qingyi's arrival, Xia Huayan had been observing her discreetly. Despite his cold and disdainful gaze, he noticed a change in the woman who was once so reticent and silent. Her face was still as beautiful as a lotus, and her bearing remained elegant, but she now exuded a certain liveliness and femininity. The thought that this newfound femininity might be attributed to his elder brother left Xia Huayan feeling a mix of emotions, souring his mood further. After the pleasantries, the old lady instructed, serve the tea. The attendant handed Su Qingyi a perfectly warm cup, and she proceeded to serve tea to the elders, receiving generous gifts in return. She also presented her own gifts, handmade embroidery by the original Su Air girl, showcasing exquisite stitches and clever color combinations, exemplifying the art of needlework. The tea ceremony went exceptionally smoothly. Even Qin Shi, who harbored some discontent, dared not act out. Next were the other elders. The Pingyang Marquis household was large, with the Marquis having two younger brothers who lived in the mansion without splitting the family. Su Qingyi met her second and third uncles and their wives, exchanging gifts. Then came the peers and juniors. The second uncle had a son and daughter, the third uncle had two daughters and a son, all legitimate, reflecting the strict family values of the Pingyang Marquis household. Only Xia Huayan had taken a concubine, and it wasn't due to lack of loyalty. His loyalty was simply directed towards the concubine. When Su Qingyi stood before Xia Huayan, he nonchalantly addressed her sister-in-law. Su Qingyi smiled serenely, second brother. After exchanging gifts, Xia Huayan bowed slightly, sister-in-law, I was too reckless before and treated you with disrespect. I apologize. Su Qingyi looked at the top of his head, saying nothing. In her view, it wasn't her to whom Xia Huayan owed an apology, but the real Su Air girl. Their devotion to love was understandable, but they shouldn't have humiliated Su Air girl so. Seeing Su Qingyi's silence, Xia Huayan continued, Jin Yun is your maid? Huayan, the old lady interjected with a frown. It's a joyous day. Whatever it is, discuss it later. Must you bring it up now? Realizing he was too hasty, Xia Huayan quickly apologized, sorry grandmother. He had intended to retrieve Du Jinyun's contract of servitude. Du Jinyun was originally a cousin of the old lady from the Yong'an Marquis household and had served her. Out of admiration for Xia Huayan, she requested to become Su Qingyi's dowry maid and willingly signed the contract. This way, she could rightfully become Xia Huayan's concubine, which was preferable to being a mistress. The old lady initially thought Xia Huayan had repented, only to find out it was for Du Jinyun. Suppressing her anger, she said, just because Qingyi married your brother doesn't mean your wrongdoings are erased. Go to the ancestral hall and reflect on your mistakes. Grandmother. Xia Huayan tried to argue. The Marquis snorted. If you say another word, I'll have that maid kneel outside the ancestral hall with you. Unlike the old lady and Qin Shi, who might be lenient due to Du Jinyun's pregnancy, he would not be soft-hearted. A servant who betrays their master for personal gain can't be expected to produce anything good. Father, please calm down. I'll go kneel now, Xia Huayan finally relented. His feelings for Du Jinyun were genuine, and he feared for her well-being among the others. Finally, it was time for Xia Yunji's three children to bow to Su Qingyi. The eldest, Lin Guer, was 12 years old, slender, and handsome. He knelt down properly, called out mother in a subdued tone, and then lowered his gaze without another word. He had recently learned that the bride meant for his second uncle had suddenly become his father's wife. This abrupt change displeased him, as he felt it was disrespectful to his father. Yet, he had no choice but to comply with the elder's orders. Su Qingyi regarded this future young power figure, noting his fair complexion and clean-cut appearance, and praised him with a smile. She then presented him with a set of scholarly tools as a meeting gift. The second son, Zhang Guer, was 8 years old and unlike his brother, he was chubby and sturdy. Mother, he shouted robustly as he knelt, I'm Zhen Guer, my full name is Xia Zhen and I am 8 years old. Su Qingyi gently patted his head and said with a smile, "Zhengur is indeed solid." This made Zhengur shyly smile. Feeling warmth in his heart, everyone else called him fat, but only his mother referred to him as solid. The youngest, Hungur, was just 4 years old, small and thin. Following the nanny's teachings, he knelt properly and said in a childish voice, "Mother, I'm Hungur and I'm 4 years old." Finding him adorable, Su Qingyi lifted him onto her knee and placed a longevity lock around his neck, softly saying that it would keep him fortunate. Little Hungur snuggled into Su Qingyi, though his eyes betrayed his anxiety, feared this new mother might dislike him as Qingshi had. This touching scene brought tears to the old lady's eyes, as she thought how wonderful it would be if her eldest grandson could wake up. Holding Hungur, Su Qingyi observed the surroundings. The child, though not timid, clearly lacked the confidence expected of a young master from a prominent family. She gently patted his back and inquired about the children's previous upbringing. All eyes turned to Qingshi, who smiled and replied that all 3 boys had been raised in her courtyard. Su Qingyi nodded slowly and teased Hungur, "Would you like to live in mother's courtyard?" Hungur's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously before bashfully lowering his head and clinging to Su Qingyi. This reaction was understandable. Qingshi had never been fond of her stepson Xia Yunji, and if he remained comatose, the family assets would eventually fall to Xia Huaiyan. How could she genuinely care for these 3 children? Seeing Hungur's attachment, Su Qingyi turned to the old lady, "Grandmother, since I'm now the wife of the heir, I should take care of these 3 children. How about letting them move to my courtyard?" This suggestion annoyed Qingshi, as Su Qingyi had bypassed her, the mother-in-law, to consult the old lady, which was quite disrespectful. However, the old lady agreed, thinking that a lively atmosphere might help Xia Yunji wake up sooner. Finally, under the old lady's arrangement, Yulan Nanny was tasked with organizing the move. Hungur and Zhengur both showed signs of joy, while Lingur stood expressionless on the side. To him, as long as their father remained unconscious, it didn't matter where they lived, they were simply living under someone else's roof. He just wanted to grow up quickly and become strong. After the meeting, Su Qingyi carried the frail Hungur back to Donhui Courtyard. The courtyard was spacious and well-planned. She allocated the vacant rooms on the east side to Lingur, who had an eccentric personality and disliked others touching his belongings. The west side was arranged for the chubby Zhengur and Hungur. With their respective nannies and maids, the whole courtyard suddenly became lively. Su Qingyi's dowry was substantial, and the remaining rooms were used to store these belongings, making the space feel quite full. She instructed the maid Luer to pass on a message to the small kitchen to prepare some snacks for Hungur and to ensure more ingredients were stocked for the 3 boys. The entire courtyard was bustling with activity. Su Qingyi placed Hungur on the couch and shook her aching arms. Seeing this, Hungur immediately showed a worried expression, as if he had done something wrong. "Hungur is still too light. Mother's arms are just a little sore. Why don't we eat a bit more later, okay?" Su Qingyi said with a smile. Hungur blinked, his little face lighting up immediately. "Okay. Would Hungur like to see Daddy?" Su Qingyi asked. After all, it would take some time for the food to arrive. "I would." Hungur replied timidly. He could hardly remember the last time he saw his father. They arrived at the Shixi's chamber, and Guanqi and Imo Yan quickly paid their respects. Su Qingyi led Hungur into the inner room, where she saw some recently delivered liquid food by the bedside. She expressed her intention to learn how to care for the Shixi, which surprised the 2 attendants. Su Qingyi comforted Hungur, who was seeing his unconscious father for the first time. "Don't be afraid. Daddy is just sleeping and will wake up later." She encouraged Hungur to touch his father's face and speak to him. Obediently, Hungur approached the bed, carefully touching his father's face, and in his soft voice said, "Daddy, I'm Hungur. Are you sick? Does it hurt?" In a haze, Xia Yunji heard the familiar voice, and his consciousness began to awaken slowly. Although his body still couldn't move, he could sense the world around him. With extraordinary willpower, he fought to stay awake and not slip back into unconsciousness. "Young master, Imo Yan is here to assist you with your meal." The voice of Imo Yan, the servant, came through the door crack. It was a rule in the household that before approaching Xia Yunji, servants would announce themselves out of respect. Recognizing Imo Yan's voice, Xia Yunji was reminded that he was recuperating at the residence. Guangqi gently helped him sit up against the headboard, then carefully opened his mouth. Imo Yan used a spoon to feed him liquid food, delivering it deep into the young master's throat. Xia Yunji could clearly feel every move of the servants, conjuring a vivid image of his current helpless state. He attempted to control his body but to no avail, ultimately resigning himself to the situation. "If my consciousness has returned, it means my body is improving. Perhaps there's hope for recovery," Xia Yunji consoled himself. "Compared to the soldiers who perished on the battlefield, I am indeed fortunate." "Madam, are you inside?" "Young Master Heng's meal has been brought," a maid's voice suddenly called from outside. "I'm here," an unfamiliar female voice replied. "Please continue attending to the young master. I'll take Heng to eat." "Understood, madam." Please rest assured, Luoyan and Guangqi responded. Xia Yunji was taken aback. Madam? He quickly pieced it together. This madam must be the bride his elders arranged for him to marry during his coma, hoping to bring good fortune. Although he never believed in such things and felt indifferent towards marriage, since it was done, he accepted it with grace. Besides, the children did need a mother. In the adjacent room, Su Qingyi looked at the few dishes set out: minced meat and egg custard, tofu with fish, cold shredded chicken, and pearl corn soup. She noticed Hank staring longingly at the food on the table. Are you hungry, Hung? She asked. The little boy nodded, swallowing hard. Su Qingyi picked him up and placed him on her lap, a gesture that surprised the nanny. Such personal attention was rare for a mistress of a wealthy household. It was Heng's first time dining with his mother, and he sat upright, meticulously careful with every move. Su Qingyi sensed his tension inside. Hung, isn't it tiring to eat like this? Her words startled Heng, causing him to tremble and tears to well up. He feared upsetting his mother and even more so feared being sent back to his grandmother's quarter. She had begun to like his new mother. Su Qingyi hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe his tears. What's wrong? Why is Arhun crying? In truth, Su Qingyi had never been fond of children and used to dread encountering them when she went out. Taking care of 3 children of different ages is indeed a significant challenge for Su Qingyi. At this moment, Hangur was sitting cautiously at the table, asking in a timid voice, Mother, do you think I'm not learning the rules well enough? Su Qingyi felt a wave of emotion as she looked at the small, frail figure. Hangur was of ordinary appearance and an adopted child. His adoptive father was often absent, and over the years, Hangur had developed a cautious nature. Not only him, but the other 2 children were in a similar situation. They were not of the Xia family bloodline, their status was awkward, and they never dared to consider themselves true young masters of the Marquis household. Hangur, you are doing very well with the rules, Su Qingyi said, holding the child's small face with sincerity. Mother is very satisfied and fond of you. As she spoke, she bent down and kissed Hangur on the cheek. Hangur was stunned, taking a moment to process the affection. It was the first time he had received such gentle treatment. Everyone had always been strict with him, and no one had ever praised him so warmly. Su Qingyi continued, what I meant was, you're already doing a great job, and you can relax a bit in Mother's courtyard. With the praise, Hangur finally relaxed and stopped eating with trepidation. After finishing, he happily drank all the soup in his bowl and cheerfully exclaimed, Mother, I've finished. Good boy, Su Qingyi said with a smile, giving him a thumbs up. The nursemaid immediately stepped forward to carefully wipe Hangur's face and hands with a cloth. Noticing the little one was struggling to keep his eyes open, Su Qingyi said, if you're sleepy, go to bed. Hangur was startled awake. It's almost noon, and the rule is to sleep only after lunch. This was indeed a rule set by Madame Qin, the Marquis's wife. As a second wife, Qin tried to emulate the late matron's ways to avoid being seen as lacking, but unfortunately, she only grasped the superficial aspects. You can sleep now, Su Qingyi decided, instructing nursemaid, take Hangur to rest on my bed. When it was time for lunch, Kai Mama came to ask, Madam, should we wake Hangur for his meal? No need, let him sleep, Su Qingyi said, putting down her teacup. Children need plenty of sleep, that's more important than rules. Kai Mama hesitated, but Madam said. Su Qingyi's voice turned sharp, Kai Mama, you're in my courtyard now, and you should listen to me. If your loyalty lies with Madam, you can return, and Hangur won't need your service. Kai Mama quickly apologized. That's not what I meant. She realized that beneath this seemingly gentle young lady was a woman with a firm character. Then do as I say. Yes, Kai Mama replied, wisely retreating. In the dining hall of the Marquis's residence, a group of family members entered in an orderly fashion, accompanied by their maids. Their graceful demeanor showcased the elegance of an eminent family. Lin Gur and Zhen Gur were already seated at their respective places, sitting upright and attentively awaiting the arrival of the elders. As Su Qingyi stepped into the hall, she immediately caught the cold gaze of Madame Qin. She was puzzled at first, but soon realized the reason it wasn't about being late. It was because Xia Huayan was still kneeling in the ancestral hall. Looking around, she indeed didn't see Xia Huayan. The Marquis was also absent, reportedly at the palace to request an imperial decree for her and the heir's marriage, to legitimize their union. Su Qingyi took her seat next to Zhen Gur. The little boy sneaked a glance at her, his round face unable to hide his delight, wanting to speak to his mother but fearing to anger his grandmother. Where is Hangur? Madame Qin asked with a frown. Hangur woke up early, had half a meal, and then went back to sleep, Su Qingyi replied honestly. That's very improper, Madame Qin said sternly. Qingyi, you may not know, but the rules of the Marquis's residence were set by the late matriarch. She was from the Longxi Li family, which values rules above all. I see, mother-in-law. I understand and will strive to align myself with the household standards, Su Qingyi responded with a smile. Seeing her respectful attitude, Madame Qin finally smiled. The old madam is here. At this announcement, everyone stood up and only sat down again once the old madam was seated. When asked about Hangor's whereabouts, she simply said, "It's fine, the child should sleep if he needs to." Once the old madam began her meal, Su Qingyi started eating as well, serving food to both boys. Zhengor's eyes lit up like a cat spotting a fish when he saw the meat in his bowl. "Thank you, mother." Ever since he gained weight, his grandmother had forbidden him from eating meat, leaving him hungry at every meal, sneaking snacks instead, which only made him gain more weight. Lin Guer, however, frowned at the meat in his bowl. Unlike his younger brother, he never cared much for meat. After a moment's hesitation, he passed it to his brother. Su Qingyi thought to herself that this future little power figure was truly aloof, not at all like a child. Although in ancient times, 12 years old was considered mature, Lin Guer was still slender and hadn't hit a growth spurt, making him look even smaller than Zhen Guer. "Lin Guer, you know you won't grow tall if you don't eat meat, right? You wouldn't want to be a shorty, would you?" Su Qingyi employed her trump card. Lin Guer's expression changed. "Does eating meat really affect height?" "Of course it does," Su Qingyi assured him, adding another piece of meat to his bowl. "Look at Zhen Guer, he loves meat and is growing tall." Although Lin Guer still didn't want to eat, the thought of not growing tall made him reconsider, and he didn't pass the meat to his brother again. Zhen Guer was a bit disappointed, sneaking a glance at Madame Qin, and then guarded his bowl as if afraid it would be taken away. Madame Qin watched coldly but said nothing. Previously, she had restricted Zhen Guer from eating meat simply because she disliked the chubby child and wanted to make things difficult for him. Zhen Guer had expected to eat at most 2 pieces of meat today, but his mother kept serving him more. Feeling guilty, he finally whispered, "Mother, that's enough. Are you full?" Su Qingyi asked him. Zhen Guer hesitated, then shook his head. "I'm too fat. I shouldn't eat more meat." "So you still want to eat? Then eat up. Who says you can't eat meat because you're fat?" "Don't worry, you can lose weight after you're full," Su Qingyi encouraged him, serving him more food. Zhen Guer's eyes widened in surprise, having never heard such reasoning before, but it made perfect sense to him. "Okay." Lin Guer observed quietly, wondering if this woman was genuinely kind to his brother. The old madam couldn't help but interject, "Qingyi, Zhen Guer really shouldn't eat so much meat. Moderation is key." Madame Qin agreed, "Yes, he's only 8, and if he continues to gain weight, it won't be good." Hearing this, Zhen Guer's chopsticks paused midair. Su Qingyi smiled and explained, "Grandmother, mother-in-law, you might not know, but Zhen Guer didn't gain weight from eating meat." As everyone looked on in confusion, she revealed the truth. Zhen Guer gained weight from eating snacks and sweets, as well as various sweetened milk and soy drinks. Zhen Guer widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Su Qingyi. He was secretly surprised, wondering how his mother knew about his habit of sneaking snacks. It wasn't that he was greedy, he was simply too hungry. "Can eating snacks really make you fat?" someone questioned. Su Qingyi calmly replied, "A small amount won't, but eating a lot certainly can." Hearing this, Zhen Guer lowered his head in shame, his tears silently falling into his bowl. Su Qingyi gently patted his head, her tone soft. "It's not Zhen Guer's fault. He doesn't get enough to eat at the table, so he resorts to snacking." Her words left everyone present in shock. How could a noble household like the Ho Mansion leave its young master hungry? Su Qingyi continued to explain, "At his age, he's growing, and without enough meat and fat, he gets hungry quickly. He's too afraid to go to the kitchen to ask for food, so what else can he do but eat snacks?" She lightly patted Zhen Guer on the back. "Isn't that right?" Zhen Guer nodded and suddenly burst into tears. He had never cried from hunger before, but his mother's question broke his composure. The scene caused the faces of those present to change. The matron, in particular, looked displeased, as this clearly indicated her neglect of Xia Yunji's child. She glared at Qin Shi, Mingzong's wife. "I entrusted you with taking care of Yunji's child, and this is how you do it. How will I face Yunji after I'm gone?" Qin Shi defended herself. Why didn't Zhen Guer say he was hungry? If he had spoken up, how could the Ho Mansion let him go hungry? "Enough." The matron slammed the table. "Qin Shi, how dare you shirk responsibility? How could this be the child's fault?" Frightened, Qin Shi turned pale and dared not speak again. Su Qingyi, unfazed, continued her meal, occasionally serving food to the children. Zhen Guer wiped his tears and looked at his mother with admiration, thinking how formidable she was. Even his grandmother wouldn't dare to offend her. After finishing the meal and enjoying some fruit, they spent some time drinking tea with the elders before everyone dispersed. Having eaten his fill, Zhen Guer happily followed Su Qingyi, repeatedly calling her mother. Under the blazing early summer sun, a maid held a parasol for them. Su Qingyi pulled the sweaty Zhen Guer under the shade, smiling as she answered his questions. "If you eat fewer snacks and exercise more, you'll surely lose weight. Even if you don't slim down now, you'll lose it when you hit a growth spurt at 14 or 15. Zhen Guer held his mother's hand, grinning from ear to ear. At 5, when he first arrived at the mansion, his memories of his biological mother were already fading. He vaguely remembered her saying, "Zhen Guer, be good. When you arrive at the Ho Mansion, make sure to enjoy yourself." Unfortunately, He had never truly felt what enjoyment was until today. With his mother's protection, he finally experienced the warmth of a home for the first time. Lin Gore habitually walked towards the courtyard of Madame Ho, only to suddenly remember after a few steps that he had moved to his father's Donhui courtyard. The new residence gave him a warm feeling inside, although he stubbornly claimed it didn't matter where he lived. When they first moved in, he expected his stepmother, Su Qingyi, to treat them like Madame Ho Qin did, placing them in some remote corner of the courtyard under the guise of a quiet place to study. To his surprise, Su Qingyi had them settled in the main house, with spacious and elegantly decorated rooms. Even the newly hired maids were awestruck by the opulence. These girls from impoverished families had never seen such grandeur. After all, Madame Ho never allowed well-trained maids to serve them. The maids and matrons who accompanied Su Qingyi were meticulously arranging things, adding whatever was missing, even using items from Su Qingyi's dowry. When Lin Gore entered, they greeted him respectfully in unison. "Young Master Lin." Lin Gore glanced at these unfamiliar faces and thought to himself with pursed lips, "In a few days, they'll realize I'm not favored, and their attitude will change." He responded indifferently and headed straight to the study. The new study pleased him. Outside the window was a garden with gently swaying willow branches and a pond full of lotus leaves. It would surely be beautiful in June when the flowers bloom, though he doubted he would stay here that long. His foster mother might find some excuse to make them move again. Su Qingyi returned with Zhen Ge and, finding it inconvenient for the maids to move around the west wing, took him to her room. "Zhen Ge, are you tired? Your brother is sleeping in the inner room. If you're tired, you can rest on the couch." "Mother, I'm not tired," Zhen Ge whispered timidly. "Can I go see father? I haven't seen him in so long." "Of course, would you like to bring your brother along?" "Yes, I'll go get him." Zhen Ge eagerly ran to his brother's study. "Brother, let's go see father." As a scholar, Lin Gore moved freely around the estate and was accustomed to visiting Donhui courtyard to see his father. He appeared composed. "Let's go," he said coolly. Zhen Ge added, "Mother asked me to call you." Seeing his brother head straight to their father's room, he went to find Su Qingyi. Xia Yunji had just finished a full body massage by his servant. From the conversation between Moyan and Guanqi, he learned he had been in a coma for 6 months and needed daily massages to prevent muscle atrophy. He couldn't help but wonder how he looked now, surely much thinner and with a sickly appearance. But as a man, he wasn't concerned about such things. "Young Master Lin is here?" Guanqi asked with a smile. "Father, your son has come to see you." Lin Gore's voice filled Xia Yunji with emotion. Just a moment ago, he was worried this aloof son might leave the Ho residence. It seemed his instructions to take care of his younger brother had been taken to heart. "Father, you got married yesterday," Lin Gore stated bluntly. "The bride is Su Qingyi, the second daughter of Yeoman Marquis, originally Uncle's fiancée. It was Uncle who participated in the wedding ceremony with her." Guanqi and Moyan exchanged glances and quietly left to keep watch, only to run into Su Qingyi. Both parties felt awkward, especially Su Qingyi, who had just overheard her stepson talking about her. She hastily gestured for silence, and Guanqi nodded in agreement. Xia Yunji was shocked to hear that his new wife was actually his younger brother's fiancée. What was going on? Uncle didn't like her. He was interested in one of her maids, who is now pregnant. Lin Gore continued, feeling that his uncle's behavior was truly disgraceful. Before the marriage, the maid was already pregnant. When Xia Yunji heard this news, his fingers trembled slightly. As the elder brother of Xia Huayan, he found it hard to believe his younger brother could have changed so much. In his memory, that cheerful and innocent boy seemed still vivid. The servants in the room were eagerly discussing this fresh gossip, and little Zhen was wide-eyed and clueless. When the conversation reached a more scandalous point, Su Qingyi hurriedly covered Zhen's ears. Lin, speaking in a hushed voice, revealed even more shocking details. On the wedding night, the second uncle had drugged the bride and secretly met with the maid, only to be caught red-handed by the grandparents. This revelation drew gasps from everyone present. Even more surprising, the bride then requested to switch her groom, asking the great-grandmother to allow her to marry Xia Yunji instead, promising to bear him children. Hearing this, Xia Yunji felt a mix of emotions. He couldn't even move his fingers, let alone think about having children. After Lin finished, his demeanor softened somewhat. He reluctantly added, "If we get a little brother or sister, we'll take good care of them." At that moment, Guanqi cleared his throat, reminding them, "The young lady is about to arrive." Lin immediately fell silent and stepped aside. Su Qingyi found it hard to believe he could say so much unless she had seen it herself. Finally freed from having his ears covered, Zhen rushed to the bedside, excitedly exclaiming, "Dad, I have a mother now." He continued, "Mother is very nice to me and my brother. Even though Big Brother doesn't like her and wants to complain, I do." Listening to his son's innocent words, Xia Yunji understood. The new wife seemed to be a kind person, though Lin's nature made him resist her. As a traditional man, Xia Yunji didn't have high demands for a wife. Being good to the children and respectful to the parents was enough. Jean went on about recent events. They had moved to a larger and better residence, while the second uncle was being punished in the ancestral hall. The little one also revealed a painful truth to Xia Yunji. Their grandmother had always been harsh, not even allowing them to eat meat. Dad, when will you wake up? Zhen gently shook his father's hand. In his heart, Xia Yunji responded, Dad wants to wake up soon and take good care of you. Then, at Zhen's insistence, Su Qingyi had to say a few words too. She sat by the bed and softly said, My lord, I am Qingyi. Although this marriage came suddenly, perhaps it was destined. She solemnly promised, I will treat the 3 children as my own and never abandon them. Hearing this, Xia Yunji felt a slight sense of relief. But he remained rational. He understood his situation clearly and knew that time would reveal true intentions. Mother, I like you too. Never leave. Zhen happily clung to Su Qingyi's arm, while Lin and Xia Yunji remained silent. The room suddenly became lively as Guanxi and Mo Yan stood to the side, their faces filled with relief. Su Qingyi gently said, I hope the young madam and young masters will visit the heir more often in the future. Otherwise, they might fear he has been forgotten. It's getting late, you should all go rest. It's rare for you to have a day off, and you have school tomorrow. Lin Gur was the first to stand and bid farewell, addressing only Xia Yunji with a cool father, I'm leaving. I'll come see you next time. He deliberately ignored Su Qingyi, a distance that made Guanxi and Mo Yan glance at Su Qingyi worriedly. Seeing her calm expression, they both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Yunji watched his son's retreating figure with a headache. As a father, he naturally leaned towards his son. Whether Lin Gur would accept Su Qingyi depended on how she, as a stepmother, managed the relationship. If she treated him sincerely, over time, Lin Gur would naturally warm to her. If she was just going through the motions, his coldness was understandable. Su Qingyi was unaware that not only was her stepson Lin Gur observing her, but even the heir from his bed was watching her closely. But what if she knew? Su Qingyi thought to herself. Doing her duty was enough. With so many children, someone would surely be kind to her, like Zhengur and Hungur. As for the heir, they were just a fleeting couple. Mother, can I stay in your room? I don't want to go back to mine, Zhengur asked timidly. Su Qingyi patted his head and led him to her courtyard. She let Zhengur play by himself, and seeing his boredom, she went to Xia Yunji's small study. She took out the stationery and began drawing simple toy designs, a seesaw, a rocking horse, a slide, each accompanied by detailed instructions. After finishing, Su Qingyi called for the wet nurse. Go ask the old lady's nurse if there's a carpenter in the household. If so, bring one to me. The wet nurse hesitated for a moment before speaking. Young madam, the lady is the head mistress of the Marquis's household. If you want to plan for the long term, you shouldn't rely on the old lady for everything. That will only worsen your relationship with the lady. Su Qingyi calmly replied, Wet nurse, the lady and I are destined not to get along. This is not something I can change with good or bad treatment because I am the heir's wife. The wet nurse was at a loss for words. She had intended to suggest harmony, but understanding that the heir was not the Qin family's child, she realized the stakes involved. Su Qingyi smiled, you're right, but this mother-in-law isn't worth it. If it were a better one, naturally a harmonious family would lead to prosperity. As the wet nurse left, Chong Mama came in, kneeling to plead, Young madam, please don't sell me. I know I was wrong. Su Qingyi replied coldly, you were disloyal to me, so I won't keep you. However, if you don't want to leave the household, you can ask Du Jingyan if she's willing to keep you. Chong Mama was taken aback, then understood and replied through gritted teeth. All right, young madam, I will try. She immediately went to find Du Jingyan. At that time, Du Jingyan was staying in Xia Huayan's courtyard. Although she had no official title yet, everyone knew she was carrying the second master's child and would eventually become a concubine. Du Jingyan was lost in her pleasant daydreams. Once the storm passed, she would rightfully become the second master's concubine. With no main wife, she would rule the courtyard. Just as she was enjoying her thoughts, Chong Mama softly called in. Mississippi, Du Jingyan asked with a displeased expression. Instead of attending to your mistress, why are you here? Nanny Chong quickly put on a smile and explained. The young madam said that among the servants, I'm the closest to you, so she specifically sent me to serve you. Du Jingyan frowned, her face darkening. Has she discovered you? No, Nanny Chong shook her head repeatedly. The young madam is quite naive and soft-hearted. I managed to brush off her suspicions with a few words. That figures. Du Jingyan smirked sarcastically, thinking to herself, foolish indeed. Otherwise, why would she abandon her position as the second master's wife to become the consort of a useless heir? It's laughable. Yet, seeing Su Qingyi degrade herself like this did bring her a certain satisfaction. All right, you can stay, Du Jingyan said reluctantly. Though she didn't fully trust Nanny Chong, she had no one else to rely on at the moment. I'll ask the second master to bring your indenture later. Recalling the indenture, she gritted her teeth and added, and hers too. If it weren't for the second master, I would never have signed such a humiliating contract. Nanny Chong nodded, relieved, thinking it wasn't too bad to be with Du Jinyan. Did she really consummate the marriage with the heir? Du Jinyan inquired. Yes, Nanny Chong confirmed, knowing it was already common knowledge in the Marquis' household. Huh. Du Jinyan let out a cold laugh. Meanwhile, Nanny Yulan warmly greeted her counterpart. Sister, please have some tea. Is there something wrong with the young master's residence? Sister, the nanny took a sip of tea and explained with a smile, there's nothing wrong with the young master's residence. The young madam sent me to find a carpenter to make some things for the young masters. Oh, what do they need? Nanny Yulan asked. The storeroom might have ready-made items. If not, we can purchase them outside to save time on crafting. The nanny hesitated, somewhat embarrassed. It's for young Master Heng's toys. The young madam said that a child his age should have toys. But when we moved, I couldn't find a single one. The young madam was quite upset and has been busy drafting designs in the study since lunch. Young Master Heng doesn't have a single toy? Nanny Yulan was incredulous, but recalling the earlier incident with young Master Jin not having enough to eat, she swallowed her doubts. The nanny sighed, I apologize for the embarrassment. My mistress is genuinely sincere to everyone. Her words highlighted the difficult circumstances the young masters faced in the Marquis' household. Nanny Yulan's expression grew more complex. Fortunately, Su Qingyi was family. Otherwise, the Marquis' household would lose face if word got out. We have carpenters. I'll find a skilled one to send over, she quickly assured. After the nanny left, Nanny Yulan immediately reported the matter to the old madam. The old madam, who had been dozing on her couch, opened her eyes upon hearing the news. That's good. Hung is 4 years old, just the right age for big toys. Nanny Yulan, her face stern and filled with indignation, said, young Master Hung probably hasn't even touched a toy at his age. The young madam sent someone to gather them, and not a single one was found. The old madam's eyes widened. What does this mean? It seems the madam never prepared toys for young Master Hung. Nanny Yulan voiced her worst suspicion. Just like with young Master Zhen. It's not a matter of lack but rather the madam's negligence. Outrageous. The old madam sat up in anger. The Qin woman dared to deceive me and the Marquis like this. Always putting on a show. I thought she was truly a caring grandmother. If it weren't for the young madam's arrival, we wouldn't know how the 3 young masters were truly living. Nanny Yulan recalled Su Qingyi holding young Master Zhen's hand and felt moved. The old madam's expression turned somber, filled with self-reproach. The Marquis and I are also to blame for trusting Qin too much. The children must have endured so much hardship without ever telling us. Thinking of Xia Yunji's trust, she was overcome with guilt. The carpenter arrived promptly. After Su Qingyi finished discussing the details with him, it was already afternoon. Suddenly recalling something, she turned to Luer and instructed, go check if Lin Gore is still studying, and take some tea and snacks to him. Make sure the kitchen prepares it nicely. Nothing slipshod. Luer acknowledged and left. Su Qingyi added, make 3 portions, and send 2 to the main house as well. Before long, a delicate meal was delivered to Lin Gore's study. The aroma of summer salads filled the air, and the sight of a bowl of chilled mung bean soup was truly appetizing. Young Master Lin, the young mistress specifically instructed these to be sent to you. Please enjoy, Luer said respectfully. With his nose in a book, Lin Gore barely acknowledged her with a faint. Luer felt a twinge of displeasure, thinking to herself that this young master didn't even know how to thank someone, and then she left. Both she and the nursemaid worried that the mistress's kind gesture might not be appreciated. Once Luer's footsteps faded away, Lin Gore put down his book and gazed at the sumptuous snacks, lost in thought. In the Marquis' wife's courtyard, he had never received such treatment. He would rather endure hunger than ask for food, believing it akin to begging. His scholarly pride only made him more stubborn. Now that Su Qingyi had sent the food voluntarily, he ate some and shared the rest with the maids around him. The young maid Dongqing was overjoyed with the treat, exclaiming, young Master Lin, we're finally going to have good days. The young mistress treats you so well. I heard the 2 young masters have been in the main house all afternoon. Be mindful of your words, and don't speak carelessly, Lin Gore reprimanded sternly. 10-year-old Dongqing shrank back, quickly lowering her head in acknowledgement. Under Lin Gore's influence, she had developed a composed demeanor. But today, she was too happy. Seeing the big house and good food, she felt her master was finally going to enjoy life. Meanwhile, Zhen Gore and Heng Gore were playing happily in the courtyard until Zhen Gore's nursemaid came looking for him. Young mistress, Zhen Gore needs to go to the academy tomorrow and hasn't finished his writing assignments. I've come to take him back to practice. If it's schoolwork, it shouldn't be delayed. Sui, go find the young masters, Su Qingyi instructed. Soon, Sui returned with 2 little boys covered in dirt. Su Qingyi was momentarily taken aback by their muddy cat faces. The brothers suddenly remembered how the Marquis' wife used to punish them for playing in the mud and shrank back in fear. Mother, we're sorry for getting our clothes dirty. The 2 boys said timidly. Mother, punish me, but don't punish my brother. Zhen Gore bravely stretched out his hand. No. It was my idea to play. Punish me. Hungur quickly extended his little hand too. Su Qingyi couldn't help but laugh, gently tapping each of their small hands. There you're punished. The boys were stunned. Was that it? In the past, their grandmother would use a ruler to hit them, leaving their palms swollen for days. Seeing their confusion, Su Qingyi patted their heads. I'm just teasing you. If your clothes are dirty, just change into clean ones. Why would I punish you? Zhengur, realizing the difference between his mother and the Marquis's wife, breathed a sigh of relief and said sweetly, Thank you, mother. Don't thank me yet, Su Qingyi replied, glancing at the nursemaid. You haven't finished your writing, have you? Go change and write properly with your nursemaid. Zhengur's round face fell, showing clear reluctance. Su Qingyi noticed his strong dislike for studying and became curious. Zhengur, do you not want to write? No, I want to. I'll go now, Zhengur quickly responded with his head down. Su Qingyi then instructed the nursemaid to take Hengur for a bath and change of clothes. Little Hengur, although reluctant, understood he needed to be clean to be well-liked. Once he was ready, he asked to return to Su Qingyi's side. Hengur mustered up his courage and tiptoed to Su Qingyi's side, whispering, Mother, I've finished my bath. Su Qingyi was engrossed in checking the dowry list. Hearing his voice, she set aside the ledger and bent down to scoop Hengur into her arms. Oh, let me see if you smell nice. Hengur immediately leaned in, his eyes showing a hint of nervousness, worried that he might not smell pleasant enough. Wow, Hengur smells wonderful. Su Qingyi praised with a smile. How many bars of soap did you use? Your skin looks even fairer. Kai Mama, who was nearby, suddenly interjected. Young Master Hung has always been so dark. This comment was like a bucket of cold water, instantly quenching the warmth in the room. Hengur's earlier smile faded, and he pursed his lips, looking despondent. Though still young, he was already aware that his looks were not as good as his two brothers. His grandmother had once called him an ugly duckling, and said it was no wonder no one wanted him. Kai Mama, you must not say such things again, Su Qingyi reprimanded with a frown. Young madam, I didn't mean anything by it, just joking, Kai Mama defended herself. That's not acceptable, Su Qingyi insisted sternly. Do you dare to argue? You clearly don't care about Hengur. It's wrong to comment on the master like that. Don't think you're superior just because you nursed him. Go and reflect on what I've said, and if you can't understand, return to where you came from. Usually proud because she had nursed Hengur, Kai Mama's face turned pale, and she replied quietly, Yes, young madam. After Kai Mama left, Su Qingyi gently lifted Hengur's little face. It's good you didn't cry this time. Hengur, are you upset that I scolded your nurse? Hengur shook his head repeatedly and, as if afraid Su Qingyi might be angry, buried himself in her embrace. Mother, don't be angry. I don't like the nurse, I like you. Why don't you like the nurse? Is she not good to you? Faced with this question, Hengur fell silent. Perhaps he was too young to distinguish clearly between good and bad. Although the nurse wasn't completely terrible, he instinctively disliked her. I like you, Mother, Hengur finally said after a long pause. Seeing this, Su Qingyi didn't press further and gently said, I know and I like you too. Hengur immediately beamed with joy, but soon remembered Kai Mama's words and couldn't help touching his cheek. I'm not good looking. Who says you're not good looking? Su Qingyi was secretly glad she had reprimanded Kai Mama. Such a young child already worrying about his appearance. You just haven't grown up yet. You'll be handsome when you're older. In truth, Hengur's features were not unattractive. He simply had single eyelids, which made him less striking as a child. Xia Yunji's 3 adopted sons each had their own charm. The eldest, Lingur, was elegant but stubborn and the most difficult to get along with. The second, Zhengur, was spirited and straightforward, while the youngest, Hengur, would grow into a handsome single-eyed young man, though his personality was somewhat sly and restless. Su Qingyi initially chose them, perhaps because she saw their outstanding qualities in the original story. But hearts are made of flesh, and even if her motives weren't pure at first, she genuinely hoped to build sincere relationships with these children over time. Su Qingyi spent some time chatting with Hengur before returning to her account books. Seeing the little one sitting properly, she pushed the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone she had been using toward him, encouraging him to doodle and pass the time. Although children from well-off families usually began their education at the age of 4, Hengur had yet to start. The matriarch had inquired several times, but Qin used the excuse of not finding a suitable tutor. Su Qingyi wasn't worried. She preferred waiting over having Qin hire someone just to go through the motions. After all, forming bad habits is a serious matter. Hengur wasn't as naturally gifted as his older brother Lingur, but with dedication, he could achieve an above-average level, slightly better than his second brother Zhengur. At the moment, he was focused on his scribbles on the rice paper, his little face full of concentration. What are you drawing, Hengur? Su Qingyi asked, setting aside her account book and leaning over to see. The little boy immediately covered the paper with his hands, shyly saying, It's not as good as what my big brother can draw. Don't you want me to see it? Su Qingyi feigned a disappointed expression, a tactic that worked wonders on Hangur. Sure enough, he quickly moved his hands, revealing a dark, blotchy mark on the paper. Su Qingyi tilted her head, scrutinizing it for a while but still couldn't decipher what it was. Hangur, what did you draw here? It's a frog, the little one replied timidly, using a brush for the first time. Though she couldn't recognize it at all, Su Qingyi gently praised him, saying, "It does look like one." Time was passing, so she picked him up to wash his hands. "Come on, let's find your second brother. It's time to eat." The evening meal at the Marquis' residence was around 6 o'clock, and the summer evening sky was still bright. Any later, and they'd need to light the oil lamps. Zhengur had been in the study for a while, and although he hadn't completed much calligraphy, he'd become absorbed in reading a miscellaneous book, so much so that he didn't notice Su Qingyi and his brother entering. Zhengur? Su Qingyi glanced at the crooked handwriting on the desk. Have you finished your calligraphy? Startled, Zhengur hastily tried to hide the book, but Su Qingyi had already seen it. Let me see, what book is that? Realizing he couldn't hide it, Zhengur reluctantly handed over the book. A travelogue? Where did you get this? Such books were harmless, and Su Qingyi felt slightly relieved. I took it from father's room. Zhengur mumbled with his head down. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have taken things without permission. It's alright, having a love for reading is a good thing. The more you read, the more you'll know about the world without leaving home, Su Qingyi said gently, then continued with a stern tone. But you need to prioritize. If you don't finish your calligraphy and just read leisure books, what will you do when the tutor scolds you tomorrow? Zhengur hesitated, seemingly afraid of upsetting his mother. Speak your mind, Su Qingyi encouraged. I'm reasonable. It's not about right or wrong. You're allowed to express your opinions. With this reassurance, Zhengur finally voiced his thoughts. The tutor doesn't like me at all and doesn't care about me. Whether I write or not, he doesn't pay attention. Not only did no one care about his studies at the academy, but it was the same at the Marquis' residence. Whether he did well or poorly, the outcome was the same. Over time, Zhengur lost interest in learning. Mother, I'm just not cut out for studying, he said softly. Everyone's given up on me anyway, so I don't want to study anymore. Su Qingyi didn't get angry. Instead, she asked, but if you don't study, you haven't even learned all the characters yet. How will you be able to read the books you want in the future? Even to become a general, you need to be literate. Even if you don't like studying, at least learn all the characters first. She didn't expect him to achieve much academically. She solemnly returned the travelogue to him. From now on, read with the goal of learning characters. Once you've learned them all, consider it a graduation. Zhengur was puzzled, almost disbelieving. Did his mother really mean she wouldn't force him to excel in his studies? This was unbelievable. In an era where of all pursuits, only reading is esteemed, families with even a bit of status pushed their children to study diligently. Zhengur was no longer a small child. Growing up in the Marquis' residence, he understood this well. He couldn't help but feel disheartened. It seemed his mother was also disappointed in him, thinking he was hopeless. Perhaps because he wasn't her biological child, she treated him so casually? Zhengur, what are you thinking? Su Qingyi noticed his complex expression and frowned. You don't think I've given up on you too, do you? Zhengur looked up at her, his face full of grievance. Isn't that the case? Of course not. Su Qingyi responded earnestly, placing a hand on his arm. It's about teaching according to one's aptitude. Since you're not cut out for studying, why should I force you? Would that help? Zhengur wasn't comforted. His mother's words seemed to imply he was useless. There are so many scholars in the world. How many actually succeed? Su Qingyi continued, by your logic, should those who don't pass the exams just give up on life? Everyone has their own strengths. Just because you're not good at studying doesn't mean you don't have talent in other areas. Zhengur frowned, thinking hard, then sulked, but I don't have any other talents either. This child. Su Qingyi pinched his cheek. You're only 8. It's not the time to worry about these things. Trust me, just focus on learning the characters and we'll address the rest later. She added confidently, you will succeed in the future, and I haven't given up on you. I wouldn't even give up eating meat, let alone give up on you. Such a declaration might sound trivial to others, but to Zhengur, it was a solemn vow. He immediately understood his importance to Su Qingyi. Mother, I understand, he said happily. Though he didn't understand why his mother would favor someone as useless as him, it didn't dampen his joy. Let's go pick up your big brother, Su Qingyi suggested with a smile. Okay. Zhengur nodded enthusiastically. After Lin Guo finished his writing, he washed his hands in the basin. At that moment, Dongqing cheerfully pushed the door open and said, Young Master Lin, the young mistress has brought Zhen and Heng to see you. They want to have dinner with you. Despite the maid's enthusiasm, Lin Guo's expression remained indifferent. He had long since detached himself emotionally from the people of this Marquis household. Even towards his 2 younger brothers, he felt only a sense of duty stemming from Xiaoyan's dying wish. He would do his best to take care of them, and that was all. As soon as he stepped out of the room, His two brothers respectfully called out, "Big brother." In their eyes, their eldest brother was a father-like figure who commanded respect. Lin Ger nodded slightly and turned to greet Mother, in his usual cool tone. "Yes," Su Qingyi responded gently, seemingly unfazed by his indifference and even a bit flattered. "Come on, Lin Ger, let's have dinner together." During dinner, Xie Huayan was still kneeling in the ancestral hall and hadn't returned. However, the Marquis brought good news. The imperial decree granting marriage between Yunji and Qingyi had been secured, and an envoy from the palace was expected to announce it the next day. That's good. The emperor still cares for Yunji. The old lady finally felt relieved. With the imperial decree, there will be no idle gossip. Yes, the Marquis's expression softened slightly, relieved that his eldest son's marriage was settled. At the table, Su Qingyi focused on serving garlic spare ribs, braised fish, and dompa pork into her and her two younger sons' bowls. Zhen Guo was so moved that his eyes reddened, silently vowing to be his mother's most loyal follower. Meanwhile, Lin Gur merely watched in silence, finding the whole scene rather cloying. Later that night, Su Qingyi entrusted Hengor to the nursemaid and after bathing, prepared to visit the heir's room. However, just as she reached the door, she heard Xi Zhao's flustered voice. "Young mistress, please wait. Don't come in yet." It turned out that Xie Yunji had an accident and was changing clothes. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with shame and frustration. Lying paralyzed all day, he realized his situation was even worse than he had imagined. "What's there to panic about?" Su Qingyi calmly said, "I'm his wife, and this is my responsibility." With that, she rolled up her sleeves, picked up a towel from the water basin, and prepared to clean her husband. When Xie Yunji realized that it was his wife, not a servant, attending to him, an indescribable mix of emotions surged within him. His face flushed, not out of shyness, but embarrassment. Xie Yunji was well aware that he had no prior acquaintance with Su Qingyi, and her current care was merely a matter of duty. To him, this kind of superficial courtesy felt like an insult, especially when he already had loyal attendants by his side. Su Qingyi focused on her task, her movements swift and efficient, as if she were simply completing a job. It was hard to say she intended to humiliate him. In her eyes, the young master was a respected employer, and it made no sense for an employee to show disrespect to their boss. With the combined efforts of the three, the young master was soon changed into fresh bedding and clothes. Su Qingyi noticed that when they lifted him, his body remained limp. So she asked, "He's been lying like this all the time, can't he sit up a bit?" Zixiao and Mingyu looked puzzled. Su Qingyi continued, "Is there something like a wheelchair? We could take him out to get some sun. Lying here all the time isn't good for him." Seeing the two attendants still confused, Su Qingyi recalled a carpenter she met earlier and immediately had an idea. "Just wait, I'll have the carpenter make a wheelchair in a few days, and then we can take him out for some fresh air." "But the doctor said he needs to rest," Mingyu and Zixiao said hesitantly. "Getting some sun would be beneficial for his health," Su Qingyi insisted. Seeing their continued hesitation, she added, "I'll ask the old madam for permission tomorrow. Will that be all right?" Only then did the two attendants agree. Hearing the mention of the old madam, Xie Yunji felt a pang of longing. Today, apart from his sons and this unexpected wife, no one else came to see him. Though he didn't blame them, he couldn't help feeling a bit lonely. "Young master, my father has been busy all day arranging our marriage and finally secured an imperial decree. Someone will come to announce it tomorrow." Su Qingyi's voice broke through his thoughts, lifting his spirits considerably. Su Qingyi mused wryly that she must have caught the chatty bug from Zhen and the others. But in this stifling room, talking was better than sitting in silence. She continued, as if reporting to a boss, about how the old madam was quite upset, yet still had to handle the second brother's marriage arrangements. Hearing about his second brother, Xie Yunji couldn't help but criticize that scoundrel who got a concubine pregnant before even marrying. At this moment, Zixiao brought in some snacks, setting up as if for a tea party. As Su Qingyi cracked sunflower seeds, she talked about Heng needing to start his studies, Lin's academic progress, and how Zhen was more suited to martial training. Xie Yunji found her insights quite agreeable, especially regarding Zhen's training. As night deepened, Su Qingyi set down the sunflower seeds, took a sip of tea and said, "Young master, it's getting late. I'll go think about the wheelchair. You should get some rest tonight." Xie Yunji hadn't expected her to leave so soon, feeling as though they'd just begun to talk. After Su Qingyi left, the room fell silent. Having lain there for so long, he wasn't sleepy, and he was filled with anticipation for the wheelchair she mentioned, making the long night feel even more interminable. The following morning, Su Qingyi summoned the carpenter and handed him a meticulously drawn blueprint of a wheelchair. "Take a look at this. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me." The carpenter accepted the blueprint, initially frowning in concentration. However, as he studied it closely, his eyes lit up with excitement. "Madam, this idea is brilliant." He quickly realized that this was a specially designed chair for the heir. Although wheelchairs existed in ancient times, they were cumbersome and weighed hundreds of pounds, unlike Su Qingyi's lightweight and practical design. As long as you can make it, that's all that matters, Su Qingyi said. You'll be handsomely rewarded once it's completed. Don't worry, madam, the carpenter assured her confidently, clutching the blueprint with joy as he left. Soon after, an imperial edict arrived at the manor. Su Qingyi dressed appropriately and respectfully received the decree. The emperor, citing a celestial prediction that she and the comatose heir were destined to be together, granted them a marriage. Additionally, to appease Xia Huayan, the emperor decreed that in the future, should he find a mutual affection with a suitable lady, a marriage could be granted as well. This news elicited mixed reactions throughout the Marquis' household. Su Qingyi secretly felt relieved, knowing that with the emperor's decree, Xia Huayan and Du Jinyan would have a harder time opposing her. The Marquis' wife was overjoyed at the prospect of her son finding a more suitable match. Xia Huayan was finally released, his knees bruised and battered. Seeing him in such a state, Du Jinyan was heartbroken, tears welling up in her eyes. "My lord, you've suffered because of me," she said, her voice choked with emotion. "Jinyan, it's not your fault," Xia Huayan gently reassured her, wiping away her tears. "Don't cry, it's not good for the baby." No sooner had he spoken than the Marquis' wife appeared, her gaze sharp and unyielding. "I need to speak with Enur. Leave us." Feeling the sting of her disdain, Du Jinyan quietly withdrew, while Xia Huayan hesitated, wanting to say more. Once Du Jinyan had left, the Marquis' wife immediately broached the subject of finding a new wife for her son. Xia Huayan expressed his reluctance to marry so soon, preferring to wait until after Du Jinyan had given birth. "Nonsense," the Marquis' wife exclaimed angrily. "You're already 21. How much longer can you wait? Don't let that woman cloud your judgment. I won't allow you to disgrace our family by favoring a concubine over a wife." Faced with his mother's reprimand, Xia Huayan finally conceded, "Mother, I understand." Yet deep down, he resented Su Qingyi, blaming her for not yielding to his wishes earlier, which might have prevented the current chaos. Now, everything was spiraling out of control. Du Jinyan entered the room, cautiously observing Xia Huayan's expression. In a soft voice he asked, "Second master, what did madam say?" Xia Huayan's expression softened. "Mother wants to find a suitable wife for me." "Jinyan, it's inevitable, but don't worry." He firmly grasped Du Jinyan's shoulder and promised, "No matter who my wife will be, my heart belongs only to you." Du Jinyan felt a mix of emotions but sweetly nestled into Xia Huayan's embrace. "I trust that the second master is sincere with me." Meanwhile, Su Qingyi, after a busy day, remembered she hadn't visited the heir. She picked up Hengur and headed to the heir's courtyard. "Hengur, let's go keep your father company, shall we?" Hengur responded cheerfully. Xia Yunji's eyes showed a hint of comfort upon seeing his son. Lying in bed all day, he longed for someone to talk to. Mo Yan brought some snacks for the little master, while the maid Su Yi attended to him. Before long, Hengur began to miss his mother. He leaned over and whispered to his father, "Daddy, I miss Mom. I'll come see you next time." Xia Yunji shook his head helplessly. This ungrateful child. Seeing this, Mo Yan explained, "The young lady must return to her family tomorrow, so she's busy today. She'll visit the heir more often in a couple of days." Xia Yunji then remembered the tradition of returning to the bride's family on the third day. He should accompany her, but he could only lie here now. He worried that Su Qingyi might face disdain from her family, despite the imperial decree, which was merely a pretense for good fortune. At dinner, Xia Huayan was absent once again. The Marquis frowned and inquired, leaving the Marchioness to explain he wasn't feeling well. In truth, Xia Huayan was dining with Du Jinyan in the courtyard. The Marchioness was angry, but felt constrained by her position. The old lady tactfully changed the subject, ordering the highest quality gifts for Su Qingyi's visit to her family and allowing her to choose from the storeroom. The Marquis suggested that Hengur accompany her and promised to visit with Xia Huayan later to apologize. Hearing this, Hengur immediately clung to Su Qingyi, acting sweetly. "Hengur wants to go with Mom, but it's okay if she doesn't take me. I won't cry." His words made everyone laugh. Nearby, Zhengur lost his appetite, envious of his brother's chance to go out with their mother. Su Qingyi reassured him that she would take him to visit his maternal grandparents during the holidays, restoring his smile. After dinner, Su Qingyi took Hengur to the storeroom. Zhengur caught up with Lingur, asking why he didn't like their mother. Lingur remained silent, so Zhengur continued, "I think Mom is nice. She's different from others. If she wants to be good to me, I'd be happy to be her son." Watching his younger brother walk away, Lingur recalled how he learned early on that one could only rely on oneself. He didn't want to return to a place where he had no one to turn to for help. It was only proper to prepare a gift for Su Qingyi's return to her family, so Yulan Mama went to Qinshi to get the storeroom keys. Qinshi, having made mistakes in the past, dared not refuse and handed over the keys without hesitation. The storeroom was filled with an array of treasures. Su Qingyi browsed leisurely, asking Yulan Mama about the origins and value of items she fancied. She accepted those that weren't too expensive and didn't insist on the pricier ones. Her sense of moderation impressed Yulan Mama, who thought to herself that this young lady truly handled matters gracefully, neither suffering losses nor being overly aggressive. When they reached the fabric section, Su Qingyi slowed her pace. Noticing this, Yulan Mama enthusiastically introduced, "Young madam, these are all the latest fashionable fabrics, perfect for gifts to elders or making clothes for yourself. Look at this acarus color, it would suit your complexion beautifully." "I don't need any," Su Qingyi replied with a smile and a shake of her head. "I haven't even used up the fabrics from the betrothal gifts yet, but I would like to see if there's anything suitable for the young boys. Do they have enough summer clothes?" Hearing this, Yulan Mama promptly led her to the area with materials for the young masters. Seeing that the fabric shelves were high, Su Qingyi picked up Hengur and gently asked, "Hengur, take a look yourself. Which colors do you like? We'll make some new outfits for you and your brothers." It was Hengur's first time choosing something himself, and he carefully pointed out colors like deep blue, moon white, verdant green, gardenia, and wisteria, all very elegant shades. Su Qingyi was full of praise and personally selected ultramarine and silver mink, thinking they would suit the older Lin Guo perfectly. Back at Donhui Courtyard, Kai Mama approached humbly to apologize, saying she had realized her past mistakes. Su Qingyi accepted her apology but, to be cautious, used the excuse of Hengur being clingy to keep him close for a few days of observation. She then inquired about Kai Mama's skills in needlework. Upon learning that she was proficient, Su Qingyi instructed her to gather a team and start preparing new clothes for the young masters. When Hengur heard his mother mention him being clingy, he looked a bit worried. Su Qingyi quickly reassured him, "It's not that I think you're clingy. I just wanted to snatch you away from Kai Mama." Her words brought a smile back to Hengur's face. Hengur understood the meaning of the words and smiled softly, nestling gently into Su Qingyi's embrace. Looking at the little one in her arms, Su Qingyi couldn't help but reflect. The first time she shared a bed with someone after marriage, it turned out to be a child. But perhaps it was for the best. On this night, with its antique charm but a hint of eeriness, having a little companion was indeed comforting. Meanwhile, Nanny Kai, upon receiving her task, sprang into action. Armed with a measuring tape and various fabrics, she went to take measurements for the young masters, following the order of age. She first arrived at Lin Guo's place. "Young Master Lin, these are the ultramarine and silvery gray fabrics specially selected for you by the young mistress," Nanny Kai said with a warm smile, pointing to the fabrics. "If you have any other preferences, feel free to choose." Lin Guo glanced at the fabrics with a calm expression. This was the first time he had the privilege of selecting fabrics himself. Usually, he would receive ready-made clothes. Besides, his summer clothes were already prepared, and new ones wouldn't typically be made until autumn. It must have been a special arrangement by Su Qingyi. "Anything is fine, I'm not particular," Lin Guo replied in a flat tone. "Then we'll make one outfit in each color." The young mistress said the more, the merrier. Nanny Kai, accustomed to Lin Guo's aloofness, moved on to Zhengur. Zhengur, in contrast, was enthusiastic, eagerly selecting his preferred fabrics and even asking Nanny Kai to convey his gratitude to his mother. When Zixiao arrived to change shifts, she overheard the maids in the courtyard chatting excitedly. The young mistress had brought back a large amount of fabric from the storeroom, making new clothes not only for the young masters, but also giving 2 sets to each servant in Donhui Courtyard. Everyone agreed that having a lady of the house made a difference, even making the garden flowers bloom more vibrantly. Zixiao then realized they hadn't yet paid their respects to the young mistress and hurried to fulfill this duty. As expected, they received both silver and new clothes as rewards. Upon returning, they found Ma Xuan and Guanqi waiting for them. "Why so late?" "We went to pay our respects to the young mistress," Zixiao explained. "You should go too. The young mistress has prepared new clothes for everyone in the courtyard." Although none of them were particularly greedy for these rewards, they had to admit that life was indeed a bit rougher before the lady of the house arrived. Xia Yunji listened to the lively commotion in Donhui Courtyard and felt an inexplicable sense of joy. At that moment, Zixiao suddenly murmured, "Did the young mistress prepare anything for the heir? We all received something. Surely the heir did too, especially since his clothes were out so quickly." "The heir?" Su Qingyi asked with slight surprise. She truly hadn't considered the heir's situation. After all, Xia Yunji was the legitimate heir of the Marquis household, with the old madam and the Marquis looking after him. How could he be lacking clothes? During today's routine meeting, she had only focused on reporting the details of tomorrow's return visit and hadn't mentioned anything about clothing. Just as she was about to leave, Zixiao urgently called out to her, "Young madam, is there something else?" Su Qingyi paused and asked. Zixiao had to bring it up, the heir's clothes for all seasons get worn out quickly. If you come across suitable fabric, you might consider making a couple of outfits for the heir. Is the heir truly lacking clothes? Su Qingyi nodded slightly. Very well, it's a wife's duty. I'll check the storeroom when I return tomorrow. Xia Yunji, Overhearing this conversation, wished Xiao would hold her tongue. He wasn't concerned about such matters, as long as the children were well taken care of, that was enough for him. Young madam has been quite busy these past few days, Mingyu remarked softly, watching Su Qingyi's hurried figure. Once things settle down, she'll probably get closer to the heir, right? Zixiao chimed in. The heir, it won't be easy, but good things take time. We're all hoping for a little master to arrive. How can there be a little master if the young madam doesn't get close to the heir? Listening to their cryptic conversation, Xia Yunji was a bit puzzled. He didn't need Su Qingyi to get close to him, though having her occasionally keep him company and chat wouldn't be unwelcome. After all, as the matron of the house, she could hear more about what was happening outside. At this time, the capital was abuzz with the news that Su Qingyi, who had originally been wed to Xia Huaiyan, was bestowed in marriage by the emperor to Xia Huaiyan's elder brother, the illustrious general Xia Yunji. Xia Yunji hailed from a noble family, known for his exceptional talents in both literature and martial arts. He had given up the imperial examinations to join the military and, by the age of 17, was already a seasoned warrior with numerous victories, earning him the title of the Jade-Faced General. However, half a year ago, he was gravely injured in battle and fell into a coma, becoming a cripple. Everyone knew that Su Qingyi's marriage was intended to bring good fortune. If not for Xia Yunji's injury, she wouldn't have had the chance to become the heir's wife. When the news reached the yeoman Marquis household, the Marquis and his wife were filled with heavy hearts. Their daughter not only had to live as a widow in a sense, but also become a stepmother to 3 children who weren't her own. When Xia Huaiyan inherited the title in the future, she was unlikely to have a good life. On the eve of the return visit, the yeoman Marquis comforted his wife, Madame Qi. Su's elder brother died for the country, and he has the people's support. The emperor's decision for our second daughter to marry him is something we must accept. Madame Qi remained silent, her heart aching for her daughter's difficult fate. The Marquis continued, our second daughter is rather reserved. Marrying Huaiyan might not have brought her favor. Now, marrying Yunji has at least earned her the praise of the world. All empty words. Madame Qi sighed. Without a husband's support, how will she manage in the inner courtyard? When Huaiyan inherits, she'll suffer. The Marquis replied helplessly, we'll see how things go. If the 3 children grow up well, we can separate them out. After all, they're Yunji's descendants, and the emperor won't ignore them. Madame Qi dampened his hopes. Being a stepmother is hard, especially since the eldest is already 12. They won't be easy to nurture. Our hopes rest on the youngest. None of them considered the possibility that Xia Yunji might wake up, which seemed even less likely than the children accepting Su Qingyi. On the day of the return visit, carts of gifts were brought into the yeoman Marquis residence, yet there was little joy in the air. Everyone knew that the second young lady had married a bedridden cripple and had to care for 3 children. Su Qingyi felt little attachment to this household and was merely going through the motions. She reassured the nervous Heng'er, don't worry, we'll leave after the meal. Seeing him still clutching her skirt, she decided to pick him up. Second sister? A woman adorned in luxurious jewelry approached. It was Su Qingyi's elder sister, Su Tingyan. This sister, married into the Yonghua Duke's family, had always liked to flaunt her status and belittle the original Su Qingyi, contributing to her reserved nature. Her purpose in coming home today was obvious. For Su Qingyi, now in her 30s, such attempts at psychological intimidation were meaningless. She smiled naturally and said, oh, it's big sister. Su Tingyan scrutinized her sister, surprised by her transformation. Her once plain sister was now dressed in bright, luxurious attire, with expensive jewelry adorning her head. Her already striking appearance, now meticulously groomed, rivaled that of the capital's socialites. Thinking of her sister's current situation, Su Tingyan felt secretly pleased. What brings big sister back? Su Qingyi asked. I heard you were returning home today, and it's been a while since we last met, so I made a special trip, Su Tingyan said, her words dripping with sincerity. Su Qingyi understood clearly her sister was here to witness the spectacle of her marrying a paralyzed general. Sure, here's the translation and continuation of the story. Thankfully, Su Qingyi wasn't the original owner of this body, so she didn't feel much. Holding Heng'er in her arms, she walked over to Su Tingyan with a smile. That's great. I happen to bring Heng'er along. He's Yunji's youngest son. Heng'er, be good and greet your aunt. Hello, aunt. Heng'er obediently called out, though his dark eyes held a hint of distance. This aunt made him uncomfortable, just like her attitude toward his mother. Su Tingyan hadn't expected Su Qingyi to be so enthusiastic and forced a smile. Heng'er is such a good boy. It's customary to give a gift when meeting for the first time. She took out a valuable jade pendant. Here, take this as a meeting gift from your aunt. Although he was only Xia Yunji's adopted son, it was important to maintain appearances to avoid gossip. Heng'er looked at Su Qingyi first, and only after she nodded did he accept the jade pendant, quietly saying, thank you, aunt. This coldness stirred a sense of melancholy in Su Tingyan's heart. Once, she had longed to marry the renowned young general Xia Yunji. That noble and valiant man, as elegant as ice and jade, should have been her match, but fate had paired him with Su Qingyi instead. Hangor and second sister seemed to get along well, Su Tingyan remarked, pulling herself back from her thoughts. Of course, Su Qingyi replied with a wide smile, nuzzling Hangor's cheek. Hangor is like my own son. She didn't have any special feelings for Xia Yunji himself, but she was particularly fond of his sons. Hangor, a bit shy, handed the jade pendant to his mother. Su Tingyan felt a sense of relief. She was glad she hadn't married Xia Yunji back then, or she would be the one living a lonely life as a stepmother now. Let's go in. Father and mother are waiting, Su Tingyan said, turning to lead the way. Su Qingyi noticed the sympathetic look in her eldest sister's eyes, feeling a mix of emotions. She recalled the numerous illegitimate children and mistresses of the Duke's heir, thinking to herself that while her sister seemed like a winner in life, her household was likely full of chaos and strife. Would you like me to continue with more of the story in this style? These words hit right at Madame Chi's heart. She immediately put on a stern face and began to scold her daughter. Everything your elder sister taught you over the years has gone to waste. Even if he dotes on his concubines, at most they can give him a few illegitimate children. Can they ever compare to the legitimate heir you could bear? In Madame Chi's view, as long as Su Qingyi could give birth to a legitimate son, she would undoubtedly become the mistress of the Marquis's household in the future. Why bother competing with concubines and lowering herself? It was simply pointless. Su Qingyi, however, was not willing to back down and continued to argue her case. Mother, you might not know, but the Xia family is known for being deeply passionate. Xia Eryi and Du Jinian share a bond stronger than gold. I'm afraid that if I marry him, I might not even get the chance to have a legitimate child. To convince her mother, she exaggerated, you can see for yourself tomorrow. Xia Eryi's infatuation with Du Jinian is written all over his face. He won't even agree to let the legitimate wife raise the eldest son born to a concubine. What use is there in marrying him? These words left everyone present frowning in disbelief. Was there really a nobleman in these times who would so blatantly favor a concubine over his wife? It was utterly bewildering. The Marquis of Yeoman, however, was quite unperturbed. He waved his hand and said, "All right, it is what it is. The Emperor has already decreed it, so let it be." In his eyes, this daughter had always been ordinary, and he never expected much from her. As long as she could live peacefully in the household without causing trouble, that was enough. Seeing the Marquis speak, Madame Chi no longer pursued the matter. Instead, she lowered her voice to inquire, "What's the situation with Yunji now?" She shifted to another sensitive topic. "I've heard that in Yunji's condition, it's still possible to leave an heir." Others looked surprised, questioning how someone who was comatose could perform marital duties. Only Su Qingyi remained unfazed, as if she was not surprised at all. Madame Chi, noticing this, softened her tone further. "Think it over carefully yourself. If possible, it's still best to have your own child." Though she might have been biased, she still cared for her daughter. Su Qingyi sighed inwardly. Discussing such private matters in front of everyone, if it were a 17 or 18-year-old girl, she might have died of embarrassment. She could only vaguely reply, "I understand." After lunch, Su Qingyi took Hangor and bid farewell. Since it was a rare outing, she decided not to return immediately to the Pingyang Marquis Manor, but instead took her child to explore the lively streets and experience the charm of an ancient marketplace. As the capital city, the streets were lined with bustling shops, creating a vibrant scene. Observing this bustling atmosphere, Su Qingyi couldn't help but marvel at how ancient times weren't as backward as she had imagined. With wealth and power, one could indeed enjoy a high quality of life. Considering the status of the Pingyang Marquis Manor, she couldn't help but wonder how grand life would be if Xia Yunji were still alive and well. However, she quickly dismissed such thoughts. She preferred to focus her attention on her son rather than her husband's wealth. For Hangor, who seldom ventured out, being in Su Qingyi's arms was a novel experience. He curiously looked around, clinging tightly to her neck as if afraid of getting lost in the bustling crowd. "Look, candied hawthorn," Su Qingyi said as she approached a vendor, buying 4 skewers so that each family member could have one. Hangor's eyes lit up. Instantly no child could resist the allure of candied hawthorn. "You can eat it now if you want." Su Qingyi offered him a skewer. Unexpectedly, Hangor, instead of taking the first bite himself, brought it to her lips. "Mother, you eat." Being the young madam of the Marquis Manor, Su Qingyi was already drawing enough attention by carrying her child in public and had not intended to eat on the street. Yet, not wanting to disappoint her son's gesture, she took a small bite. "All right, now Hangor can enjoy it." "Okay." It was Hangor's first taste of candied hawthorn, and the sweet and sour flavor made his little face change expressions rapidly. "Is it good?" Su Qingyi, wincing from the sourness, couldn't help but tease him. Hangor nodded earnestly. "It's good? Really?" Su Qingyi pretended to reach for it. "If it's too sour, don't force yourself." To her surprise, Hangor dodged skillfully. "I want to eat." Clearly, he genuinely liked the taste, while Su Qingyi herself was reluctant to admit her aversion to sourness. From then on, whenever Su Qingyi spotted interesting snacks, she would have the nanny buy some for them to try. The mother and son strolled leisurely, unaware that they were already the subject of nearby discussions. Some recognized the servants accompanying them as belonging to the Pingyang Marquis Manor, leading to speculation about the identities of the mother and child. It's true. I've delivered fabrics to the Pingyang Marquis Manor before, and their servants wear clothes just like these. A worker from the silk shop confirmed, recognizing the fabric. Soon, Su Qingyi and Hengor's identities were identified. In a tea house, people whispered, "The Marquis's daughter, married to Xie Yunji for luck, seems to treat his child well. Look how close the child is to his mother. That affection can't be faked." As expected of the Marquis's daughter, she understands the bigger picture, repaying General Xie's kindness to the people. Amidst the discussions, inevitably, they mentioned Xie Yunji's achievements at the Battle of Chongming Pass 3 years ago, while Su Qingyi's harmonious relationship with Hengor earned admiration. This shifted attention away from her and Xie Huaiyan's past. The emperor decreed the marriage, and the master of the astronomical bureau said they were destined, so how could it be false? By then, Su Qingyi had taken Hengor to a bookstore, intending to buy some writing supplies for Lingor. She casually asked the nanny from the manor, "Do you know who used to prepare Lingor's writing supplies? Which ones does he usually use?" The nanny, unsure, vaguely replied, "It should have been the lady." Su Qingyi didn't press further. "Never mind, I'll choose myself." She also picked a set of calligraphy tools for Hengor. "These are for our Hengor. Later, mother will hire a tutor to start your education, all right?" "Yes." Hengor nodded eagerly, still munching on his candied hawthorn, his mouth sticky with sugar. The shop assistant, seeing this, immediately recommended, "If the young master is starting his education, I suggest the lady purchase our beginner's set of books, curated by a renowned song scholar. It's very well received." Su Qingyi chuckled at the ancient version of marketing and celebrity endorsement. "All right, let's get a set." Although she didn't know who the song scholar was, he was probably a reputable figure. After paying, as Su Qingyi's group left, someone informed the shopkeeper, "Did you know? The lady who just bought the writing supplies is General Xie Yunji's wife, along with his adopted son." "What?" The shopkeeper's eyes widened, slapping his thigh. "I didn't know. If I had known, I wouldn't have charged them." He rushed out, money in hand, calling, "Madam of General Xie, please wait." Su Qingyi wasn't walking fast and was soon caught up. When the shopkeeper pressed the money into her hand, her expression turned momentarily stunned. "What's going on?" The shopkeeper quickly handed the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone to Su Qingyi, saying, "This is a gift for General Xie's son. Please, Madam Xie, don't disdain it." Before finishing his sentence, he hurried off with an unmistakable joy on his face. The surrounding crowd immediately buzzed with excitement, whispering among themselves, all eyes fixed on Su Qingyi. "So this is the wife and child of General Xie Yunji," someone exclaimed softly. The vendors and passers-by on the street were ordinary people who had always held General Xie Yunji in high esteem. Since the general's accident, this admiration had turned into a mixture of respect and sympathy. They usually had no opportunity to visit him, so encountering his family on the street filled them with uncontrollable excitement. "Madam Xie, please have some pastries," someone suddenly shouted. This seemed to trigger a chain reaction, as the townsfolk followed suit. "Madam, please accept these eggs. Take this umbrella for shade. A fan, please take a fan." Faced with the overwhelming enthusiasm of the people, Su Qingyi was momentarily stunned. Once she regained her composure, she elegantly waved to the crowd, thinking to herself how beloved Xie Yunji was among the common folk. She bent down to Hengir and said, "Do you see? These people all respect your father, because he is a great hero. You should also strive to be a good person, like your father, and earn others' respect." In his innocent voice, Hengir replied, "All right, I want to be just like father." He mimicked his mother's gesture, waving to the crowd. Although in his young heart, he felt that being a hero wasn't ideal after all. Heroes ended up bedridden like his father, and there was no one to help them when they were bullied. But now things were different. They had their mother. With this thought, Hengir's smile grew even brighter. In the Marquis of Pingyang's residence, Su Qingyi had just returned from a shopping trip, her hands full of bags and packages. She carefully sorted the items she had selected. One portion was sent to her brother's room so they could enjoy them after their studies, and another portion was distributed among the household staff, from her personal maid to the women who cleaned the courtyard. Xie Yunji was resting in bed, recovering from illness, when he heard the rising commotion outside and knew his wife had returned. Two young servants, holding their share of the gifts, were chattering in the courtyard. The accompanying nanny reported to him that the young mistress, while out with Master Heng, had been recognized by the townspeople, who eagerly offered gifts. However, she taught Master Heng to respond politely and insisted on paying for their purchases, saying it was out of empathy for the people's hardships. Hearing this, Xie Yunji nodded to himself approvingly. This new mistress, despite her gentle demeanor, was not frivolous. She knew how to lead by example and was indeed a good role model for the children. When the two brothers returned from school and saw the gifts on the table, they each reacted differently. Jean was overjoyed, eagerly devouring the treats with both hands, mumbling about how his mother knew he was hungry. Lin was indifferent at first, but upon seeing the pile of high-quality writing materials and books, he was secretly impressed by the thoughtfulness of the gift. At dinner time, Su Qingyi, as usual, gathered the family for the meal. As the four of them left Donhui courtyard, they encountered Xia Huayan. His gloomy gaze swept over Su Qingyi and the three children, and he greeted her with a curt sister-in-law. "Second brother, is there something you need?" Su Qingyi remained composed. The children, sensing the tension, stood quietly behind her. Xia Huayan got straight to the point. "Jinian is mine now. Hand over her contract of servitude to me. And bring along Nanny Chang's as well." Su Qingyi scoffed at his words. "Second brother, Jinian is my maid. She acted against her master and didn't even apologize. I cannot give you her contract. She's pregnant." Xia Huayan frowned, as if that was an indisputable reason. "Oh." Su Qingyi replied sarcastically, "So she can disregard the master-servant relationship and get pregnant with her master's fiancé's child?" Xia Huayan's tone turned cold. "If there's an issue, take it up with me. It has nothing to do with Jinian. I can apologize on her behalf. Why don't you both come and apologize then?" Su Qingyi stood her ground. "After all, as the victim, I can certainly endure it." Opening her eyes to such a disgusting scene was a direct blow to Su Qingyi's spirit. This thought lingered in her mind as she looked coldly at Xia Huayan standing before her. Xia Huayan's expression was dark as he gritted his teeth. "It's come to this. You've already married my elder brother, so why hold on to Jinian? She hasn't wronged you. You're the one who's unnecessary." These words completely enraged Su Qingyi. She let out a cold laugh. "Cheating behind your fiancé's back and you still have excuses? Want her contract of indenture? Fine, maybe in your next life." With that, she turned to leave. "Su Qingyi." Xia Huayan grabbed her arm forcefully, causing her to wince in pain and her face to contort. "Mother!" The children screamed in fright at the scene. Zhen Guo was the first to react, rushing forward to push Xia Huayan away with all his might. "Don't hit my mother." Xia Huayan realized his loss of control and released his grip, but his gaze remained menacing as he stared at Su Qingyi. "What's the point of making things difficult for Jinian? You gave up the position of my wife yourself, so why cling on?" Su Qingyi rubbed her aching arm, disgusted by the thought. "Does he think I still have feelings for him? It's so nauseating I can't even eat dinner." "Xia Huayan, I am your sister-in-law, and you should show me some respect," she said coldly. "I'll be sure to tell the Lady Dowager and the Marquis about your attempt to take Du Jinian's contract by force." Mentioning the elders made Xia Huayan's face change. He tried to explain. "I never laid a hand on you. I just wanted to stop you." "You did touch her." "You did." Zhen Guo interrupted angrily. Hung Guo clenched his small fists, glaring at Xia Huayan, while Lin Guo quietly moved closer, ready to protect Su Qingyi. "Good children." Su Qingyi patted Zhen Guo's head and picked up Hinger. "Let's go." Watching Su Qingyi and her children leave, Xia Huayan stood there, a mix of emotions swirling inside him. How had the once shy girl who blushed at the sight of him become so unyielding? Losing control over Su Qingyi was proving more challenging than he had ever imagined. Sure enough, during dinner in the flower hall, Su Qingyi immediately informed the Lady Dowager and the Marquis about the incident. With the children as witnesses, Xia Huayan was quickly taken to the study by the Marquis for a reprimand and was eventually punished by being made to kneel in the ancestral hall for a day. The Marquise, concerned for her son, personally brought him dinner but first scolded him. "Have you lost your mind? She's your sister-in-law now. Why provoke her?" "I just wanted to get Jinian's contract back," Xia Huayan replied gloomily. To him, Su Qingyi not only became difficult to deal with but also unbearably arrogant, a far cry from the person he remembered. "The contract isn't urgent. She's still angry, so why ask for it now?" The Marquise, upset that her son was punished again because of Du Jinian, said angrily, "If you get punished for that wench one more time, I'll slap her myself, mark my words." "Mother!" Xia Huayan couldn't help but defend Du Jinian. What did Jinian do wrong to deserve such insults? She's just had a tough life, with her family falling on hard times. How can you be so cruel?" "What? You call me cruel?" The Marquise was so furious she almost struck him. If she were simply from a fallen family, I could overlook it. But a woman who seduces her master's fiancé and sneaks into his bed? What kind of person is that? "That's my fault, not Jinian's." "Be quiet." The Marquise was heartbroken. If she were honorable, I might respect her a bit. But as it stands, I will never regard her highly in this lifetime, the shameless woman. If it weren't for Du Jinian being pregnant, she would have acted long ago. Xia Huayan realized how difficult it would be to get the elders to accept Du Jinian. Was it really wrong for them to be in love? It seemed laughable that true love was met with disdain, while Su Qingyi, in her anger, married the bedridden Xia Yunji and was praised by everyone. Why was that? If Su Qingyi had heard this questioning, she would have confidently retorted. In her view, becoming the young mistress of the Xie family was not a windfall, but something that required its own sacrifices. Taking care of 3 children was already a demanding task, and ensuring their healthy growth required even more dedication and effort. That night, while Su Qingyi was bathing, Nanny Chong brought news. After visiting Xie Huaiyan at the ancestral hall, the Marchioness stormed into his courtyard in a fit of anger. She grabbed Du Jinian by the hair and slapped her, causing her lip to bleed. Not only that, but she also hurled a string of harsh insults. The maids and nannies listened with great interest, marveling at the unexpected ferocity of the Marchioness. Su Qingyi was not surprised. In the original story, the Marchioness had always harbored intense dislike for Du Jinian. Previously, the presence of the legitimate wife, Su Qingyi, had helped mitigate the conflict. Now, with Du Jinian causing Xie Huaiyan to lose his wife and leaving him with an illegitimate son, which affected his prospects of marrying someone of equal standing, the Marchioness's hatred was understandable. As Su Qingyi was about to drift off in her bath, the wet nurse softly asked if she intended to attend to the heir tonight. This question snapped her back to reality. After a brief moment of thought, she decided, yes, let's go. With her plan already in place, there was no reason to delay. She thought that once her body adapted, she might even come to enjoy it. On Xie Yunji's side, the doctor visited almost every other day to check his pulse. Today's diagnosis showed everything was normal, which left him a bit disappointed apparently. A pulse check couldn't reveal that he had regained awareness. On second thought, perhaps it was for the best, sparing his family from excessive worry. At night, Su Qingyi visited as usual, sharing her experiences from her visit home. The Marquis of Yong'an and his wife now He-en had come to accept the marriage. Their expectations for their second daughter were modest. They simply wanted her to care for her husband and children without causing trouble. This made Xie Yunji increasingly curious about Su's character. She seemed like an ordinary woman to outsiders, yet her actions were quite unconventional. He suddenly noticed the unusual quietness. The usually lively Ming Yu and Zi Shao were nowhere to be seen. Just as he pondered this, a warm hand gently caressed his face. This unexpected touch startled Xie Yunji. It seemed Su Qingyi was infatuated with him. No wonder she had volunteered to marry a so-called invalid, he thought with a hint of helplessness. Throughout his life, many women had admired him, but he had never wanted to bear such affection. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi's thoughts were entirely different. She merely found diving straight into the main event too dull and believed some foreplay would help set the mood. The heir's appearance suited her taste, so she took the opportunity to kiss his brows and eyes. Had she known he was conscious, she would never have been so bold. But at that moment, she was blissfully unaware, simply wanting to make the moment more romantic. Xie Yunji felt the gentle kisses spreading across his face, from his thin eyelids to his cheeks. This unexpected tenderness made him inexplicably nervous, his heart pounding fiercely in his chest. With each breath, the delicate fragrance clinging to Su's body enveloped his senses, increasing his unease. After what seemed like an eternity, the gentle kisses finally ceased. Just as Xie Yunji thought it was over, Su's hand began to wander across his body with a clear hint of intention. At that moment, he realized why Zi Shao and Ming Yu had withdrawn earlier. Su had planned this all along. Being in a position where he could only lie still and let Su have her way made him feel both embarrassed and frustrated. What shocked him even more was that Su was willing to consummate the marriage with him, a man she considered incapable. Since regaining consciousness, he was aware of his abilities in this regard, but everything required Su to take the initiative. And now she truly had. Until the very last moment, Xie Yunji wavered between resistance and tension. When everything finally settled, his mind went blank, and it took him a while to come to his senses, overwhelmed by a mix of shame and anger. How could Su act without his consent? Shitzi. Su Qingyi's voice was soft and fragrant in the dimly lit bedchamber. Xie Yunji felt his breath become hurried and warm, his cheeks flushed. Su Qingyi placed her palm over his heart, feeling the strong, steady beat. "You will wake up, won't you?" she asked gently. "If not, who will support us, the 4 of us?" She feared that Xie Huaiyan would eventually become a true threat. Xie Yunji was filled with conflicting emotions, unsure if he could ever fully awaken, and for this reason, he was reluctant to accept anyone's help. Su Qingyi fell silent, her lacquered nails lightly pressing into his arm. This slight pain made Xie Yunji feel the reality of life. He wanted to respond to her urgent breaths but was forced to passively accept everything. Enough, he thought to himself. I'll just fulfill my duty as a husband. Since he was still capable, it seemed only right. Otherwise, Su would be left like a widow. Just as he resigned himself to acceptance, Su unexpectedly rested against him, leaving him in a state of unbearable frustration, as if 1,000 ants were biting him. He inwardly cursed Su for her lack of stamina, thinking she wouldn't even qualify for the barracks. Su Qingyi took a long time to steady her breathing. She felt that today's Shitzi seemed different, as if something within him had awakened. Despite the initial discomfort, it turned out to be a rather pleasant experience. Throughout the long night, She rested several times, finally managing to bring everything to a satisfying conclusion. As Su lay exhausted against him, Xia Yunji could clearly feel her gradually calming heartbeat and breathing. Although her frail constitution didn't align with his preferences, they were married and had consummated the marriage, leaving him with no choice but to accept it. Just when he thought they would lay together for the night, Su suddenly stirred and weakly called out Nanny. Someone soon entered to help her away, leaving behind a lingering sense of intimacy in the room. Not long after, Zishao and Mingyu came in to attend to him. Su Qingyi felt utterly embarrassed, deeply ashamed. She couldn't help but compare tonight with her wedding night back then. She could still walk with the help of the maid, but tonight she had to be practically carried back. "Young madam, is there something troubling you? How did it come to this?" the nanny asked softly, her heart aching. Leaning against the edge of the bath, Su Qingyi closed her eyes slightly, her cheeks flushed. She thought to herself, there was no trouble, she was just exhausted. Seeing her reluctance to speak, the nanny wisely fell silent, only mentally noting to prepare more calming remedies for her. She sighed inwardly, hoping the young madam would soon conceive, sparing her such exhaustion. Meanwhile, in the inner room, Xia Yunji had changed into clean clothes when a sudden chill swept over him. Zixiao covered him with a blanket, and the cold gradually faded. He recalled a few years back at the border, during the harsh winter when other soldiers shivered from the cold, yet he was full of vigor, unfazed by the freezing temperatures. Now, those days of galloping on horseback were long gone, only to be relived in his dreams. Beyond the screen, Zixiao and Mingyu were whispering. The young madam stayed longer tonight. "Do you think she likes the young master?" Though Xia Yunji wasn't asleep, he listened intently. "She probably does," Mingyu replied, not entirely sure, but added with a smile, "The young madam must really like Hung. I've heard he's been sleeping in her room lately." Naturally, Zixiao chimed in, "Hung is practically her little shadow. So, does this mean Su is partial to Hung?" Xia Yunji pondered. But soon he heard Zixiao continue. "The young madam is also very kind to Lin. It said she's bought him a room full of writing supplies." Though exaggerated, it was true she had bought quite a lot. Xia Yunji felt relieved, thinking it was good that there was no favoritism, as discord among brothers often stemmed from parental bias. Now that he was a cripple, he could only rely on Su to manage the household. Due to the previous night's fatigue, Su Qingyi slept until late morning the next day. Lin and Jun had already gone to school, leaving only Hang to leisurely join her for breakfast. Life was quite comfortable, she didn't have to pay respects to the old madam daily, and as for the marquis's wife, she didn't need to adhere to strict rules, given her current status. Qin was likely too afraid to cause her trouble. Soon, maid Sei excitedly brought news. "Young madam." The marquis took the second master, who knelt all night, to apologize at Yong'an Marquis' residence, and even whipped him twice, drawing blood. Su Qingyi responded calmly, "The second brother bled, so someone is likely to get slapped again." Sure enough, news quickly spread that the marquis's wife had gone to vent her anger on Du Jinyan at Xia Huayan's courtyard. The nanny snorted, not worth sympathizing with. She betrayed her master and didn't even apologize, probably thinking she's not in the wrong. Indeed, Du Jinyan believed she and Xia Huayan were in love, never considered herself Su Qingyi's maid, so why apologize? However, the marquis's wife was too harsh, and the slaps she received left her cheeks swollen. She wanted to cry but didn't dare, fearing harm to the unborn child. What pained her more was the news from Chong Mama. "The young madam is doing well, doesn't need to pay respects, sleeps till late morning. The old madam dotes on her, allows her free choice from the storeroom, and even the marquis's wife shows her respect." Touching her Yedosho belly, Du Jinyan wanted to remain defiant, but looking at her swollen face in the mirror, she had to admit she was indeed envious of Su Qingyi's situation. She couldn't understand, the marquis's wife should hate Su Qingyi more, so why could Su handle her, while she was left to be scolded and beaten? This resentment only deepened her frustration. Madame Chong paused for a moment, clicked her tongue twice, and a meaningful look flashed in her eyes. He might just soar to great heights. Even the emperor would reward him. Everyone knows the emperor treats Xia Yun as if he were his own son. She continued, after the heir's accident. He was posthumously honored twice within half a year, and is now a first-class general of the nation. The emperor even promised that if the heir wakes up, he would be titled as a supreme general of the state. If Su Qingyi is truly carrying the heir's child, not only the marquisate but even more titles might be within reach. Du Jinyan's face turned pale upon hearing this. She finally realized the high status of Xia Yun. No, she couldn't let Su Qingyi bear the heir's child, or else Xia Huayan would have no chance of inheriting the title. Thinking of Su Qingyi's soft and easygoing nature, Du Jinyan hurriedly borrowed an old garment from Madame Chong, and even had someone slap her twice, then went to Donhui courtyard with her swollen face to seek an audience. Along the way, the strange looks from the servants made her feel embarrassed, but she endured it to gain sympathy. Su Qingyi was about to leave and didn't intend to see her, but eventually met her in the outer room. Seeing the handprints on Du Jinyan's face, Su Qingyi felt no sympathy. Instead, she secretly laughed. The Marchioness's strength was indeed impressive. The handprint was perfectly clear. What's the matter? I'm heading out, so make it quick, Su Qingyi said coldly. Du Jinyan was taken aback, seeing Su Qingyi indifferent to her injuries. She could only sob with red eyes. Qingyi, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Hold on, Su Qingyi interrupted her. With your status as concubine Du, you should address me as young madam. Du Jinyan's face turned grim, but she forced herself to correct. Young madam, I was careless. Times have changed. Su Qingyi sneered inwardly. This guest who once came to take advantage had now climbed into her fiancé's bed and still dared to mention the past? Seeing Du Jinyan hesitating to get to the point, Su Qingyi urged, Concubine Du, do you have something to say? Du Jinyan bit her lip, looking pitiful. It's my fault for being unable to resist second master's advances. I'm willing to pour tea to apologize to young madam. Very well. We'll arrange that when I return. Let the whole household witness it, Su Qingyi replied indifferently. Du Jinyan's face turned pale. She had hoped for a private apology, not public humiliation. But now she had no choice but to agree. As she left, Du Jinyan discreetly observed the courtyard, particularly the main house where the heir resided. Suyi noticed all of this and immediately reported it to Su Qingyi. After pondering for a moment, Su Qingyi understood. In the original story, the heir had no wife or children and died early. Her presence now might affect the succession of the title. No wonder Du Jinyan was so anxious. She immediately ordered to strengthen the courtyard security, with all items sent to the heir to be strictly inspected. For the sake of the title, who knows what these two might resort to. Today, Su Qingyi went out with the primary goal of finding an enlightenment teacher for Heng'er. Although if one doesn't pursue the imperial examination path, any scholar or licentiate could teach basic knowledge well enough, she has always been cautious and wishes to pave an extra path for her child. With her understanding of the future, she has already set her sights on a target. Shen Jijia. Shen Jijia is a talented young man who passed the licentiate exam at the age of 20. If it weren't for his family's poverty and the need to care for his gravely ill mother, he would have already taken the metropolitan exam. What is even more touching is that on the eve of one such exam, his mother, to not hinder his future, drowned herself in a lake. After mourning for 3 years, Shen Jijia topped the imperial examinations, writing a heartfelt memorial that moved the entire court and country. Unfortunately, this upright scholar later offended the new emperor, resulting in his family being confiscated and exiled. He was saved by the heroine Du Jinyan, eventually becoming a key figure in the uprising forces. The timeline is a bit unclear, and Su Qingyi is uncertain whether Shen's mother is still alive, so she decides to quickly seek out this future top scholar. After making inquiries, she learns that he lives in the poorest area of the capital, Tongluo Alley. Shen Licentiate, another noble lord is here to see you, asked Wang Matzi, a neighbor, with a hint of sarcasm as Shen Jijia returned home carrying plain pastries and medicine. Go see your own mother. Shen Jijia spat back. Though he had a fair and handsome appearance, his fiery temperament had offended many potential patrons. Normally, he would retort further, but since the beginning of spring, his mother's condition had worsened, leaving him no heart for disputes. Just as he was thinking, these so-called noble lords are nothing but lecherous fiends. An elegantly dressed elderly woman approached him. Excuse me, are you Shen Licentiate? I am a maid from the estate of General Xia Yunji, serving in the courtyard of the Marquis of Pingyang. Shen Jijia's mind buzzed. General Xia Yunji. This was no ordinary dignitary but someone he had always admired. Noticing his change in expression, the maid smiled and said, I am here on behalf of the young madam to invite you to the alley entrance for a meeting. The young madam and young master are waiting in the carriage. She discreetly assessed the handsome licentiate. Shen Jijia had some inkling of the situation and eagerly agreed, but remembering he still needed to deliver medicine to his mother, he hurried home. Seeing his mother coughing while tending the stove, he felt a pang of guilt and quickly handed her the pastries and medicine. Mother, I am going to meet a noble person who might assist me with the exams, he said excitedly. What kind of noble person, Jijia? Don't demean yourself. Shen's mother coughed even more violently, her eyes full of concern. It's the wife of General Xia Yunji. I believe she wants me to tutor their young master. Don't worry. Shen Jijia reassured her as he dashed out. Inside the carriage, Su Qingyi was fanning the closely nestled Heng'er to cool him down, while peering through the window at the approaching Shen Jijia. He respectfully performed a student's salute and asked, I am Shen Jijia. May I ask, are you the wife of General Xia Yunji? Su Qingyi silently praised this future top scholar for his extraordinary demeanor, momentarily lost in thought. Could it be that the emperor selects scholars based on their looks? She then smiled and replied, Indeed, I am. Thank you, Shen Licentiate, for accepting the invitation. Upon receiving the affirmative response, a light of undisguised excitement flickered in Shen Jijia's eyes, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. Madam Xia, you are too kind. I have the utmost respect for General Xia Yunji. Su Qingyi observed the young scholar before her, noting his unabashed admiration, and nodded inwardly. Another devoted fan of Xie Yanzithis was perfect for her plans. With the backing of the heir's title, winning him over shouldn't be difficult. She recalled how in history, Xie Huayan managed to persuade the incorruptible Shindaran to join a rebellion, likely leveraging the fame of Xie Yunji. The thought filled her with anger. Xie Huayan was a scoundrel who used Xie Yunji's name to ensnare Shen Jijia, only to later betray Xie Yunji's 3 adopted sons. This time, she would not let history repeat itself. Su Qingyi signaled to Hengge, "Go to the nanny." Once the child was taken away, she introduced with a serious tone, "This is Yunji's youngest son, Hengge, who is 4 years old. I am looking for a teacher to begin his education." Hengge seemed to sense the importance of the moment and flashed a sweet smile at his prospective tutor. Shen Jijia, however, appeared somewhat puzzled. He licked his dry lips. "I am unknown, Madame Xie. How did you?" "You're too modest, Scholar Shen," Su Qingyi interrupted. "Your essays and poetry are widely circulated among scholars." Though her words were slightly exaggerated, they weren't entirely misplaced for a future top scholar. Startled by her praise, Shen Jijia quickly waved his hand. "Madame Xie, you flatter me. My knowledge is limited and undeserving of such commendation." Su Qingyi coughed lightly to cover her awkwardness. "In any case, I found you because I recognize your talent. So, would you be willing to become Hengge's tutor?" "Of course. It's an honor to educate General Xie's son," Shen Jijia replied almost instantly. After finalizing the teaching arrangements, Su Qingyi proposed another suggestion. "Scholar Shen, Coppergong Alley is quite far from the Marquis of Pingyang's residence. Why not move here with your family?" At this, Shen Jijia's expression turned hesitant. "My mother, she's unwell." Su Qingyi immediately inquired for more details, and learned it was a persistent cough caused by a cold. She promptly offered that the Marquis's residence had renowned physicians who could treat Shen's mother, and extended an invitation for both to move in. This unexpected kindness left Shen Jijia deeply grateful, and he bowed deeply. "Thank you, madam. I will certainly do my best to educate the young master." Finally, Su Qingyi ordered the prepared gifts and 6 ceremonial items for the teacher to be given to Shen Jijia and informed him that he could move in any time. Shen Jijia expressed his gratitude once more, accepting the gifts with care, feeling both excited and thankful. As noon approached, Su Qingyi took Hengge to a restaurant. Since it was a rare trip out, she planned to run some errands in the afternoon. It was Hengge's first time at a restaurant, and he excitedly wandered around the private room. Su Qingyi didn't restrain him, only instructing the nanny to keep a close watch. "Big brother." Suddenly, Hengge stood on a chair, pointing his tiny finger out the window. Su Qingyi initially thought the child missed his brother, but she saw his gaze fixed at the end of the alley. Following his finger, she noticed a figure resembling Lin Gore briskly walking by, disappearing around the corner in an instant. "Is that your brother?" Su Qingyi asked hesitantly. "It's Big Brother," Hengge replied confidently, his tone full of certainty. This situation left Su Qingyi puzzled. Why was Lin Gore, who should be at the academy, wandering outside during school hours? She turned to the nanny and maid beside her, asking what was in that direction, but they all looked at each other, shaking their heads in ignorance. Just then, a waiter arrived with their food. Su Qingyi pointed to the alley and asked, "Do you know what's down there?" The waiter's expression froze momentarily, and he replied awkwardly, "Madam, that leads to the entertainment district." Everyone present was shocked by this answer. Su Qingyi was even more incredulous. Her future top scholar son, only 12 years old, visiting such a place? This was completely out of character for the Lin Gore she knew. "Madam, it might be a mistake," the nanny quickly explained. "That might not have been young Master Lin." Su Qingyi calmed down, deciding to ask for clarification when they returned home in the evening. She reminded herself to be an open-minded mother, and not to jump to conclusions. Soon, a sumptuous meal was laid out before them. "Let's all sit and eat together," Su Qingyi said. "There's no need to stand on ceremony when we're out, and we have things to do this afternoon." The afternoon's main task was to find a martial arts instructor for Zhengge. The candidate was a retired officer named Pei Che, who had once fought alongside Xie Yunji. Pei Che was dismissed from the military after defying orders for a successful raid, and after his father's death, he left the army. Xie Yunji had always regretted this and later sought him out to re-enlist, but it turned out to be their last mission together. Nowadays, Pei Che worked at the docks, making a living by carrying goods. Under the scorching sun, he worked shirtless, sweat glistening on his tanned, muscular body. He was efficient and strong, consistently handling more work than others each day. "Pei Che, come here," the foreman suddenly shouted. Pei Che frowned, suspecting trouble. This foreman often found fault with him and frequently docked his pay. "What is it?" Pei Che asked as he approached. The short, stout foreman straightened himself, eyeing the tall, handsome man in front of him with envy. "Humph. Just because you're a bit taller, a bit more handsome, you're still just a blind fool." Pei Che couldn't understand what he had done to upset the foreman again. As he stood there, confused, The foreman rolled his eyes a few times before reluctantly saying, "Someone important is here to see you." In the distance, a lavish carriage was parked, its gold and silver embellishments clearly indicating the high status of its occupant. The head maid had specifically asked to see Pei Che, which suggested this was no ordinary visit. The foreman was green with envy, thinking that Pei Che might be in for a stroke of good luck. An important person? Pei Che frowned slightly. As a retired soldier, he couldn't imagine knowing anyone of significance. The only person he could think of who once held such a title was unlikely to come looking for him at the docks given their current circumstances. With caution, Pei Che approached the opulent carriage. He was bare-chested, his muscular build and single eye adding an intimidating edge to his appearance. The aura of a battlefield veteran was apparent even from a distance, causing the maids and attendants nearby to instinctively retreat behind the carriage. "Are you looking for me?" Pei Che asked directly, stopping a meter away from the carriage. The head maid nodded calmly. "My mistress is the lady of the heir to the Marquis of Ping'eng." Seeing Pei Che's expressionless face, she continued, "We heard that you once served under the heir, and the lady has come specifically to ask if you would be willing to become a martial arts instructor for the young masters at the Marquis estate." Pei Che was taken aback. During his 2 years of military service, he had only served under one person. It was that very person who had promoted him to deputy commander, and it was also that person who had dismissed him. "Is your mistress named Xia?" Pei Che's voice trembled slightly. "Indeed." A gentle voice came from inside the carriage. "Mr. Pei, the heir has always regretted how things were handled with you." Su Qingyi paused. "The heir wanted to come see you in person, but unfortunately, General Xia doesn't blame me?" Pei Che asked incredulously. "Of course not," Su Qingyi replied firmly. "He has always admired you, though he struggles to express it." Though the sun blazed overhead, Pei Che's eyes reddened. When Su Qingyi asked if he was willing to become the martial arts instructor at the Marquis estate, he didn't hesitate to reply, "I am willing." Su Qingyi smiled with relief. "Thank you on behalf of Jinguer, thank you." Su Qingyi gave gifts to both teachers equally, and after saying, "Always welcome," she headed back home. The summer heat in the capital was becoming more intense, and by the time everyone returned home, they were drenched in sweat. Su Qingyi couldn't help but hand over the sticky hangoor to the nannies, instructing them, "Take hangoor for a bath." Thinking of her other 2 children who would be home from school soon, she decided to personally make some refreshing snacks. In the kitchen, she gathered ice, fresh fruit, and honey to make fruit slush. However, she left the task of shaving the ice to the professionals. Once Hangoor finished his bath, Su Qingyi fed him a spoonful. "Does it taste good?" she asked. His eyes lit up instantly. "It's delicious," he exclaimed, reaching for the bowl in Su Qingyi's hand. "No, you can't have too much," Su Qingyi said, quickly eating half before handing the rest to Hangoor. Though a bit disappointed, Hangoor politely said, "Thank you, mother," and gave Su Qingyi a kiss on the cheek, a new habit he had picked up, as Su Qingyi would kiss him good morning and good night every day. It seemed Hangoor enjoyed this way of expressing affection. "You're welcome," Su Qingyi replied with a smile, thinking how nice it was to have such a well-behaved son. Just then, a maid reported, "The young masters have returned." "Luer, take an ice bowl to Jinguer," Su Qingyi instructed, while she took another bowl to find Linguer. She wasn't playing favorites. She just wanted to check on Linguer's attire today. As she walked into the courtyard, she bumped into Linguer, who was wearing a very familiar-looking outfit. Su Qingyi's heart sank. Her suspicions were confirmed. Her mind froze. What should she do upon discovering her stepson visiting a brothel? Without the internet to consult, she had to figure this one out on her own. "Mother," Linguer greeted reluctantly. "Yes," Su Qingyi forced a smile, handing him the ice bowl. "It's hot, so I made some ice bowls to cool you down." Linguer accepted it with his head down. "Thank you, mother. I'll head to the study to read." As he turned to leave, Su Qingyi caught a whiff of what seemed like the scent of rouge in the air. This was the first significant challenge she faced as a stepmother, but she forced herself to stay calm. First, Linguer's activities outside the home were unknown to others, and the main issue was that he didn't have a servant with him. Secondly, she knew too little about Linguer's social circle and needed to find a way to gather more information. After some thought, Su Qingyi headed to the heir's room. The heir, still resembling a sleeping beauty waiting for true love's kiss, lay on the bed. She knew she wasn't the destined one, having tried and failed to wake him with a kiss. "Is the young mistress here?" Guan Qi and Mo Yan greeted her warmly, offering tea. "No need to fuss, you've worked hard all day," Su Qingyi smiled. "I came to check on the heir, incidentally." Sitting by the bed, Su Qingyi got straight to the point. "Before Linguer came to the Marquis residence, were there any other family members?" The question stunned both Guan Qi and Mo Yan, and even Xia Yunji on the bed was taken aback. Mo Yan answered, "I seem to recall the heir mentioning that Linguer has a father." This jogged Su Qingyi's memory. Linguer indeed had a biological father, but in the book, this father was ultimately killed by Linguer himself. Later, when Xia Huaiyan dealt with Linguer, patricide was the main charge against him, leading to his execution by dismemberment and universal condemnation. Thinking of this, Su Qingyi couldn't help but shiver. Since Linger still has a biological father, why was he adopted by the heir? Xia Yunji silently answered in his heart, that so-called father is utterly unfit to be one. 7 years ago, when Linger, only 7 years old, appeared before him covered in blood, those innocent eyes burned with piercing hatred, like a wounded young beast. Linger's biological father was a good-for-nothing who indulged in drinking, gambling, and other vices. His mother was originally a young lady from a wealthy family, but had been abducted to become a wife, often in a daze. Ultimately, she was beaten to death by that brute right in front of Linger. Fortunately, Linger's grandfather, a former soldier under Xia Yunji, entrusted his badge to his grandson on his deathbed, instructing him to seek out the heir if he couldn't survive. This connection led Xia Yunji to adopt the anger-filled child without hesitation. Although Mo Yan didn't know the full story, he could guess most of it. If Linger's father were competent, the heir would never compete to raise someone else's child. Guanqi nodded in agreement, and Su Qingyi concurred. Do you think Linger going to the entertainment district today has anything to do with this father? Su Qingyi asked again. Aside from that man, there shouldn't be any other connection. The heir has never mentioned it. Guanqi and Mo Yan exchanged a glance and shook their heads. Do you know if Linger has any close friends outside? Su Qingyi pressed on. The room fell into silence, as this was a question even the heir might find difficult to answer. Su Qingyi understood and didn't pursue it further. Xiaolin was indeed a solitary character. Just then, Luer's voice came from outside the screen. Brother Guanqi, Brother Mo Yan. The kitchen made ice bowls following the young lattice method, and they taste amazing. I've brought some for you. The ice bowls are truly delicious. You should try them. I'm leaving now, Su Qingyi said, her dress brushing lightly against Xia Yunji's hand as she walked away without hesitation. Xia Yunji felt the lingering touch on his hand, knowing her visit was just an excuse, but her concern for Linger was genuine. As a father, he was equally anxious but regrettably unable to help. The fruit ice was a hit at Donhui Courtyard. Linger, who always had a sweet tooth, finished his bowl completely, feeling refreshed. As he bathed and changed clothes, he looked at his reflection in the mirror. Though not short, his frame was thin and somewhat frail. The maid had prepared a new set of clothes for him today, soft and comfortable against his skin, gifted by their foster mother. Why is the difference so vast, even though we're all human? Linger tightened his belt with determination, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Su Qingyi thought it over and decided that she couldn't maintain a superior attitude when dealing with Linger. She understood very well that even if Linger called her mother, it was impossible for a stepmother to discipline a grown child. Instead of acting like an elder, it would be better to interact with him as an equal, like a friend, and use sincerity to soften his defenses. When Linger pushed the door open, he saw Su Qingyi sitting intently at his desk, her fingers gently touching the calligraphy he had copied. Sorry for looking through your work without permission, Su Qingyi said with an apologetic smile as she looked up. Your writing is so beautiful. You mimic each style perfectly. It's easy to copy the form, but not the essence, Linger replied expressionlessly, fully aware of his own skills and unimpressed by the compliment. But Su Qingyi was sincere. You're only 12. Every bit of progress is worth acknowledging. No one can reach the top in one leap. Remember to praise yourself on the way up. Linger, proud and ambitious, often compared himself to those more skilled and thus saw nothing praiseworthy. He remained silent, thinking that a woman confined to the inner chambers knew nothing about calligraphy, so her praise meant little. Su Qingyi seemed to see through his thoughts. Do you think I know nothing and my praise is meaningless? Though that wasn't her main reason for being there, she couldn't help but say, Linger, if you continue learning with such arrogance and prejudice, you'll never write to your satisfaction. While I may not understand the techniques of calligraphy, I know it's a state of mind. There's no hierarchy in mindset. All paths lead to goodness in the end. Young Linger, not yet the cold and aloof power figure he would become, showed a hint of embarrassment at having his thoughts exposed. He looked at Su Qingyi, puzzled about her intentions. All right, I'm not just here to talk about you, Su Qingyi said, relieved that Linger was still somewhat easy to understand. I've been busy the past few days and haven't had the chance to help you choose a study companion. Now that I'm free, I wanted to ask if you want to pick one yourself from the agents or if you'd like me to choose for you. Linger intended to refuse, as he was used to being alone and felt a study companion would be a hindrance. But Su Qingyi continued, if you want to pick one yourself, I'll give you the money. This made him swallow his refusal. I'll choose myself. Without further ado, Su Qingyi took out a bulging pouch containing 300 taels of silver, with both coins and notes. You're an adult now, so keep the rest for yourself in case you need it. Linger accepted the pouch, and Su Qingyi, to avoid embarrassing him, got up to leave. All right, I'll go call your brothers for dinner. At the threshold, she casually turned back and said, home is your safe haven. No matter what happens, remember to tell the family. Your father and I will always support you. After Su Qingyi left, Lin Gur stared at the pouch for a long time. Opening it, he found the 300 taels far exceeded his expectations, enough to buy a whole room of study companions. This made him suspect that her true purpose was to give him the money, and the money came at just the right time. Lin Gur had gone to the theater district the day before because of his biological father. That man, who had been beaten and driven away by Xia Yunji years ago, had reappeared after hearing about Xia Yunji's downfall 6 months ago, demanding money and threatening to cause trouble at the academy. After giving in a few times, Lin Gur realized this was a bottomless pit that would eventually lead to trouble, and he began to consider more drastic measures. But the main issue was that he didn't have the money. He could barely cover his own expenses, let alone that scoundrel's. If possible, he didn't want to dirty his own hands. That day, the Marquis escorted the injured Xia Huayan to the Yeoman Marquis' residence to apologize, and Xia Huayan once again missed dinner. The Marquis' wife harbored deep resentment towards Su Qingyi. Ever since she entered the household, her son had known no peace. "I heard Qingyi was out all day today," the Marquis' wife asked, with a hint of accusation. "The new bride isn't staying quietly at home. Is she out there putting a green hat on Xia Yunji?" Faced with such doubts, Su Qingyi calmly responded, "Yes, I'm out looking for a tutor for Henger and a martial arts teacher for Zhener." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the old madam and the Marquis immediately focused on her, showing a spark of interest. Seeing their reaction, Su Qingyi elaborated, "For Henger, I've chosen a scholar named Shen Jijia. He's exceptionally talented, and I believe he will achieve great things, which is why I specifically picked him." The Marquis nodded slightly at this, a look of approval in his eyes. Supporting promising scholars has always been something the nobility is keen on. If one has a keen eye, it can be a highly rewarding investment. Su Qingyi continued, "As for the martial arts teacher, he's a soldier named Pei Che, who once served under the heir apparent. The heir held him in high regard, but unfortunately, Pei Che returned home for family mourning and lost contact. I made some efforts to find him and finally did." "Oh, so you've been busy all day for the children's sake," the old madam said, warmly comforted. "As their mother, you have arranged everything so well, which reassures me." She nodded to herself, having heard that the once quiet Donhui courtyard had become more lively lately. At this moment, the Marquis' wife sneered with skepticism. "You never had any dealings with Yunji before. How do you know who he admired? Could it be that you've been deceived?" Before Su Qingyi could respond, the Marquis glanced at his wife with displeasure, saying, "I've heard Yunji mention this Pei Che too, and he is indeed a rare talent. It's one thing if you don't care, but to question someone else's dedication to Yunji's children, what sense does that make?" The Marquis' wife turned pale at these words, her doubts deepening. How did Su Qingyi know who Xia Yunji admired? Could it be that she's been interested in him all along? If so, hasn't her son been kept in the dark? But seeing the Marquis' displeased expression, she swallowed her words. In reality, she was overthinking it. Xia Yunji's appreciation for Pei Che wasn't common knowledge, but it wasn't a secret either. Anyone who made the effort to inquire could find out. Su Qingyi's ability to gather this information showed her genuine concern for Xia Yunji, which was exactly what the Marquis appreciated. Gur was aware that he had a tutor, but Gur was oblivious to the fact that he was about to have a martial arts instructor. Recently, he had been captivated by martial arts novels, and his passion for it was just awakening. As soon as the meal was over, he eagerly chased after Su Qingyi. "Mother, did you really hire a martial arts instructor for me? Is it true?" He tugged at Su Qingyi's sleeve, his tall and chubby figure contrasting humorously with his slender mother. Su Qingyi couldn't help but smile, reminded of the internet meme about the little genius watch boy. However, Gur had yet to slim down and reveal his handsome features. "It's true. Mr. Pei will be here soon." "Just wait," Su Qingyi replied with a smile. "That's great." Gur cheered with excitement. "How's your penmanship coming along?" Su Qingyi asked seriously. A martial arts hero with terrible handwriting would be quite a sight. Gur immediately understood and cheerfully promised, "Don't worry, mother. I don't mind writing anymore. I'll practice hard." Su Qingyi nodded with satisfaction and reminded him, "Tonight, you should speak with your father about it. None of you three have learned martial arts, so I'm sure your father doesn't want you to." Gur recalled his father's words about not wanting them to join the military, but since his mother had decided, he felt a twinge of guilt for being glad about it, thinking that if his father could wake up, not practicing martial arts wouldn't matter. That evening, Gur went to Xia Yunji's bedside to confess, "Father, I'm going to learn martial arts. But don't worry, I won't join the military unless absolutely necessary. Mother says it's just for fitness." He added, "The martial arts instructor mother found for me is named Pei Che. I heard he's someone you admire, recommended by grandfather." Mother spent an entire day finding him. Hearing the long-lost name of Pei Che, Xia Yunji felt a wave of emotion. He hadn't expected Su to be so diligent, searching far and wide based on just a name. Pei Che was indeed skilled, though his rebellious nature was something else. Hopefully he had matured over the years. Teaching Gur would be no problem for him. The father and son chatted late into the night before parting ways. As Xia Yunji gazed at the quiet room, he wondered if Su would come by tonight. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi had already put Hingor to sleep and was lying on a bed cooled with ice, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Her entertainment was simple reading novels. The stories of scholars and beauties written by contemporary authors were just as captivating as online novels from later times, with engaging plots. However, these sentimental scholars often wrote about wealthy women chasing after men, rarely pairing rich and handsome men with ordinary girls, which was somewhat unsatisfying for Su Qingyi, who liked to imagine herself as the heroine. "Young madam, perhaps you should take a look at this," the nanny suggested mysteriously, handing her a new book and kindly adjusting the lamp's brightness. Su Qingyi took a look and was immediately captivated. This was no story of scholars and beauties, it was more like an ancient romance comic. Although the illustrations were exquisite, the poses were rather abstract, especially without anyone to practice with. Su Qingyi intended to just skim through, but found herself getting completely absorbed. Su Qingyi sat quietly in her room, a tingling sensation creeping over her body as she reflected on last night's folly. She sighed inwardly, remembering how she once could remain calm and composed even amidst a surround sound 3D experience. But now, in this new body, her sage-like tranquility had vanished. She tossed aside her notebook, intending to get up for a glass of cold water to calm her nerves. However, her legs were already growing weak, and a strange sensation, like being nibbled by ants, spread through her body and mind. This young body was evidently becoming accustomed to indulgence, making her feel a touch of shame. Even the cold water couldn't quell the rising heat within her. Su Qingyi sighed in resignation and instructed her maid to dismiss the people in the heir's quarters. Xia Yunji had assumed she wouldn't come that night, but the commotion outside indicated otherwise. His heart tightened as he recalled the events of the previous night, and before he could dwell on it further, the sound of soft yet urgent footsteps approached. Su Qingyi's breathing was noticeably unsteady as she quickly drew the bed curtains and climbed into bed. Her kisses rained down on Xia Yunji's face, deliberately avoiding his dry lips. Without much tenderness, she eagerly began to arouse him, and once he responded, she wasted no time in taking advantage. She even guided his hand to appreciate her curves. Su Qingyi thought to herself how this forbidden drama was something even a daring film wouldn't depict. Leaning close to Xia Yunji's ear, she whispered apologies while continuing her bold actions. Xia Yunji felt both ashamed and indignant, thinking to himself that he was still alive, yet this lady showed no sense of propriety. Suddenly, Su Qingyi remarked on his fragrance and admired his noble demeanor. Just as she playfully complained of exhaustion, calling him husband, something unexpected happened. Both of them froze. Xia Yunji couldn't believe how quickly it had ended, and Su Qingyi was equally stunned by the warrior's performance that night. She compassionately expressed understanding, attributing it to his frail health, and was about to leave to prepare a restorative soup. To her surprise, the heir seemed to recover swiftly, as if the earlier mishap was just a minor incident. Since the heir to the family showed vitality again, Su Qingyi dismissed her doubts about his health. She secretly rejoiced, attributing this unexpected event to her own improved abilities. In her delight, she planted a light, rewarding kiss on his cheek. Although Xia Yunji was reluctant to speculate on Su's thoughts, her unguarded expression said it all. This was probably the truest version of Su. What a pity. Su Qingyi muttered regretfully, "I forgot to bring the fire avoidance diagram. I read it and then forgot." Xia Yunji was taken aback. The fire avoidance diagram? He suddenly understood it. Turned out Su's eagerness to find him was because she had seen that diagram. In the following time, Su Qingyi remained silent, with only intermittent soft murmurs escaping from the heavy bed curtains. These melodious and lingering sighs fell clearly into Xia Yunji's ears. Having never been intimate with a woman before, he realized for the first time that a woman could make such bold sounds. Although knowledge gave Su Qingyi strength, physical stamina was still her weakness. She enjoyed herself intermittently, while Xia Yunji endured genuine torment. Once again, the couple was out of sync. Exhausted, Su Qingyi intended to withdraw, but feeling too compassionate to leave him unsatisfied, she held on until he was content. As Su treated him in this way, Xia Yunji thought to himself, so useless, don't come next time. But when Su finally collapsed, he had to admit he was indeed satisfied. They lay quietly together, enjoying a moment of tranquility. As her breathing steadied, Su Qingyi's rationality returned, and she began to regret her impulsiveness. Summoning water in the dead of night would surely announce to the world that she had visited the heir again. But if she didn't wash, she would feel uncomfortable. Oh well, let it be embarrassing. She had always been one to take responsibility for her actions. With the nursemaid's instructions, the household quietly busied themselves again. Everyone in the Donhui courtyard was pleased with the affection between the young couple. While dressing the heir, Zixiao dared to tease, "The heir must be exhausted. The young lady truly loves you." Concerned, he asked Mingyu, "Should we ask the doctor for some tonic for the heir?" Mingyu considered seriously, "Better ask the doctor next time." Though Xia Yunji was reluctant to take medicine, considering Sue's insatiable demands, he worried she might grow dissatisfied with him in the future, so he thought it might be wise to have some on hand. The next morning, Su Qingyi lounged lazily on the chaise longue, with Luer peeling grapes and Sui fanning her. Hunger was on the floor, focused on building a tower with blocks. Among the first batch of toys crafted by the mansion's carpenters, large items like seesaws and slides were being installed in the yard, while small items like blocks and rocking horses were already being happily played with by Hunger. "Young madam, Mr. Pei is here, waiting in the outer courtyard," the nursemaid reported. "Let him come in to see the heir," Su Qingyi instructed. Pei Che came visiting with a bundle, initially worried he wouldn't be allowed into the inner courtyard, but he was soon let inside. Learning he was to meet the heir, he couldn't help but feel nervous. By this time, Su Qingyi was already at the heir's bedside, softly saying, "Mr. Pei Che has come, he'll come to see you soon." She tentatively touched the heir's hand, feeling his warmth before withdrawing. Although Xia Yunji looked forward to meeting Pei Che, he also hoped Su would share more about him, but she seemed reluctant to say more after all. Talking to someone in a coma did seem a bit foolish. "Madam," Pei Che greeted as he entered, first noticing the serene and graceful woman by the bed, and quickly bowed. The day before, they had spoken through the carriage window and hadn't seen each other's faces clearly. Now, Su Qingyi realized that Mr. Pei was exceptionally handsome. Unlike the refined elegance of the heir, he possessed a rugged, wild beauty, with a robust physique and masculine presence that was unforgettable. Su Qingyi purely appreciated this beauty, without any romantic interest. Pei Che noticed the general's wife observing him and instinctively lowered his head, his voice tinged with a hint of timidity. "Thank you, madam, for allowing me to see General Xia." Su Qingyi smiled gently. "No need to be so formal. Just call me sister-in-law." Lying in bed, Xia Yunji recognized Pei Che's voice, though it was a far cry from the tough soldier he remembered from the barracks. Now, he seemed awkward and lacked his former assertiveness. "All right, sister-in-law, I won't stand on ceremony," Pei Che replied, a bit flustered by her kindness. Xia Yunji listened quietly to their conversation, a trace of doubt creeping into his mind. Though he was currently immobile and blind, his hearing was particularly sharp. Sue's familiarity with Pei Che seemed unusually warm, as if they were old acquaintances rather than meeting for the first time. In truth, Xia Yunji's intuition was correct. Su Qingyi indeed knew of Pei Che, but her knowledge came from written accounts rather than personal encounters. Knowing Pei Che's integrity and his friendship with the heir, she naturally treated him warmly. "Go see the heir," Su Qingyi suggested softly. Pei Che approached the bed, looking at the once vibrant General Xia, now appearing so worn and frail. Memories surged like a tide those days at the border when they fought side by side, complaining about the sandstorms and dreaming of returning to the capital for a life of comfort. Now they were back, but under such circumstances. Fighting back tears, Pei Che knelt on one knee and offered a formal military salute. "General Xia, Lieutenant Pei Che reporting to you." The dull thud of his knee hitting the ground made Su Qingyi wince on his behalf. "After more than 3 years apart, I carry regrets in my heart," Pei Che murmured. Xia Yunji felt a sense of relief. It seemed this once stubborn youth had finally matured. "Rest assured, General Xia," Pei Che continued, "I will take full responsibility for training your young son in martial arts. When you wake, you can judge my teaching. If it's unsatisfactory, I am willing to accept any punishment." Xia Yunji silently agreed, "Yes, it's a deal. I'll see how well you've taught him when I wake." "Please, get up, Mr. Pei," Su Qingyi said with a smile. "I believe the heir has heard your intentions." Pei Che blushed slightly. "There's no need to call me Mr. Pei, sister-in-law. Just Pei Che is fine." As a soldier, he was unaccustomed to such formal addresses. "All right, let's dispense with formalities," Su Qingyi replied warmly. Pei Che remained uneasy, uncertain if the general's wife overestimated his relationship with General Xia. Despite following him for 2 years, the general was a reserved man, treating everyone the same. Especially after Pei Che was punished for disobeying orders, he felt as if General Xia might even dislike him. Listening, Xia Yunji couldn't help but think, he does have feelings for Pei Che, though right now, there's a bit of annoyance. Still, he recalls that this lad is built like a rock, looking every bit the capable fighter. At the scene, Moyen and Guanxi discreetly observed the former acquaintance of the heir. General Pei's striking appearance and imposing stature were awe-inspiring. Despite having only one eye, his untamed charisma made it hard for anyone to look away. This naturally led both observers to recall the saying, "Birds of a feather flock together." A person as exceptional as the heir would naturally be drawn to other outstanding individuals. However, they soon found themselves frowning in unison. Given Pei Che's remarkable looks, he was bound to be a frequent presence in the household as a martial instructor, especially in front of the young mistress. If the heir were conscious, it would be of no concern, but in his current bedridden state, Pei's allure overshadowed that of the unconscious heir. Just then, an announcement came from outside. "Young mistress, Scholar Shen has arrived." Su Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, but then broke into a smile. Perfect timing. Let him come and see the heir. Those present exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of Scholar Shin's identity. Xia Yunji, too, was curious and, after a moment's thought, surmised that he was likely the tutor hired for Heng'er. Soon after, a matron led in a young scholar clad in a brand new robe. Shen Jijia, with his refined and handsome features and gentle demeanor, caught the eyes of the maids, who blushed and whispered among themselves, "Why are so many handsome men visiting today?" Shen Jijia bowed to Su Qingyi, his voice slightly nervous. "Madam Xia." "Scholar Shen," Su Qingyi replied with a smile, "I thought you wouldn't arrive for a few more days." Shen Jijia hesitated to reveal that he and his mother had hurriedly packed overnight to avoid any delay, simply saying, "I wouldn't dare delay the young master's studies." Under Su Qingyi's guidance, Shen Jijia turned towards the bed, his expression solemn as he bowed deeply to Xia Yunji. "Student Shen Jijia, paying respects to General Xia." His voice carried an unmistakable quiver, testifying to his deep admiration for the heir. Su Qingyi was unaware that the entire household of servants was worried she might be unfaithful. She found the idea amusing. It was utterly ridiculous. Even if she appreciated a handsome man, it was merely a passing glance. If she were to consider a new relationship, it would only be after the young lord awoke and she was free from her current obligations. The accommodations for the two gentlemen were quickly arranged. Su Qingyi called Dr. Chen, who was treating the young lord, to examine Shen Jijia's mother. The diagnosis was as expected: tuberculosis. In ancient times, this was a feared and difficult to treat illness, yet it was common among the wealthy. The faces of Shen Jijia and his mother turned pale. Fortunately, Dr. Chen reassured them, "There's no need to worry excessively. The illness is not severe and can be cured." Su Qingyi also felt relieved for the Shen family and instructed Dr. Chen to do his best in treating Madame Shen and ensure her recovery. Shen Jijia repeatedly bowed in gratitude, his appreciation evident. Su Qingyi quickly stopped his excessive politeness, thinking to herself, "If you can teach the young heir of the Xia family to become an upright and kind person, that would be the best form of gratitude." She gently patted Heng'er, who had been by her side, and said softly, "Shall we start lessons tomorrow?" Heng'er clung to his mother's leg and obediently replied, "Okay." Considering Madame Shen's need for care during her illness, Su Qingyi decided to send a young maid to help with cleaning and taking care of her. Shen Jijia tried to decline, but Su Qingyi firmly stated, "Do you expect Madame Shen to do chores while she's ill?" Only then did Shen Jijia agree, his face full of gratitude. "Heng'er, it's time to go. Say goodbye to your teacher," Su Qingyi reminded him. Heng'er, however, continued to cling to his mother's hand and simply said, "Goodbye, teacher," without any formalities, which left Su Qingyi feeling slightly embarrassed. She quickly explained that the child was usually well-mannered and she didn't know why he was acting differently today. Shen Jijia waved it off with a smile, showing he didn't mind, and watched the mother and child leave, reflecting on how devoted the stepmother was to her child. No wonder Heng'er had been unusually affectionate since the previous day. As they passed through the courtyard, Su Qingyi pointed to the newly installed seesaw and slide, promising Heng'er they would play together when the weather cooled. Heng'er insisted on waiting until his mother was available, a sentiment that touched Su Qingyi, but also left her feeling a bit helpless. Not long after, Heng'er began to whine to be carried, and Su Qingyi crouched to carry him on her back, teasing him about how spoiled he was becoming. Heng'er lay on his mother's back, wrapping his little arms around her neck, laughing proudly. Ever since he realized Su Qingyi would indulge him, he dared to show his true nature: observant and adept at pushing boundaries. The news quickly reached Xia Huayan and Du Jinyun, who were recovering from injuries. Xia Huayan spitefully remarked, "Grandmother and father are too foolish, letting her run wild like this. She might not even be carrying a Xia family child in the future." Du Jinyun's eyes lit up, seizing this as an opportunity to deal with Su Qingyi. Xia Huayan darkly added, "Even without concrete evidence, we can still make her unable to defend herself. But there's no rush now. We'll wait until she's pregnant. The most urgent task is to get your contract of servitude." He held Du Jinyun's hand, speaking with concern. "I know it's been hard on you." Learning about Du Jinyun's plan to serve tea and apologize to Su Qingyi only fueled his hatred for her. If possible, Xia Huayan didn't want Du Jinyun to apologize. His gaze fell on the contract of servitude on the desk, and he frowned unconsciously. If he had been a bit later, that paper might have ended up in the hands of his mother, Lady Ho. A matriarch from a prestigious family like her would never accept Du Jinyun, who had climbed into bed as a maid. "I'm not wronged." Du Jinyun gently grasped Xia Huayan's fingers, a sweet smile on her face. "For you, I can endure anything. I don't mind a temporary setback." She stroked her slightly swollen belly, thinking that for this hard-won legitimate status, and for the child within her, any humiliation was worth it. "Does it still hurt? Did you use ice?" Xia Huayan tenderly caressed her bruised cheek, his eyes filled with deep love, while inwardly cursing Su Qingyi. That malicious woman, he was determined to make her pay. As long as I can be with you, everything is fine. Du Jinian shook her head. Xia Huan sighed regretfully. It's my fault. If only I had taken the time to keep her in check back then. There was a chance on their wedding night, but he had been too confident. He hadn't expected Su Qingyi to have this up her sleeve when Xia Yunji was alive. He had always overshadowed him, and now it was this woman's turn to wield power. Don't blame yourself, my lord. I wouldn't want to see you coaxing her. That would hurt me more than anything. Du Jinian quickly covered his lips. Seeing her jealousy, Xia Huan couldn't help but smile, gazing intently at her. Feeling embarrassed under his gaze, Du Jinian gave him a gentle push. I'm going out. You should rest well. She then put away her smile and instructed Nanny Chong, go to Donhui courtyard. Xia Huan lay on the bed, his expression dark. He worried that Su Qingyi would hand the contract over to Lady Hoan. Unfortunately, Su Qingyi indeed planned to do so. She intended to use the influence of the Ho family to quietly trap the couple. When Nanny Chong conveyed the message, Su Qingyi replied calmly, then let it be in the evening. Watching the nervous Nanny Chong leave, a faint smile appeared on her lips. The once awkward and timid second daughter had changed completely. At dinner time, the entire Ho family gathered. Even Xia Huan, who had been whipped, attended. Lord Ho did not allow him to show weakness. In his eyes, a mere 2 lashes were nothing compared to his eldest son. Su Qingyi observed this with satisfaction. Until Xia Huan truly matured, the entire Ho family would not acknowledge him. After everyone finished eating, Su Qingyi put down her chopsticks and said, Grandmother, earlier my maid Du Jinian sent someone to find me, saying she wanted to pour tea and apologize in front of the whole family. Do you think it's appropriate? Why wouldn't it be? The old lady replied, slightly surprised. If she did something wrong, it's only right to apologize. But she is, after all, going to be second brother's concubine, and she's carrying a Xia family child. Su Qingyi feigned concern. There's nothing wrong with it. Lord Ho snorted. Doing such things behind the master's back, an apology is warranted. Then I'll prepare the tea and the contract, Su Qingyi explained with a smile. The other day, second brother came to ask for the contract, and I thought there should be some procedure. But it seemed to upset him. Xia Huan was forced to admit fault. It was my mistake. I shouldn't have been so willful. Privately, however, he glared at Su Qingyi with hatred. This cunning woman was clearly fanning the flames on purpose. Yes, Su Qingyi did it on purpose. Reflecting on her life so far, it was the first time she consciously engaged in a conflict with someone. The initial guilt quickly dissipated in the face of reality. This was not merely a battle between women, but a necessary resistance from the oppressed. Luer, while everyone is here, go prepare the tea, Su Qingyi commanded firmly, ignoring the disapproving look from Xia Huan. Yes, lady, Luer responded cheerfully and left. Causing trouble for Du Jinian was a source of satisfaction for those serving Su Qingyi. The guests noticed the impending drama. After their meal, none of them left, all eager to see how things would unfold. Du Jinian was soon brought in. She entered with a pitiful expression, deliberately touching her belly to remind everyone of the Xia family heir she was carrying. However, except for Xia Huan, everyone else regarded her with cold disdain. Xia Huan, seeing his beloved treated this way, looked grim, clenching his teeth to suppress his anger. Kneel and apologize to your mistress, the Marquis said coldly. Du Jinian's face fell. This was far beyond the simple tea apology they had agreed upon. Xia Huan finally spoke up, Father, my sister-in-law didn't ask for a kneeling apology, just the tea. Humph, your sister-in-law is being lenient for your sake, the Marquis retorted sternly. But you can't treat her like this. If you do something wrong, you must admit it. Xia Huan's hands trembled with anger. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi remained calm, sipping tea while gently stroking Hengguo, who was lying on her lap. Usually timid around elders, Hengguo seemed particularly relaxed. Zhenguo watched his brother with a hint of envy but was still happy, sneaking another meatball. Lin Guo observed coldly, showing no sympathy for Du Jinian. Marquis, Qingyi is also thinking about the Xia family's future, the Marchioness cautiously suggested. Why not follow Qingyi's suggestion? The Marquis was even more furious. If she weren't carrying a Xia heir, a maid like her would have been punished severely for such actions. The Marchioness wanted to say more but was silenced by a stern look from the Marquis. The old lady finally decided. Will do as Mingzong says. Du Jinian's face turned pale, feeling utterly humiliated. She looked at Xia Huan with tearful eyes, finding some comfort in his pained and powerless expression. It's Jinian's fault, second master. Please don't plead for me, Du Jinian said with a sad smile. Xia Huan clenched his fists tightly. Let's get on with it, the Marquis said with disdain. Concubines are always so pretentious and not presentable. Yes, Du Jinian replied, her voice filled with bitterness. Du Jinian cradled her swollen belly with one hand and supported herself with the other as she slowly knelt before Su Qingyi. She bit her lip, her voice barely audible. Young madam, Jinian apologizes to you and seeks your forgiveness. Su Qingyi gently stroked Hanger's little hand, not even glancing up as she corrected. You should refer to yourself as servant. She chuckled inwardly, thinking that since Du Jinyan was so proud, she should fully recognize her place. Du Jinyan looked up abruptly, disbelief in her eyes as she gazed at Su Qingyi, who had once treated her kindly. Her eyes were filled with shock. Su Qingyi found it even more amusing this woman still pretended not to know where she went wrong. Sister-in-law, why do you have to be so unforgiving? Xie Huaiyan spoke through gritted teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. Su Qingyi blinked, her tone wistful. Second brother, you've misunderstood. I just recalled how I treated her like a sister, only to receive such an insincere apology in return. The maid Luer couldn't help but chime in. Yes, everyone in the household knows that the young madam treated her like a sister. No wonder she's hurt. Mind your place, maid. This is not your place to speak. Xie Huaiyan snapped harshly. Su Qingyi calmly tapped the contract of indenture on the table. Du Jinyan, you begged me in tears to let you be my dowry maid. You were already pregnant then, weren't you? With those words, the gaze of the Xie family members turned scornful. The Marquis was furious, thinking of the family bloodline being carried by such a scheming woman. Xie Huaiyan's face flushed with embarrassment as he realized the disgrace of being involved with his fiancée's maid. The surrounding uncles and aunts whispered among themselves, saying she seemed delicate but was actually cunning. Du Jinyan could no longer bear it, tears welling up in her eyes. The young madam is right. It was the servant's fault. The servant begs for forgiveness. With that, she began to kowtow repeatedly. Su Qingyi watched the scene unfold, a faint smile playing on her lips. She thought to herself, it's better not to oppose the main characters in the future. After Du Jinyan finished cutting, she picked up the teacup and offered it to Su Qingyi with a submissive demeanor, saying, if the young mistress can forgive me, please drink this cup of tea. Since Du Jinyan had already apologized, Su Qingyi decided not to make things difficult for her. She slowly reached out and took the cup. I forgive you this time for the sake of my second brother, she said, wanting to ensure that Xie Huaiyan owed her a favor before drinking the tea. Otherwise, with the way you've hurt me, I wouldn't be able to just let it go lightly, understand? Du Jinyan bit her lip in humiliation and replied, yes, thank you, young mistress, for your magnanimity. Su Qingyi glanced at Xie Huaiyan out of the corner of her eye as if to say, I'm giving you face. Shouldn't you thank me? If he could, Xie Huaiyan would have liked to strangle Su Qingyi right then. But he couldn't. He had to swallow his pride and say, thank you, sister-in-law. Su Qingyi nodded in satisfaction and took a symbolic sip of the tea before handing it back to Luer. The contract of sale? Xie Huaiyan eagerly brought it up. Oh right, the contract of sale, Su Qingyi said, pulling the document from the table under everyone's gaze. Du Jinyan was filled with excitement, ready to reach out and take it. As long as she had the contract, she would be free. Mother-in-law, I'll leave this contract of sale with you for safekeeping, Su Qingyi said, her eyes finally resting on the face of the Marchioness. The Marchioness was taken aback but then broke into a wide smile, seeing Su Qingyi in a new light for the first time. Qingyi, you're so considerate. She had long wanted to take over Du Jinyan's contract but didn't know how to ask. She hadn't expected Su Qingyi to be so perceptive. It's only right, Su Qingyi said respectfully, handing it over. The Marchioness accepted it with satisfaction, finally feeling like she was truly the mother-in-law. Du Jinyan, however, was in disbelief. Why? Why would Su Qingyi give her contract to the Marchioness? Xie Huaiyan suppressed his anger. Mother, please tear up the contract immediately. Don't humiliate Jinyan like this. The Marchioness looked at her son with disappointment. Even now, he was still defending Du Jinyan, that lowly woman. Was his head really that muddled? You hold her in such high regard. Are you dissatisfied with your own reputation? Do you still want to marry a wife of higher status? Do you still want a future? She asked sternly. If word got out that Xie Huaiyan defied his family for a servant girl, it would be a scandal. Mother! Xie Huaiyan protested indignantly. The Marchioness scoffed, unmoved. Well, I understand now, Xie Huaiyan said angrily. You all look down on Jinyan, and you look down on me too. They all claim to have his best interests at heart, but when had they ever cared about his feelings? Didn't they know he had lived in the shadow of Xie Yunji for years, unhappy? Only Du Jinyan understood him. Oh, you know we look down on you? The Marquis, not angry this time, seemed somewhat gratified, a sarcastic smile on his face. Then think carefully, why do we look down on you? His dark humor almost made Su Qingyi laugh, and others around her as well. Even Lin Ge rarely smiled, as he did not like Xie Huaiyan and was happy to see him in distress. Xie Huaiyan flushed with embarrassment. He knew it was because he wasn't as good as Xie Yunji. Reputation is built by oneself, not granted by others. Even a child knows that. Do you not understand? The Marquis asked. Xie Huan, chastised, lowered his eyes in resentment. You fail to make progress and still act recklessly, yet you want others to respect you? The Marquis showed no mercy to his second son, continuing his sarcastic critique. What a great face you have. This time the surrounding people couldn't hold back. Laughter filled the air, quickly stifled. Stripped of his dignity, Xie Huayan's face turned beet red. As your son, must I be as outstanding as my elder brother to earn your love? He asked, humiliated and angry. Not necessarily, the Marquis replied coldly, casting a glance at his defiant face. I would be satisfied if you had even a fraction of your brother's ability. Xie Huayan reluctantly fell silent, regretting bringing up Xie Yunji. Fortunately, Xie Yunji was already bedridden, and the Xie family would eventually rely on him to take over. Thinking of this, Xie Huayan felt slightly less aggrieved. The old madam also understood this. So despite her dissatisfaction with Xie Huayan, she did not harshly criticize him, only speaking earnestly, Huayan, don't blame your father for scolding you. He just wants you to succeed. Grandmother, how could I dare? Xie Huayan replied defiantly. You're not young anymore. It's time to consider your future, rather than lingering in the inner court all day, the old madam sighed. Whether it's studying or building connections, you need to focus. Don't just muddle through. Hearing this, Xie Huayan felt a rare pang of shame. Yes, grandmother, he replied. Xie Huayan actually had a talent for studying, but he had always felt that no matter how hard he tried, he could never surpass Xie Yunji. So he gave up and became self-destructive. Now that Xie Yunji was bedridden, it was indeed time for him to make an effort. Given time, he would make these people look at him with new eyes. With the excitement over, the Xie family members tactfully dispersed. Grandmother, father, mother, Hungur is sleepy. I'll take him back to rest, Su Qingyi said, picking up Hungur and getting up to leave. Go ahead, the Marquis and the old madam replied, their tone always gentler with her. Lin Gur and Zhen Gur also stood up to leave. The atmosphere as the four of them walked together was indescribably harmonious, pleasant to behold. Once everyone had left, Nanny Chong came to help Du Jinyun, who was still kneeling on the ground. Miss Jinyun, get lost. Du Jinyun shouted, her anger towards Su Qingyi spilling over onto Nanny Chong. There's no need for your pretense. Don't think I don't know you're here to spy on me for her. Nanny Chong was about to plead her innocence when a slap landed on her facete with Xiaoan. Insolent servant, you can't even serve your mistress properly. Go back to where you came from. If not for considering that Nanny Chong was Su Qingyi's person, he wouldn't have hesitated to kill her. Hearing that Du Jinyan no longer wanted her, Nanny Chong panicked. Miss Jinyan, you can't just discard me like this. It was you who bribed me to betray the young mistress. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been cast out, she cried, holding her stinging cheek. It turned out Nanny Chong really had been driven out by Su Qingyi. Du Jinyun turned her back, saying heartlessly, you were greedy. Who else can you blame? A disloyal servant who wasn't even wanted by Su Qingyi was certainly not someone Du Jinyun would keep. Since things had come to this, she wasn't afraid of Nanny Chong spreading rumors. Xie Huayan warned coldly, Nanny Chong, remember to keep your mouth shut in the future. Don't say anything you shouldn't, or I have ways to deal with you. Nanny Chong shivered. She hadn't expected Du Jinyun to be so ruthless. Faced with an uncertain future, she was filled with regret. If only she hadn't betrayed the young mistress. On the other hand, after the banquet, Jin eagerly ran to the outer courtyard to find Pei Che. He spent half the night there and returned sweaty to find Su Qingyi. Mother, did you practice with Master Pei? Su Qingyi chuckled. Zhen nodded, smiling happily, but then grew anxious about what he was going to say. Have some water and take your time to speak, Su Qingyi suggested, pouring him a glass of water. Zhen felt a pang of guilt, sensing that his mother might have guessed his intentions, but he was determined to speak. After drinking half the glass, he said resolutely, I don't want to go to the academy anymore. I want to focus entirely on martial arts with Master Pei from tomorrow. Fearing Su Qingyi's disapproval, he quickly reasoned, I only need to learn to read. You could ask Sandy's tutor to teach me occasionally. Isn't that enough? Why should I have to leave early and return late like to go? What do you think? His argument wasn't unreasonable, and considering Su Qingyi's modern mindset, it seemed sensible. However, she sighed, the academy was arranged by your father, and it wasn't easy to get you in. Zhen nodded, wondering how his mother knew. Su Qingyi continued, personally, I support you in pursuing what you love wholeheartedly. But sometimes I doubt my decisions, wondering if I'm being too presumptuous. Switching from academics to martial arts is a big decision, and I must be responsible for your future. No, you're not being presumptuous. Your decision is great. Zhen thought she was about to refuse and became anxious. You always said education should be tailored to the individual, so why go back on your word? I'm not going back on my word. It's just a significant decision, and I need to confirm it with you, Su Qingyi replied, glancing at her excited second son. Seeing he had calmed down, she asked, have you really thought it through? Jin nodded without hesitation, speaking honestly, going to the academy feels like a chore, but I'm enthusiastic about training with Master Pei, even if it means enduring the pain of horse stance. Su Qingyi pondered. Zhen indeed had a talent for it, and it seemed this was his path with no better option available. Alright, I'll have someone request a few days off from the academy for you tomorrow. You can train with Master Pei for a few days. But if you regret it, I won't, Jin interjected. He was firm in his decision. Su Qingyi said no more but planned to request leave first. The next day, Hung was also starting school. Su Qingyi, rarely up so early, joined her 3 sons for breakfast. Lin noticed Su Qingyi at the breakfast table and then glanced at his third brother, understanding the situation. Your third brother is officially starting his education today, Su Qingyi announced. Congratulations, Lin and Zhen replied. Zhen was particularly thrilled, feeling as if he had escaped a burden, and looked at his third brother with a sympathetic gaze. Study well, Sandy, and don't let our mother down. Su Qingyi gave Zhen a wordless glance. Lin, your second brother won't be going to the academy these days. He'll be learning martial arts with Master Pei at home, she informed Lin, placing a meat pie on his plate. Lin, who didn't like meat, seamlessly passed it to Zhen.
Thanks.
Jin started to say, but Su Qingyi took the pie back, tore it in half, and gave each of them a piece. It's so little. Surely you can eat it, right? Look at you, skinny as a stick. Lin, recalling discussions about his height, reluctantly ate half. Zhen chuckled but, reminded of his own physique, restrained his laughter and opted for a big steamed bun instead. Hang, still sleepy, was occasionally fed by Su Qingyi, who also pinched his cheek. And wake up. You'll be going to school soon. All right. Hen rubbed his eyes, finally fully awake. Noticing his eldest brother watching him, he gave an innocent smile. Lin looked away, saying nothing. He felt his third brother was becoming spoiled but didn't bother to intervene. With Su Qingyi present, it was her responsibility. Finally, after a hearty breakfast, the 4 of them went about their respective activities. Su Qingyi took Heng to the study in the outer courtyard, where Shin Jijia was already waiting. Good morning, Mr. Shin. I'll leave Heng in your capable hands, Su Qingyi smiled, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the handsome teacher. Good morning, Madam Su, young Master Heng, Shin Jijia replied with a cheerful smile. Did you have a comfortable night in the residence? Was there any inconvenience? Su Qingyi, being the gracious host, naturally inquired. You've prepared everything so well. My mother and I are very comfortable here. It's much better than Tongluo Alley. Waking up this morning felt like a dream, Shin Jijia responded. That's good to hear, Su Qingyi nodded, then turned to Heng Heng. I'll be leaving now. Be good and study with your teacher. I'll come to pick you up later. Heng clung to her hand, his small face pressed against it. Don't go, mother. Seeing the little one acting spoiled, Su Qingyi felt her heart soften, though she showed a hint of helplessness. Shan Jijia, observing the scene, thought, this young master needs to learn some discipline. At 4 years old, isn't he a bit spoiled? Be a good boy and listen, your mother can't hinder your learning here. Su Qingyi routinely coaxed him, saying, your teacher will laugh at you. Henger looked at Shen Jijia, then tilted his little face upward to Su Qingyi. All right, mother, remember to pick me up. Of course, I will remember, Su Qingyi replied, bending down to kiss her obedient son. With that, the clingy mother and son shared a long, reluctant farewell. After she left, Henger immediately stood up straight, bowed to Shin Jijia and apologized. I apologize for keeping you waiting, teacher. Shan Jijia thought, isn't this a good set of manners? He had assumed the first lesson would be about discipline and had even prepared a ruler, but the student's quick change in behavior caught him by surprise. It's all right, young Master Heng. No need to be so formal, Shin Jijia said with a smile. Yes, sir, Henger replied. Henger performed well throughout the lesson. Shen Jijia, who had been observing him for a while, reflected that a young gentleman is indeed well-mannered. He had initially misjudged him as a spoiled brat, but it seemed he was just particularly attached to his mother. The discipline was there. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi arranged for someone to keep an eye on Liner at the academy to see who he interacted with. The academy allowed students to go out during lunch breaks. Liner went out during the break to a place where people were sold and bought a 14-year-old study companion who was mature and skilled in martial arts, able to serve as a guard. My name is Xie Lin. You can call me Abai, Liner said. Abai touched his dark face, smirked, and said, thank you for the blessing. Abai it is. Abai followed Liner for a while and then said nonchalantly, young Master Lin, someone is following us. What do they look like? Liner asked, frowning. Abai described the person to Liner. Could it be an enemy? No wonder you wanted a study companion who knows martial arts. The more Liner listened, the more familiar it sounded, and he realized it was someone from the household. Ignore it, he said. He had a good idea of what was happening. Abai, concerned, said, someone is tailing us and you're not worried? It's someone from my family, Liner replied with a cold expression. How did your family manage to have someone follow you? Abai asked, puzzled. Why are you asking so many questions? Lin Guru glanced at him and said, just focus on your own duties. Abai fell silent. The young master seemed like he came from a wealthy family. Perhaps it was a power struggle within a rich household? Maybe an evil stepmother. Abai couldn't stop his imagination from running wild. At the Marquis of Pingyang's residence, the carpenter finally delivered the wheelchair. Since it's for the master, we didn't dare to sit in it. Madam, would you like to try it? Su Qingyi nodded and sat down to test it carefully. The craftsmanship was excellent, and there was nothing uncomfortable about it. She smiled and praised. It's very comfortable. We've made several adjustments, the carpenter said. In the Shizi's room. Is this the wheelchair? Guan Qi and Mo Yan looked curiously at the peculiar chair. Madam, can the Shizi really use this? Of course, I've just tried it. You can help Shizi up now, Su Qingyi replied. It's still quite hot outside, so let Shizi try it indoors first to see if any improvements are needed. If not, we can take him out for some fresh air in the evening. Xia Yunji lay there listening, feeling somewhat expectant. He had been cooped up inside for days, and even with his calm nature, it was becoming unbearable. Yes, they replied, carefully helping the Shizi from the bed to the chair. Despite having lost a lot of weight, the Shizi was still tall and heavy, making the task quite strenuous. Su Qingyi also lent a hand to prevent any bumps or bruises. The moment he sat up, Xia Yunji felt much more comfortable, no longer in a lying position. Lying down all the time was exhausting in a way that was hard to describe, bearable but maddening over time. Su Qingyi pushed the wheelchair, finding it quite heavy, but the wheels moved smoothly. It certainly wasn't up to modern standards, but it was functional. What she found barely satisfactory amazed others. Guan Qi and Mo Yan were wide-eyed. It actually works. Madam, let us try. Here. They took over the task of pushing the wheelchair, tried it themselves, and then laughed excitedly. This is great, with this chair, we can take Shizi everywhere. See, I told you it would work, Su Qingyi laughed as well. The old lady's legs aren't good either. She has already asked the carpenter to make another one. Sitting in the chair, Xia Yunji once again felt the depth of Su's love and care for him. Madam is impressive. The young servants all exclaimed. Now they hoped even more for the Shizi to wake up, so such a wonderful lady wouldn't have to wait in vain. However, from the looks of it, the madam never seemed bitter, always cheerful every day. Su Qingyi thought, with an ideal life in her grasp, how could she not be happy? By evening, the heat subsided, and a cool breeze swept through the courtyard. Two young servants pushed Xia Yunji to the veranda, where the wind carried the refreshing scent of lotus leaves, making it especially pleasant. Xia Yunji inhaled the long mist fresh air, his mood improving. Yet, Su was absent, which puzzled him. This was the first use of the chair she had arranged. She should be present. Indeed, Su Qingyi should have been there, but she was late picking up their child from school. Hungur pouted and complained, Mother, you were late this afternoon. I waited for a long time after school. It wasn't that long, not even half an hour. But children, Su Qingyi sighed, if Mother is late, can't you just go back to the courtyard with Suyi? No, you promised you'd pick me up. Hungur insisted. Yes, Mother was wrong. Only then did Hungur smile, reaching out to Su Qingyi hug. Little clingy one. Su Qingyi picked up Hungur and realized Shen Jijia was still there accompanying him. Sorry for taking up your time, Shenjiren. Shen Jijia smiled, it's nothing, I was just studying here. Su Qingyi noticed the 4 books and 5 classics on the table and asked, will you be taking the imperial exam next spring, Shenjiren? I should be, Shen Jijia replied. With no worries holding him back, why wait? He owed much to the lady's appreciation before him. Well, I wish you success in the exams. Su Qingyi sincerely said, remembering that Lin Gur would also be taking the autumn exam. If Shen Jiren has time, perhaps you could exchange ideas with my Lin Gur. He's also taking the scholar exam this year. If young Master Lin is willing, Shen Jijia smiled. Su Qingyi beamed, then it settled. I'll get some of his writings for you later. After saying goodbye to Shen Jijia, Su Qingyi carried Hungur to find the Shizi in the courtyard, suggesting Hungur accompany his father for a walk. After sitting in the study for so long, are you tired? Want to get down and walk with your father? Xia Yunji heard Su's voice from afar, along with Hungur's. I wonder how Hungur did in his studies today. I don't want to walk, just want Mother to carry me. Hungur hadn't been with his mother all day, and now clung to Su Qingyi's neck, unwilling to let go. Guanqi and Moyan chuckled quietly on the side. Young Master Hung was so clingy, but the young lady indulged him. As his father, Xia Yunji couldn't bring himself to smile. If he were awake, he would surely give Heng a swat on the backside. Regardless of etiquette, a 4-year-old was not light, and hanging on someone's arm all day would be too much even for a burly man, let alone a slender woman. Isn't this just being troublesome? Well, okay. Let's consider it compensation for your mother being late to pick you up today. Su Qingyi, having little temper, compromised easily. Xia Yunji, having heard it firsthand, finally understood just how much Su doted on little Heng, and it wasn't mere kindness, but outright spoiling. Perhaps it's time to visit the old lady. Su Qingyi suddenly felt an urge. The old lady was getting on in years, and with the heat intensifying these days, she hadn't visited Donhui Courtyard yet. It wasn't that she didn't want to come, but for various reasons, it had been postponed. Mentioning the old lady made Xia Yunji tense up, but he didn't object. At Yayan Garden, as the evening cooled, the old lady finally felt a bit more spirited and was enjoying some lotus seed soup brought by the nanny. Suddenly, she heard someone announce, "Old lady, The young madam and the heir are here." With a clatter, the porcelain spoon fell back into the bowl. Stunned, she thought she must have misheard. Why would Yoonji come? After her eldest grandson fell into a coma, she rarely visited, avoiding the heartache, and, over time, found it harder and harder to take that step. Could the message have been wrong? The nanny also heard it and frowned, asking the maid. "No, it's true." The maid didn't know what else to say, so she let the nanny and the old lady see for themselves. When Su Qingyi pushed the heir inside, she felt a bit anxious, unsure if the old lady would scold her for being reckless. She was certain the old lady cherished the heir but wasn't sure if she wanted to see him in this way. She didn't want her good intentions to backfire. Xia Yunji felt as anxious as she did. Being able to sit up and go out today, feeling the breeze outside, was satisfying enough. He didn't expect Su to bring him to Yayan Garden. He missed his grandmother, yet feared making her sad. The moment they entered, the old lady saw it really was her eldest grandson and froze. Yoonji-yu, then she noticed his eyes were still closed. "Hung, it's time to get down now, right? Go greet your great-grandmother." Su Qingyi set Little Hing down and then smiled as she greeted the old lady. "Greetings, grandmother. I took the liberty of having a wheelchair made for the heir, so he can get some sun and come see you whenever he wishes." "Greetings to great-grandmother. I came with daddy to see you." Little Hing piped up obediently, his sweet words like honey. The elderly lady gazed at her eldest grandson, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, lost in thought. Su Qingyi grew anxious, worrying she might have done something wrong. "I'm sorry, grandmother. I acted without consulting you," she said. "It's not your fault," the elderly lady replied, snapping out of her reverie. Her eyes slightly reddened. "You did well." She took a closer look at Xia Yunji, noting his clean and tidy appearance, and couldn't help but remark, "It was right for Yunji to marry you. You take good care of him." Su Qingyi humbly responded, "It's all thanks to the capable people around the heir. I just lend a helping hand." The elderly lady chuckled and gave Su Qingyi a fond glance. "Silly girl. You are now one of the people around the heir." She assumed Su Qingyi was simply not yet accustomed to her new role, unaware that Su Qingyi didn't see the heir as her ultimate destination. "Hunger, come here," the elderly lady beckoned. Hunger approached and was pulled into her embrace. He glanced back at Su Qingyi as if to say, "Mother, you're my favorite. Being with great-grandmother is just for show." Su Qingyi found him too adorable and smiled back at him. After playing with Hunger, the elderly lady turned her attention to Xia Yunji. "Come closer, let me have a good look at you." Xia Yunji felt a gentle push and stopped. A slightly trembling hand touched his cheek. It must be his grandmother. He was deeply moved. "Qingyi, do you think Yunji will wake up?" she asked, realizing she might have misspoken in front of her daughter-in-law. "Never mind. He will," Su Qingyi replied, her face showing no sign of sorrow or resentment. Her voice was lively and full of energy, a rare presence in the otherwise oppressive Marquis of Pingyang's residence. "I believe the heir will wake up, so you must take care of yourself, grandmother. Live a long life and enjoy his filial piety when he does." The elderly lady was momentarily stunned. Realizing why she found Su Qingyi so endearing, she was vibrant and positive. "Yes, you're right," she said, her spirits lifted. "Life will only get better, and I'm looking forward to you and Yoonji having children." "Yes," Su Qingyi replied with a smile, not showing much shyness. Hunger stared at his mother's belly, dazed. Would his mother have her own child? Would she still treat him the same? Quietly, Hanger left his great-grandmother's embrace and nestled back into Su Qingyi's arms, clutching her dress tightly. "What's wrong?" Su Qingyi asked, noticing Hanger seemed upset. Hanger tried to smile at his mother but couldn't, and ended up shaking his head. "Are you jealous?" Su Qingyi teased, pinching his cheek. Hanger didn't deny it, holding on to Su Qingyi even tighter. "There's no need to be jealous. Even if I have a child, I won't forget you," Su Qingyi assured him with amusement but sincerity. "I like Hanger very much." Seeing he still wasn't smiling, she bent down and kissed his brow. Hanger finally smiled. The warm atmosphere quietly flowed, and Xia Yunji, too, felt uplifted. On the way back to Donhui Courtyard after the meal, Lina reported to Su Qingyi that he had bought a book boy with some martial arts skills. He made sure to mention this in detail, hoping Su Qingyi would stop sending people to follow him. Su Qingyi understood his implication and chuckled to herself, pretending not to know. "That's good. Why not arrange for him to stay next to Master Pei? He can even get some guidance from him." "As you decide," Lina replied, reserved and saying no more. At worst, regarding that scoundrel, he could have Abai handle it. Even if Su Qingyi sent someone to follow him, they wouldn't know what he was up to. Abai, having stayed in the Marquis's residence for 2 days, discovered that his young master was not some pitiful victim. Although his young master had a poor background and a paralyzed adoptive father, he also had an adoptive mother who treated him very well. Consequently, Abai's status rose, receiving gifts from Su Qingyi that were the best he had ever seen. Seeing him so happy, Liner coldly reminded him, "She's just trying to win you over." Abai didn't believe it. "The lady treats you well." "She's not like that." Liner rolled his eyes. "You've already been won over." Feeling wronged, Abai quickly pledged, I haven't. My loyalty is still with you. Linner took the opportunity to warn him, if she asks about me, you're not to say anything. Of course, Abai immediately agreed, thinking that the lady probably wouldn't do such a thing. After all, there was no conflict of interest between an adoptive mother and an adopted son, especially since she didn't have her own child yet. The people Su Qingyi sent to keep an eye on Linner had nothing to report after a few days. Linner's life was normal, except for the occasional mysterious whereabouts of the book boy Abai. After class today, Su Qingyi called Abai over and asked directly with a smile, has Linner asked you to do anything these days? Abai shivered, finally believing his young master's words. Yet, he still couldn't believe the lady harbored ill intentions towards his young master. About that, it's not easy for me to say. He replied, looking troubled, hoping Su Qingyi wouldn't make things difficult for him. I'm not monitoring him, Su Qingyi said, but he's still young. I'm worried he might encounter something he can't handle and cause a big problem. I see. Abai felt somewhat reassured. As long as the young mistress means no harm to the young master. I'll give you a few more days to think it over, Su Qingyi continued, seemingly addressing Abai but in reality speaking to Lin Ge. Weigh the pros and cons and decide if you want me to step in. Abai didn't understand but relayed the message to Lin Ge, who immediately grasped the underlying meaning. He was puzzled. Though how did Su Qingyi know he was facing an issue? Although her intentions might be good, he wasn't ready to let her into that part of his life. If Su Qingyi confronted that scoundrel, Lin Ge knew exactly how greedily the man would respond. Master Lin, I think the young mistress is right, Abai remarked. He had already been sent to deliver money, and learned from the scoundrel himself that he was the young master's biological father. With people like him, you can't keep indulging them. You should use authority to suppress him. You don't understand, Lin Ge replied. He didn't want this matter to become public, which would embarrass Xia Yunji. Any news about Xia Yunji was always sensationalized, and he, Lin Ge, was Xia Yunji's blemish. He didn't want his existence to bring criticism to Xia Yunji. The young master was stubborn, and Abai didn't dare defy him. Yet, a few days later, the man came back demanding more money. Watching the silver being handed over to that scoundrel made Abai feel conflicted, as if he were betraying his master. This time, Lin Ge not only gave him the money but also instructed, ask him where he usually stays. If he doesn't have a place, I'll arrange one for him. My master Lin, Abai exclaimed in exasperation, he's so despicable, yet you're still so kind to him. Kind indeed, Lin Ge replied, a wild smile flickering in his eyes. But this is the last kindness he'll receive from me in this lifetime. He concealed his murderous intent and ordered Abai coldly. After all, he is my biological father. Just do as I say and don't tell the young mistress. Abai was strongly opposed but could only comply. Yes, Master Lin? On a scorching sunny day, Su Qingyi arrived at the training ground with someone carrying a jug of chilled sour plum juice. She spotted Jin Ge practicing his martial arts under the sun, already drenched in sweat. Training is always tough, and Su Qingyi was reminded of her own college military training, an experience she never wished to repeat. Her gaze shifted to Pei Che, who was also soaked in sweat, wearing a headband to cover his damaged eye. Despite his impairment, he remained strikingly impressive. Surely, Pei Shifu would look quite dashing in battle armor. Pei Shifu, you've worked hard. I've brought you some sour plum juice, Su Qingyi said with a smile as she approached, instructing Luer to pour Pei Che a cup. Sister-in-law. Pei Che greeted respectfully, wiping his sweat and accepting the drink. Thank you. Zhen Ge noticed Su Qingyi's presence and wanted to greet her, but he remembered his unfinished task and watched longingly while persevering through his training. So, does Zhen Ge have potential? Su Qingyi asked with a smile. Pei Che drank most of the juice in one go and nodded. The second young master has talent. Like father, like son. With time he'll achieve great things. That's good to hear. Su Qingyi felt a strong sense of identity in her role as a mother. Hearing praise for her son made her genuinely happy. Pei Che noticed the satisfaction in Su Qingyi's eyes and felt a touch of emotion. Everyone knows how challenging it is to be a stepmother, yet this lady treats her stepsons as her own. Especially since General Xia is in such circumstances, her situation is predictably difficult. Thus, Pei Che admired his sister-in-law greatly. Only such a woman deserves to stand beside the bold and fearless General Xia. I'll go check on him, Su Qingyi said, and Pei Che nodded. Taking a cup of sour plum juice from Luer, Su Qingyi walked towards Zhen Ge with an umbrella. He had been eagerly waiting for her arrival and exclaimed, Mother, what were you talking about with Pei Shifu? I've been waiting for you. Waiting for the sour plum juice in my hand, right? Su Qingyi teased, handing him the cup. Zhen Ge chuckled and drank from her hand. You've lost weight, Su Qingyi remarked after a closer look. He had indeed slimmed down, and his skin had tanned. He no longer appeared as gloomy and uncertain as before. Now, Zhen Ge seemed confident and spirited. Really? I like hearing that, Zhen Ge said smugly after finishing the drink. So, is martial arts training tough? Su Qingyi asked. Zhengur, with sweat dripping from his chin, looked at his mother and replied, "Of course it's tough." His current state made it obvious. "Do you still want to continue learning martial arts? Are you sure you don't want to go back to the academy?" Su Qingyi asked, giving him one last chance to decide. Despite the hardship, Zhengur stubbornly shook his head. "I'm not going back, no matter how many times you ask." "That's determined of you," Su Qingyi said with a smile, patting his shoulder. "Then keep practicing your horse stance." "Mother." Zhengur shot her a look. Her pat almost toppled him over. He was already at his limit. "Sorry," Su Qingyi apologized, though not sincerely. Since Zhengur had chosen this path, hardship was inevitable. As the saying goes, no pain, no gain. Deciding not to attend the academy was a significant decision, so Su Qingyi mentioned it to the Marquis. Zhengur indeed wasn't academically inclined. The Marquis likely understood Zhengur's abilities and didn't react much to Su Qingyi's decision, saying, "If he can persevere, learning martial arts is also good." Xia Yunji remains a formidable general. At least one of his 3 sons should be skilled in martial arts. With the Marquis' support, Su Qingyi felt relieved and replied yes. In the heir's room, the lights flickered softly. With numerous trivial matters lately, Su Qingyi hadn't visited for several days. Upon returning, she felt a sense of familiarity, as if she and the heir had been together for a long time, like an old married couple. It's no wonder people say that familiarity breeds intimacy. It truly doesn't deceive. "Shitzi," Su Qingyi said while lowering the bed curtains, "I went to the training ground today to see Zhengur. He loves it and has decided not to attend the academy anymore." I agreed, and the Marquis had no objections. Even though she knew saying it was pointless, the surrounding silence made it feel awkward to start without saying anything. Actually, not only did Su feel like an old married couple, but Xia Yunji did as well. These days, Su would push his wheelchair around the estate in the mornings or evenings. The feeling of companionship was quite peculiar. Perhaps this is how marital bonds develop. When Su drew close to him again, Xia Yunji felt genuine joy, starting to understand why marital intimacy is called the joy of fish and water. In moments of passion, Su kissed his face again, making him understand another term, whispering sweet nothings. Unfortunately, he couldn't respond, worrying that over time, Su might grow tired of this one-sided dynamic. Ultimately, she probably would, Xia Yunji thought. The intense emotions overwhelmed his thoughts, leaving no room for other considerations. He followed Su's breathing, his heartbeat racing. A scent reminiscent of musk subtly filled the canopy. Afterward, Su rested on top of him, their hearts beating closely together. Listening to the rhythmic thumping, Xia Yunji felt a sense of tenderness, inexplicably. Perhaps lying around all day left him lonely. He just hoped Su would stay by his side a bit longer. Su Qingyi lingered quietly for a moment, then noticed the heir had desires again, surprised at his renewed vigor after days apart. However, she was too exhausted to attend to him anymore. "This time it's not my fault," she muttered. "If I leave now, don't hold it against me." Xia Yunji had already come to terms with her limitations, feeling too weary to reprimand her. Su Qingyi, unaware of the heir's indulgence, was truly slow-paced. Who knows how long she lingered this time before finally finishing and returning to her room to rest. The next morning, she woke with an upset stomach. During her bathroom break, she realized her period had arrived. Su Qingyi wasn't particularly disappointed. Even for 2 healthy individuals, conceiving quickly isn't guaranteed. Moreover, given the heir's condition, becoming a father might not be easy. However, the maids and nannies around her were more disappointed than the young mistress herself because they were anxious for her. Only with a child would her position in the Marquis' household be secure. Without an heir, no matter how well she got along with her stepsons, it wouldn't be the same. Perhaps due to the body's natural chill, her menstrual cycle was particularly uncomfortable, causing Su Qingyi to rest for 2 full days, completely detached from the outside world. It wasn't until Abai requested an audience, saying, "Young madam, I have something to report," that she took notice. He seemed quite uneasy. Abai was someone close to Lingur, so whatever he had to report was surely related to Lingur. Su Qingyi immediately shook off her lethargy and asked, "What is it?" "It's about young Master Lin." Abai hesitated, fearing that speaking out might lead to his downfall, possibly even being sold off. Yet, remaining silent risked greater trouble. "Don't beat around the bush. Just say it," Su Qingyi urged. Resigned to his fate, Abai confessed, "Young Master Lin has a biological father, did you know?" Su Qingyi nodded. Abai spat, "He's no good. He's been extorting money from young Master Lin, threatening to spread rumors that the Marquis household stole his son if he doesn't get paid." Su Qingyi was already aware of this. Clearly, Abai had more to say. "Young Master Lin has prepared a house for that scoundrel in the past few days," Abai continued, swallowing nervously. "I suspect young Master Lin is planning something rash." Su Qingyi thought to herself, "It's not a suspicion, it's a certainty." "Where is the house?" she asked urgently. Abai provided an address, which was a relief. With an address, things could be managed. Su Qingyi instructed. Keep a close eye on him and report to me immediately if anything happens. Yes, Abai replied. Not fully reassured, Su Qingyi also summoned the maids attending to Lin Guo, instructing them to monitor his actions and report back. After issuing all these instructions, she found herself pondering, sensing something was amiss. In the original story, Lin Guo managed to kill his biological father without anyone knowing until much later, indicating he was meticulous and cautious. Yet now, involving Abai so much seemed like leaving evidence against himself. Or perhaps he had another plan. Su Qingyi rubbed her aching forehead, uncertain whether to have an open conversation with Lin Guo or to wait and observe. For 3 consecutive days, Su Qingyi didn't leave her room, meaning she hadn't visited the heir's quarters for 3 days. Considering her discomfort, taking a break seemed justifiable. Xia Yunji, learning from the servants that Su was unwell due to her menstrual cycle, understood her absence. Even though he hadn't seen Su's appearance or build firsthand, he could sense her frail and delicate nature, making it unsurprising that her cycle was painful. Given the circumstances, she shouldn't indulge in the cold by using so much ice. Unfortunately, it seemed no one in the household could manage Su's affairs, a realization Xia Yunji came to after visiting Yayan courtyard with Su. Clearly, the old lady trusted Su, believing her to be steady, and the Marquis wouldn't concern himself with such trivial matters. As for the Marquis wife, she wouldn't dare interfere either. Indeed, Su Qingyi was in a rather unchecked position. Had it not been for this bit of freedom, she wouldn't have married Xia Yunji in the first place. On the 4th night after bathing, Su Qingyi felt much better and considered visiting the heir to chat. Suddenly, Dongqing, Lin Guo's maid, arrived to report, "Young madam, young Master Lin has left the courtyard." It was unusual for him to leave at night, prompting Su Qingyi to be on alert. She sent someone to the outer courtyard to ask Abai if Lin Guo had gone to see him. Abai immediately replied, "Young Master Lin must have left the manor." His guess was right, causing much anxiety. Su Qingyi, also concerned, said, "Let's go. I'll accompany you to check that house. Hurry." Unsure how far Lin Guo had progressed, she didn't dare make a fuss, opting to discreetly leave with Abai. Lin Guo's biological father, Lu Gui, was a useless country bumpkin. The proudest moment of Lu Gui's life was buying a madwoman from a human trafficker, who then bore him an outstanding son. Now, this son had become the Marquis' adopted son and was studying at an academy reserved for nobles. Before Xia Yunji's incident, Lu Gui didn't dare disturb them. Now that Xia Yunji was out of the picture, with the child fatherless, he claimed his right to reclaim his son. Initially, Lin Guo refused to acknowledge him, angering Lu Gui, who resorted to threats, hoping Lin Guo would comply and not force a desperate confrontation. As the adopted son of a wealthy family, Lin Guo indeed valued his reputation, unlike before when he inherited his mad mother's wild streak. Lin Guo provided Lu Gui with a house, albeit on the outskirts, but it was spacious and quiet, the best Lu Gui had ever lived in. Satisfied, he frequented brothels more often, boasting about his filial son. Tonight, after spending lavishly, Lu Gui sent someone to the Marquis residence to fetch his son. However, he was mindful enough to save face for Lin Guo, instructing the visitor to present a respectable identity without exposing his own. Lu Gui naturally wanted to acknowledge Lin Guo, but doing so might cause the Marquis' household to harbor resentment toward him, potentially hindering Lin Guo's future prospects, something Lu Gui deemed not worth the risk. When Lu Gui audaciously came to the Marquis' residence looking for him, Lin Guo expected to be furious. Surprisingly, he felt rather calm, much more so than he had imagined. He even took his time to bathe and change into clean-clothes an old dark blue outfit that wouldn't easily show bloodstains. Meanwhile, Lu Gui was thrown out of a brothel for failing to pay, cursing Lin Guo under his breath as he slinked back home. Fortunately, he had a place to return to, otherwise, he'd be living in a dilapidated shack. Thinking of this, he found himself less resentful of Lin Guo. Drunk and humming a tune, Lu Gui stumbled back to his house, only to find someone inside. Alarmed, he called out, "Who's in my house?" "A thief." "It's me." In the dimly lit room, the moonlight streaming through the window illuminated Lin Guo's clean, handsome face, which appeared calm. "Lin Guo." Lu Gui rubbed his eyes in disbelief, recognizing his son. A wide grin spread across his face, revealing his yellowed teeth. "Why are you here? Come to give your old man some money?" Lately, Lin Guo had been providing him with money and a house, leading Lu Gui to believe that, without his adoptive father, Lin Guo finally appreciated his biological father. He never considered that Lin Guo might be seeking revenge. "Yes," Lin Guo replied, suppressing his hatred and speaking coolly, "and to have a drink with you." Despite Lu Gui's burly frame, Lin Guo was only 12, slender and slight. He needed to get Lu Gui thoroughly drunk to ensure nothing went awry. "That's great," Lu Gui exclaimed, noticing the table was indeed set with food and drink. His grin widened as he immediately sat down. "Come, let's have a drink, father and son." Lin Guo lowered his gaze, hiding the murderous intent in his eyes. He could have easily poisoned the wine, letting Lu Gui die quietly and unknowingly. But that would be too merciful. Instead, he planned to render Lu Gui conscious yet immobile, then slowly, one cut at a time, bring about his demise. Lu Gui became even more intoxicated, completely oblivious to the fact that Lin Gur, who had come to drink with him, hadn't touched a drop. When the cup slipped from Lu Gui's hand, signaling his loss of strength, Lin Gur knew it was time to act. With a thud, Lu Gui fell from his chair, staring in terror at the suddenly hostile Lin Gur. What are you doing? He stammered. Lin Gur, holding a sharp knife, sneered. What do you think? Lu Gui, after what you did you really think I would respect you? You brute. Lu Gui's eyes widened as he realized his predicament. You've always hated me. Wanted to kill me? Lin Gur didn't deny it. Why? Because when Lin Gur was a child, Lu Gui killed his insane mother and often beat him. Recalling his past misdeeds, Lu Gui knew he was doomed and tried to flee, but his drunken state rendered him helpless. Lin Gur gagged him with a cloth, and without hesitation, stabbed Lu Gui in the thigh, then withdrew the knife and stabbed him elsewhere. Each stab was deep but not fatal. Lu Gui was in excruciating pain, bleeding profusely, unable to cry for help. Throughout, Lin Gur remained expressionless, without any sense of vengeance or panic from killing, just a calm demeanor. Yet beneath that calm, there seemed to be a torrent of emotions pulling at his thoughts. Blood was everywhere, and Lin Gur couldn't remember how many times he had stabbed, though he thought it probably wasn't as many as the times Lu Gui had hit his mother with a stone. Lin Gur. Su Qingyi finally arrived, the strong smell of blood telling her she was too late. Lin Gur was about to deliver the final blow when Su Qingyi rushed forward, faster than anyone else, grabbing Lin Gur's wrist. No. Stop. Abai, who had seen others kill before, was alarmed, warning, Madam, be careful. Abai knew that a murderer in the heat of the moment was irrational, and Su Qingyi could get hurt. Under normal circumstances, Su Qingyi knew the danger of confronting an armed killer, especially since Lin Gur wasn't her own son. They had only known each other for half a month, and he had no attachment to her. But in the heat of the moment, she didn't think twice and rushed to disarm Lin Gur, throwing the bloody knife far away and urgently ordering Abai, quick, get a doctor. Abai sprinted off, worried that if Lu Gui died, they would be in trouble. Su Qingyi had thought of this too, but seeing Lu Gui still conscious, she decided to act. Lin Gur, are you hurt? Su Qingyi asked anxiously. Lin Gur, now subdued, remained silent since being disarmed, showing no resistance. I'm asking you, are you hurt? She repeated with concern. No, Lin Gur replied coldly. Su Qingyi sighed in relief. Stay here and don't act rashly. I'll stop his bleeding. She released Lin Gur, who then grabbed her wrist with a bloodied hand, gritting his teeth. That scum deserves to die, and you want to save him? Yes, he deserves to die, but not by your hand, Lin Gur. Su Qingyi insisted. You have a bright future ahead of you. Don't throw it away for his life. It's not worth it. Lin Gur fell silent at her words. Su Qingyi took the opportunity to free her hand, adding, you know what's more important. Don't cause me trouble. Leaning against the wall, Lin Gur didn't move, his blood-stained face vacant. Su Qingyi was right. He had a promising future and shouldn't tarnish it over Lu Gui. That's why his stabs were deep but avoided vital areas. Deep down, perhaps he hoped someone would stop him. His reluctance to hide from Abai or deliver a fatal blow revealed his hesitation, known only to him. Fortunately, Su Qingyi arrived in time. He watched coldly as she tended to Lu Gui's wounds. Su Qingyi tore off part of her dress to use as a tourniquet. After examining Lu Gui, she was relieved to find the injuries were all to his limbs. Abai spent a good amount of money to bring a doctor and 2 assistants to carry Lu Gui to the clinic for treatment. Su Qingyi and Lin Gur followed to await the doctor's diagnosis. Lin Gur's hands were covered in blood, a shocking sight. Su Qingyi quickly took him to the courtyard, where she personally drew water from the well to wash him clean. After leaving the house, Lin Gur remained silent, doing whatever Su Qingyi instructed. The blood mixed with the well water, requiring many washes to finally clean it, yet a lingering metallic scent remained. Su Qingyi, who hadn't been afraid at the time, now grew increasingly anxious. She looked at Lin Gur, who showed no expression, and asked, Are you calm now? Are you scared? Lin Gur neither nodded nor shook his head. He simply wiped his hands on his robe. His state was worrying, and Su Qingyi feared it might leave a psychological scar. Don't overthink it. It's over now, she reassured him. Lin Gur replied sullenly. When they returned inside, the doctor quickly informed them that the injuries were superficial and not life-threatening. That's good to hear. Thank you, doctor. Su Qingyi sighed with relief, promptly leaving enough money and entrusting the doctor with the care. Lu Gui lay unconscious on the bed, having lost too much blood. To prevent him from speaking out of turn upon waking, Su Qingyi instructed Abai to stay and watch over him while she took Lin Gur back to the residence. He'll be fine. You can rest easy. I'll handle everything from here, Su Qingyi said as she led him back to his room, her voice weary but determined. You knew all along? Lin Guo asked, his eyes fixed on her torn skirt. Yes, Su Qingyi admitted. The chaos of the night had exhausted her, so she sat down and explained, a few days ago, your third brother and I saw you in an alley from a tavern window. We inquired about you and learned where you had been. I also asked around your father's circle and discovered you had a biological father who might be a threat to you. I wanted to protect you, even if you didn't want to involve the family. Lin Guo, with his clean hands clenched, remained silent. That's why I suddenly gave you 300 taels of silver. I know you don't see the Marquis residence as home, and your father is unconscious. You had no one to turn to, and I don't blame you, Su Qingyi continued. Your father is a hero admired by many. You feared Lu Gui would tarnish his name out of desperation, so you tried to placate him with money, waiting for the right moment to deal with him. But he's not worth it. He's beyond redemption, while you have a new life ahead of you. Don't let him drag you down anymore, okay? She took Lin Guo's hand, the one that had held the knife tonight, and gently patted it. The incident had truly frightened her, worrying about how it might affect Lin Guo's state of mind. As a mature adult in her 30s, she found it all quite unsettling, let alone a 12-year-old child. I always wanted to kill him. It was a vow I made. Nothing less would satisfy my hatred, Lin Guo confessed. Because he killed your mother? Su Qingyi understood the desire for revenge but advised, those who commit evil will meet their end. Even if you don't act, someone like him won't live long. I don't want you to dirty your hands. Lin Guo remained silent. You severely injured him tonight. Consider it revenge. If you trust me, leave the rest to me. I'll ensure he suffers, Su Qingyi promised, trying to console him and even mentioning his birth mother. If she were here, she'd want you to protect yourself. She wouldn't blame you for not avenging her. Lin Guo scoffed. She was just a madwoman. What would she know? The beatings from Lu Gui were nothing compared to the torment from that madwoman, yet she was still his mother. Rest tomorrow and go see her. Let her know it's over and focus on preparing for the exams, Su Qingyi encouraged with a smile. You're taking the exam this year, and I'm counting on you to become a scholar. Don't let this affect you. No need, Lin Guo said with a detached expression, turning his face away. She doesn't even have a grave. I've forgotten where she was thrown. Do you really not care? Su Qingyi questioned, unconvinced. A birth mother is still a birth mother. If you can't remember, go back and look. Surely you recall the general area? If she wasn't properly buried at the time, then do it right this time. It's not a big deal to have someone take care of it. It's unnecessary, Lin Guo replied, not understanding why Su Qingyi was insisting. That's your mother, how can it be unnecessary? Su Qingyi disagreed, acknowledging that she wanted to win people over, but also genuinely caring. I'm not busy anyway. If you don't want to go, just tell me where and I'll go myself. Seeing her determination, Lin Guo hesitated before saying, I really don't care about her. She wasn't good to me. Not sure why he was sharing this with Su Qingyi, but since he had started, he continued with a frown. Even if she were alive, I probably wouldn't care for her. But she's not alive, is she? Why hold a grudge against someone who's gone? Su Qingyi asked, understanding Lin Guo's feelings. There was a hint of familial affection, but he had never received positive feedback from his birth mother, which left him feeling wronged. These feelings shouldn't be bottled up forever. They need to be released to avoid getting stuck in the past. Just try to understand, she was sick, but we're still doing fine, Su Qingyi advised. Love is the most painful thing in the world, whether familial or romantic. Lin Guo's birth mother was like a dull knife lodged in his heart, festering. If he didn't resolve this, he'd be trapped in the past, unable to let go of his mother or his hatred for Lu Gui. As you wish, Lin Guo finally relented. Since Su Qingyi was so keen on doing this, he didn't argue further. The next day, Lin Guo didn't go to school. Seeing him at home, Su Qingyi assumed he was joining her, which lifted her spirits. At breakfast, she announced, I'm going out with your eldest brother later. We might be out all day, so I'm not taking Heng'er. She patted Heng'er, who was eating obediently. Stay at home with the nanny, all right? Where are mother and brother going? Why can't I come? Heng'er leaned into Su Qingyi, abandoning his food. We're going to your brother's old home. It's too far and not suitable for children, Su Qingyi explained. Besides, you need to study. You can't always be your mother's shadow. All right, Heng'er agreed. Though he wanted to go, he complied. Then I won't go. Mother, what are you doing at brother's old home? Zhengguo asked, focused on his food without noticing any change in his brother's demeanor. Or perhaps he was used to his brother's usual indifference. Su Qingyi turned to look at Zhengguo, surprised he suddenly called her mother. Zhengguo noticed her gaze and with a grin, said, Master said calling you mother sounds distant, like a concubine's child addressing the main wife. You're so good to us, even better than our real mother, so I should call you mother. He added, I think so too. You let me learn martial arts and found me master pay. You're like my real mother. Su Qingyi beamed with joy, pleased that Jengor was so filial and appreciative of her efforts. As long as you're happy. Of course I am. Jengor replied cheerfully. I really want to. I want to too, Hengor chimed in, hugging Su Qingyi's arm. I want to call you mother too. My sweet sons, Su Qingyi thought with a smile, realizing it wasn't so difficult to win over Xia Yunji's adopted sons. Lin Gur glanced at his second brother. Zhengur was always good at making others happy, especially elders. While having a filial heart was good, it could seem insincere if overdone. After listening to Zhengur's advice last time, Lin Gur realized his brother wasn't as simple-minded as he appeared. Zhengur also glanced at his elder brother, curious about why Su Qingyi was going to his brother's old home. Wasn't his brother not favored? Could they be sending him back? He quickly dismissed the thought. His brother was the most outstanding among the three of them. Sending anyone away wouldn't be him. After breakfast, Su Qingyi took Hengor to Shinji Jie's place, then instructed for a carriage to be prepared and left with a few people. Before leaving, she informed the old lady, who sighed to the nanny, Qingyi treats these children as her own. The nanny smiled. Indeed, young Master Lin is the most aloof, yet he seems to like the young mistress. If not, why would he go with her? The old lady had tried for 5 years to warm Xia Lin, but he remained cold. Xia Yunji, overhearing that Su Shi was taking Lin Gor back to his hometown, felt both puzzled and concerned, worried they might encounter Lu Gui the scoundrel. 20 miles outside the capital lies Yangshu village, where Lin Gor was born. He hadn't returned for 5 years, and seeing the village from his childhood again, his eyes held a cold glint. The noble's carriage entered the village, quickly drawing the attention of the villagers. Su Qingyi thought, since they were here to relocate a grave, they should at least inform the village chief. Nanny, go and tell the village chief that we're here to move Lin Gor's mother's grave. Yes, the nanny replied. The village chief was taken aback by the nanny's words. Lu Gui's mad wife had a grave? They had never heard of it. All they knew was that Lu Gui's son had been adopted by a wealthy family. That braggart was always boasting in the village, claiming his son would grow up to bring wealth back to honor him. No one in the village believed him. But now it seemed true. Lu Gui's son had indeed been adopted by a wealthy family. Lin Gur, following his memories, led the group up the mountain. After his mad mother was beaten to death by Lu Gui ran off, leaving 7-year-old Lin Gur to face the mutilated corpse alone. He went out to seek help, pleading with others to help carry the body up the mountain, but no one was willing. So Lin Gur used a hatchet to dismember the body, taking it up the mountain in several trips, and buried it in a shallow grave, as he was too small and weak to dig deep. He didn't know if wild dogs had dug it up. Lin Gur, you're so handsome. Your mother must have been beautiful too, right? The road was too quiet, and Su Qingyi struck up a conversation out of curiosity. After all, Lu Gui was at best average looking, yet he had a son like Lin Gur. It seemed like a genetic lottery win. Was she beautiful? Lin Gur recalled his mad mother, always disheveled and with rough skin, and replied truthfully, very ugly. Su Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, then understood. Lin Gur's mother was mentally unstable and couldn't take care of herself. With a sigh, she defended her. She just didn't dress up. I'm sure she was beautiful when she did. You probably take after her more. So what? Lin Gur replied unhappily, don't assume things. I don't want to resemble her. Lu Gui was a stain on his life, and his mad mother was too. He didn't like either of them. If he could, he'd never see them again. Coming here today was already a foolish mistake. Yes, you're unique, like no one else. Su Qingyi understood the rebellious nature of adolescence. A little coaxing would do the trick. I think Lu Gui struck it lucky. You shouldn't have been his child. She fanned herself, genuinely lamenting, if only you'd been born to me. Lin Gur glanced sideways, realizing the person couldn't possibly have a son as old as him. It was indeed strange. Su Qingyi was clearly under 20, still very much a young lady, yet there was no awkwardness in her being the foster mother to the 3 brothers. Of course, that's because Su Qingyi's soul was in her 30s, having experienced enough in life to be mature, sensible, and steady, more than capable of being Lin Gur's mother. So, do you remember roughly where it was? Su Qingyi asked. Lin Gur looked up and pointed to a tree ahead, around that tree. The nanny immediately instructed the people she brought along. Did you hear what young Master Lin said? Dig around that tree, but be gentle. The group responded and spread out. Soon, the whole hillside was filled with the sound of digging. If you find it, take it back first, then pick a scenic spot and a good day to bury it, Su Qingyi said while fanning herself. She glanced around, noting that Yangjia village was indeed picturesque, though Lin Gur's mother likely wouldn't want her remains to stay in a place full of sad memories. Lin Gur felt he had been dragged here against his will, his tone biting, as long as you're happy. After all, he didn't have any say in the matter. Just as Su Qingyi was about to say something, she heard a servant exclaim, I think we've found it. Quickly, cover it with an umbrella. Don't damage the bones. She immediately left Lin Gur and went over to watch as they carefully excavated the remains. She was puzzled because the bones were jumbled together, not laid out as a complete skeleton. Could someone have reburied them? Or perhaps they were buried this way from the start. Su Qingyi considered the possibility and glanced at Lin Gur. Thinking it might be Lu Gui's doing, she understood Lin Gur's hatred towards Lu Guite was indeed justified. Watching as the servants meticulously cleaned and coated Lin Gur's mother's bones with oil before placing them in a jar, Su Qingyi addressed the jar, Madam Lin, I don't know your name, so I'll call you Big Sister. I'm Su, Lin Gur's foster mother. Sorry for the delay in coming to fetch you. Please come home with your child. Everyone looked at Su Qingyi with a mix of emotions, impressed by her dedication to her foster son's affairs. Lin Gur glanced at her and muttered, nonsense. Though he said it softly, Su Qingyi heard it and tapped him on the head with her fan. It's one thing if you don't want to call your mother's spirit, but you should at least respect me for doing it. What logic is this? Lin Gur fell silent. It wasn't that he disrespected Su Qingyi. He simply didn't have much affection for the madwoman. Su Qingyi understood but couldn't blame him for being indifferent. They were all victims. She let it go. Let's go. We might still make it back for dinner. Okay. As the group descended the mountain, they encountered several villagers, 3 men and 2 women, one of whom was a young girl who seemed to be coming their way. The nanny recognized one of them as the village head and approached him. Village head, is there something you need? The village head stared at Su Qingyi until a maid blocked his view with a glare. He then looked at Lin Gur, surprised. You're Lu Gui's son. I remember you. You look just like you did as a child. Just more handsome now. Dressed like a young master of a wealthy family. Lin Gur remained silent, either out of disdain or lack of interest. No matter what he was before, young Master Lin is now a young master of our marquee household, so please show some respect, the nanny said, frowning. She then asked, Village head, why did you stop us? Hearing the words, marquee household, the village head hesitated and turned to a man beside him. Now you tell them. I'm Lu Deong. The man stepped forward, visibly nervous, but mustered the courage due to his family situation. Lu Gui took 10 taels of silver from my family to sell his son as a son-in-law. There was a contract, and the village head can vouch for it. Is there really such a thing? Su Qingyi immediately looked at Lin Gur. Do you remember anything about this? Lin Gur replied with a cold expression, I don't know. But it was 10 whole taels. Lu Deong exclaimed, it's true. You can't deny it. No need to worry, sir, Su Qingyi smiled. 10 taels isn't much. The marquee household can afford it. Although it's Lu Gui's doing, let's consider it spending money to avoid trouble. That contract is valid, and it's not just about 10 taels, Lu Daiyong's wife interjected from behind, holding her daughter's shoulder. The whole village knows my daughter was promised Lu Gui's son as a husband. Do you think you can just return 10 taels and call it a day? Su Qingyi's smile didn't falter, madam. If you feel 10 taels aren't enough, we can certainly negotiate further. Just don't be unreasonable. Name your price. Her straightforwardness left Lu Daiyong and his wife momentarily stunned, but they soon showed signs of delight. Su Qingyi initially thought that if it were just a matter of losing 100 or 200 taels, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, money can avert disaster. But then, wife, you tell them, Lu Daiyong said hesitantly, worried that he might say something that would upset his wife. Lu Daiyong's wife already had a figure in mind, but seeing Su Qingyi adorned with jewels and fine clothes, and noticing how handsome and outstanding Lin Gur had become, she no longer wanted to settle for money. No, we don't want money, she said. A woman only serves one husband. Even if we take the money, my daughter's reputation can't be restored. Su Qingyi had some inkling of what they were after and sighed inwardly. She understood but couldn't agree. So what do you want? She asked. As expected, Lu Daiyong's wife glanced at Lin Gur and said, let him marry my daughter. Even as a concubine, it's fine. She was realistic, knowing that her daughter couldn't become the legitimate wife of a marquis son. Being a concubine was the best outcome, and more appealing than getting a sum of silver. It was an opportunity for her daughter to enter a life of luxury. But Su Qingyi shook her head, refusing. Impossible. Your daughter can't enter the marquee household. It wasn't that she looked down on village girls, but this marriage was fundamentally impossible. Lin Gur despised Lu Gui too much to accept such a humiliating marriage. Feeling justified, Lu Daiyong's wife insisted. We have a written contract. So you want to take this to court? Su Qingyi asked, not wanting to use her power to pressure them, but she had to remind them. Do you think you can win against the marquee household with a contract signed by a madman? At the mention of going to court, Lu Daiyong's wife hesitated. The highest-ranking official she had ever seen was only a county magistrate. She couldn't even imagine the concept of a marquee household, so she bit her lip. Take the money and find someone else for your daughter. Lin Gur isn't suitable for her, Su Qingyi advised, glancing at the timid yet clean and pretty girl. But she wasn't suitable for Lin Gur, who would stab someone at the slightest disagreement. Lu Daiyong and his wife hesitated, testing the waters. How much can you give us? Su Qingyi countered. Your principal was 10 taels. How many times do you want that amount? Without giving a clear answer, the couple feared asking for too little and regretting it later. Still don't want money? Su Qingyi sensed they were about to make unreasonable demands and didn't want to give them too much time to think. All right then, see you in court, she said, preparing to leave. Wait. Lu Deong panicked, quickly saying, we won't go to court. We'll take the money. How much? Su Qingyi pressed. 800 taels. Lu Deong initially thought of 500 but changed it to 800 at the last moment. Su Qingyi smirked, turning 10 taels into 800? Isn't that extortion? I can only give you 100 taels, or we'll see you in court. Lu Deong's wife gritted her teeth. Compared to going to court, taking 100 taels was better. 100 it is, she said, though she was far from pleased with settling for just 100 taels. All right, bring out the contract, and I'll give you the money, Su Qingyi instructed. Already brought it, Lu Deong's wife replied. Fearing they might deny it, she had kept it close. As she took it out, a silver lock fell out as well. She quickly bent down to pick it up, intending to keep it. Suddenly, Lin Ge spoke. That item belongs to her. Belongs to her? Su Qingyi understood immediately. Is it a token? We'll take it back as well. Lu Deong's wife shot Lin Ge a fierce glare. She had hoped to keep the silver lock, but the one thing he remembered was that silver lock. The exchange was made, money for the contract and the token. Besides that one sentence, Lin Ge didn't participate in the negotiation at all. Only after the others left did he express his disgust, greedy and ugly-faced. Su Qingyi couldn't help but laugh, giving him an exasperated look. Why didn't you help scold them earlier? Now you're just complaining after the fact. Lin Ge remained silent, simply not wanting to speak with those people. Thinking about the 100 taels spent, he was still displeased. You didn't have to give them that much, he said disdainfully. Don't think they're good people. They only bought me to be a beast of burden. Like a slave, Lin Ge remarked, feeling Su Qingyi was too generous. Let it go. Think of it as spending money to avoid trouble. Why not spend 100 taels for some peace? Su Qingyi replied, taking the opportunity to teach her son, who had improved his lifestyle but not his mindset. Arguing with rotten people only drains your energy. If money can solve it, don't waste your time. Remember, you're valuable, and no one is worth your worry. Lin Ge was taken aback by Su Qingyi's words, staring at her in surprise. He never expected her to say something like that. In his experience, elders never taught children to prioritize themselves. The idea of valuing oneself above all seemed selfish. Yet, it resonated with Lin Ge, who believed people are inherently self-centered. Su Qingyi's words merely justified his indifferent attitude towards everyone. Let's go. Without waiting for Lin Ge to recover from his surprise, Su Qingyi lifted her skirt and quickly left, saying, if we're late, your clingy third brother will start crying. Lin Ge frowned slightly, thinking Su Qingyi spoiled his brother too much. He's a boy. You shouldn't pamper him like that, he said. I know, Su Qingyi replied without turning back. Knowing she wouldn't listen, Lin Ge decided to drop the subject. He didn't care much whether Hingor turned out well or not. His focus was solely on himself. I really do know what I'm doing. Your third brother will be quite something in the future, Su Qingyi remarked with a smile. A little spoiling won't hurt. It'll keep him from running off to become a pirate at the slightest disagreement. Lin Ge made no comment. Of course, you're even more impressive, Su Qingyi added, noticing Lin Ge's tense expression. Lin Ge dismissed her flattery, stepping quickly into the carriage. By the way, do you have any new writings? Su Qingyi asked as they returned home at dusk. Why? Lin Ge inquired. You're about to take your exams, aren't you? I thought I'd ask Scholar Shen to give some feedback. After all, we're paying him to teach. Might as well make use of it, Su Qingyi explained. Lin Ge's expression turned a bit complicated at the mention of Scholar Shen and Su Qingyi's admiration for him. A scholar's title isn't as rare as you think, he said politely, feeling awkward about Su Qingyi's habit of treating every scholar like a treasure. Su Qingyi gave a knowing smile, understanding Lin Ge's mix of pride and insecurity. But you're not even a Xiuzai yet, she teased. So what? Lin Ge replied nonchalantly. I will be someday, he said, unwilling to discuss it further with her. Scholar Shen is truly talented. How about a bet? I bet he'll become a top scholar, Su Qingyi said confidently. Lin Ge didn't bother to respond, thinking she was being unrealistic, treating top scholars like common goods. He headed to his study with Su Qingyi trailing behind, urging, come on, it won't hurt to let him take a look. Annoyed by her persistence, Lin Ge reluctantly grabbed some essays from his desk to give her. Great. Su Qingyi beamed, reminding him as she left. You've had a long day. Don't overwork yourself. Eat and rest early. Okay, Lin Ge replied. Su Qingyi left with his writings, admiring the future statesman's calligraphy. She had to admit Lin Ge's handwriting was impressive, much better than hers. A thought struck her, and she headed to the young master's quarters. Though she knew the young master would eventually wake up, she worried her presence might alter that fate. She thought external stimuli might awaken a comatose person. Since the young master enjoyed literature in his youth, perhaps having someone read Lin Ge's essays to him would be beneficial. It had been days since she visited the young master. Upon arrival, She saw Guanxi and Mashwan assisting him into a wheelchair. Is the young master going for a walk? Su Qingyi asked with a smile. The two attendants were delighted to see her. Madam, you're back? They exclaimed. Yes, everything's settled. So I returned, Su Qingyi replied, gently touching the young master's face as usual to show affection. Holding up the paper in her hand, she asked, who here can read essays? Both attendants looked puzzled. We can. What is it? They asked. These are Lin Guo's essays, Su Qingyi said cheerfully. I worked hard to get them and plan to show them to Scholar Shen. But I remember the young master loves reading too, so I thought he might enjoy them first. I'm sure he never had the chance to read Lin Guo's work properly before, she explained. The attendants were moved, carefully taking the essays. They appreciated how Su Qingyi never treated the young master as a burden, always considering him in everything. Yes, let him hear them soon. Lin Guo will be taking exams in the fall, and I must find Scholar Shen for some insights, Su Qingyi said, even though she was confident Lin Guo would succeed. Having a future top scholar's assurance would ease her mind. The attendants agreed, deciding to wheel the young master to the pavilion by the water, where they could burn incense and listen to the flow of water while reading Lin Guo's essays to him. Xia Yunji's reaction was as perplexed as his eldest son's. No matter how good Shen Jijia was, he was still just a scholar. Why did the Su family hold him in such high regard? Lin Guo was talented, and with a good teacher to guide him, becoming a jinshi would be no problem. Xia hoped the Su family would be cautious and think carefully before making decisions. Reflecting on this, he felt a twinge of guilt. Su was right. He had been too busy in the past to pay attention to Lin Guo's studies. Now, the responsibility had fallen on Su's shoulders. As they reached the waterside pavilion, Guanxi began reading an essay, and Xia Yunji focused his mind, listening attentively. Compared to 6 months ago, or even a year ago, he couldn't recall the last time he read Lin Guo's work. Found the essays had improved significantly, becoming more mature and accomplished. He felt gratified. He couldn't help but think that if he hadn't married Su, he might still be bedridden, unable to hear Lin Guo's essays. His second brother was truly foolish to have let go of such a thoughtful fiancé. As night fell and the reading neared its end, the Marquis slowly approached from afar. The Marquis had heard that his son had been taking walks recently and couldn't resist coming to see for himself after dinner. Marquis? The servants noticed the arrival of the Marquis of Pingyang, and the reading abruptly stopped as they greeted him with surprise. It had been a long time since the Marquis had visited the heir, so their astonishment was understandable. What were you reading? The Marquis's gaze fell on his eldest son, sweeping over his closed eyes, and a wave of sadness washed over him. To the Marquis, I was just reading Master Lin's essay to the heir, Guanxi said, holding the rice paper. It was sent by the young madam, who asked us to read it to the heir, Amoyan added. Seeing that the Marquis was not displeased, he proudly introduced the wheelchair the heir was sitting in, saying, this chair was also made on the young madam's orders. Look, it can be pushed around. He demonstrated by pushing the heir a little closer to the Marquis. This is quite convenient, the Marquis remarked after examining it, smiling. Your young madam is quite talented and resourceful. I heard she even went to the countryside today to relocate Lin Guo's birth mother's grave. Astonishing. Yes, Marquis. The servants, now greatly admiring the young madam, boldly suggested, seeing the Marquis in a good mood. Would you like to take the heir for a walk? The Marquis's expression was complex, and he hesitated. For the past 6 months, like the old madam, he had been reluctant to accept that Xia Yunji was paralyzed, which was why he rarely visited. He wasn't as open-minded as Su Qingyi, who reportedly treated the heir as a normal person. But as his father, he couldn't get past the emotional barrier and accept Xia Yunji's current state, which was why he hadn't visited. All right, the Marquis finally agreed, feeling secretly ashamed. Since regaining consciousness, Xia Yunji hadn't seen his father visit him. He understood, even grew accustomed to the fact that his father wouldn't come. Whatever happened in the household, his father probably knew about it and was on his side, otherwise he wouldn't have agreed to such an absurd marriage arrangement. No doubt, his younger brother and mother would once again claim that their father and grandmother were biased. This was likely why his younger brother never visited him. Xia Yunji didn't feel particularly sad about it. He wasn't the sentimental type. In this way, he was somewhat like his son. Both of them were equally indifferent. For them, many things were less about emotion and more about responsibility. Protecting the family and the nation was a responsibility, as was meeting the expectations of elders. This was Xia Yunji's guiding principle. Suddenly, his father did come, making him a bit uncomfortable, fearing his father might be sad for him. Yunji, it's been a while since I last visited you, the Marquis forced a smile, realizing he didn't quite know what to say. Xia Yunji had been his pride since childhood, bringing glory to the family, to the point where even as his father, he had to step aside. The relationship between the Marquis and Xia Yunji was unlike the typical father-son bond. It was filled with dependency. Now that Xia Yunji had fallen, the Marquis's emotions were too complex. He still cared, but not as intensely as he might have imagined. His current favoritism towards Xia Yunji was perhaps a way to cover up his guilt. Xia Yunji brought him immense pride in the first half of his life, but for the second half, he was leaving him to Su Qingyi and the servants. Xia Yunji was surprised by his father's lack of words, but then again, he had been bedridden for over half a year, so there wasn't much left to say. His father merely pushed his wheelchair around the lotus pond for about a quarter of an hour before returning him to the care of the servants. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll head back to the study. Take good care of the heir, the Marquis instructed the servants before leaving. Yes, my lord, Guanxi and Moyan responded in unison. After the Marquis had been gone for a while, the two servants exchanged glances, a strange atmosphere lingering as if they wanted to say something but hesitated. What do you want to say? One finally asked the other. Well, since there's no one else around, Moyan mustered the courage to speak. The Marquis left in such a hurry. Doesn't he care about the heir anymore? Otherwise, why would he come so infrequently and then leave so quickly when he finally does? I was just thinking that. Guanxi immediately agreed. Their conversation slightly annoyed Xia Yunji because he didn't believe his father cared any less for him. Given his current state, seeing him would only bring sadness, so it might be better not to come. Unfortunately, the servants couldn't hear his thoughts and continued their quiet discussion. Come to think of it, the Marquis didn't visit much initially either, but we didn't notice because we had nothing to compare it to. Now that the young lady has come and treats the heir so well, without looking down on him for being bedridden. Moyan's words grew heavier with emotion. That's not quite fair. A wife and a father play different roles, Xia Yunji thought. True, if the Marquis is busy, isn't our young lady busy too? Guanxi counted on his fingers. Think of all the big things she's managed since she arrived. It's more than the Marquis has done. First, on the night of their wedding, she caught the second young master's affair and decisively sought to marry our heir, cutting ties with the second young master cleanly. Second, on the day of the tea ceremony, she brought the three young masters back to Danhuai courtyard, arranging everything perfectly and even standing up for Zhen. Third, she took him back to her family alone. I heard from the nanny that she was often overshadowed by her elder sister, the wife of the Duke's heir, but she handled it well, praising our three young masters so no one could belittle her. Just a Duke's heir's wife, Guanxi sneered. Xia Yunji shared this sentiment. Just a Duke's heir's wife? What's so special? To even show up at her sister's return home, clearly up to no good. Moyan continued. Fourth, she hired teachers for the two young masters. Just look at how quickly she arranged for Heng's education, something the Marquis's wife had delayed for so long. Fifth, she showed concern for Arlin, asking about him recently because she knew he was about to take the exam, helping him settle his worries so he could focus on studying. Guanxi sighed. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't believe someone could be so meticulous. Our young lady is thorough and decisive. Indeed, Su Qingyi is quite the career woman, efficient in everything she does, never dragging things out if they can be done in a day. That's her way, Moyan nodded. Speaking of which, we haven't mentioned the biggest thing she's done, Moyan smiled, seeing Guanxi's curiosity piqued before adding, that's our heir. Guanxi thought for a moment, then chuckled, you're right. Xia Yunji thought to himself, these disloyal servants gossiping about their master deserve to be dismissed. You two are here? A voice suddenly startled Guanxi and Moyan, but they relaxed upon seeing it was Zixiao. You scared us. We thought the young lady had come. Moyan patted his chest. Why would you be afraid if the young lady came? Zixiao asked, puzzled. No reason, Guanxi shook his head, putting away Lin's writings. We'll leave the heir to you. We're off duty. Ever since the young lady allowed them to take turns leaving the estate, they eagerly looked forward to their shifts ending, enjoying a bit of leisure before returning to serve the heir energetically. After Zixiao arrived, Su Qingyi also came, with Heng tagging along. She had a habit of taking walks after meals, thinking it was better to accompany the heir than walk alone, gaining a good reputation in the process. Now, the whole household knew of her virtues, a result of her careful efforts. Is the heir ready to head back? Su Qingyi asked with a smile, the fan she had been using on herself naturally fanning the heir instead. Of course, the heir wouldn't respond, so Zixiao quickly replied, if the young lady wishes to continue walking, the heir will gladly accompany you. Xia Yunji felt the gentle breeze from the fan, more comforting than the wind by the pond. He suddenly understood why everyone praised Su Qingyi. It was precisely because she was so meticulous that Xia Yunji realized she was not a simple person. A truly simple person couldn't achieve such perfection. Xia Yunji didn't mind if his legitimate wife was a bit formidable. In fact, he thought it necessary for maintaining the household. Initially, he had underestimated Madame Su, assuming she was a sheltered, naive young woman prone to impulsive actions. However, he soon realized she was far more sophisticated and shrewd than he had imagined, adept at navigating social dynamics without leaving any room for criticism. Her charm extended not only to those in power but also to the servants, whom she treated genuinely well. At this point, Xia Yunji merely regarded Madame Su's behavior as a survival strategy within the household, without delving deeper into her ambitions. Little did he know, Su Qingyi's aspirations went beyond merely surviving in the domestic sphere. She aimed to become a power broker herself. The first step to being a leader was to cultivate followers, and she saw this as mutual success rather than exploitation. The next day, Su Qingyi handed over Lin Guo's essay to Shen Jijia and then left the residence to check on Lu Gui, who was still in the medical clinic. Lu Gui, who had regained some of his composure, looked at Su Qingyi with a hoarse voice, saying, "Report? Report to the authorities, murder me." Su Qingyi calmly regarded the scoundrel, devoid of any amusement. Lu Gui, with his limbs wrapped like a mummy, nodded, eyes filled with fear and trepidation from the ordeal he had endured. Though Lin Guo hadn't killed him, the psychological torment was enough to leave Lu Gui shaken and unable to eat or sleep. "Don't delude yourself. You have no evidence that Lin Guo harmed you," Su Qingyi said coolly. "In fact, your own misconduct and repeated attempts to extort money from Lin Guo would weigh against you. Do you think the authorities would believe a model student or someone like you?" Though it might seem dismissive of the law, in this situation, Su Qingyi had no hesitation in siding with Lin Guo against someone like Lu Gui. Lu Gui glared furiously, unable to refute her words, as he indeed lacked evidence. He realized that Lin Guo had deliberately chosen a secluded room to avoid witnesses. However, reporting to the authorities was still necessary, especially since Lu Gui's act of murdering his wife could not go unpunished. Su Qingyi had promised Lin Guo that she would continue to deal with Lu Gui, believing that the guilty should be held accountable. Lu Gui was visibly alarmed, but he tried to maintain his composure, saying, "What murder? You can't slander me. You have no proof." Su Qingyi replied, "Lin Guo is the proof, as is every resident of Yangshu village who knows how you abused your wife." She was confident that if Lin Guo went to the authorities to seek justice for his mother, Lu Gui would end up in jail. It would be even better if Lin Guo achieved scholarly success before doing so, as the feudal system was unforgivingly pragmatic. Upon hearing this, Lu Gui's face turned even paler with panic, and he gulped nervously. "She was someone I bought from a human trader. There was a contract of sale. It was her own frail health that led to her death, not me." Su Qingyi scoffed at his attempt to justify. "Human trader? More like a trafficker." Lin Guo's mother was a young lady from a respectable family. They hadn't fallen to the point of selling daughters. It was all the doing of those vile traffickers. As she spoke of human trafficking, she eyed Lu Gui coldly. "You're a habitual trafficker yourself, even selling your own son for 10 taels of silver." Lu Gui was shocked that she knew this. "How do you know?" he asked. "Not only that," Su Qingyi continued, "I know you're ruthless, even capable of murder and dismemberment." She was bluffing to intimidate him. Lu Gui immediately protested. "That's a lie. I didn't dismember anyone." Su Qingyi seized the moment. "So you admit to murder, then? If you didn't dismember the body, someone else must have." "We went back to Yangshu village yesterday, relocated Lin Guo's mother's grave, and uncovered all your secrets. Prepare yourself for prison." Lu Gui was terrified, staring at Su Qingyi with suspicion and fear. "Who are you? Why are you helping that little bastard?" he demanded. "I am Lin Guo's adoptive mother." Su Qingyi introduced herself formally for the first time, standing a little straighter. Then with a frown she asked, "What did you call Lin Guo?" The term Lu Gui used was offensive, suggesting a deep-seated contempt. "Little bastard. What's wrong with that? That's what he is." Lu Gui erupted with anger and spite, knowing he was doomed. "I paid a hefty price for that woman, treated her well so she could bear a son to carry on the Lu family name, but she turned out not to be a virgin and was already pregnant with a bastard. Why shouldn't I beat her?" The woman had a difficult pregnancy, which left her body weakened after giving birth to Lin Guo, and she never conceived again. Lu Gui felt cheated, having spent money for nothing, and took out his frustration by abusing the woman. He had even considered killing the newborn Lin Guo but kept him for appearances. From the moment he was born, Lin Guo had a tough life, which explains why he was frail and weak since childhood. Su Qingyi quickly pieced together the story from Lu Gui's words, and her immediate reaction was that it was a miracle Lin Guo managed to grow up at all. She also understood his cold indifference toward family. It wasn't innate callousness, but rather, there were reasons behind it. Su Qingyi sighed, realizing that in the original story, Lin Guo's act of patricide wasn't truly patricide. Avenging one's mother has been considered righteous since ancient times, and even in the eyes of the law, it might be justified. Save those words for the authorities, she thought. However, Su Qingyi didn't want Lin Guo to bear the burden of taking a life, so she decided Lu Gui should spend the rest of his days in prison. "Please no. My lady, I beg you." Lu Gui cried for mercy. Su Qingyi turned to leave and called Abai to ask about Lu Gui's condition. Abai clicked his tongue and said, "Young Master Lin severed his Achilles tendon. He'll be crawling for the rest of his life. I was there during the treatment, and the wound was horrifying." Su Qingyi shuddered, almost unable to believe that Lin Guo, only 12 years old, could be so ruthless. Then she said, "Well, since he's incapacitated, you don't need to guard him. Just pay someone to keep an eye on him." Abai was delighted and replied, "Yes, young mistress." He had been stuck there for a day and was about to go stir-crazy. It was much more enjoyable following young Master Lin. Don't tell your master about what you heard just now. I'll explain it to him myself, Su Qingyi instructed, to prevent any potential misunderstandings due to Abai's explanation. Yes, Abai nodded quickly, ready to obey. After that night, he completely trusted Su Qingyi. In this world, anyone might harm their young Master Lin, but the young mistress definitely wouldn't. Su Qingyi headed home, while Abai went straight to the academy to continue serving his master as a study attendant. Upon seeing him, Lin Gur frowned and asked, "Didn't she tell you to watch over Lu Gui?" Abai knew that she referred to the young mistress. Internally, he couldn't help but think that young Master Lin had a difficult personality, not as sweet-talking as Zhen Xiaoya nor as good at acting spoiled as Heng Xiaoya. This attitude wouldn't get him far. The young mistress said Lu Gui's limbs are useless now, so there's no need to watch him. Besides, you need someone to assist you, so she told me to come back quickly to serve you, Abai replied, skillfully conveying the message. Upon hearing the words, Lin Gur said no more. He dipped his brush in ink and bent over his writing. It was a new essay, styled in the traditional eight-legged form. The one he had casually handed to Su Qingyi before was written some time ago, and he wasn't very satisfied with it. Lin Gur didn't particularly care whether Shin Jijia held him in high regard, but he didn't want Su Qingyi to think poorly of him, as that would leave him feeling frustrated. Once he finished the essay and class was dismissed, he returned to the Marquis's residence, intending to personally deliver the essay to Shin Jijia. As he approached the study in the outer courtyard, he saw Su Qingyi and Shin Jijia standing in the corridor, engaged in a lively conversation. This sight made Lin Gur stop in his tracks and frown instinctively. He had never met Shin Jijia before, only heard the servants describe him as handsome. Seeing him now, he indeed appeared charming and elegant. Although Su Qingyi and Shen Jijia weren't standing particularly close, and their conversation seemed to be about the essay, which should have been beyond reproach, Lin Gur couldn't help but feel a bit critical. After all, Su Qingyi was his father's wife, and given his father's current state, he coughed and quickly made his presence known, hastening his steps forward. Su Qingyi noticed him approaching and greeted him with an even brighter smile. Lin Gur, you're home early from school today? Lin Gur, with a somewhat reluctant tone, replied curtly to Su Qingyi, yes, the teacher let us out early today. He then softened his expression as he approached Shin Jijia, bowing slightly in a respectful manner. You must be Scholar Shin? I'm Xie Lin, Heng Gur's older brother. Shin Jijia quickly returned the gesture, saying, greetings, young Master Lin. Lin Gur handed over the essay he was holding, saying, yesterday, Mother took an essay from my desk which was written some time ago. I've written a new one today and would appreciate your feedback, Scholar Shin. I wouldn't dare presume, Shin Jijia replied humbly, accepting the essay with both hands. I only have some experience in exams and dare to offer my humble opinion. Su Qingyi stood by with a resigned look. Perhaps that's just how scholars are. I don't really understand. Thank you, Lin Gur said politely, then turned to Su Qingyi asking, what are you doing here, mother? Su Qingyi, fanning herself and catching the hint of questioning in Lin Gur's tone, paused, puzzled by his irritation. Then, glancing at Shen Jijia, she understood what was bothering him. Really? I came to pick up your third brother from school and to ask Scholar Shin his opinion on your essay. Is that a problem? She retorted. Lin Gur kept a stern face. If you're here for third brother, then call him out. The tension between the mother and son was palpable, and Shin Jijia, sensing it, smiled to ease the atmosphere. Young Master Heng is finishing his last bit of writing. Madame Xia is waiting for him. Exactly. Su Qingyi nodded in agreement. The reason was quite sufficient. She and Shin Jijia were merely having a normal chat, but thanks to Lin Gur, it seemed like they were caught in some scandal. Not that she had any such thoughts about Shen Jijia, she merely admired his appearance and enjoyed their conversations. Seeing her so self-assured, Lin Gur's expression turned even grimmer. I'll go check, Shin Jijia, unsure if he was the cause, decided it was best to leave, turning to give the mother and son some space. As soon as he left, Lin Gur turned his face to the side, letting out a small huff. What have I done to you? Su Qingyi asked knowingly, waving her fan with a smile, finding the eldest son's reaction rather amusing. Frivolous, Lin Gur muttered. Su Qingyi decided it was time to set things straight. How am I frivolous? It's you who's being narrow-minded. My interactions with Scholar Shen are perfectly proper. Even if your father were standing next door, I would be just as open. Lin Gur hesitated. Say what you want to say, Su Qingyi insisted, hands on her hips. Lin Gur murmured, you may be above reproach, but others may not be. If Shin Jijia misunderstands, what will he think of Su Qingyi? This was why Lin Gur was concerned. Even if Su Qingyi didn't care about her reputation, she should consider his father's. Su Qingyi felt a mix of emotions at his words, choosing to take them as a backhanded compliment. She touched her face, acknowledging her beauty, though it was of little use. The reality of the situation made her sigh. Don't worry. Your mother has a bedridden husband and 3 children. I'm not exactly in high demand. Scholar Shen is talented and handsome, destined to achieve great things. He won't be interested in a married woman with children. Lin Guo replied with a hint of irony. You sound almost disappointed. Not at all, Su Qingyi quickly reassured, firmly stating, I am devoted to your father. Besides, even without your father, I still have you all, don't I? Meeting Lin Guo's scrutinizing gaze, she smiled. Why would I need a man? I'll spend the rest of my days with you all. It sounded like a comforting lie, but Lin Guo chose to believe it, his expression softening considerably. Just then, Shen Jijia returned with hunger. Teacher, I must take my leave, Hengor said politely, then turned to Su Qingyi, reaching out for a hug, mother. Oh. Su Qingyi responded joyfully, bending down to embrace her youngest son. The heartwarming scene of mother and child was too much for Lin Guo, who turned and headed back to the courtyard. His behavior made Su Qingyi a bit worried that he might report everything to his father. But after observing for a while, she was relieved to see he didn't. It seemed that over time, a bit of camaraderie had developed between them. In the evening, Su Qingyi received a notice from the Marquis that she needed to attend a banquet with the Marquis's wife the next day. The invitation was from Xia Yunji's aunt, a woman of high status and the current emperor's favored concubine Xue. Speaking of concubine Xue, Su Qingyi only remembered the legendary beauty shared by her and her sister, Xia Yunji's mother, once renowned as the twin beauties. It was no wonder they had produced such a stunningly handsome and captivating man like Xia Yunji. Concubine Xue had 2 daughters, both of whom had established princess residences outside the palace. The banquet would be held at one of these residences. Concubine Xue had always held her sister's only son in high regard, and since Xia Yunji had been in a coma for 6 months, he had been posthumously honored twice by the emperor, thanks in no small part to her influence. It was only natural for her to want to meet the woman her nephew had suddenly married. This meant that tomorrow would be Su Qingyi's first public appearance since marrying Xia Yunji. Considering her husband's popularity, Su Qingyi felt unusually nervous, unsure of what to expect. Technically, with Xia Yunji bedridden, no one should envy the woman married to him, right? As Su Qingyi pondered this on her way back to the courtyard, she thought that if anyone did envy her, she could be generous as the head wife and arrange for more concubines for her husband. She didn't mind sharing the responsibility of taking care of the heir with a few more sisters. Su Qingyi managed to ease her nerves with a bit of self-deprecating humor, but her maids and attendants were still extremely anxious. After all, who in the world didn't know of Xia Yunji's esteemed reputation? As the wife of the heir, Su Qingyi's first public appearance had to be flawless. Consequently, everyone worked through the night to prepare her jewelry, clothes, and accessories, even testing different hairstyles and makeup on the maids to ensure everything was perfect for the next day. Meanwhile, Xia Yunji had also heard about Consort Xue summoning the Su family, which made him uneasy. Although the princess's residence wasn't exactly a dragon's lair, it was close enough, and he worried Su Qingyi might struggle to handle the situation. The servants who leaked the news chatted among themselves, noting that there were plenty of noblewomen in the capital eager to marry their heir. They speculated whether the young madam would face any difficulties at her debut. Probably not, with the consort's protection. Others wouldn't dare, one said. Yes, the consort treats our heir like her own, another chimed in. Mingyu, ever optimistic, remarked, our young madam is so likable, I'm sure the consort will be especially kind to her. If I were Consort Xue, I'd certainly appreciate the young madam's devotion to the heir. Yet, Xia Yunji wasn't so optimistic. He remembered his aunt once suggesting he marry his cousin, which he refused without hesitation, stating he didn't wish to marry and even if he did, he didn't like his cousin. This blunt truth reached his cousin's ears, causing her to throw quite a tantrum. The place Su Qingyi was to visit the next day was none other than Princess Xining's residence, his cousin's. Meeting face-to-face now could be awkward. However, since so much time had passed and he was no longer in the limelight, perhaps his cousin had let go of the past, Xia Yunji thought with some concern. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi was being pampered with a milk bath, massage, and manicure by her maids, all in preparation for her grand appearance the next day. This left her with no time to hold her usual meeting with the heir. And yes, by meeting, it was indeed a formal one, as she was not in the mood for anything else, given her recent recovery. After a restful night's sleep, Su Qingyi was radiant as she boarded the carriage. Seeing the Marchioness already there, she smiled and said, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, mother-in-law. No worries, I just sat down myself, replied the Marchioness, dressed in her finest, with a kind smile that belied her scrutinizing gaze. She found it curious how Su Qingyi seemed to grow more vibrant and dazzling by the day. Previously, as a prospective daughter-in-law, Su Qingyi had seemed merely passable serene but not particularly striking. But now, married to her stepson, she appeared to bloom like a flower, capturing attention. The Marchioness thought with a tinge of jealousy that even though Xia Yunji was paralyzed, he still had the ability to nourish a woman. Fortunately, Xia Huayan had recently begun to focus on his studies and was becoming more responsible, and Du Jinian was behaving herself as well, which greatly improved the Marchioness's mood. Thus, she viewed Su Qingyi more favorably and kindly advised, Qingyi, there's no need to be nervous. Consort Xue is Yunji's aunt and has always been kind to our marquise. She won't make things difficult for you. Still, she couldn't help but think, with so many noble women eager to marry Xia Yunji, Su Qingyi had gotten quite lucky. But at the banquet, there might be many who would make things difficult for her, and as a mother-in-law, there was little she could do. It was Xia Yunji's own charm that drew such attention. Thank you, mother-in-law, I'll keep that in mind, Su Qingyi replied with a gracious smile. Meanwhile, at the princess's residence, Consort Xue had decided to meet Su Qingyi there instead of summoning her to the palace, mainly due to Princess Xining's request. Princess Xining had admired her dashing cousin, Xia Yunji, for years, but unfortunately, he didn't reciprocate her feelings. Now, at 20, she remained unmarried, choosing to live freely in her residence outside the palace. Even though she couldn't have the love she desired, life was still enjoyable. After all, if Xia Yunji wasn't going to marry her, he wouldn't marry anyone else either, as he had promised her. In this way, she found some solace in the situation over the years. When Xia Yunji was injured in battle and fell into a coma over 6 months ago, Princess Xining was heartbroken. Ignoring her royal status, she cried by his bedside for days, refusing to leave until her mother forced her back to the princess's residence, forbidding her from disturbing Xia Yunji at the Marquis of Pingyang's estate. As a princess, she represented the royal family's dignity, and any scandal would be disastrous. But Princess Xining was unfazed. After all, who didn't know by now that she remained unmarried at 20 for Xia Yunji's sake? When Princess Xining heard from Consort Xue that the Marquis of Pingyang intended to find a wife for Xia Yunji to continue the family line, she was once again heartbroken and tormented, knowing that she could never be that wife. No matter how much the emperor favored her, he would never marry her off to the paralyzed Xia Yunji. It was simply impossible. The day finally arrived. Upon hearing that Xia Yunji was getting married, Princess Xining nearly fainted and then fell into a daze, refusing to eat or drink. She felt utterly miserable. Even when Xia Yunji was in good health, he had no interest in her, and now that he was paralyzed, she still wasn't chosen as his bride. It was said that the obscure Miss Su, who was originally betrothed to Xia Yunji's stepbrother, Xia Huaiyan, was mysteriously assigned to marry Xia Yunji instead, after the marriage ceremony had already been prepared. How absurd. The once world-renowned Xia Yunji ended up marrying someone like her? Many in the capital shared Princess Xining's sentiment, and were eager to find out who Su Qingyi was, only to discover she was quite ordinary and seemingly unworthy of Xia Yunji. Most of this information came from the wife of the heir to the Duke of Yong, Su Tingjun, who, as the elder sister, didn't exaggerate but merely spoke the truth. In her view, her younger sister Su Qingyi was dull and introverted, ordinary in every way. Although she was briefly impressed during a recent family visit, years of ingrained perceptions were hard to change. Perhaps Su Tingjun subconsciously didn't want her sister to change, even if others mocked Su Qingyi, saying she wasn't even fit to carry Xia Yunji's shoes. It seems the Marquis of Pingyang's residence underestimated Xia Yunji's allure. If the Marquis and the old lady hadn't hastily agreed to Su Qingji's marriage proposal, they might have found a better match. However, whether she could get along with the family was uncertain. After all, without strong mental resilience, even dealing with the 3 adopted sons would be challenging. It was rumored that Su Qingyi was attending a banquet at the princess's residence today, and everyone eagerly awaited a glimpse of Xia Yunji's wife. Upon alighting from the carriage, Su Qingyi sensed the tense atmosphere. Smiling, she thought about the critical, questioning, and disdainful glances from all directions. Hardly any seemed friendly. If she were a naive 17 or 18-year-old girl, her composure might have crumbled. But fortunately, she had endured life's hardships for over a decade, developing a thick skin and resilience. This grand occasion was just as the Marquis' wife desired. Everyone disliked Su Qingyi. She turned to her eldest daughter-in-law with a benevolent smile, intending to offer some comfort and demonstrate her kindness. However, she noticed that Su Qingyi seemed completely unfazed, as if she didn't care at all. Are you really not bothered by it? For a moment, Lady Ho couldn't quite tell whether Su Qingyi was genuinely unfazed or simply too oblivious to notice the unfriendly glances. After some thought, she gently reminded, Qingyi, you know that Yunji has many admirers in the capital. Those young ladies are crazy about him. There was even a time when they fought publicly over a flower he gave away. Lady Ho looked at Su Qingyi with a hint of schadenfreude. If someone gives you a hard time later, don't take it to heart. It's not your fault. They just love Yunji too much. Su Qingyi acknowledged with a soft "oh," maintaining a gentle smile while internally rolling her eyes. If you were truly trying to help, dear mother-in-law, you'd say that if I'm bullied, I should come to you for support. Instead, you seem to be waiting for the drama to unfold. As Su Qingyi entered the room, the attention on her increased sharply. Some people were discreetly observing her, while others openly commented on her appearance with their companions. She does look rather plain. Her figure is nothing special. I don't see how she was chosen. Perhaps she used some underhanded means. Someone speculated loudly enough for Su Qingyi to hear. Isn't Su Tingjun here too? She should know something about her sister's affairs. These jealous remarks didn't escape Su Qingyi's ears. She thought to herself, jealousy really does bring out the worst in people. How can they say such things with a straight face? My figure is far from plain. I just dressed modestly for the occasion. As for her looks, Su Qingyi believed she was quite attractive, contrary to their dismissive comments. However, they were correct about one thing: the circumstances of her marriage were indeed less than honorable. Su Qingyi subtly glanced at Lady Ho, whose smile had vanished, now worried that Su Qingyi's elder sister might discover the scandal involving Xie Huayan and a servant girl. This truth must never be revealed, even if it meant Su Qingyi had to endure some injustice. Qingyi, don't listen to their nonsense. Lady Ho suddenly smiled more genuinely. They're just jealous. You and Yunji are a match made in heaven, and even the three boys adore you. There's no better match than you two, and those infatuated admirers mean nothing. Her voice was loud enough for some to hear, which made a few stomp their feet in frustration. Being infatuated with Xie Yunji wasn't shameful. In fact, they got along well, as none could win his heart. But suddenly, someone disrupted this balance, and the admirers couldn't handle it. Su Qingyi nodded. Don't worry, mother. What they say isn't true, so I won't be upset. This was a subtle reminder to Lady Ho that she held the truth, and it would be wise for Lady Ho to support her publicly. Lady Ho understood that Su Qingyi's reputation was now tied to the Ho family, and their fortunes were linked. She then adopted a more protective stance, silently warning others not to stir trouble. The onlookers were surprised by Lady Ho's protective demeanor. They had assumed that because Xie Yunji married the former fiancé of Lady Ho's biological son, there would be tension between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Perhaps Lady Ho didn't approve of the Su family and pushed her onto her stepson, speculated a noblewoman who fancied Xie Yunji. The others dismissed her theory. Even if they didn't like Su, they knew Xie Huayan was a worthless playboy, and Su was more than a good match for him. Lady Ho would naturally want to keep such a daughter-in-law. Curious about Su Qingyi, others approached Su Tingjun. Tingjun, your sister is Xie's wife, and we haven't met her. Could you bring her over to chat with us? Su Tingjun smiled and politely declined. Today she's a guest of the noble consort, and I doubt she'd come at my request. She knew the truth about her sister's marriage but never spoke of it, knowing it could harm her. The Pingyong Ho family would not spare her if it got out. Please, we insist, the noblewomen implored, giving Su Tingjun plenty of respect. Enjoying the attention, she reluctantly agreed. All right, I'll try. Since the noble consort hadn't yet appeared, Su Tingjun quickly caught up with Su Qingyi and Lady Ho, greeting them with a smile. Second sister, Lady Ho, it's been a while. Madame Ho turned around and, seeing Su Tingyun, smiled and said, it's Qingyi's elder sister. You've come too. This term of address momentarily startled Su Tingyun, who had never been referred to in such a manner, but she quickly smiled and replied, yes, since the princess invited me I came. It's been a while, elder sister. Su Qingyi turned to see her and smiled, thinking to herself that this elder sister was as radiant as ever, like a peony in bloom, yet there was a persistent weariness in her expression. Could it be the troublesome concubines at home again? Being the mistress of a wealthy household certainly seemed taxing, Su Qingyi thought with a hint of relief, finding a silver lining in her own situation as a wife of the heir. Su Tingyun, unaware of her younger sister's thoughts, suggested with a smile, you don't often go out. The ladies in the capital are quite curious about you. How about I introduce you to them? Madame Ho immediately grew cautious, fearing the gossiping ladies might pry something out of Su Qingyi, and politely declined, saying, but Yun's aunt is waiting to see Qingyi. Perhaps another time. Su Tingyun reassured her, the noble consort hasn't arrived yet, so don't worry, Madame Ho. I won't let my sister suffer any loss. With that, she took Su Qingyi's hand and led her away. It seemed Su Qingyi couldn't avoid meeting Xie Yunji's global fan club, so she relaxed, put on a smile, and assumed the demeanor befitting a wife of her status, ready to face the curious and perhaps envious crowd. Here's my younger sister, Su Tingyun introduced warmly, laughing heartily as she presented Su Qingyi to the gathering. I know you're all curious about her, but please take it easy with the questions, don't frighten her. Lady Xia, hello. The ladies greeted her with somewhat insincere smiles. Hello, everyone, Su Qingyi responded with a smile and a nod. Lady Xia, I heard you're timid, one noblewoman remarked, looking her up and down with feigned humor, but I think marrying the heir of Pingyong Marquis takes some courage. The remark was laden with double meaning and a hint of condescension. Marrying the heir requires courage? I think it's all right. The heir isn't frightening, Su Qingyi replied lightly, deflecting the jab with a gentle smile. The noblewoman was momentarily at a loss. Surely Su Qingyi understood the insinuation. And indeed, Su Qingyi did. But so what? She dared to marry him and intended to make the most of it. So, how is the heir doing now? Someone asked eagerly, more interested in Xie Yunji's condition than in attacking Su Qingyi. Such matters were kept secret, and if the Pingyong Marquis family didn't disclose them, there was no way to know the status of their beloved. With Xie Yunji's wife sitting right there, They suppressed their jealousy and pressed for answers. The heir is doing well, Su Qingyi said with a cheerful smile, apart from being unconscious, everything else is normal. Her response was met with skepticism. Someone probed further, the heir has been in a coma for over half a year, surely there have been significant changes in his condition? I heard that only because he can still produce heirs did the Pingyang Marquis family arrange a marriage for him. The ladies gritted their teeth, feeling it was unfairly advantageous for Su Qingyi. Knowing what they were hinting at, Su Qingyi replied candidly, he's just a bit thinner, but he eats and sleeps well, still looking as handsome and spirited as ever. His energy is quite good too. How handsome and charismatic Xia Yunji is, does Su Qingyi even need to say it? Everyone present knows it well. He is someone out of reach, to be admired silently from afar. Unlike Su Qingyi, who got incredibly lucky and will now see the heir every day. Will you personally attend to the heir's daily needs? One noble lady asked, biting her lip. That question was a bit over the line. However, Su Qingyi remained generous and good-tempered, replying, yes, I will. As his wife, it's my duty to take care of him, so of course I will do it myself. The expressions of those around her immediately turned sour with jealousy. They wanted to call Su Qingyi shameless, taking advantage of the situation. If the heir were awake, he surely wouldn't choose her. But the reality is, Su Qingyi indeed holds the title of the heir's wife, and even if he didn't choose her personally, the Marquis of Pingyang's household approved, and it was a marriage decreed by the emperor. No one can deny this marriage. Even Princess Xining, who is the most fervent admirer of Xia Yunji and holds the highest status, has to accept this fact. I heard the heir can still have children? Seeing Su Qingyi's accommodating nature, the questions from the ladies became more intrusive, probing into private matters. Children, Su Qingyi smiled, we'll see how fate goes. The heir already has 3 sons. If we could have a daughter, I would be very satisfied. Hypocritical, they thought. If you can conceive, you'd surely want a son. Then they realized, does this mean the heir is capable? Su Qingyi seemed to hear gasps and the sound of handkerchiefs being torn. But it was their choice to ask, so Su Qingyi felt she couldn't be blamed. Who is the wife of the heir of the Marquis of Pingyang? An elderly woman from the palace asked as she approached. I am, Su Qingyi replied. Greetings, madam. The noble consort requests your presence, the woman curtsied. All right, please lead the way, Su Qingyi said, leaving with the woman under the complex gazes of the noble ladies. After reuniting with the Marquis wife, she asked quietly, they didn't trouble you, did they? This was said for the benefit of the woman, to ensure Consort Xue would support the Marquis household. No, they just asked some questions about the heir. Su Qingyi shook her head. The Marquis wife frowned. What right do they have to inquire about our family's affairs? You should avoid them in the future. They're only being friendly because of the heir. Don't be foolish and get too close. Yes, mother-in-law, I understand, Su Qingyi smiled, happy to give the Marquis wife face in front of the woman. The woman thought to herself, this heir's wife indeed has a gentle and quiet temperament, just as rumored. Please wait here, lady of the Marquis of Pingyang, the woman said politely as they reached the outer room. The noble consort wishes to see the heir's wife alone. Please rest here for now. The Marquis wife wasn't surprised. Consort Xue had never been particularly close to her. But she wasn't here to see Consort Xue anyway. She was here to find a wife for Xia Huaifan. So she smiled and said, very well. Su Qingyi continued to follow the woman to where Consort Xue received guests. Suddenly, she felt a gaze full of jealousy directed at her. She looked up to see a noblewoman in her 20s, full of arrogance. This is the noble consort and Princess Xining, the woman beside her prompted. Su Qingyi quickly curtsied. Greetings to the noble consort and Princess Xining. Blessings to the noble consort and Princess Xining. No need for formalities. Lift your head and let me have a look, Consort Xue said with a slight smile. At her words, Su Qingyi looked up to see Consort Xue, a strikingly beautiful woman with sharp features, somewhat resembling the heir. Meanwhile, Princess Xining, standing beside, seemed not to have inherited all her mother's beauty, perhaps taking more after her father's side. As Su Qingyi discreetly assessed Consort Xue, the consort was also evaluating this unexpected niece-in-law. She found her appearance passable, her family background decent, and her temperament reportedly good, though barely satisfactory. After her scrutiny, Consort Xue smiled and said, have a seat, and let the woman serve tea. Thank you, noble consort, Su Qingyi curtsied again and sat down politely. No need to be so formal. You are Yunji's wife. You can call me aunt in private, Consort Xue thought. She seems gentle and sensible. Yet I still can't quite like her. Not specifically because of Su Qingyi, but because Xia Yunji is simply too outstanding, and her own daughter's unrequited love for her cousin. Even knowing Su Qingyi is innocent, it's hard to like her. Yes, Su Qingyi replied with a gentle smile. But she wouldn't call her that, as she sensed that Consort Xue didn't particularly like her either. But why would Princess Xining dislike her? She wondered. Surely not every woman in the world could be infatuated with Xia Yunji, right? That would be quite unfortunate for her. What exactly was the matter with your marriage to Yunji? Consort Shui asked in a seemingly gentle manner. Weren't you engaged to his younger brother? How did you suddenly get assigned to Yunji by the emperor? She had asked the emperor about this, and his majesty said it was at the request of the Marquis of Pingyang. Due to the compatibility of Qingyi's birth chart with that of the heir, her father decided that she should marry him to bring good fortune. Is that so? Questioned Consort Shui, eyeing Su Qingyi sharply, not quite believing her. However, Su Qingyi showed no signs of hesitation. It was clearly her first time meeting such a noble person, yet she remained composed and respectful, neither fearful nor anxious, leaving others uncertain. Yes, Su Qingyi replied with an open smile. You seem quite pleased to marry my cousin to bring him luck, Princess Xining remarked, glaring at Su Qingyi with a hint of hostility. Her opinion of Su Qingyi matched that of other noble women, just an ordinary woman, unworthy even of carrying Xia Yunji's shoes. Why does your highness ask such a question? Su Qingyi responded calmly. In accordance with my parents' wishes and the matchmaker's arrangements, no matter whom I marry, I will honor my husband, adhere to my duties, and fulfill the role of a good wife. Sharp-tongued. Princess Xining snapped. Su Qingyi quickly moved aside from her chair, bowing respectfully. I apologize if I have offended. Please, princess, don't be angry. That's enough, Xining, Consort Shui interjected, casting a sidelong glance at her daughter. She smiled at Su Qingyi. There's no need for such formality, Qingyi. Xining is just straightforward and concerned for her cousin. That's all. Please sit down. Yes, Su Qingyi replied softly, sitting back down with a gentle demeanor. Princess Xining's eyes were filled with fury, her nails digging into the armrest with such force they nearly split. The man she had loved for 5 years had married another woman. How is Yunji doing lately? Consort Shui asked, taking a sip of tea. Everything is well with the heir, your grace, Su Qingyi replied, relaxing a bit as she repeated what she had said earlier outside. That's good. Since you're now Yunji's wife, take good care of him, Consort Shui advised. Although she wasn't particularly fond of Su Qingyi, she didn't dislike her either. In her eyes, anyone who married Xia Yunji was marrying above their station. Then she shifted the conversation. Have you and Yunji consummated the marriage? As his aunt, Consort Shui was concerned about Xia Yunji's future children. It was also to dissuade her daughter from thinking about Xia Yunji any longer and to encourage her to find a suitable husband for herself. Su Qingyi felt the air grow tense, with Princess Xining's sharp gaze becoming even more piercing. Yet she remained unaffected, softly replying, yes, we have. Suddenly, the teacup beside Princess Xining crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. The atmosphere suddenly turned eerie. After a few seconds, the maid hurriedly stepped forward to clean up the shattered teacups. Xianing, how could you be so careless? Consort Shui glanced at Princess Xianing with a mix of concern and satisfaction. Her daughter was in too deep, and a harsh remedy was needed. The consummation between Su Qingyi and Xia Yunji was that remedy. Princess Xianing's face turned pale as she bit her lip hard, as if in great pain. Clearly, Consort Shui's goal was achieved. Alright, you're a good one. It's best to give Yunji a family soon. Consort Shui smiled even more brightly. She casually removed a pair of jade bracelets from her wrist and instructed the maid to give them to Su Qingyi. Take them. Thank you for your generosity, your highness. Su Qingyi stood and bowed. We're family, no need for formalities, Consort Shui replied, though she was quite pleased with Su Qingyi's tact. In truth, she didn't regard Su Qingyi as Xia Yunji's legitimate wife. She was merely a convenient choice. Su Qingyi smiled without saying anything. The children of Yunji, are you the one looking after them now? Consort Shui suddenly asked, bringing up Xia Yunji's adopted sons to remind Princess Xianning that he had not only married but also had several sons. Yes, I'm taking care of them. Su Qingyi smiled happily at the mention of the 3 children, her joy infectious. All 3 boys are very well behaved and clever. It seems you're getting along well, quite the affinity, Consort Shui nodded, though she didn't care much and was merely making conversation. Indeed, Su Qingyi replied, knowing it was just small talk, so she didn't elaborate. How is the old madam's health? Is she still well? Consort Shui asked again. She's doing all right, Su Qingyi answered gently. My grandmother has been a bit unwell since summer started, but nothing serious. Consort Shui acknowledged this, and after a few more pleasantries, she allowed Su Qingyi to leave. Now, have you given up? She asked her daughter once Su Qingyi had left. Seeing her daughter looking lost and dejected, Consort Shui felt exasperated. It's just a man. Why are you like this? Princess Xianning replied with deep resentment. Why can she but not I? Because you are a royal princess, Consort Shui said coldly. The emperor has already been very lenient with you. You'd better not do anything outrageous like troubling Xia Yunji's wife. Princess Xianning, fueled by jealousy, had indeed considered humiliating that woman. But her mother's words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing her malicious intent. To disgrace Su Qingyi was to disgrace Xia Yunji. If the Marquis' household pursued the matter, They wouldn't need the emperor's intervention. Public opinion alone could ruin her. No wonder Su Qingyi seemed so fearless. She knew she had a protective amulet. Of course, Su Qingyi understood that as Xie Yunji's wife, she held a moral high ground. Though she was a widow with children, any grievance could be aired publicly, and anyone who crossed her would face consequences. Outside, the Marquis's wife was nowhere to be seen, likely mingling elsewhere. Second sister, did you meet with the consort? It was Su Tingyan standing outside, her shrewd eyes finally focusing on the jade bracelets. Are those? Gifted by the consort, Su Qingyi replied with a smile. You received a gift? Su Tingyan was taken aback. Given Princess Xian Ning's obsession with Xie Yunji, she was surprised Su Qingyi wasn't troubled. Did you see the princess? She asked again. I did, Su Qingyi answered naturally. Su Tingyan seemed a bit disappointed, which Su Qingyi noticed. Was she hoping Su Qingyi would be slapped? You seem a bit tired, sister. Are you facing any difficulties lately? Su Qingyi asked gently, adhering to the principle of returning the favor. Su Tingyun was momentarily speechless, thinking of the chaos in her own household, but quickly masked her irritation, forcing a smile. No real difficulties, just the children being a handful. I haven't been resting well. Oh, Su Qingyi responded, having achieved her aim, she smiled and said no more. Su Tingyun felt uneasy, suspecting her sister was intentionally reminding her, yet she had no evidence. She could only acknowledge that her sister had changed a lot. It seemed marrying Xie Yun had given her newfound confidence. Second sister, is the Marquis's wife looking for a wife for your brother-in-law? Su Tingyun shifted the topic to more serious matters. Hearing this, Su Qingyi glanced at the Marquis's wife, who was chatting in the distance, and nodded. Yes, my mother-in-law mentioned wanting to find a match for my second brother-in-law soon. I see, Su Tingyun hesitated. Do you know what kind of match she's looking for? I don't know, Su Qingyi replied, hoping Su Tingyun wouldn't ask her to play matchmaker. Helping Xie Huayan find a wife seemed like a bad idea to her. But what she feared came true. I have a sister-in-law. Could you help inquire? Su Tingyun suggested. If it works out, the entire duke's household would be grateful to you as the matchmaker. Is the daughter of a duke's family worried about not being able to get married? Su Qingyi found it puzzling. Su Tingyun looked embarrassed. She was a concubine's daughter, but had been raised by her stepmother since childhood and was loved by her family, making her no different from a legitimate daughter. No wonder she asked me to inquire. This eldest sister is really cunning. Would the Marquis's wife, with her pride, introduce a concubine's daughter as the main wife for her son? That would surely create enmity. Don't fool me, sister. The difference is huge. Su Qingyi said with a cold face. I wouldn't dare bring this up to my mother-in-law. If you dare, go ahead yourself. I won't be the scapegoat. Su Tingyun was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at her younger sister. When did she become so shrewd? Don't misunderstand, sister, Su Tingyun said, trying to flatter her. I just thought the Marquis's wife holds you in high regard and might give you some face. And if she doesn't? Su Qingyi asked. If my mother-in-law becomes displeased with me because of this, what should I do, sister? Su Tingyun was left speechless, awkwardly admitting, I didn't think it through. Su Qingyi thought to herself, you thought it through too well, wanting credit without offending anyone. Such wishful thinking. Well, sister, think it over again. My mother-in-law has very high standards, she said. All right. As they were speaking, Su Qingyi suddenly noticed something flying towards her and quickly dodged to the side. It was a woven ball that landed behind her. Sorry, we were playing Kuju and accidentally kicked it over here, said a woman in riding attire, her expression bold and arrogant. She approached with a challenging look, asking, didn't hit you, did it? Su Qingyi thought to herself, this is what it's like to be married to the nation's heartthrob? She patted her chest and said, gave me a fright. I thought it was aimed at me. The woman in riding attire raised an eyebrow, offering no explanation. She had indeed aimed for Su Qingyi, but missed. Otherwise, with her 10 years of martial arts training, she would have surely sent this delicate lady sprawling. My apologies, said the arrogant woman who nearly hit someone with the ball, without much sincerity, as she went to retrieve it. Later, Su Qingyi asked Su Tingjun, who's that person? Knowing her younger sister hadn't seen much of the world, Su Tingjun wasn't surprised and replied, that's Princess Zhenyang, the eldest daughter of Prince Su. With this explanation, Su Qingyi understood. So, she was the child of a failed contender for the throne. Thinking of her likely future, Su Qingyi's initial annoyance turned into pity. The current emperor is 53 and still in good health, with 5 adult sons. Prince Su, the emperor's eldest son by a concubine, has always been a strong contender for the throne due to his seniority. It's no wonder his daughter, Princess Zhenyang, is so arrogant. Another strong contender is the crown prince, but his frail health and equally delicate son weaken his claim. This only bolstered Prince Su's prominence. In the original story, the Marquis of Pingyang initially supported the crown prince before switching allegiance to Prince Su. In the end, The crown prince didn't ascend the throne, and Prince Su also failed in his bid. The throne went to the low-profile Prince Gong, who had always been discreet and steady, intended by the emperor to assist the crown prince. Unfortunately, the crown prince's suspicious nature led to his downfall. With the crown prince gone and Prince Su hostile towards him, Prince Gong eventually decided to seize the opportunity for himself. At present, Prince Gong is still seen as merely the crown prince's lackey and isn't highly valued. Don't take it to heart. Princess Zhenyang is always like this, Su Tingjun advised. Of course, if Su Qingyi were foolish enough to provoke Princess Zhenyang, Su Tingjun would be amused, as long as she wasn't implicated. You're joking, sister. Why would I take it to heart? Su Qingyi was eager to distance herself from Princess Zhenyang. She pondered how to persuade the Marquis of Pingyang not to side with Prince Su. But in the blink of an eye, she saw the Marchioness chatting and laughing with Princess Zhenyang. Su Qingyi was stunned, her mind blank. This unexpected development was baffling. Does the Marquis of Pingyang really want to be exiled? She thought. Su Tingjun followed Su Qingyi's gaze and saw the harmonious scene as well. Her thoughts mirrored Su Qingyi's. What is Princess Zhenyang up to? Surely she doesn't have her eye on your little uncle. If Xia Yunji was the nation's ideal, then Xia Huaiyan was a nobody. Compared to the princess, it was like comparing clouds to mud. In the original story, she wasn't interested. But Su Qingyi worried that her presence might disrupt the plot, leading Princess Zhenyang to pursue Xia Huaiyan out of love. Oh well, ancient women could be quite bold in their pursuits of love, she mused. Of course, a princess wouldn't be interested, Su Qingyi replied with a smile. Su Tingjun agreed and dismissed it, pulling Su Qingyi along to enjoy the banquet. You should try these. They are delicacies from the palace, not something you get every day. No, thank you, Su Qingyi declined. I'm neither hungry nor thirsty. She dared not touch anything at the banquet. You're being overly cautious, Su Tingjun remarked, feeling conflicted. If she had married such a husband, she'd be cautious too. Yet, she ended up with a notorious philanderer, missing out on the need for such caution. After the banquet ended, Su Qingyi headed home. Servants from the princess's residence delivered gifts, saying everyone received one. Su Qingyi instructed her maid to accept them while she kept her distance, even removing the jade bracelets bestowed by concubine Xue for safekeeping. How did your conversation with Princess Zhenyang go, mother? Su Qingyi asked suddenly. She seemed to like Huaiyan, the Marchioness inadvertently revealed, then looked at Su Qingyi in surprise. How did you know? Know what? Su Qingyi replied innocently, feigning surprise. Oh, she actually fancies my brother-in-law? The Marchioness was displeased. What's wrong with the princess liking Huaiyan? Not every girl in the capital has to like Yunji. Clearly, the Marchioness harbored resentment towards her accomplished stepson. Su Qingyi wasn't trying to rain on their parade. She was merely stating facts. Before Princess Zhenyang spoke to you, she went out of her way to trouble me. Think about it, mother. If she intended to marry my brother-in-law, why would she antagonize her future sister-in-law? The Marchioness's face turned green, understanding Su Qingyi's implication but unwilling to accept it. You must be making things up. Do you begrudge Huaiyan's happiness? Su Qingyi felt exasperated, thinking, if I truly begrudged him, I wouldn't bother intervening. Let them be exiled. After all, her branch of the family wouldn't be affected. Prince Gong was also a fan of Xia Yunji, admiring his strength. What man hasn't fantasized about being a hero on the battlefield? Xia Yunji was the embodiment of those dreams. Having a spouse who was admired by both men and women had its advantages. I'm just being realistic, worried that Princess Zhenyang may have ulterior motives, she explained. Su Qingyi had a favorable impression of the Marquis and didn't want him to endure hardships at his age, so she advised, before making a decision, mother-in-law, you should discuss it with the Marquis, considering the noble status of Princess Zhenyang. Of course, I wouldn't dare make a decision without the Marquis's consent, responded the Marchioness, giving her eldest daughter-in-law a sharp look, displeased with her interference. Do I, as an elder, need you to teach me such obvious things? Fine, the princess isn't even married to our son yet, and you're already acting superior. As the saying goes, it's hard to advise someone destined to make mistakes. With that, Su Qingyi decided to remain silent, feeling it wasn't her place to intervene further. Everyone has their own fate, she thought. Back at the Marquis of Pingyang's residence, the Marchioness eagerly discussed Xia Huaiyan's marriage with the Marquis. Why would Princess Zhenyang be interested in Huaiyan? Was the Marquis's first reaction, leaving the Marchioness feeling deeply hurt. Your words are unfair, she protested. Princess Zhenyang personally told me she admires Honor. Could that be false? That would indeed be too false, the Marquis replied, always objective about his second son. If you said she wanted to ally with the Marquis of Pingyang, I might believe it more. It makes no difference. She wants to marry Huaiyan regardless, the Marchioness dared to argue. Consider this, the Crown Prince has been ill several times since spring. She left the sentence hanging, then continued. It wouldn't be worth offending Prince Su if we refused. Even if the Crown Prince eventually ascends the throne, he would likely show mercy and not trouble our Marquis of Pingyang. That's true. We wouldn't lose out either way. But offending Prince Su could be different. If he becomes the emperor, he might hold a grudge against us for today's refusal. Given the gravity of the situation, the Marquis hesitated to make an immediate decision. If we make the right choice, it could elevate the Marquis of Pingyang to new heights. But if we're wrong, it could be disastrous. Let me think it over, he said cautiously. Time is of the essence. You must decide quickly, urged the Marchioness. After much consideration, she still couldn't see any downside to the marriage. Regardless of who ultimately ascends the throne, the Marquis of Pingyang would not suffer any loss. Su Qingyi took a stroll outside and gathered plenty of new material to chat about with the heir. Initially, she wasn't comfortable talking to someone in a vegetative state, but over time, it became quite normal, even therapeutic. It felt like having a safe space to vent. The heir's room was dimly lit by candles. Heir, you've certainly attracted quite a few admirers, Su Qingyi mused, planning to put effort into their relationship tonight. She dismissed the attendants and spoke more freely. Having just bathed, her hair was still damp as she sat by the bed, combing through her long locks with her fingers. Your wife almost got schemed against today, she remarked. This made Xia Yunji anxious, wondering what had happened. Who was troubling Su? Was it the second cousin or someone else? Surely not Aunt Shui, the noble consort, who genuinely loved him and wouldn't trouble Su despite any personal dislike. You have too many admirers, Su Qingyi sighed, voicing her complaint. Xia Yunji felt a pang of guilt, suspecting one of his admirers was behind this. Princess Xining is one thing. Under the noble consort's watchful eye, she can do little more than throw a tantrum in front of me, Su Qingyi continued, her mind turning to someone more troublesome. But Lady Zhenyang is formidable. She plans to marry your second brother to gain influence. If she were to marry into the family, I wouldn't be surprised if she tried to climb into your bed one day. Xia Yunji nearly woke up in shock. Was this true? He did not like Lady Zhenyang, finding her as troublesome as Princess Xining. Su had better prevent Lady Zhenyang from marrying into the Marquis' estate, or chaos would ensue. However, he knew it wasn't Su's decision to make. The situation was complicated, with many factors at play. The current crown prince was weak, and the Su family was gaining power. If the crown prince were to fall, the Su family would likely take the throne. If there was a chance for his brother to marry Lady Zhenyang, the Marquis and the Marquis' wife would surely consider it seriously. This realization weighed heavily on Xia Yunji. On one hand, he acknowledged the likelihood of the Su family ascending and his father's ambition to align with them to ensure the family's prosperity. As someone incapacitated, he had no standing to interfere. Yet, he didn't want Lady Zhenyang entering their home, fearing the impact on his wife and children more than any personal threat. While lost in thought, Su's fragrant kiss on his cheek pulled his attention back. Sometimes she would kiss him passionately, especially when moved. Why do you have to be so attractive? She teased, having faced hostility outside and now reevaluating his handsome features. She realized that something everyone wants is indeed desirable. The more she looked at his sleeping face, the more handsome she found him, which only added to her frustration, prompting her to pinch his cheeks playfully. But don't worry, Su Qingyi promised, even if Lady Zhenyang marries in, I'll guard you closely. No one will touch a hair on your head. She wouldn't touch any man who had been with another, so she vowed to be vigilant. Xia Yunji found Su's jealousy unexpectedly endearing, even oddly reassuring. He trusted in her capability to keep Lady Zhenyang at bay. After their routine meetings, capable Su undressed the heir. In this heat, he too would sweat, making it uncomfortable, so she removed his clothes for convenience. She did the same for herself. Do you know how many people are jealous of me today? Su Qingyi whispered in his ear, talking to herself. I didn't think much of it, but after being outside, I feel like I've really hit the jackpot. Let them be jealous. Let it drive them mad. They threw a ball at me, so I'll sleep with you. Let it drive them mad. Xia Yunji, having nothing to say, wondered if Su had actually been hit by the ball, given her frustration. The admirers he had attracted were indeed bullying her. With a vengeful spirit, Su Qingyi was particularly vigorous in their room that night. Her energy seemed directly proportional to her anger. Xia Yunji, as the recipient of his wife's vented frustration, dared not make a sound, fearing it might disrupt her focus. He didn't want her to revert to her usual, more relaxed pace. Honestly, he hoped Su would maintain this fiery mood for future visits. He didn't mind being the target of her wrath. Su Qingyi exceeded expectations tonight, biting Xia Yunji's chin with a dazed look, saying, let's make them jealous again. Let it drive them mad. After days of taking tonics, Xia Yunji thought to himself, whether it's 3 times or 4 times, it all depends on your stamina. If she had the stamina, he was up for 10 times. After a rather indulgent night, Su Qingyi woke up late the next day, feeling quite sore and tired. Hung, her third son, had even skipped class to check on her, as she had mentioned feeling unwell earlier that morning. He gently felt her forehead, encouraged her to rest, and even poured her a cup of tea before the maid took over. Su Qingyi felt a bit embarrassed but enjoyed the unexpected break. When she finally woke up, she saw Hang and said, why are you back? It's not polite to leave your teacher behind in class. Make sure to apologize when you return. She wasn't harsh, just explaining. Hung, concerned, asked, "Are you feeling better, mother?" Touched by his concern, Su Qingyi smiled and replied, "I'm fine, no need to worry. I was just being lazy." Hung, relieved, explained, "The teacher was helping second brother with his writing, so I finished my work and came back." Su Qingyi, realizing her mistake, patted his cheek, noticing how fair his skin seemed. She thought about how Mr. Shin was tutoring all three of her children and felt grateful. She called for her maid Luer and instructed, "Ask Nanny to prepare some medicinal herbs and send them to Mrs. Shen. Also inquire about her health." Luer quickly returned with news that Mrs. Shen was recovering and was very grateful, planning to visit once she was well. Soon after, the household received a generous gift meant for Su Qingyi, reportedly from noble consort Shui, containing fine supplements like bird's nest, honey, and abalone. Even the experienced nanny was impressed by the quality. However, Su Qingyi hesitated to use them, deciding, "Store them in the warehouse. It's better to personally source what we consume." Nanny understood. "Yes, I understand." Su Qingyi wasn't being overly cautious. She just believed in being careful. She added, "When storing them, make sure to note they came from the palace. If anyone falls ill after consuming them, we won't take the blame." Nanny nodded. "Yes, I understand." Everyone in the manor knew about the gift from noble consort Shui, a personal reward for Su Qingyi. Yet, she generously decided to store it for communal use, allowing everyone access. Du Jinyan, who was suffering from severe morning sickness and had lost a lot of weight, heard about the palace goods and immediately asked Xie Huayan to fetch some. He did so without hesitation, bringing back a large supply. Bird's nest and abalone were made daily for Du Jinyan to nourish her. While enjoying Su Qingyi's contribution, Du Jinyan remarked enviously, "She really is generous, putting such good things in the storehouse." Her maid Xier, who was newly purchased and very loyal, replied, "Who cares? As long as you can eat more." After Du Jinyan finished her meal, Xier added, "Mistress, I heard that the madam went to the princess's residence yesterday to find a wife for the second master." Hearing this, Du Jinyan felt a wave of nausea. She knew it was only a matter of time before the second master married. Pale, she touched her belly, hoping the future mistress would be kind and treat her and her unborn child well. "Xier, could you go out and find out which young lady the Marchioness has her eye on?" Du Jinyan was still uneasy. The future mistress could be either kind or harsh, which would determine how well she would fare in the household. So she instructed Xier to quickly gather information. "Yes," Xier replied, daring to remind her mistress, "If you want more detailed information, you could actually ask second master." Of course, Du Jinyan understood this logic. She shot Xier a glance, saying, "The autumn exams are approaching, and second master has been diligently studying. I can't rely on him for everything and disturb his studies." It turned out that Xie Huayan, like young Lin Guer, was also preparing for the scholar exams. It was not unusual for Lin Guer to take the exams at 12. Prodigies were not uncommon in this world. Nor was it unusual for Xie Huayan to take them at 20. If he was lucky enough to pass, he could take the provincial exams next year and the metropolitan exams 2 years later, which would make him 23 or 24, a normal age for such accomplishments. However, putting the uncle and nephew in the same exam created an unflattering comparison, making Xie Huayan appear rather dull. This was likely one reason why Xie Huayan particularly disliked Lin Guer. As fellow scholars, Lin Guer's presence made him lose face. Recently, he had been burying himself in books, regaining some favor from the Marchioness. She even turned a blind eye to Du Jinyan's behavior, despite knowing she had taken all the gifts from consort Shui intended for Su Qingyi. She merely muttered a curse about her shallow vision. Su Qingyi had intended those items for the household's use. But Du Jinyan, emboldened by her pregnancy, behaved recklessly. She didn't consider that the elderly matriarch should have first pick of such offerings. If the matriarch declined, then the younger generation could use them. However, the Marchioness felt much better whenever she thought of a princess-in-law. The potential daughter-in-law was a royal princess, and when given a chance, she didn't hide Du Jinyan's matter. The princess, to her surprise, was magnanimous, stating that a few concubine maids were no big deal and could be given the status of concubines. This was one reason the Marchioness was thrilled about Jinyang Princess. If she rejected Jinyang Princess, she didn't know where she would find another noble and gracious daughter-in-law. Most importantly, this daughter-in-law could also suppress Su Qingyi, achieving multiple goals. Su Qingyi also heard that the items stored in the warehouse had been taken by Xie Huayan. She could easily guess they were for Du Jinyan. She prayed silently, hoping nothing bad would happen from consuming them, as she didn't want to be blamed. Luer, find an opportunity to let Du Jinyan know that the Marchioness is considering marrying second master to Jinyang Princess. Su Qingyi thought that Du Jinyan and her husband should be more worried about the princess entering the family than she was, so she let them stir things up. Luer immediately went off to fulfill her mistress's orders. Coincidentally, Xier was also gathering information, and the two met, successfully completing their tasks. "What? Jinyang Princess? Du Jinyan was shocked and immediately said, "Impossible. How could second master marry a princess?" It wasn't that she underestimated her beloved, but it was a fact. Xia Huan didn't have any titles or honors to propose to a royal princess. The Marchioness was quite bold to think her son was such a catch. "It's true," Xier said. "Jinyang princess has expressed interest in marrying, and the Marchioness is considering it." Du Jinyan was shocked again. Could it be true that Jinyang princess was actively seeking marriage? That was even more unusual. She wasn't foolish. After some thought, she vaguely understood the princess's intention. The princess was likely not interested in Xia Huayan, but in Xia Yunji. The duke would never agree to a princess marrying a paralyzed man, but marrying Xia Huayan might offer some leverage. Clearly, it was Su Qingyi who should be troubled by this, yet it fell on her and second master's shoulders. Du Jinyan was furious, feeling the princess was going too far. How dare she? "I need to tell second master," she said, flustered and anxious, as she rushed to Xia Huayan's study. He immediately put down his pen and asked with concern, "What's wrong? You seem flustered. Did Su Qingyi cause trouble for you again?" "It's not her." Du Jinyan frowned and shook her head, though it was indeed related to Su Qingyi. She worriedly said, "Second master, if you marry a higher status wife, will you fall in love with her?" Xia Huayan's face darkened, displeased. "Jinyan, after everything we've been through, you still doubt my sincerity towards you? For you, I've even picked up books I dislike. Heaven knows how torturous studying is for me." "I'm sorry, second master." Du Jinyan's eyes reddened. "I'm just too worried." "I heard." "What did you hear?" Xia Huayan pressed. Du Jinyan bit her lip. "I heard that Zhenyang princess wants to marry you, and the Marchioness is considering it." "What?" Xia Huayan was equally shocked, reacting just like his partner, incredulous. "How could that be? She's the duke's daughter. The duke is in a strong position, and he might ascend the throne in the future, making Zhenyang princess a princess proper. Being the consort of the current dynasty isn't so humiliating. One can still be conferred a marquis or prime minister." Even taking the shortcut of marrying into the emperor's family and rising swiftly through the ranks seemed possible. As Xia Huayan pondered, he found himself lost in thought. It was true. Du Jinyan, not noticing the ambition in her beloved's eyes, said to herself, "If you don't believe me, ask Madame Ho. She will surely tell you." Xia Huayan snapped back to reality, gently patted Du Jinyan's hand, and said softly, "Don't worry. No matter who I marry as my main wife, I will only love you. But the princess's power is immense. How will you manage to control her in the future?" Du Jinyan asked worriedly, frowning. "Second master, for the sake of our child, you should refuse to marry the princess." "That's true. If the princess intended to harm Du Jinyan and her child, they might not be able to defend themselves." Xia Huayan thought for a moment and said, "I'll first ask my mother if it's true." Soon, Xia Huayan received confirmation from Madame Ho that Princess Zhenyang indeed wanted to marry him. Madame Ho analyzed the pros and cons with him and advised, "My son, this is a rare opportunity. Miss out on Princess Zhenyang, and you'll never marry someone from such a prestigious family again." She feared Xia Huayan might do something foolish for Du Jinyan again. "But mother, she clearly doesn't fancy me. If she's coming for my brother, marrying her would only bring chaos into the family," Xia Huayan scoffed. Madame Ho paused and instructed her son, "You don't need to worry about that. Women are fickle. They support whoever treats them well." Her gaze turned cold. "Once she's seen your brother's current state, she'll lose interest. Once you have children with her, she'll eventually side with you." That might be true for most women, but Princess Zhenyang? Who can be sure? When competing with someone like Xia Yunji, Xia Huayan doubted he had the charm to win over the princess. He had that much self-awareness. "Anur, broaden your horizons and look at the good women out there. What is Du Jinyan compared to them?" Seeing that he remained silent, Madame Ho assumed it was because of Du Jinyan again and cursed, "Honestly, I may not like your sister-in-law, but her family background and upbringing are undeniable. A lady from the Ho family is 1,000 times better than that shallow wench." Xia Huayan felt a headache coming on. Why was his mother suddenly angry again? And she always belittled his tastes. "Alright, this has nothing to do with Jinyan. Don't blame everything on her," Xia Huayan said. "Fine." Madame Ho snorted coldly, "I shouldn't blame her. It's all your fault. You're the source of my frustration." Xia Huayan held back his annoyance and continued discussing the important matter. "Marrying the princess is a significant issue, possibly involving court politics. You and father need to consider it carefully. A misstep could implicate the entire family. Of course, the Pingyang Ho family has privileges. No matter who becomes the new emperor, will be treated leniently." "We know that," Madame Ho said, her rational side acknowledging the risks involved in choosing sides. "Your father plans to gather a few clan uncles to discuss whether we should make this move. With Xia Yunji covering us, they're not overly anxious." Meanwhile, as mother and son discussed, Su Qingyi and Du Jinyan waited for news in their respective quarters. Learning that Xia Huayan and Madame Ho hadn't quarreled, both were disappointed. Why didn't the second master refuse? Du Jinyun's disappointment was mixed with fear, a sense of unease. Shi beside her, didn't know how to comfort her. Maybe the second master is just considering the bigger picture? After all, it's a serious matter. Du Jinyun shook her head. If Xie Huaiyan were someone who considered the bigger picture, he wouldn't have conspired with her against Su Qingyi in the first place. That man. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi's disappointment was tinged with disdain. She guessed that Xie Huaiyan didn't strongly oppose the marriage because he was tempted by the princess's family background. After all, he was an ambitious man. He could refuse a lady from the Ho family for Du Jinyun only because her family's backing wasn't strong enough. If a princess took a liking to him, well, the outcome was clear. It's understandable why Xie Huaiyan is tempted. Regardless of the princess's intentions, marrying her would be advantageous. Xie Huaiyan wants both career and love. Du Jinyun is his love, while Princess Xinyang represents his career. He believes Du Jinyun will understand his choice for a better future. What do you think, second master? Du Jinyun asked when Xie Huaiyan returned. Jinyun, my parents are still considering it carefully and plan to discuss it with my uncles, Xie Huaiyan replied, his eyes flickering. So I didn't make any definitive statements. Who knows? They might abandon the idea in the end. Really? Du Jinyun asked skeptically, her eyes darkening. Her intuition told her that her man might really be considering it. After all, who wouldn't want to marry a royal princess? She felt a wave of sadness and tears fell. Can a man's true feelings really not be trusted? Jinyun, it's not that I don't want to refuse, but I can't, unless we leave the Marquis's residence and elope, Xie Huaiyan said, gently wiping her tears. Du Jinyun was taken aback. Would you be willing to? Xie Huaiyan, showing his love, gave her a choice. Jinyun, let's elope and live a simple life far from the capital with our child. Du Jinyun was momentarily stunned. How could that work? How would they survive after eloping? They could take some silver, but it wouldn't last forever, and their child would need food and drink. What would they do when the money ran out? If she stayed, she would at least remain a concubine in the Marquis's household, and their child would be part of the family, better off than ordinary people. Du Jinyun weighed her options. Otherwise, why would she have chosen Xie Huaiyan in the first place? Wouldn't it have been better to marry a man of equal status? Jinyun, Xie Huaiyan said, in the Marquis's household, I'm not free to do as I please. My parents won't let me mess around. But outside we'd be free. As long as you're willing, I'm willing. Of course, he also explained the downside. But without the status of the Marquis's son, I wouldn't be able to provide a very good life for you and our child. He left the choice to Du Jinyun. Second master, don't be ridiculous. How could I let you become estranged from your family? Du Jinyun quickly replied. No, she couldn't leave the Marquis's residence. Leaving would be disastrous. She had worked hard to get where she was. How could she go back to a life of hardship? Both paths were difficult, but at least staying meant a life of luxury and hope. Besides, Du Jinyun thought, if Xie Huaiyan was willing to elope for her, it showed his sincerity. Even marrying the princess wouldn't threaten her position. Once Xie Huaiyan advanced in rank through the princess's connections, it would benefit her and their child. Clearly, Du Jinyun, who had experienced hardship, leaned towards personal gain. I understand your difficulties, second master. I don't oppose you marrying the princess, I'm just concerned about our safety, Du Jinyun said, touching her belly. Seeing her understanding, Xie Huaiyan promised, don't worry, I'll do my utmost to protect you and the child. I won't let anything happen to you. If Su Qingyi knew about this development, she would certainly marvel at Du Jinyun's pragmatism, willing to send her husband to the princess's bed for the sake of benefits. Although, the princess, whose heart belongs elsewhere, might not even want Xie Huaiyan. She seemed interested in the heir apparent. Several family uncles arrived at the Marquis's residence to discuss Xie Huaiyan's marriage. Su Qingyi wanted to attend and explain the pros and cons of choosing sides, but she was of low status and had no right to speak, so she stayed in her courtyard with her child. She also visited the heir apparent's room to express her concerns. Oh dear, the uncles are all here. I guess we'll have a decision today, Su Qingyi said, munching on sunflower seeds. With such a big fuss, I think second brother will become the princess's consort. What should we do? Sigh. Seeing Su Shi so worried, Xia Wenji thought she must truly care about him. Unfortunately, he couldn't speak to comfort her. If Prince Su failed, the consequences would be severe. Why couldn't the Marquis resist the temptation before him? Yes, Xia Wenji had fallen, and the Marquis's household was declining. The Marquis, as the leader, wanted to board Prince Su's ship, which was understandable. Su Qingyi could only remain unscathed by knowing the plot and avoiding mistakes. Therefore, she didn't speak to the Marquis to avoid being dismissed as a fool due to her low status. The outcome wasn't absolute, and if she was wrong, she'd bear the consequences. Managing her own fate was hard enough without meddling in others' lives. But Su Qingyi felt restless, like being the only sober person among the intoxicated, so she vented to the heir apparent. Surprisingly, Su Shi didn't seem optimistic about Prince Su, which surprised Xia Wenji. Even more surprising was her interest in court affairs and her distinct stance. But upon reflection, he realized it might not be a lack of confidence. It is well known that Prince Su has strong momentum, and there is no reason for the Su family not to support him. Perhaps it's just their cautious nature, believing that even without taking sides, the Marquis of Pingyang's household could still thrive. Xia Yunji also thinks his father is too aggressive, probably worried that once he's gone, the marquisate will decline, making him anxious. He understands. Su Qingyi spat out 2 melon seed shells and said, "Let me be clear, I don't approve of getting involved with Prince Su. It's easy to get on the boat but hard to get off." Xia Yunji sensed Su's displeasure but felt helpless. Their branch of the family no longer had the right to speak. "So if something goes wrong in the future, don't expect me to share the burden," Su Qingyi said lightly. "With your name, my son and I should be spared, and we can separate from the family then." She glanced at the handsome man who would eventually wake up and warned ominously, "You'd better agree, or if not, pack up and join them on the road." Xia Yunji felt a chill down his spine. What choice did he have now in his current state? Su's harsh words were truly unpleasant. Besides, with a 50-50 chance, the Marquis of Pingyang shouldn't be so unlucky as to pick the losing side. After venting to the air, Su Qingyi felt a bit better after delivering a harsh speech. As she left, she brightened up, smiling as she caressed the heir's face. Of course, if the heir is wise, good fortune awaits, Xia Yunji thought. Meanwhile, the Marquis of Pingyang's household hadn't yet reached a decision, but news of an alliance between the two families spread like wildfire. Crush. Princess Xining smashed another cup in her residence, her face full of jealousy, because she knew her niece, Princess Jinyang's intentions. What a shameless woman, eager to act just because she heard Xia Yunji could have heirs. After venting her anger, she even felt a tinge of envy. Princess Jinyang dared to do things she also wished to do, but she still cared about her reputation and couldn't stoop to such disgraceful acts. No, she couldn't let Princess Jinyang succeed. Princess Xining could tolerate Su Qingyi giving Xia Yunji heirs, because Su Qingyi was his legitimate wife, rightful and proper. But Princess Jinyang? Ugh, what was she even considered? The next day, Princess Xining went to the palace to see the emperor and got straight to the point. "Father, I've heard that the eldest brother wants to marry Jinyang to cousin Yunji's brother. You can't agree to this." "Oh, is there such a thing?" the emperor asked, furrowing his brow, whether genuinely unaware or pretending not to know. "Yes," Princess Xining said with a pout. "Jinyang went to ask for it herself. Don't you find it strange? She's always been proud and arrogant. How could she take a liking to an ordinary playboy?" The emperor paused. "So you mean?" "She likes cousin Yunji," Princess Xining said disdainfully. "If she really marries into the Marquis of Pingyang's household, just wait for chaos to ensue." The emperor, upon hearing this, wasn't as angry as Princess Xining had imagined. She was puzzled. Did her father not understand what she meant? Of course, the emperor understood. It was just that he wasn't actually angry. "Xining, this is merely your speculation. Prince Su hasn't mentioned anything to me yet." "That's because the Marquis of Pingyang hasn't given their consent." Xining hurried to intervene before things were finalized. "Father, if my elder brother brings it up, please promise me you won't agree." The emperor already knew about her feelings for Xia Yunji, and she made no effort to hide her dislike for Jinyang. "How do you know Jinyang likes Yunji?" The emperor glanced at his daughter, frowning slightly in warning. "Yunji is now married, while Jinyang is still unmarried. Don't speak carelessly about these things, or it could ruin Jinyang's reputation." Princess Xining smirked inwardly, unfazed. What reputation could Jinyang have, chasing after a man to the point of marrying his younger brother? "Father, stop evading the issue and give me a clear answer." Only the favored Princess Xining dared to speak like this. However, the emperor, who usually indulged her, refused this time, saying, "We'll see what your elder brother says." "Father!" Princess Xining protested unhappily. "Then how about this?" the emperor offered, feeling cornered by his daughter. "If you're willing to choose a husband and settle down, I'll agree to your request." At 20, Princess Xining's refusal to marry had long been a headache for the emperor. If this issue could make her yield, he was willing to compromise. Hearing this, Xining's expression soured. She loved Xia Yunji deeply and couldn't bear the thought of marrying anyone else. She was confused as to why her father, knowing this, would make things difficult for her. In her impression, her father valued the Marquis of Pingyang highly, and if he knew Jinyang's intentions, he wouldn't let her marry into that family. While her reasoning wasn't entirely wrong, she missed one point. The emperor never let emotions dictate his actions. What he valued wasn't the Marquis of Pingyang itself. Xia Yunji's reputation had elevated the status of the Marquis of Pingyang, but the emperor was merely tolerating them due to public scrutiny. He certainly didn't want the Marquis of Pingyang to remain flawless. Rather, the more chaos, the better. "Think it over carefully and let me know," the emperor said. This meant that the choice of a husband wouldn't be entirely up to Princess Xining. She could only choose from among the candidates the emperor approved, leaving no room for deceit. Gritting her teeth, Princess Xining replied, "Yes, I'll think it over." In Consort Shue's palace, the problem that puzzled Princess Xining was clear to Consort Shue. She enlightened her daughter, saying, "The royal family is the most heartless of all. Do you really think His Majesty values the Marquis of Pingyong? If Yunji falls out of favor, His Majesty would be eager to seize any weakness of the Marquis of Pingyong to avoid being constrained by public opinion. What's easier than sending a scheming princess to marry into the family?"
Is that so?
Princess Xining felt a chill run through her heart. Indeed, while the emperor cherished Xia Yunji, he didn't necessarily want to indulge the Marquis of Pingyong. "Mother, what should I do now?" she asked anxiously. Consort Shue believed that even if her daughter agreed to marry, the emperor would likely still approve of the marriage between Prince Su's family and the Marquis of Pingyong. However, she also wished for her daughter to marry, so she said, "It's up to you. If you don't want Jinyang to marry into the family, then choose a husband and settle down." "No, I can't accept that," Princess Xining flatly refused. She only loved Xia Yunji and would never consider marrying anyone else. Consort Shue, exasperated, felt that even with so many strong measures, her daughter remained stubbornly infatuated. "Why can't you give up? He doesn't care about you. Spending your life waiting for him is pointless. That's not for you to worry about." "I'm leaving the palace," Princess Xining said defiantly, leaving her mother behind. She had once detested Su Qingyi, but now she found her ambitious niece Jinyang even more detestable. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since she couldn't get through to the emperor, she could only swallow her jealousy and join forces with Su Qingyi to resist Jinyang's advances. She couldn't let Jinyang have her way. Thinking of Su Qingyi's gentle demeanor, Princess Xining was inexplicably worried. Could someone so mild-mannered really stand up to the domineering and aggressive Jinyang? In the evening, Su Qingyi received an invitation from the princess's residence, asking her to visit the next day. She felt uneasy, fearing that the long-dreaded confrontation was finally upon her. Distracted by thoughts of the princess's potential hostility, Su Qingyi barely touched her dinner, prompting curious glances from her concerned children. "Mother, are you not hungry?" asked Jinguer, the sweetest talker and most food-loving of them all. Next, Heingur noticed that his mother had lost her appetite, so he offered her half of his Yangmei ice, saying, "This sour treat, mother, you should have it. Sour things help with appetite." His mother had taught him that, and his little mind remembered it well. Lin Guer, on the other hand, remained silent, simply observing, seemingly curious about what was troubling Su Qingyi. Naturally, Su Qingyi wouldn't share her worries in front of everyone. She wasn't truly afraid of the princess. She had just grown accustomed to a comfortable life and didn't want to deal with any hassle. Who would choose to strive when they could take it easy? Of course, Su Qingyi wouldn't burden the children with her troubles, so she smiled and said, "It's nothing. Just the summer heat making me uncomfortable. Don't worry." At this moment, the rest of the household noticed that Zhengur and Heingur had started calling Su Qingyi mother. It was surprising that they were getting along so well. The Marchioness, who couldn't stand seeing others happy, felt a mix of emotions. But she comforted herself thinking, isn't there still Lin Guer? He was like a stone that couldn't be warmed, distant from everyone, a thankless child. No matter how good Su Qingyi was, she wouldn't win over the eldest son's heart. After the meal, Su Qingyi, who had lost her appetite for the food, took the essays critiqued by Shinjijie to Lin Guer's study. She handed him both essays with a smile, saying, "Shen Jurist has written down his comments for you. I haven't read them yet, so you can take a look yourself." Matters of scholars were beyond her understanding, so she didn't interfere. "Okay." Lin Guer took the essays and casually placed them on the table, seemingly indifferent to Shen Jijie's comments. Instead, he glanced at Su Qingyi and asked, "Is something wrong?" He sensed that something was off with her, as if she were troubled. He wasn't one to meddle, but he realized that if Su Qingyi faced an unsolvable problem, they might be implicated too. It was better to ask. Su Qingyi didn't expect Lin Guer to be so perceptive. Of course, as a future prominent figure, he would have a keen sense of observation. In that moment, Su Qingyi instinctively still saw him as a child and didn't plan to share. But Lin Guer's dark, focused eyes made her feel as if he was already a mature thinker, perhaps even more astute than herself. "Well, I've encountered a bit of an issue." With a mindset of venting, Su Qingyi sat down in a corner, looking troubled. "It's related to your father." Lin Guer paused his writing, listening intently. "Your father has many admirers, you know that, right?" Su Qingyi believed Lin Guer was aware of this. His ways of gathering information were quite extraordinary. Though he seemed silent, he was actually quite the gossip. So she continued, "The Princess Xining, favored by the court, is one of them. She once sought to marry your father but was unsuccessful. Unlike her, my marriage proposal was settled with just a few words. So when it comes to marriage, timing and circumstances are crucial." "The daughter of Consort Shue?" Lin Guer frowned, indeed remembering his father's cousin, the princess. "Yes." Su Qingyi nodded and said, "I met her at the princess's residence the other day. Your father's cousin had quite a few criticisms of me, but fortunately, Consort Shue was present, so nothing happened." She's jealous of you, Lin Gore said coldly. Probably. Today, the princess sent me an invitation, asking me to visit her residence tomorrow. Su Qingyi touched her heart, feeling particularly anxious about the upcoming encounter. However, she had already decided that if Princess Xining went too far, she would flip the table and then cry on the city wall with Hengor. But doing so would offend Consort Shui, so she preferred not to resort to that unless absolutely necessary. It sounds like a trap. I'll go with you, Lin Gore finally said after considering for a long time. Although he was just an adopted son and not very influential, it was still better than Su Qingyi going alone. Huh? No need, I'll just take your third brother with me. Su Qingyi was surprised but smiled and declined. Lin Gore was her trump card, not to be used just yet. There would be plenty of opportunities to make use of him in the future. The reserved eldest brother finally mustered up the courage to show some goodwill, and being rejected might hurt his feelings. Su Qingyi thought it over and carefully explained to him, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? You are the greatest hope for our family. When the time comes for the family to split, we will rely on you. Right now, dealing with a mere Princess Xining doesn't require your involvement. Just focus on your studies, and when you succeed, you won't have to suffer any more grievances. She added a hint of rivalry to make Brother Lin more aware of their current situation. Brother Lin was indeed upset after being turned down by Su Qingyi. He felt that she favored his younger brothers over him, and his rare initiative was met with a closed door. However, after hearing her explanation, he was left surprised. Splitting the family? Su Qingyi noticed his reaction and chuckled to herself. From the original story, it was clear that this young man already had ambitions of achieving academic success and establishing his own household. The Marquis of Pingyang's estate was never his true home. The vision she painted fit perfectly with his aspirations. Sure enough, Brother Lin hesitated and asked tentatively, can we take father with us when we split the family? Do you think it's possible? He thought it was as difficult as reaching the sky. Even if he achieved academic success in the future, he doubted he could separate Xia Yun from the Marquis of Pingyang's estate. Su Qingyi, however, confidently replied, of course it's possible. Your father has his own title and the general's estate. Why wouldn't it be possible? Knowing what he was worried about, Su Qingyi added, looking at the current trend, the Marquis of Pingyang's estate will eventually belong to your second uncle. Once he inherits the title, wouldn't we move to the general's estate rather than stay here and be unwelcome? Moreover, we don't even have to wait for Xia Huayan to inherit. The estate will fall apart on its own. It seemed to make sense, yet Brother Lin was still uneasy and frowned. Great-grandmother and grandfather won't agree. Unless Xia Huayan stands on his own, they will still need father. Don't worry, just focus on your studies. I've got this covered, Su Qingyi assured with a boldness that belied her gentle demeanor. You focus on achieving academic success, and I'll handle bringing your father over. She smiled warmly, adding to herself that if he didn't want to come, so be it. Brother Lin, reassured by Su Qingyi's promise, nodded even though he knew it might be empty talk. Do you really think Scholar Shen will become the top scholar? Why? He suddenly shifted the topic, staring intently at Su Qingyi, clearly interested in her answer. Of course, because he is talented, Su Qingyi replied with a serious expression to show her words were well-founded. I've read Scholar Shen's essays, and they're indeed excellent. He's a promising candidate for the top scholar. You've read my essays too. What do you think I can achieve? Brother Lin asked, trying to gauge whether Su Qingyi's admiration for Shen Jijia was based on looks or objective evaluation. Su Qingyi smiled, you can also become the top scholar. However, instead of being pleased, Brother Lin's face darkened. He suspected Su Qingyi was just talking nonsense, thinking her admiration for Shen was merely due to his appearance. Suppressing his displeasure, he replied curtly, you can leave now. Su Qingyi was puzzled, wondering what had upset him again. She felt she hadn't said anything wrong. Being a mother isn't easy. When the child is happy, they use honorifics, and when displeased, they drop them and dismiss you. But it's typical for teenagers, especially during exam preparation, to have a bit of a temper. Alright, I won't disturb your studies any longer. Rest early and don't stay up too late, or it might strain your eyes. In these times, there's no such thing as glasses for nearsightedness, so it's troublesome if a scholar harms their eyes. Su Qingyi offered some caring words and left the eldest brother's study. Perhaps the conversation had a positive effect, as she felt much less burdened while looking at the night sky over Donhui Courtyard. Like she said earlier, she wasn't alone in this. Everyone around her was reliable. It just wasn't the right time yet. No matter how the heir would react when he woke up, Su Qingyi felt confident that despite Brother Lin's occasional stubbornness, he would be a formidable ally in the future. She suddenly recalled a saying, children are like nuclear weapons. You may not expect to use them, but you can't do without them. Su Qingyi didn't entirely agree, but at this moment, she certainly appreciated the support. The next day, she requested a day off for Hengor, dressed him up adorably, and took him out. Firstly, as a buffer, warning Princess Xining that they, as a vulnerable mother and child, were not to be trifled with. Secondly, to give him a break. Ever since starting school, The little one had been waking up even earlier than the rooster and, though not sleeping later than the dog, was indeed diligent. Su Qingyi felt a pang of sympathy, as children in ancient times had a tougher schooling experience than their modern counterparts. Brother Lin's beautiful handwriting was the result of relentless practice in both severe cold and scorching heat, and he didn't just learn one style of calligraphy. Suddenly, Su Qingyi felt her role as a mother was rather relaxed. At least she didn't have to help with homework. The eldest and youngest were self-disciplined, and the middle child, who had abandoned literature for martial arts, was never lazy either. Her husband was even more compliant, not saying a word. At the princess's residence, Su Qingyi, holding Hengor by the hand, was led inside by a nanny. Lady Shitzi, is this young boy the Shitzi's child? The nanny, who seemed to be someone Princess Xining trusted greatly, spoke with a warm smile. Su Qingyi, puzzled but smiling, replied, "Yes, this is my third child." Typically, a servant's attitude towards guests reflects the master's feelings, and since she was a thorn in Princess Xining's side, it was unexpected for the nanny to be so friendly. Was this a case of showing courtesy before hostility? "He's truly adorable," the nanny praised, not just out of politeness. Recently, Hengor had indeed grown fairer, his cheeks a bit fuller, and with Su Qingyi's careful dressing, calling him cute was not an exaggeration. Hengor was indeed adorable. Su Qingyi was not one to be modest about her child. She believed in praising him wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, she grew more curious about what the nanny, or rather, Princess Xining, was up to. Hengor smiled faintly, walking proudly beside his mother, making her proud. The nanny glanced sideways, surprised to encounter such unabashedly proud parents. Then again she thought, Su was merely the child's adoptive mother, and being overly modest might seem like she was suppressing him. Upon reaching the reception area, Princess Xining was already waiting for them. The room was filled with ice, providing a refreshing coolness that contrasted with the scorching sun outside, a display of luxury. The table was laden with fruits and pastries for guests. "Greetings to Princess Xining. Sorry to have kept you waiting," Su Qingyi said with a slight bow. Since the noble consort wasn't present today, her greeting was less formal. "Greetings to Princess Xining," Hengor echoed, bowing politely with a clear voice. Princess Xining, adorned in luxurious attire even for a casual meeting, exuded an aura that made it hard to look directly at her. "There's no need for formalities between our families. Please have a seat," Princess Xining said. Her tone was not exactly warm, even a bit stiff, but it was a vast improvement from their initial meeting's hostility. "Thank you, Princess, for granting us seats," Su Qingyi replied demurely, inwardly cautious. "You needn't be so tense. I won't make things difficult for you," Princess Xining said coldly, noticing Su Qingyi's alert demeanor. She did harbor jealousy towards this woman who had won over Xia Yunji, even to the point of wanting to harm her. But she couldn't. Her reason and upbringing wouldn't allow such madness. "I understand," Su Qingyi responded with a gentle smile, subtly reassuring Hengor with a pat on his slightly tense hand. "I've asked you here regarding the marriage between Zhenyang and the Marquis of Pingyang's family. You must have heard about it, right? What's the Marquis's stance on this?" Princess Xining asked directly, taking another closer look at Su Qingyi. This woman had almond-shaped eyes, willow leaf eyebrows, and a gentle, delicate face that was beautiful but not striking. Her demeanor was fresh and bright, making people feel at ease, like an unobtrusive orchid in a corner. If Princess Xining had to accept a woman having Xia Yunji, it could only be this gentle and serene Su. In response to the princess, the elders of the Marquis' household haven't made a definite decision yet, but it seems they're inclined to support the marriage. Su Qingyi said with a smile. "You can still smile? Once Zhenyang enters the Marquis' mansion, your good days will be over." Princess Xining snorted coldly. "Why does the princess say so?" Su Qingyi feigned ignorance, knowing that Princess Zhenyang had her eyes on Xia Yun, but it wasn't her place to say it. "That girl doesn't want to marry Xia Huayan. She wants your husband, understand?" Princess Xining stated bluntly. Su Qingyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Heng looked up at his mother, thinking her expression was exaggerated, like she was acting. "If that girl Zhenyang marries into the Marquis' household, you can forget about having your husband's children. She'll not only harm you but also steal your husband," Princess Xining declared. "To bear a child as a sister-in-law with the elder brother, it's absurd and shameless. But Zhenyang is a princess. If she does it, so be it. The Pingyang Marquis' household will only help cover up the scandal. Maybe Zhenyang's child will even inherit the Marquis' title. It's quite a clever scheme. Does Princess Zhenyang really have such intentions? What should I do?" Su Qingyi was genuinely worried, not acting. Princess Xining, seeing this, became anxious for her. "What else can you do? If she wants to steal your husband, you must stand firm and not give her the chance to succeed." Yes. Su Qingyi thought to herself that it turned out Princess Zhenyang's biggest enemy wasn't Du Jinyun and his wife, but Princess Xining. It made sense. As the legitimate wife, she could covet Xia Yun. But what right did Princess Zhenyang have? However, the other party was still a princess, and if she used her status to pressure me, even as the elder sister-in-law, It would be hard to resist. Su Qingyi probed to see if Princess Xining really wanted to ally with her. Princess Xining scoffed disdainfully. So what if she's a princess? Can being a princess excuse her from propriety and decency? A royal princess criticizing a royal princess, and rightfully so. Su Qingyi, an ordinary person, just smiled without getting involved. If she dares to do something shameless, feel free to slap her. If anything happens, I'll cover for you, Princess Xining said unceremoniously. Su Qingyi looked surprised, then smiled. With the princess's support, I feel at ease. Princess Xining gave Su Qingyi a look, uncertain if her gentle sister-in-law could really be tough, so she added a few more words of advice. Be bold, don't be timid. Yes, Princess, Su Qingyi replied. Rest assured, she's just a junior. You can assert yourself as the elder sister-in-law, and if worse comes to worst, there's still me, her royal aunt. What can she possibly do? Princess Xining reassured her, wishing she could personally deal with Xingyang at the Marquis' household. Su Qingyi immediately smiled warmly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Princess, for your support. It's all for my cousin's sake, Princess Xining said, her mood complicated, hesitantly asking, is my cousin really as well as you say? Knowing that Princess Xining cherished her husband, Su Qingyi didn't mind and said with a smile, yes, recently a carpenter made a wheelchair, and the young master goes out for strolls every day. Princess Xining couldn't help but listen intently, perhaps recalling the past, with a gentle look in her eyes. Su Qingyi sighed, recognizing the timeless nature of true affection, and began to narrate the young master's daily life. Are you pitying me? Princess Xining asked sharply after realizing Su Qingyi was deliberately speaking to her, glaring at her. This princess doesn't need your pity. I wouldn't dare. It's just that there aren't many who truly care for the young master, and I couldn't hold my tongue. I hope the princess won't take offense, Su Qingyi quickly apologized. Princess Xining's expression softened slightly. Although she knew Su Qingyi was trying to placate her, the words were at least pleasant to hear. Su Qingyi's smooth way of speaking was indeed one of her merits, making her a respectable person. The princess's residence graciously hosted Su Qingyi and her son for a lunch of delicacies. When they left, they were given a generous gift. This time, Su Qingyi felt comfortable accepting it, as she and Princess Xining were now strategic partners. She reflected that today's visit to the princess's residence had been unexpectedly fruitful. What she initially thought would be a treacherous event turned into a successful collaboration. In the afternoon, during free time, the mother and son strolled around, eating and drinking until it was time to pick up the eldest from the academy. This was probably the first time Lin had been picked up by a parent. When he saw Su Qingyi and her son, eating fried balls and waving at him, he was taken aback. Lin. Big brother. The future power figure's expression was hard to read, caught between embarrassment and anger. After hesitating between pretending not to know them and approaching, Lin finally walked over with a stern face. Su Qingyi immediately handed him a skewer of fried lotus root, smiling, Here, you don't like meat, have some lotus root. Lin hesitated, feeling that eating at the academy's entrance was improper. However, he restrained his impulse to lecture his elder and said nothing. It's delicious. Eat up, Su Qingyi encouraged. Heng nodded in agreement. Big brother, eat it while it's hot. So, the mother and her two sons sat in the carriage with the door open, enjoying some fried snacks. Oops, before they knew it, they had finished everything. Su Qingyi wiped her hands with a handkerchief and said, Let's not tell Zhengur when we get back. He'll make a fuss. Okay, Zhengur replied, looking up with his lips pouted, asking his mother to wipe his face. Look at you little rascal, you're like a little cat with a dirty face. Su Qingyi laughed and cleaned him up with the handkerchief. Seeing them so cheerful, Lin Gur could tell they weren't troubled at the princess's residence, so he didn't bother asking about it. However, Su Qingyi remembered and told the eldest, the princess didn't give us a hard time. She's even willing to help us deal with Princess Zhenyang. She paused, suddenly excited. Do you know who Princess Zhenyang is? She's also one of your father's admirers. Let me tell you. Lin Gur glanced sideways thinking, isn't a typical wife supposed to be upset about such things? Yet, Su Qingyi wasn't angry. Instead, she seemed quite interested, which felt odd to him. It was as if she didn't care much about his father. Consequently, Lin Gur's gaze towards Su Qingyi now held more skepticism and curiosity. It's not that he was overly suspicious. It was just that Su Qingyi was always open about her affections. If he had to rank the family of four, Lin Gur felt he held more importance in Su Qingyi's heart than his father did. Oh well, as long as his father didn't know. Lin Gur took a bite of the fried lotus root, thinking, since Su Qingyi cared so much about them, she wouldn't leave. Meanwhile, in a quiet private room of a restaurant, Princess Zhenyang was meeting Xie Huayan to push forward her audacious plan. Second Master Xie, she greeted, secretly assessing him, but soon her eyes showed disappointment. He was nowhere near as handsome as his brother Xie Yunji. Xie Huayan noticed her disappointment, his face stiffening. He already knew Princess Zhenyang was interested in his brother, so he understood the meaning behind her disappointment. He felt angry, thinking this woman was incredibly insulting, but he had to bear it due to her status as a princess. Princess Zhenyang, uninterested in small talk and ignoring his pride, got straight to the point. Marry me, and I will help you rise to power. Xia Huayan's heart raced at the thought of Prince Su potentially ascending the throne, but he feigned calmness. Why insist on marrying me if you don't like me, princess? That's not your concern, she replied. Just say whether you'll marry me or not. I indeed don't like you, so after marriage, I won't interfere with your affairs. You can favor whoever you like. Then she added, and the same goes for you. You can't interfere with me. I'll do as I please. As the princess of Prince Su's mansion, she didn't regard Xia Huayan highly at all. Giving him this notice was already a courtesy. Xia Huayan understood that this was a beneficial transaction, so after considering briefly, he agreed. I hope the princess keeps her word. Of course, Princess Zhenyang replied. Xia Huayan tentatively asked, Do you like my brother? Princess Zhenyang glanced at him sharply. I mean no harm. If that's the case, I can assist you, Xia Huayan offered. He had vowed to pay back Su Qingyi. Su Qingyi wanted to have Xia Yunji's child to secure her position, but he wouldn't let her succeed. He wanted Su Qingyi to realize she made the wrong choice. Seeing Xia Huayan so cooperative, Princess Zhenyang felt pleased. If you truly wish to help, finalize the marriage soon so I can join the household early. On the other side, after careful consideration, the Marquis decided to refuse the marriage proposal. While fortune favors the bold, he didn't want to take this risk. However, before he could decline the offer from the Duke Su's residence, Xia Huayan rushed in to inform him, Father, I have already agreed to marry the Princess of Zhenyang. The Duke will soon request the Emperor's approval. The Marquis was stunned, then enraged. Xia Huayan, you fool. Who told you to agree to this? Xia Huayan was puzzled. Why are you so angry, Father? Didn't you want me to marry the princess? He asked. The crown prince is weak, and there's a good chance the Duke Su will ascend the throne. No matter what, marrying the princess is a good match for me. The Marquis replied, It's your mother who wants you to marry the princess. She's short-sighted. Are you also short-sighted, not knowing what the princess might be plotting? Xia Huayan smirked inwardly, indifferent to the situation. I've already given my word to the princess. It's too late to back out now. Father just can't stand to see me do well, even wanting to take this opportunity away from me. The Marquis realized that his second son was willing to risk everything for wealth and status, caring little for anything else. You're putting the entire family's future at stake. Xia Huayan responded, Father, you're overreacting. It's not that serious. Humph. The Marquis retorted, If something goes wrong in the future, can you bear the consequences alone? Xia Huayan thought to himself that if he became the Emperor's son-in-law in the future, wouldn't the Marquis's household benefit from his position? But for now, he couldn't say that to his father, who was already furious. Saying more would only make things worse. As soon as Su Qingyi returned, she heard that Xia Huayan had been punished by the Marquis to kneel in the ancestral hall for agreeing to the marriage with the Princess of Zhenyang without permission. The Marquis was forced to become in-laws with the Duke Su and was very upset. It turned out he didn't want to be related to the Duke Su, which was understandable, but his son had put him in a difficult position. Meanwhile, the Marchioness was delighted to finally become the princess's mother-in-law. The Duke's residence acted swiftly, and the next day, a decree was issued from the palace, setting the wedding date for 2 months later, a rather hasty arrangement. Xia Huayan emerged from the ancestral hall to receive the decree, and then returned to continue his punishment. In contrast to the Marchioness's joy, Du Jinyan was filled with anxiety. The Marchioness intended to clear out Xia Huayan's quarters, forbidding Du Jinyan from staying there as a concubine. What kind of propriety is this? The Marchioness said. The princess hasn't even entered the house yet, and you're just a concubine with no right to stay in Huayan's quarters. I didn't kick you out before, but you really thought you could stay? What kind of shameless woman from a scholarly family are you? Du Jinyan blushed with embarrassment. The Marchioness certainly knew how to humiliate her. But was it wrong for her to want to be with the man she loved? A concubine should adhere to the rules for concubines. Don't give me a reason to deal with you, the Marchioness coldly remarked, ordering her servants to move Du Jinyan to the quarters designated for concubines. What nonsense about being a lady from a scholarly family. This woman's presence only lowers her son's status. Being moved from the main quarters to the side quarters was utterly humiliating for Du Jinyan. So, even with Xia Huayan's favor, being a concubine was such a distressing experience? Xie, seeing her mistress's desolation, cautiously advised, Lady Yun, you should try to please the Marchioness. After all, she rules the household, and there's no need to provoke her. Du Jinyan bit her lip. How could she not know that she needed to please the Marchioness? But the Marchioness was simply too difficult to appease. Du Jinyan shook her head, saying, You don't understand. Mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law have been adversaries since ancient times. As long as the second master likes me, the Marchioness will certainly not like me. Xie hesitated to speak. Having served her mistress for some time, she felt it wasn't just a matter of the adversarial relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. Rather, her mistress simply didn't know how to win people over. To put it more bluntly, her mistress was relying on the second master's favor and hadn't recognized her own position. A concubine should establish her own rules and strive to win over the household's mistress, rather than always trying to cozy up to the man. It's no wonder she's being manipulated. What, do you think I'm wrong? Du Jingyun asked irritably, showing no kindness to her maid. I wouldn't dare. You're right, Xier quickly replied. To avoid angering her mistress, she decided to keep her mouth shut. In the Donhui courtyard, Su Qingyi had tried some fried skewers from outside, but found them not as tasty as those from modern times. So she headed to the kitchen to discuss with the cooks and see if they could come up with a barbecue recipe. It wasn't too difficult, with charcoal and tools readily available. The cooks quickly understood the flavor she was aiming for. Soon, sizzling, fragrant skewers were freshly prepared. Su Qingyi was always generous with those serving in her courtyard, so she invited everyone to enjoy the treat together. It happened to be a full moon night, so everyone relaxed in the courtyard, eating, drinking, and unwinding. However, someone still needed to stay in the heirs' room. Zixiao, who was on duty, eagerly wondered, why hasn't Mingyu returned yet? Suddenly hearing a noise, he brightened up Ming. But upon seeing that the figure turning the screen was young Master Lin, he quickly composed himself. Young Master Lin. Go ahead, I'll take over, Lin Gur said. It had been a while since he had a unknown conversation with his father, so he took the opportunity to chat tonight while no one else was around. Thank you, young Master Lin, Zixiao smiled. The eldest son arrived and sent everyone else away, which reminded Xia Yunji of the time when this child had come to report every minor grievance. Was he here again to complain about Su Shi? But no, Ling wasn't here to speak ill of Su Qingyi, even though he had discovered her secret. He didn't intend to tell his father. Ling approached his father's bedside with a light-hearted tone. Tonight, the full moon is out, and everyone is in the courtyard eating, drinking, and having a great time. I came to see you and share this joy. Xia Yunji could imagine it. It sounded relaxed, reminiscent of his days in the military camp, where he mingled with the soldiers without any formality. Ling paused, recalling the grilled mushrooms he'd just eaten, which Su Qingyi had offered him as if presenting a treasure, saying they were made especially for him. Mother really values us three brothers. She's busy, so if she hasn't been attentive to you, please don't be upset, he said. Xia Yunji was surprised but also relieved. It seemed Ling had finally let down his guard and was getting along well with Su Shi, which was his biggest concern. Now that it was resolved, he felt at ease. As for whether Su Shi was attentive to him, Xia Yunji didn't mind. After all, even if she wasn't, it was fine. Taking care of the three children was enough. He considered himself a burden, feeling undeserving of affection. Father, Ling said after a moment of silence, somewhat awkwardly, she's done a lot. I said she was meddling, but that's not entirely true. Xia Yunji, who had been momentarily lost in thought, snapped back to attention at his son's words. He heard his eldest son quietly say, properly laying my mother's remains to rest has indeed lifted a weight off my heart. It's something I wanted to do since I was 7 but never could. I always felt it was a debt I owed her. Now that it's repaid, there's neither hate nor love. For the first and last time, Ling referred to the madwoman as his mother. Xia Yunji felt a warm tear fall on the back of his hand. Had Ling been crying? Ling, do you want more grilled mushrooms? I made 2 more skewers. Suddenly came Su Qingyi's voice from outside the screen. Yes, Ling replied, I'll talk to father for a bit and then come out. Alright, Su Qingyi said and left. She had come to check on the eldest, worried he might secretly speak ill of her again. Instead, she almost found herself in tears. Su Qingyi had always maintained a reserved attitude towards Ling Gur, consciously trying to win him over but without placing too much expectation. She wanted to avoid feeling disappointed if things didn't turn out well. However, she hadn't expected that beneath his cold exterior, there was a warm heart. Ling Gur stayed in his father's room for a while longer until Mingyu came to take over, and then he nonchalantly returned to the courtyard. There, he took a plate of roasted vegetables from Su Qingyi and continued eating. Zheng Gur watched this scene and mumbled, Mother is biased. She only roasts for eldest brother and not for us. Earlier, he had seen Su Qingyi carefully roasting a lot and wondered who it was for, only to find out it was for eldest brother, with even third brother missing out. He was puzzled as to when Mother had become so fond of eldest brother. If Su Qingyi knew about second brother's doubts, she would surely smile and say, just now, a great reconciliation happened, and now I can lovingly care for eldest brother without worries. Nonsense, how am I biased? Su Qingyi, upon being accused, confidently and logically explained, roasting vegetables doesn't require much skill, and it's the only thing I know how to roast. You and third brother don't like vegetables, so who else would I make them for if not your elder brother? Her reasoning was sound, but Zheng Gur, with his greasy mouth, still felt that Mother favored eldest brother. As the subject of second brother's jealousy and the focus of the topic, Ling Gur remained indifferent and calm, as if it was only natural for Su Qingyi to favor him. After all, Neither second brother nor third brother excelled in their studies, and it would be up to him to uphold the family name in the future, so wasn't it right for mother to favor him? Alright, I'm not biased. If you like it, I'll roast some for you too. Su Qingyi immediately took a skewer of roasted vegetables from her plate and gave it to Zheng Ge, ending this small, silent battle. It seems the old saying is true. When there are many children in the family, even trivial matters become significant. Zheng Ge finally felt somewhat satisfied. It wasn't that he was deliberately making things difficult for Su Qingyi. As the unremarkable second child, he was just particularly sensitive to the attitudes of elders. Eldest brother was talented, and third brother was young. Stuck in the middle with no particular strengths, he couldn't help but feel like he was the extra one. Seeing second brother's dissatisfaction, Su Qingyi quickly reflected on whether she had been neglecting him. You haven't had a break in a while. Tomorrow, I'll let Mr. Pei know that you all can take a couple of days off. She gently told second brother. Recently, she had taken eldest brother out and then third brother, realizing she really had overlooked second brother. Really? Zheng Ge was easy to please and immediately brightened up. Really, I'll give you 10 taels of silver, so you can go out and have fun, Su Qingyi nodded. She believed children should also learn to handle money. Hearing this, Zheng Ge forgot all his little grievances and immediately reached out to Su Qingyi for the money, saying, Thank you, mother. You'll get it tomorrow morning, Su Qingyi replied with amusement, playfully tapping his hand. Second brother proudly glanced at eldest brother, as if showing off the 10 taels of silver he was getting. Yet Ling Ge remained unfazed. Having already had 300 taels long ago, he wasn't impressed by the mere 10 taels second brother received. The next day, Su Qingyi, not feeling at ease with second brother going out alone, decided to accompany him. You don't mind me being strict and not giving you freedom, do you? She asked worriedly, fearing that her overbearing love might annoy him. Zheng Ge shook his head. Who would mind? Only eldest brother would. As the inconspicuous second child, he actually welcomed his mother's attention. Su Qingyi almost choked on her drink and then sighed, You two really have a complicated brotherly relationship. Sibling rivalry seemed inevitable. Your elder brother doesn't dislike me. He was just having a spat, but it's all resolved now. Su Qingyi felt it necessary to clarify things, so second brother wouldn't continue harboring grievances on her behalf, which might affect the brothers' relationship. Oh, Zheng Ge responded nonchalantly, seemingly unconvinced by her words, as if he knew his elder brother's temperament all too well. Mother treats you all equally, but sometimes, depending on your personalities, the way I interact with you might differ. Su Qingyi took him to a restaurant, ordering his favorite braised pork, and earnestly advised, while it's fine to joke around, you brothers must stay united. Only then will we have a good life in the future. Reassured by Su Qingyi's words, second brother felt content and grinned, Don't worry, mother. I may just tease eldest brother, but I respect him deep down. That's good. I knew you were a good child. The most filial of them all, Su Qingyi replied, piling food onto Zheng Ge's plate. When a child starts accusing a parent of favoritism, it's crucial to address those feelings promptly and bring them back into the fold. Zheng Ge beamed with satisfaction, completely unaware that just a few days ago, mother had told eldest brother that the future of the household rested on his shoulders. And even earlier, she had told third brother that she'd rely on him for her old age. He was quite happy after going out and picked a beautiful peace charm from the street to hang by his father's bedside. Dad, Mom and I went out today and picked a peace charm for you to hang by your bed. May it keep you safe and help you recover quickly. Xia Yunji felt warm inside. His second son was a filial child who always thought of him. After Zheng Ge left, Su Qingyi also came over to hang another charm, a symbol of prosperity and many children. With no science to rely on, they turned to mysticism. Su Qingyi muttered some words, hoping that with the help of mysticism, she could succeed tonight. Later, when the servants mentioned it jokingly, Xia Yunji realized that Su had also bought him a charm, symbolizing prosperity and many children. This made him anxious, as it seemed ineffective since Su hadn't conceived yet, reflecting poorly on him. The small charm seemed like it was bought in bulk. Lin Ge, who was preparing for exams, also received one, symbolizing wishes come true. Although superstitious, the charm was small and unobtrusive, so he hung it on the pen rack. Later, when Lin Ge visited Scholar Shin to review his essays, he found that Shin also had the same charm. Feeling upset, he confronted Su Qingyi. How could you give Scholar Shin the same thing? Su Qingyi was puzzled and asked, What thing? She didn't recall giving anything to Scholar Shan recently. Lin Ge replied, The one you gave me. After thinking for a moment, Su Qingyi realized what he meant and quickly clarified, That wasn't from me. It must have been your second brother. Indeed, after checking with the second brother, it turned out he had given it wishes come true charm. Now understood, Lin Ge turned and left. Su Qingyi, realizing the elder brother had a sensitive nature, felt that receiving the same gift as someone else might have left him feeling slighted. As someone not skilled at crafting, Su Qingyi spent the night learning from the maid how to make a new woven charm to give to the elder brother as a more sincere gesture. This year, The two young masters of the Ho family are taking the imperial examination for scholar status. The usually stern Marquis places great importance on this and has spent a fortune to invite a renowned master to the residence to conduct a blessing ceremony. All the household members are allowed to participate and receive blessings. The master is famously difficult to invite. Upon hearing this, Du Jinyan also wants to attend to pray for the child in her womb. However, Su Qingyi is displeased upon seeing her and feels it would bring bad luck for Lin Gear. Before the ceremony begins, she approaches the Marquis and says, "Marquis, this ceremony is primarily to bless the examinees. If second brother's concubine, who is pregnant, joins, it will be too mixed and could disturb the examinee's luck." The Marquis hadn't noticed Du Jinyan's presence until Su Qingyi pointed it out. His face darkened immediately. Who allowed her to be here? Only the masters of the house are to receive blessings. Du Jinyan is currently just a concubine and not a mistress, so she indeed shouldn't be present. The Marchioness, now having a princess as a daughter-in-law, also doesn't regard Du Jinyan's unborn child as highly and frowns, instructing her maid, "Send her back. She doesn't belong here." The maid, with a stern face, approaches Du Jinyan and says, "Miss Jinyan, the masters are receiving blessings from the master. Why are you here? Come, I'll escort you back." Du Jinyan, having tried to stay inconspicuous, didn't even stand near Xia Huaiyan, but she is still asked to leave. She protests, "The child in my womb is also a master of the Ho family." The maid is unmoved. "If the child is born, naturally. But you haven't given birth yet, have you? Please." Du Jinyan glares at the maid, knowing she has no choice but to leave when she sees Xia Huaiyan approaching. She quickly puts on a pitiful expression, "Second master." Xia Huaiyan takes her hand and asks, "What's wrong? Who's bullying you?" Du Jinyan glances at the maid, saying, "I just wanted to watch the ceremony from afar." "Why is that not allowed? Why be so harsh? Who says it's not allowed?" Xia Huaiyan also looks at the maid, thinking that Du Jinyan standing aside wouldn't bother anyone. Jinyan is just standing on the side. The maid feels indignant for the Marchioness, thinking the second master is too indulgent with this concubine. "Second master, this is the Marquis's instruction. I am merely following orders. Please don't make it difficult." Xia Huaiyan, hearing it's his father's instruction, hesitates, having already angered his father several times recently. But he doesn't want Du Jinyan to be upset, so he says, "Jinyan, wait a moment. I'll go ask my father." Xia Huaiyan musters his courage to speak to the Marquis for his beloved, reasoning, "Father, she is carrying my child, after all. Please show some leniency." "Leniency?" The Marquis retorts, "What kind of leniency? Is there such a thing as a lenient fool?" Xia Huaiyan lowers his head, glancing at Su Qingyi, who is fanning herself, and coldly accuses, "It's just watching. I didn't think father would be so harsh. Is it because sister-in-law can't tolerate Jinyan and is resentful?" The accusation is accurate. Su Qingyi indeed can't stand Du Jinyan interfering with Lin Gear's examination luck. What if something goes wrong? Who would compensate for her precious son's success? This has nothing to do with your sister-in-law. But before Su Qingyi could speak, the Marquis angrily interrupts. "She shouldn't be here at all as a concubine. Manage your household well. If you cause trouble again, your mother will manage it for you." The Marchioness also speaks with irritation. She's so restless, with no sense of propriety. What if she really disturbs the examinee's luck? Their parents are so opposed to Du Jinyan, even suggesting she might bring bad luck. If any of them fail the exam, she'd be blamed. Xia Huaiyan's heart jumps, and he doesn't dare say more, quickly advising Du Jinyan to leave. "I didn't think it through." Lin Gear is watching, admiring how Su Qingyi easily got the Marquis to solve the problem, and realizes she did it for him, the examinee. "Jinyan, you'd better go back." Xia Huaiyan tells Du Jinyan, "Today is for blessing the examinees. If you stay, and any of us fail, you'll be blamed. It's not worth it." Du Jinyan, realizing this, turns pale. But ultimately, it's because the Ho family thinks she doesn't belong. She forces a smile. "Second master is thoughtful. I'll return then." Once back in her quarters, Du Jinyan collapses onto the bed, sobbing and venting her frustration by cutting things with scissors. They're too much. So unfair. Boo-hoo. In her grievance, she forgets how she once secretly engaged with the master's fiancé and got pregnant, which was also quite outrageous. Sierre hurriedly tries to take the scissors. "Lady Yun, be careful not to hurt yourself. Think of the child if not yourself. They don't care about this child." Du Jinyan now realizes this, as the entire household is waiting for the princess to enter and bear a legitimate heir. Fortunately, the second master and the princess are merely in a transaction. She just needs to wait for the princess to enter, and then she'll let Su Qingyi and the princess fight to a standstill. As the autumn examination approaches, Su Qingyi becomes increasingly attentive to Lin Gear's daily life, providing only the best in food, clothing, and even room temperature. She instructs the servants to ensure Lin Gear doesn't kick off his quilt at night. In ancient times, a cold could take a long time to recover from and could even be fatal. Lin Gear finds Su Qingji's anxiety overbearing and misses the freedom of his previous unsupervised days. It's early August, and after a heavy rain in the evening, the temperature has cooled. On their way back to the courtyard, Su Qingyi looks at her eldest son, who has noticeably grown taller, and advises, "Eldest, the temperature has dropped. Don't indulge in the coolness at night. Keep covered. The servants will close the windows properly to prevent wind and rain at night." "Yes," Lin Gear responds. Recently, the second son has changed the most. He diligently practices martial arts daily and has lost about 30 pounds. His round face is gone, revealing a defined jawline and a taller, lean physique, becoming a handsome young man. Yet, the second son is still childlike, always competing with his elder brother, complaining, "Why doesn't mother care about me?" Su Qingyi shifts her gaze to him, smiling. "Remember to soak in the medicinal bath when you return. Your master's bath is good for you, helping to unblock meridians and strengthen your body." "Got it," the second son grins, suddenly inspired. "Mother, if the medicinal bath helps with unblocking meridians, why not let father try it?" Su Qingyi pauses, finding the suggestion reasonable. "The heir has been bedridden for a while. Perhaps the bath could help." She nods. "You're right. I'll discuss it with Dr. Chen tomorrow." The following day, the heir requested a health check, and Su Qingyi was present. She brought up the topic of herbal baths. "Dr. Chen, do you think the heir should take herbal baths?" she inquired. Dr. Chen hesitated for a moment before responding. "Herbal baths do have benefits, but since the heir cannot speak if he feels unwell, it might be risky. That's why I haven't suggested it." Dr. Chen was cautious, preferring a conservative approach to Xia Yunji's treatment. He feared the repercussions of any mishap. Su Qingyi understood Dr. Chen's caution. However, as a family member, she hoped to pursue treatments that might benefit the patient, rather than doing nothing. "In that case, I'll discuss it with the Marquis. If he doesn't object, I'll ask you to prepare the herbs," Su Qingyi said. "Certainly," Dr. Chen nodded. "By the way, how is Madame Shen's condition?" Su Qingyi asked. "Not completely cured, but she's almost fully recovered. She just needs to take care," Dr. Chen replied. Coming from a renowned doctor like him, it meant she was nearly healed. Su Qingyi smiled and thanked him, instructing Suyi to give Dr. Chen a pouch containing a reward. Then she went to discuss with the Marquis. The second son's wedding was approaching, and the Marquis was in a somber mood. However, his expression softened when he saw Su Qingyi, expressing his relief. "You've always been attentive to Yunji. Do as you see fit?" "Yes," Su Qingyi replied. "I'm sorry about the situation with Princess Zhanyang. I knew her intentions were questionable, yet I couldn't stop her," the Marquis said with some guilt, looking at his daughter-in-law. "It's all right. I understand you're in a difficult position," Su Qingyi smiled, though her feelings were mixed. The Marquis was a good man after all, just caught up in this mess. "But rest assured, as long as I'm here, I'll protect Donhuai Courtyard," the Marquis promised. "Take good care of Yunji and the children," he added. "Of course," Su Qingyi replied warmly. The Marquis then inquired about Lin Gor's studies. "How is Lin Gor doing with his studies? Is he confident about the autumn examinations?" Su Qingyi beamed with pride. "Lin Gor is very confident. I believe he has a good chance. Becoming a top scholar in the future is surely within his reach, so passing this exam should be no problem." She continued. Scholar Shin also reviewed Lin Gor's essays and said they were well balanced, with little room for error. The Marquis was pleased to hear this. "That's good. I heard the heir was also very knowledgeable. It's a shame he didn't take the imperial exams. Let Lin Gur make up for that regret." Su Qingyi remained optimistic. Her positive demeanor was infectious. "Hopefully," the Marquis said, feeling more at ease, until he thought of Xia Huayan, his rebellious son. He frowned, hoping that Huayan would also pass the exams. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if his 12-year-old nephew succeeded while he, the uncle, failed. After leaving the Marquis, Su Qingyi instructed someone to inform Dr. Chen to prepare some mild herbs for the heir. They needed to proceed gradually. The heir usually only had sponge baths, so this would be his first full bath. The experience was naturally comfortable, and as soon as he sat in the tub, his body, submerged in warm water, felt enveloped. Xia Yunji couldn't help but sigh in relief. It was Su's thoughtfulness that made it possible. Without her persistence, he wouldn't have enjoyed such a soothing bath. As Dr. Chen mentioned, there were risks involved, so Su Qingyi stayed nearby to make decisions if needed. If anything went wrong, she would be responsible. When Xia Yunji realized Su Qingyi was present, he felt a bit awkward about having his wife oversee his herbal bath. The servants had mentioned he had lost weight, which implied his health wasn't great. In the dim light of the night, it might not have been noticeable, but in daylight, his illness and emaciation were evident. Despite this, Su Qingyi seemed to watch him with interest, without any sign of disdain. If she knew his concerns, she would reassure him that there was no need to worry. There is a popular aesthetic known as the sickly handsome man. As long as he was good-looking, a touch of frailty was nothing. Given his appearance, Su Qingyi didn't mind at all. After about 5 minutes, Su Qingyi decided it was enough. Since it was his first full bath in a long time, she didn't want to overdo it. The week shouldn't soak for too long. The air might be uncomfortable by now, Su Qingyi said, asking Guanxi to check his heartbeat, which was likely rapid. Xia Yunji indeed began to feel fatigued, surprised at how frail his body had become. Su's attentiveness was evident, never neglecting his needs. After the herbal bath, Xia Yunji reclined lazily in a lounge chair, feeling light and relaxed. Someone lifted his hand, carefully drying his fingers, and trimmed his nails with great care. The familiar fragrance suggested it was Su Qingyi herself. The scene was particularly heartwarming. The servants, having completed their tasks, exchanged knowing glances and left quietly, smiling mischievously. Su Qingyi had been focused on cutting and sharpening for quite a while. When she finally looked up, she realized she was alone. Understanding the playful intentions of her mischievous friends, she couldn't help but show a resigned smile. Gazing at the sickly yet strikingly handsome face of Shitzi, she said, "Since they've created the opportunity, wouldn't it be a waste not to take advantage?" "What do you mean by taking advantage?" Xia Yunji asked, puzzled, but was soon silenced as he felt a sudden warmth on his lips. So this is what she meant. In broad daylight, how improper. Yet, the fleeting fragrance lingered in his mind for a long time afterward. Su Qingyi had merely given him a quick peck, then called the servants in to give Shitzi a massage. With systematic massage techniques and occasional acupuncture, they ensured Shitzi's health wouldn't deteriorate too quickly. Every 3 days or so, Su Qingyi arranged for Shitzi to have a medicinal bath, gradually extending the duration. Before they knew it, Xia Huayan's wedding day arrived. The Pingyang Marquis' residence was bustling with activity, adorned with festive decorations. However, the atmosphere in Donhui Courtyard remained as tranquil as ever. "It's such a grand affair for the second master's wedding today," 2 young servants in Shitzi's room remarked, filled with admiration. "The princess is truly different. I heard her dowry stretches for miles, and the entire capital has come to watch the spectacle. It feels like just yesterday when the second master got married last time." Guanxi's comment earned him a stern look from Moyan, who corrected him, "That wasn't the second master's wedding. It was the second master standing in for Shitzi at the ceremony. It's not uncommon for a brother to stand in when the groom is unable to attend." So when the emperor decreed the marriage, everyone accepted it as a matter of course. But after Xia Huayan gave his fiancée to his brother and married the princess instead, it inevitably led to rumors that he and Princess Zhenyang had been involved beforehand. Su Qingyi marrying Xia Yunji was just to make way for Princess Zhenyang. Only those in the know understand the truth is even more unsavory. Yes, my mistake," Guanxi said, lightly slapping his own face but continuing to chatter away. "Our young lady's dowry seems rather modest. The Yeoman Marquis' household is quite stingy. Isn't that the truth? I heard that when Miss Su got married, the Yeoman Marquis' household was nearly emptied out. What's left has to be saved for the 2 young masters, so how much could be left for our young lady?" Moyan replied, full of indignation. Though the speakers were unintentional, the listeners took note. Xia Yunji too felt a sense of regret. Su was forced to marry him without even a proper wedding. If only he could move, he would retrieve his mother's dowry from his grandmother and give it to Su to manage. His grandmother had once promised that when he married, his wife's dowry would come from his mother's share. It was unclear why it hadn't been given yet. Perhaps there was still a lack of trust in Su. On the other side, in Xia Huayan's courtyard, the new bride, who had completed the wedding rituals, was already sent into the bridal chamber. The chamber was quiet, as no one dared to disrupt the princess's room. Before the groom arrived to drink the wedding wine, the bride lifted her red veil herself, revealing a bold and beautiful face, full of ambition. She had finally married into the Pingyang Marquis family and would soon meet her beloved. When Xia Huayan entered, he found that Princess Zhenyang had already changed into her regular clothes. She eagerly asked, "Second Master Xia, can I meet the heir tonight?" Xia Huayan's eyes darkened. This Princess Zhenyang was too brazen. On their wedding night, she was already impatient to get close to his brother. It was shameless. However, considering the benefits she could bring him, he was willing to coax her gently. He advised softly, "Princess, today is a joyous occasion. If anything unexpected happens, it won't be favorable for you. Perhaps it's best to plan for another day." Princess Zhenyang understood the reasoning and was merely asking casually. Since Xia Huayan couldn't arrange it, she didn't press further. "There's plenty of time ahead." "I was too eager," she admitted. Despite being a woman, she didn't want to lose face in front of Xia Huayan, so she assumed a dignified posture and said, "Then tonight, Second Master Xia will have to sleep on the couch. After tonight, I will claim that I'm not accustomed to sharing a room and move elsewhere." She paused, looking at Xia Huayan with a faint smile. "It will also make it easier for you to visit your concubine." "As you command, Princess," Xia Huayan replied, appearing compliant. Princess Zhenyang was satisfied and then drifted off to sleep thinking of Xia Yin. Meanwhile, Du Jinyan, residing in a side courtyard, couldn't sleep. Although she knew Xia Huayan and Princess Zhenyang were only using each other and wouldn't consummate their marriage, she still felt upset and uneasy. "Sierra, Why don't you go and find out what's happening, she suggested. Sierra worriedly replied, Lady Yun, today is the second master's and the princess's big day, and nothing can go wrong. If Madame finds out you sent someone to spy, she'll reprimand you. The Marchioness hoped Du Jinyun would behave, but Du Jinyun had never settled into her role as a concubine. Unhappy, Du Jinyun said, I just want you to find out some information. Can't you even do that? I wouldn't dare, my lady. I'm only thinking of your well-being, Sierra replied, feeling wronged. Then go quickly, Du Jinyun insisted, forcing Sierra to comply. Unbeknownst to her, Princess Zhenyang had anticipated someone would come to gather information tonight. She had instructed her maids that if they caught anyone acting suspiciously, they should slap them twice without asking questions, regardless of whose person it was. No need to give face to the Pingyang Marquis family. Spying on the princess's wedding night was already getting off lightly with just 2 slaps. Elsewhere, the Marchioness also wanted to send someone to gather information but was indecisive. She had to consult the old madam at Yayan Court for her opinion, thinking that if the old madam approved, the princess might show some leniency if any issues arose. Make your own decision. I'm too old to manage these matters, the old madam said, refusing to get involved, seemingly still upset about the trouble with Princess Zhenyang. The Marchioness felt awkward and somewhat wronged. She had indeed hoped for the princess as a daughter-in-law, but initially it was Princess Zhenyang who took the initiative. She just didn't refuse in time. Anyone in her position would find it disrespectful to the princess to refuse immediately. Although she regretted it when the Marquis later decided to decline, she had no complaints. However, she hadn't expected Xie Huaiyan to privately agree with the princess. It was unforeseen. Mother-in-law, you're just saying that. Who else can manage the affairs of the Pingyang Marquis family if not you? The Marchioness smiled apologetically, humbly explaining to the old madam. It was truly an oversight. We didn't communicate with Huaiyan in time, leading him to think we were agreeing and falling into the princess's trap. Humph. I think you were eager to fall into this trap, impatient to marry a royal princess, the old madam replied, displeased. The affection Princess Xan and Princess Zhenyang had for Xie Yun was no secret in their family, albeit one openly expressed and the other hidden. Now that Prince Su's influence was growing, Princess Zhenyang resorted to such disgraceful means. What angered the old madam more was that Qin and her son knew Princess Zhenyang was trouble yet still let her in. It was outrageous. Trying to involve her now to restrain the princess was something she would never agree to. Leave. After a day of festivities, I need to rest, the old madam said, waving her hand to dismiss her. The Marchioness, having no choice, left in embarrassment and didn't dare send anyone to spy. There was plenty of time ahead. She would first carefully understand the princess's temperament. Sierra became the only one sent to gather information. Little did she know, the princess had arranged many people to catch anyone snooping. As soon as she stepped into the area, she was caught by 2 strong maids. Without a word, they pinned her down and slapped her twice. Afterward, they harshly asked, Which courtyard are you from? On the princess's wedding day. What are you doing wandering around here? Beaten and dazed, with her mouth bleeding, Sierra dared not say she was a concubine's maid and randomly mentioned an insignificant place. Only then was she released. Sierra returned to the side courtyard, crying with a swollen face. Du Jinyun was shocked and asked, Sierra, how did you end up like this? What happened? Sierra, feeling very wronged, explained. The princess had maids guarding the area. As soon as I got close, they caught me and slapped me without saying a word before asking which courtyard I was from. The meaning was clear. She was establishing authority. You sent me right into the trap. You should keep your distance from the princess in the future. Du Jinyun felt a pang of anxiety. She wanted to ask if Sierra had given her name but feared angering Sierra and losing her cooperation. Dear Sierra, it's my fault for not thinking it through. I'm sorry you suffered, she said, trying to comfort Sierra and promising a reward before asking, What did you tell the princess's people? I didn't say I was from your courtyard, Sierra replied, easing Du Jinyun's mind. It was dark outside, and hopefully the princess's people wouldn't remember Sierra's face. Which courtyard did you say you were from? She inquired, hoping Sierra had blamed Tanhuai courtyard to shift trouble onto Su Qingyi. I said I was from the kitchen, Sierra answered, disappointing Du Jinyun. She knew it wasn't easy to shift blame. The people from Tanhuai courtyard hadn't even attended the wedding banquet, each claiming illness, and the Marquis didn't seem to mind. Du Jinyun was frustrated. Why was no one dealing with Su Qingyi? The esteemed royal princess, even after marriage, must still perform the tea ceremony. Everyone in the Marquis' household seemed to anticipate her not rising early, so they all went about their morning leisurely. In the Danhuai courtyard, the mother and her 3 children took their time with breakfast before setting off. Only Xie Huaiyan got up early, but he was kept waiting repeatedly by the Zhenyang princess, which tried his patience. He had no choice but to ask the nannies to urge her. However, the nannies serving the Zhenyang princess were just as arrogant as their mistress, giving Xie Huaiyan no face at all. The princess is not a morning person. We dare not rush her. Please wait, and she'll be up soon, they said, showing no urgency. clearly not taking the Pingyang Marquis household seriously. Xia Huayan was furious, knowing well that if the princess delayed greeting the elders of the Marquis household, he'd be the one scolded later. He quickly sent someone to inform the various courtyards that the princess had not yet risen, so there was no need to hurry. As for himself, he stormed out of the courtyard in anger to visit Du Jinyan. By the time the Zhenyang princess awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. Feeling somewhat guilty, she asked the nanny, "Why didn't you wake me?" The nanny, feeling wronged, remembered the princess's instructions from the previous night about being exhausted and wanting to sleep in, and dared not shirk responsibility. She pleaded, "It was my oversight, Your Highness. Please punish me." The Zhenyang princess, knowing full well it was her own order, brushed it off. "Send someone to apologize on my behalf, saying I'm unwell and will be there shortly." "Yes, Your Highness," the nanny replied, hurrying off. Though the princess didn't need to cater to the Marquis' household, she was still their daughter-in-law, and going too far wouldn't be appropriate. As the nanny pondered over the apology on her way, she was surprised to find no one in the hall upon arrival. Confused, she pulled aside a maid sweeping the floor and asked, "Is this where the princess is to perform the tea ceremony? Could the message have been wrong?" "This is the place," the maid replied. "Then where is everyone? Isn't today the day for the tea ceremony?" The nanny wondered if the Marquis' household had dispersed due to the long wait. The maid, with a cheerful round face, smiled and said, "It's still early. The masters haven't arrived yet." "What?" The nanny instinctively looked up at the sky, seeing the sun high above. Thinking it was far from early, she found the Marquis' household quite lacking in decorum. If not for their princess rising late, wouldn't they have been left waiting in vain? The master instructed that since the princess was tired yesterday, she wouldn't be up early today, so there's no need for everyone to wait unnecessarily, the maid explained. Hearing this, the nanny's face turned various shades of red and green. She had no mind to criticize the Marquis' household further, and returned to the courtyard. "How did it go?" the Zhenyang princess asked while dressing. "Your Highness, it seems the Marquis' household anticipated you wouldn't be up early, as no one is waiting in the hall," the nanny replied. "No one waiting?" The Zhenyang princess, in the middle of drawing her eyebrows, turned her head abruptly, causing her line to skew. The maid quickly knelt in fear. "Please forgive me, Your Highness. It wasn't intentional." The princess clicked her tongue in annoyance, glared at the maid, and asked the nanny, "Where are the Marquis' people?" "The maid said they haven't arrived yet," the nanny replied. "At this hour?" The Zhenyang princess began to complain but swallowed her words, feeling quite irritated. "Notify all the courtyards that I will be there in 2/4 of an hour," she ordered. She could tolerate being late herself, but she disliked being kept waiting by others. "Yes, Your Highness." The masters of the Marquis' household heard the notification and slowly began to prepare. 2/4 of an hour later, everyone was elegantly and neatly seated in the hall, waiting for the newlyweds to perform the tea ceremony. The princess had initially thought of delaying further to give the Marquis' household a display of power as payback for making her wait, but after reconsideration, she decided against it. Her plans were not yet realized, and offending the elders of the Marquis' household would not benefit her. She needed to win over the elders, ensuring they sided with her, ideally isolating Su Qingyi, the heir's wife, entirely. The Zhenyang princess dressed elegantly and set off with Xia Huayan. Su Qingyi and her children had also arrived. Recently, Su Qingyi's status in the Marquis' household had become increasingly prominent, earning respect from everyone, including the aunts from other branches, who were keen to engage with her. Initially, it was out of social courtesy, but they soon found Su Qingyi to be easygoing, steady yet warm, making family interactions more pleasant and enjoyable. "Qingyi, what's the name of the chair you made for the heir? My old lady at home also has difficulty walking. If it's convenient, could you make another one? I'll pay for it," Anso said with a smile. "Aunt, you're too kind. It's just our family carpenter's work. We can make as many as needed without you paying," Su Qingyi replied with a smile. "Even if it's the carpenter's work, it's thanks to your clever idea," the old lady interjected, having been using one gifted by her granddaughter-in-law for some days and praising it daily as she was pushed around in it. Looking at Mrs. Zhou, she said, "Second daughter-in-law. Giving money would make it impersonal. Our market isn't that stingy." "Mother-in-law is right," Mrs. Zhou replied with a smile. "Then I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you to me." "Why is second aunt thanking me?" Su Qingyi feigned dissatisfaction. The room erupted in laughter. Seeing second sister-in-law take one, third aunt Mrs. Yang also took one. Every family has elders, and something as convenient as a wheelchair could always be useful. Only the Marchioness didn't join in. Her thoughts were focused on her daughter-in-law, the county princess. What was so special about a wheelchair? Her daughter-in-law was the eldest daughter of Prince Su. When he ascends the throne, she would be the mother-in-law of a princess, truly part of the royal family. As County Princess Zhenyang arrived in the hall, she witnessed this scene. Almost all the women were chatting and laughing with Su Qingyi. "The county princess and second master have arrived," a maid announced. Everyone in the marquise returned to their places, tidying their hair and collars. then looked towards County Princess Zhenyang in unison. The County Princess, indeed a royal, exuded an aura of elegance and grandeur. It couldn't help but remind people of Princess Xining. Royal women seem to have this bold and open style. However, in comparison, whether in appearance or demeanor, Princess Xining seemed to have the upper hand. Meanwhile, County Princess Zhenyang appeared more arrogant, lacking in grace and dignity. "Sorry for being late, the County Princess and I kept everyone waiting," Xia Huayan immediately said, feeling truly exasperated by County Princess Zhenyang this time. "My apologies, it's all Zhenyang's fault," County Princess Zhenyang said sarcastically. "Thank goodness everyone anticipated this. Otherwise my mistake would have been much bigger." "No need to be so polite, Your Highness. We are all family now." The Marchioness quickly chimed in with a smile, eager to please. She was aware that aside from her and her son, not many truly welcomed the County Princess into the family. It fell upon her to smooth things over. "Yes, we haven't been here long either," the old madam said gently, not wanting to make things too tense since the marriage was already concluded. "No need for formalities among family." The Marquis added, sharing the same sentiment. "What's done is done. Let's just hope the County Princess behaves herself from now on." Then he calmly announced, "It's getting late. Let's proceed with the tea ceremony." "Yes," Xia Huayan responded promptly. "Yes." County Princess Zhenyang replied indifferently, her gaze sweeping over Su Qingyi's face. The latter remained unruffled, a faint smile playing on her lips. As she looked at Xia Yunji's 3 adopted sons sitting around Su Qingyi, she noticed the same calm demeanor in all 4 of them. It was as if her presence as a county princess didn't affect their emotions in the slightest. Princess Zhenyang politely offered tea and exchanged gifts with the masters of the Ho family. She had heard that Su Qingyi and Xia Yunji's adopted sons were getting along well, which was not a situation she favored. So, she deliberately gave them expensive gifts to stir things up. However, the 3 children were unimpressed and promptly handed the gifts over to Su Qingyi. "Mother, these are for you," said Heng first. Following his lead, the other 2 quickly did the same, ensuring their mother wouldn't favor the youngest for being the most charming. Princess Zhenyang was furious, realizing her gifts ended up benefiting Su Qingyi. But she reassured herself that it was only the beginning, and she could take her time to change things. "Since we've all met, when can I see General Xia?" Princess Zhenyang asked directly, showing no hesitation. "My father admires General Xia greatly. Before I left, he insisted that I must meet him at the Ho residence. It was a valid reason, and she even invoked the authority of Duke Su, making it difficult for the Ho family to refuse." However, everyone looked at Su Qingyi with a subtle expression, seemingly waiting for her decision. After all, most matters concerning the heir were now under Su Qingyi's control. Even the old madam and the Marquis seemed to merely echo her decisions because she managed things so well. Princess Zhenyang noticed this and was visibly upset. Did she really need Su Qingyi's approval to see Xia Yunji? "Qingyi, do you think it's convenient?" the old madam asked gently. Princess Zhenyang couldn't believe it and stared at Su Qingyi as if warning her not to refuse. Su Qingyi smiled and said, "Why is the princess staring at her sister-in-law like that? It makes me afraid to say no." Only then did Princess Zhenyang ease her stance, thinking, "You better not dare refuse." She replied with a faint smile, though her eyes were devoid of warmth. Su Qingyi sensed the hostility from Princess Zhenyang but remained composed. After all, one must maintain some dignity. It would be absurd for a mistress to threaten the legitimate wife. "I'm very much inclined to agree, but unfortunately, it's not a good time," Su Qingyi apologized with a smile. "The heir is undergoing special treatment, and the doctor has advised against disturbances, as it could affect the results. No one can bear that responsibility." Though her explanation was dubious, no one in the family contradicted her. As the legitimate wife of the heir, Su Qingyi had every right to deny Princess Zhenyang's request, and no one else could overrule her decision. Princess Zhenyang didn't believe a word. What kind of treatment is that, she thought, her eyes filled with anger. "It's just Su Qingyi deliberately preventing me from seeing Xia Yunji." She suggested bringing a royal physician from the palace instead and turned to the Marquis. "How about having a royal physician reside here?" The Marquis, usually decisive, evaded the suggestion. "Well, matters concerning the heir have always been under Qingyi's management, and I've long stepped back from such affairs." Princess Zhenyang was incredulous. In just a few months, Su Qingyi had firmly established her position in the Ho residence. Impressive, she thought. "I came on my father's behalf to see General Xia, yet my sister-in-law obstructs me at every turn. Does she not respect my father?" she said coldly, clearly infuriated. She expected Su Qingyi to be intimidated. "How could I not?" Su Qingyi replied, her smile fading. "Duke Su's intention to visit the heir is out of goodwill, wishing for his speedy recovery. If he knew the heir was receiving special treatment and shouldn't be disturbed, he would surely understand. Unless, of course, Duke Su has other intentions and does not wish for the heir's well-being. How dare you?" Princess Zhenyang trembled with rage, pointing at Su Qingyi. "How dare you slander a prince and risk your life?" The rest of the Ho family was equally shocked. That was Duke Su. After Allah figure the Ho residents couldn't afford to offend. Don't misunderstand, Your Highness. Your sister-in-law didn't mean it that way. The Marchioness quickly intervened, casting a warning glance at Su Qingyi. She's just concerned about Yunji. After all, the entire nation is waiting for his recovery. Any disturbance could become widely known. Su Qingyi chuckled inwardly. Seeing the Marchioness stepping in to defuse the situation, she softened her tone. Mother-in-law is right. That's precisely my concern. The whole nation is watching, and I wouldn't dare make a single mistake. Despite all the talk, Princess Jinyang was frustrated, unable to come up with an effective plan. Suddenly, she turned her gaze to Xia Huaiyan, who had remained silent. What do you say, husband? She asked, hoping for his support. Xia Huaiyan shivered slightly. Feeling frustrated, he wondered why he even had a say in this. Sister-in-law, do you know how long my brother's treatment will last? He asked, unable to remain silent. He made some inconsequential small talk, acknowledging the Duke of Su's good intentions, but insisted on a definite timeline. A definite timeline? Su Qingyi, trying to maintain a cordial demeanor in front of Princess Jianyang, was not about to extend the same courtesy to Xiaoan. I'm not a deity. How could I possibly know when the heir will wake up? Princess Jinyang's expression changed, and she pressed on through gritted teeth. Are you saying that as long as the heir doesn't wake up, I can't see him? That's right, Su Qingyi replied matter-of-factly. As long as the heir remains unconscious, the treatment continues. We will not give up on him. Zheng Er couldn't help but laugh, quickly covering his mouth. Linger, known for his subtle sarcasm, picked up his teacup to mask his amusement. You. Princess Jinyang pointed at Su Qingyi, her face a mask of fury, as if she wanted to devour her. Don't point at my mother. Hanger jumped off his chair, spreading his arms protectively in front of Su Qingyi. His determined expression was a match for Princess Jianyang's. This sight melted Su Qingyi's heart, and she quickly picked Hanger up. I'm fine, don't worry. She then turned to Princess Jianyang. He's just a child and doesn't understand. Please don't hold it against him. Seeing everyone staring at her, Princess Jinyang suddenly calmed down, suppressing her anger. Reluctantly, she said, It's nothing. I was too agitated. She took a deep breath, reminding herself to stay patient. The last time they met, Su Qingyi had left her with the impression of being weak and easy to bully, which made her underestimate her. Now, it seemed this woman was not as easy to deal with as she had thought. But being strong-willed required some backing. Su Qingyi came from an ordinary background, so where did her confidence come from? Was she relying on being Xia Yunji's wife, assuming no one would dare touch her? That was indeed part of it, but not entirely. Su Qingyi had considered the situation. The Duke of Su, being a man of great ambitions, wouldn't indulge in his daughter's whims. Getting her daughter married might already be his limit. So why should Su Qingyi fear an unruly Princess Jianyang? By noon, the tea ceremony finally concluded. Over at Donhuai Courtyard, everyone was on edge, fearing Princess Jianyang might suddenly burst in. The entire household was on high alert, anxiously waiting for Su Qingyi's return. Xia Yunji was also worried, concerned that Su Qingyi and her children might be bullied by Princess Jianyang. Although Su Qingyi had assured him that Princess Xining had agreed to join forces against Princess Jianyang. Speaking of which, he couldn't quite understand how Su Qingyi and Princess Xining had become so close. Didn't Su Qingyi find it awkward? It was said that Princess Xining had recently invited Su Qingyi to a boat ride on Lake Yi. Su Qingyi actually went, unafraid of any potential mishaps. Xia Yunji was convinced that this was Princess Xining's way to lull Su Qingyi into a false sense of security, with the next step being to infiltrate their home. He lay at home, anxiously speculating, while Su Qingyi seemed completely unguarded, frustratingly naive. Su Qingyi was unaware of the heir's complaints. She had the gifts sent by Princess Jianyang carefully inspected and confirmed there were no issues. She pondered whether the princess was trying to undermine the newly formed bond between her and the children by using lavish gifts. The 3 children were sensible enough to hand over the gifts as soon as they received them. However, over time, and with other temptations, she couldn't guarantee that some of the children wouldn't be swayed. Su Qingyi decided to have an honest conversation with them in the eldest's study. Come, I want to talk to you about something, she said. The children sensed her seriousness and became attentive. Mother, what's the matter? The second child asked, unable to contain his curiosity. First, I want to know your thoughts on Princess Jianyang, Su Qingyi inquired, seeing this as a good educational opportunity to understand the children's perspectives and correct any misconceptions. Mother, she's not good. I don't like her. Hanger was the first to respond. Su Qingyi wasn't surprised by her youngest's feelings. All right, I understand, she said, gently patting his head. At 4 years old, he was still too young to think beyond his immediate feelings. Zhengguo frowned and said, I don't like her either. She acts superior because she's a princess and doesn't respect our family, not even our great-grandmother. Su Qingyi nodded in agreement, recognizing that Zhengguo's views were still quite surface level, similar to an upgraded version of Hanger. She looked expectantly at her eldest, Linger. Linguer, who was well-versed in the classics and preparing for the scholar exams, offered a different perspective. The princess didn't truly want to marry our uncle. She schemed to marry into our family partly because of our father, he said, glancing at Su Qingyi to gauge her reaction. Seeing she remained indifferent, he continued. She is also a pawn of the emperor and a liability offered by Prince Su to the emperor. Lately, Prince Su has been gaining too much favor, and he fears the emperor's suspicion. So marrying the princess into our family is a form of self-sabotage. The younger siblings were bewildered by his explanation, understanding each word but not the overall meaning. Lin Guo noticed their confusion and rolled his eyes at their incompetence. Su Qingyi was pleased with Lin Guo's insight, appreciating his unique way of gathering information. Lin Guo remained unfazed, believing that understanding such matters was essential for someone in his position. Did you hear what your brother said? Su Qingyi addressed the younger one seriously. Princess Zhenyang is an enemy. She clearly likes your father but married Xia Huayan, indicating some sort of deal. I don't know the specifics, but it's certainly not in our favor. So, be wary of her and don't let her find an opportunity to harm us, understood? The younger two were incensed, realizing the princess was after their father, which explained her pushiness and persistence in wanting to see him. She has no right to take our father away, Jingor said disdainfully, feeling regret for accepting her gifts. It's nothing new, Su Qingyi remarked. Many people want to take your father away, like fish swimming downriver. Imagine how many more there will be once he recovers. Su Qingyi had her plans. Once the national hero woke up, she intended to step aside, avoiding becoming a target. When the children succeeded and wealth poured in from all directions, she envisioned herself as a wealthy, influential woman, indulging in romance with young men under 25. Don't worry, mother, I won't let anyone take father away, Heng Guo declared with clenched fists. Good. I believe you can do it, Su Qingyi replied, touched by his determination. She smiled, telling a white lie, as there was no need to discuss her future plans with the children just yet. However, she is still a princess. When you encounter her, be polite and don't give her any reason to exploit the situation, Su Qingyi advised. We understand, mother. We won't cause you any trouble, the second child promised. The youngest nodded in agreement. She won't see me easily. The eldest's response was unique, and seeing Su Qingyi's puzzled look, he explained, I'll be preparing for my exams, so I won't be dining in the main hall anymore. Su Qingyi understood and smiled. All right, I'll have the kitchen arrange meals for you. Lin Guo nodded. Thank you for your consideration, mother. The gratitude in his words sounded like music to Su Qingyi's ears, leaving her momentarily dazed. Lao Er waved his hand in front of her face. Mom, snap out of it, don't let me make fun of you. Su Qingyi glared at him and swatted his hand away, then left. All right, let's all go back to our rooms and not disturb your big brother's studies. Mom, can I go pick some lotus seeds to eat? Heng Guo, who had the day off, was fixated on the lotus seeds in the pond. Ask your second brother to row the boat with you, he doesn't mind the sun, Su Qingyi said with a smile, leading him outside. Lao Er patted his chest confidently. Sure, we'll pick a big bowl of lotus seeds and make some lotus seed soup for Mom. And maybe give some to great-grandmother too. Your father can have some as well, Su Qingyi added casually. The two children were even more motivated, eager to gather food for their father. Naturally, Su Qingyi had someone watch over them to ensure their safety. That evening, Xia Yunji enjoyed a fresh lotus seed soup, personally fed to him by Su Qingyi. My lord, this was picked by Lao Er and Lao San themselves. They wanted you to try it, she said, feeding him with a smile. They're quite filial. During his tenure, the achievements would be relayed to Xia Yunji by others. She just needed to carry on as she was. Xia Yunji was pleasantly surprised. Knowing the soup was picked by Lao Er and Lao San made it taste even sweeter. He did have a palate, though his daily meals were bland, focusing on mild nourishment. Any change in his diet was exciting. Since Su Shi entered the household, there had been a greater variety of dishes, and the kitchen had been instructed to make them tastier. Occasionally, he could enjoy some fruit too. This year, he even tried a few fresh lychees. Sometimes, in the quiet of the night, Xia Yunji couldn't help but think that if he had regained consciousness before Su Shi entered his life, it would have been unbearably bleak. He used to think that taking a wife was unnecessary, only adding to his burdens. Most women, in his view, were emotional and lacked foresight. Yet, he knew there were quite a few exceptional women, and Su Shi was one of them, courageous and meticulous. Zhenyang Junju had heard that Xia Yunji was taken for a walk in the garden every evening by the servants. She was ecstatic but not in a rush. She instructed her maid, keep an eye on things from a distance for a few days. Don't alert anyone. The priority is to win over the people of the Ho family. Zhenyang Junju wasn't the type to curry favor, but she was wealthy and believed that gifts and a mix of grace and might would do the trick. Who dared refuse the gifts of a Junju? Naturally, they accepted them. The happiest of all was the Ho madam, who received a jade guanyin and was so pleased that she immediately sought a master to bless it, flattering, the guanyin from the Junju must be more efficacious. You can just call me Jinyang, Junju said with a forced smile and took the opportunity to inquire, why does the Ho family obey my sister-in-law so readily? This was not a question Ho Madam enjoyed, so she maintained her fake smile and corrected, it's not obedience. Your sister-in-law only manages her own courtyard. The rest of the Ho family's affairs are still under my control. That's exactly my point, Jinyang Junju said seriously. General Xia is such an important figure, crucial to the nation's fate. How can the Ho family entrust him to a newlywed woman? In the past, if someone praised Xia Yunji in front of her, Ho Madam would have been upset. But now that Xia Yunji was a spent force, she laughed. Your sister-in-law is Yunji's wife. Who else should take care of him? Remembering Jinyang Junju's intentions, she silently cursed. You wish to take care of him, but you're coveting someone else's husband. Shameless. Each had their own needs. Ho Madam was clear-headed, valuing the status of Jinyang Junju. Frowning, Junju continued. General Xia is so important. Shouldn't the entire family oversee his treatment? She hadn't given up on meddling yet. Mother-in-law, I can find a better doctor. Why won't the Ho family agree? Don't you all wish for General Xia's recovery? Ho Madam rolled her eyes internally, sneering. Why won't the Ho family agree? Don't you know? If they actually let you bring in a doctor, you'd use it as an excuse to sneak into Donhui courtyard. Unbeknownst to Zhenyang, that Dr. Chen was appointed by the emperor himself. Ho Madam sighed and explained, if we rashly replace Dr. Chen, wouldn't that imply the emperor appointed an incompetent doctor? Besides, Dr. Chen is doing well, and the heir's condition is stable. If it worsens with a new doctor, who would bear that responsibility? Ho Madam wasn't hoping for Xia Yunji to wake up, she just wanted stability without any mistakes. As long as the mistakes weren't her fault, she was satisfied. Princess Jinyang understood that Lady Ho, as Xia Yunji's stepmother, would never wish well for him. Speaking to Lady Ho would be useless. She needed to persuade Lord Ho instead. Well, since the Ho family had their considerations, she decided not to meddle further. Before leaving, Princess Jinyang informed Lady Ho, by the way, I am a light sleeper, and having someone nearby makes it difficult for me to fall asleep, so I sleep in a separate room from my husband. Lady Ho's expression shifted slightly, clearly displeased, but she patiently coaxed Princess Jinyang, saying, sleeping separately is fine, but we can't neglect the matter of having children. The Ho family is thin on descendants, and we eagerly look forward to you and Huayan having a child. Princess Jinyang thought dismissively, isn't your son's concubine already expecting? She did want to have a child, but not with Xia Huayan wanted Xia Yunji's child. Given Xia Yunji's exceptional looks, she imagined their child would be strikingly beautiful. Understood, mother-in-law. Princess Jinyang replied with a smile, filled with hope for the future. Meanwhile, it was time for the young master to go for his daily walk. The servants were uncertain whether they should still take him out, given the presence of a woman in the estate who had her sights set on him. Xia Yunji overheard their concerns and felt like shouting, no, just let me hide in my room. He preferred that to being sullied by Princess Jinyang's gaze. Mo Yan went to consult Su Qingyi, who said, go ahead, why not? I've thought about it too. Princess Jinyang might be intimidating, but we can't compromise the young master's quality of life. Besides, in public and broad daylight, there's no risk of him being sullied. What's there to fear? Noticing Mo Yan's hesitant expression, she added, how big is Donhui courtyard? Won't he get bored after 2 days, 10 days, or a month? Why should our young master hide from her? Mo Yan realized she had a point. If she wanted to look from afar, let her look, but she couldn't touch him. Su Qingyi's bottom line was that she could look but not touch, and she added another rule. No speaking nonsense that might pollute the young master's ears. Understood, Mo Yan said, his eyes brightening. Let her look but not touch. It'll drive her crazy with desire. Su Qingyi almost burst out laughing. That wasn't her intention, but it seemed like a wickedly clever idea. She nodded and said, go on then. Thus, Xia Yunji, who had no desire to go out, was pushed out by the servants, leaving him increasingly puzzled about Su Qingyi's intentions. He had heard she had previously tried to prevent Princess Jinyang from seeing him, so why was she now more relaxed? The young mistress said she's allowed to look but not touch, to make her crave him, Mian relayed, though he was adding his own spin. Su Qingyi had no intention of tormenting Princess Jinyang, she'd rather she not disturb the young master at all. Xia Yunji thought, this Su Qingyi is truly infuriating. Fortunately, Princess Jinyang didn't show up that day. Only 2 older women were wandering around, supposedly familiarizing themselves with the surroundings for the princess. They dared not approach the young master, just watching from a distance. Even from afar, they were struck by his beauty, realizing that his reputation was well-deserved. They were left in awe, unable to imagine how dazzling he must be when awake. The women were not surprised that their princess was so infatuated and determined to marry into the Ho family. Who wouldn't love such a man? The women hurried back to report to Princess Jinyang, who listened to their descriptions of her beloved and felt her heart pounding with excitement. My Yunji, she murmured dreamily. She hadn't seen Xia Yunji many times, but those few encounters had captivated her completely. She longed to see him immediately. Then, Princess Zhenyang frowned, recalling that Su Qingyi, as Xia Yunji's wife, had the privilege of caring for such a handsome and elegant man daily, which made her green with envy. Is she accompanying the young master? She asked. No. There are only 2 servants with him, one of the women replied. Princess Zhenyang felt somewhat relieved. If she had heard that Su Qingyi was with the young master, she would have been furious. Yet, she was also frustrated that someone she longed for so desperately seemed so unimportant to Su Qingyi. If she were married to Xia Yunji, she would spend every waking moment by his side. If Su Qingyi knew Princess Zhenyang's thoughts, she would likely chuckle and shake her head. Only young girls without other worries could be so absorbed in love. As a mature woman, she had her mind set on her future and daily necessities, with no time to revolve around her husband all day. She was just completing her daily tasks before clocking out. Yesterday, she didn't accompany the heir, as she wanted to observe Princess Zhenyang's reaction. Surprisingly, the princess kept her composure and didn't rush over immediately. However, Su Qingyi didn't expect that Princess Zhenyang's patience would only last a day. After hearing various accounts from the maids, her heart fluttered, and she could no longer remain calm. The next day, instead of sending the maids, Princess Zhenyang decided to visit in person, determined to see the heir. Coincidentally, Su Qingyi was also present. Her graceful silhouette stood beside the heir's wheelchair, leisurely fanning herself as she walked. Seeing this, Princess Zhenyang was so envious that her eyes seemed to burn with jealousy. She hurriedly walked over, her skirt swaying with each step. No matter how Su Qingyi tried to stop her, it was futile. Sister-in-law. Princess Zhenyang called out loudly, her eyes bypassing Su Qingyi and fixating on Xia Yunji in the wheelchair. The maids were right. Even an unconscious heir could captivate at first sight. It had been so long since Princess Zhenyang last saw Xia Yunji, and upon seeing him, she was momentarily lost in thought, unconsciously moving closer. Oh, is the princess looking for me? Su Qingyi smiled, stepping in front of the heir. This blocked Princess Zhenyang's shameless gaze. Just wanted to see General Xia, Princess Zhenyang said dreamily. At this moment, her attention was solely on Xia Yunji, hardly caring about the inconvenience Su Qingyi posed, merely moving aside to continue observing. She had so much she wanted to say to the heir, but with Su Qingyi and the servants present, she had no opportunity to speak. Moyan and Guanxi were infuriated. This Princess Zhenyang was shameless, daring to gaze lecherously at the heir. As a martial artist, Xia Yunji felt a sense of danger upon hearing Princess Zhenyang's voice. Soon enough, he indeed felt an unwelcome gaze upon him. Fortunately, a fragrant breeze soon swept in, something blocking Princess Zhenyang's blatant stare. The scent of sandalwood suggested it was Su's sandalwood fan, which she had been fond of using since summer began, a scent he was very familiar with. Indeed, to solve the problem, one must address the root cause. Su Qingyi was clear-headed, knowing she couldn't block Princess Zhenyang's eyes, so she opted to shield the face that attracted so much attention. Princess Zhenyang glared at Su Qingyi in dissatisfaction, frowning as she questioned, "What are you doing?" "Princess, I've long heard that you admire my husband, and it seems to be true," Su Qingyi replied. Since Princess Zhenyang was being so blatant, practically drooling, Su Qingyi decided not to hold back, directly tearing down the princess's facade. Mo Yan and Guanxi were taken aback by Su Qingyi's bluntness. Was it really okay to say something like that so openly? Even Princess Zhenyang was shocked. This woman was too direct, leaving her momentarily speechless. Eventually, she retorted with embarrassment and annoyance, "Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? I merely admired General Xia like everyone else." She did like Xia Yunji but couldn't admit it publicly. That would be handing Su Qingyi a weapon against her, making her both embarrassed and vulnerable. Su Qingyi thought the same. No matter how much you like someone, you still need to maintain a facade. She looked at Princess Zhenyang with a half-smile. "I must have misunderstood then. The way you were gazing at the heir made you look like a love-struck girl." "You." Princess Zhenyang's face flushed red with anger. "If you know it was a misunderstanding, why do you keep bringing it up?" she said coldly. "Are you deliberately slandering me?" "Don't be angry, Your Highness. I didn't mean it that way," Su Qingyi quickly replied. "I'm just straightforward and say what I see. But I do need to work on this bad habit to avoid future misunderstandings." Princess Zhenyang was furious. Su Qingyi's words were always laced with insinuations. If her father hadn't yet ascended the throne, she would have wanted her maids to hold Su Qingyi down and give her a good slap. "You really need to work on that bad habit, sister-in-law," Princess Zhenyang said, her eyes filled with venom. "Slandering a woman so carelessly could harm General Xia's reputation if it gets out." Before Su Qingyi could respond, Princess Zhenyang continued, "You're only smug because General Xia is unconscious now. Do you think you'll still be his rightful wife when he wakes up one day?" Su Qingyi blinked. "Are you suggesting that when the heir eventually wakes up, he'll divorce the wife who took care of him through his illness?" She thought Xia Yunji, being the gentleman he was, wouldn't do such a thing unless she asked for it herself. Princess Zhenyang realized this too, and her expression darkened. But she didn't want Su Qingyi to feel too triumphant. You're just relying on that. Otherwise, how could you possibly deserve General Xia? Su Qingyi, feeling the tension rise again, softly said, "It sounds like you're implying that no woman but yourself is worthy of the heir, Your Highness." Princess Jinyang thought so but couldn't admit it. "You're overthinking, sister-in-law." "That's good to hear," Su Qingyi said with a smile. "Since you have no interest in my husband, I don't mind kissing him in front of you." Saying this, she bent down and kissed the heir right in front of Princess Zheneng. The familiar scent enveloped Xia Yunji, warming his cheeks. Su Qingyi's soft lips touched his skin briefly, leaving him at a loss whether to laugh or cry, yet somehow happy. It was as if he finally understood what was missing, the possessiveness. Seeing this, Princess Jinyang was almost driven mad, looking as if she wanted to tear Su Qingyi's face apart. In broad daylight view. Her gaze seemed to accuse Su Qingyi of shamelessness. Su Qingyi looked around and said with a smile, "There are no outsiders here. It's not inappropriate for me to kiss my husband at home, is it?" "Not at all." Amo Yan and Guan Qi chimed in happily. They loved seeing the lady kiss the heir. It was a sign of affection. This Princess Jinyang was too mean, suggesting their heir would divorce his wife upon waking up. Impossible. The heir was a gentleman of noble character. Moreover, they were confident that if the heir spent some time with the lady, he would, without a doubt, fall for her just like the three young masters did. "Let's go for a walk with the heir elsewhere," Su Qingyi instructed the servants and then said to Princess Jinyang, "Excuse us, Your Highness." Still seething with anger, Princess Jinyang dug her nails into her palm to suppress the urge to slap Su Qingyi. She couldn't. She had to hold back. Watching Su Qingyi and Xia Yunji leave together, they looked like a loving couple. Fortunately, it was all a facade. The only comfort Princess Jinyang had was that if Xia Yunji were conscious, he surely wouldn't be interested in a plain woman like Su Qingyi. Once they were at a distance, Su Qingyi exaggeratedly patted her chest. "Wow, that was the first time I stood up so strongly to someone from the royal family. I almost went too far," she regretted. "I shouldn't have kissed Xia Yunji just now. It felt good, but it might have caused too much trouble." "Madam, are you feeling unwell?" Amo Yan asked with concern, noticing her expression. "What's wrong, madam?" Guan Qi also looked over, visibly worried. The two individuals, one after the other, made Xia Yunji quite nervous with their questioning. She wondered what was going on. Could it be that the Princess of Zhanyang had upset someone so much that they fell ill? "No worries," Su Qingyi smiled, her fingers brushing over the buttons on her dress. "It's probably just the lingering summer heat making things a bit stuffy." She thought to herself, "Your young mistress is probably still reviewing the battle from earlier, having gone a bit overboard. Next time she'll definitely hold back." "Is it hot?" The evening breeze was quite refreshing, and most people didn't feel stuffy. However, if the young mistress said it was stifling, it must be true. The servants quickly advised, "You should go back and rest. There's no need to trouble yourself with accompanying the heir. We can handle it." Mo Yan glanced in the direction of the Princess of Zhanyang and, being the talkative one, added, "Rest assured, young mistress, we will protect the heir's reputation with our lives." Xia Yunji replied, "There's no need for that. I'll stay with the heir." Su Qingyi wasn't truly feeling stuffy. The evening breeze was gentle, and she hadn't had enough of the fresh air after being cooped up indoors all day. The two stopped persuading her, since having the young mistress oversee things indeed made their jobs easier. However, Xia Yunji worried that the Su family might be too tired. It would be best for her to go back and rest, especially during these tumultuous times, as Su's exhaustion would mean the loss of the guiding force at Donhui Courtyard. The next morning, Lin Gur was preparing to get on the carriage to head to the academy. He was always up at this time, and it was rare for anyone else in the household to be awake earlier. Just then, a familiar-looking maid approached with a smile. "Good morning, young Master Lin. I'm the maid from the princess's side, sent by the princess to deliver a gift to you." Lin Gur, eyebrows slightly furrowed in an elegant manner, was about to refuse with a calm demeanor. "It's a set of Master Lu Caifeng's Four Seasons birds and flowers paintings, worth 1,000 gold, the maid said with a smile. "The princess heard that you not only love reading but also have an interest in painting, so she specially chose this for you to admire." "Worth 1,000 gold?" Lin Gur hadn't even looked at the maid directly until he heard this. "Yes, it's especially rare." The maid felt hopeful and beamed brightly. Lin Gur, pondering something, suddenly changed his mind and took the paintings, saying, "Please thank the princess for me." "Certainly, certainly." The maid was overjoyed. The heir's eldest son accepting the princess's gift with such a good attitude indicated he might be easy to win over. "I'll report back to the princess and not take up any more of your time, young Master Lin." "All right," Lin Gur nodded. From early summer to early autumn, he had grown a bit taller. Wearing a sky-blue long robe, he stood by the carriage with a grace reminiscent of elegant bamboo. Once the maid was far away, Lin Gur didn't immediately get on the carriage. Holding the valuable paintings, he made a detour to Donhui Courtyard. "Lin Gur, why haven't you left yet?" Su Qingyi, just up and ready for breakfast, was surprised to see her eldest son and quickly asked with a smile. Just about to leave, but I got delayed by people from the princess. Lingor paused, placing the received items on the table. They say it's a famous painting, worth 1,000 gold. I figured there's no harm in accepting it. Su Qingyi, being the daughter of a marquis, probably wasn't short on money, so Lingor wasn't sure if what he did was right. The princess of Zhanyang was so shameless, and he accepted her gift. What if Su Qingyi was displeased? Oh, that's wonderful. Just as he was worried, Su Qingyi's face lit up with joy. Earning 1,000 gold just by waking up. It's a great day. Lingor twitched his lips. Well, it seemed he had overestimated Su Qingyi's sense of dignity. As long as you're happy. It's getting late, I should go. Alright, take your time. Su Qingyi stood up to see him off until Lingor walked away, then returned to appreciate the 1,000 gold masterpiece. This son was quite good. Knowing to contribute money meant he would be filial in the future. On the same day at the martial arts training ground, Zhengguo also received a gift from his aunt, the Junju. I don't want it, he said. He was straightforward, or perhaps just clear about his likes and dislikes, and refused to accept it. Ever since he learned about Junju Zhenyang's feelings for his father, he found it disgusting and recently had been eating 2 bowls less at each meal. Young Master Zhen, why won't you accept it? Our Junju knows you love martial arts, so she specifically found this century-old tang sword, forged from fine steel, sharp enough to cut through iron like mud, the servant woman said, forcing a smile despite her displeasure. Could it be that Su Qingyi has been saying something bad about our Junju? The sword is indeed a good one, but I can't accept a reward without merit. Please take it back and don't disturb my training, Zhengguo replied coldly, a stark contrast to his usual cheerful demeanor. The ancient sword, sharp enough to cut through iron, was indeed tempting, but not enough for him to accept it from Junju Zhenyang. The servant woman was convinced that Su Qingyi had influenced some of the children, but some were swayed, while others, like the eldest son, Lingor, were not. She wasn't too upset, knowing that the eldest was the most promising. As long as they won him over, it didn't matter. The second son, Jin, seemed average, having only started martial arts at 8, so his future prospects were limited. Since young Master Zhen isn't appreciative, I'll report back to the Junju, the servant woman said, rolling her eyes silently and cursing his ingratitude as she left. That was someone from Junju Zhenyang? Pei Che walked over to Zhengguo, watching the servant woman's retreating figure and asked, was she trying to bribe you? He had already heard about the complicated love-hate entanglement between the Junju and the Xie brothers from his talkative student. The story was indeed eye-opening. Yes, she wanted to win me over, Zhengguo nodded, then with a look of disgust said, but she's overthinking it. How could I betray my mother for glory? Pei Che smiled, showing approval. As his teacher, he knew how tempting that ancient sword was to Zhengguo. Yet, Zhengguo refused without hesitation. After school, Zhengguo and his brother Lingor met on the way back to their courtyard. Feeling proud of his earlier decision, Zhengguo eagerly told his brother, today, Aunt sent someone with a 100-year-old sword for me, and I refused it. But before he could finish boasting, he saw his brother looking at him as if he were a fool, which made him doubt himself. What's wrong? Zhengguo asked, annoyed. Did I do something wrong? Why refuse it? A 100-year-old sword sounds like something valuable, Lingor said, looking at his younger brother in disbelief. Why not accept it? It's not like you have to repay her. Would accepting it cost you anything? Zhengguo widened his eyes, looking at his brother. But she's so disgusting. Accepting her gift would be like betraying our mother, wouldn't it? He paused, squinting. Brother, did she give you a gift too? Did you accept it? If he did, Zhengguo was ready to stand tall and criticize him. Lingor, seeing his brother's suspicion, coldly replied, I did. I gave it to our mother. She was very pleased and hopes for more of such good fortune. The second brother was at a loss for words, swallowing back his intended scolding. It's found money. Do you think our daily expenses don't cost anything? Or that your future endeavors won't require funds? Lingor lectured, Mother paid a fee to hire Mr. Pei for you. And in the future, when you marry and have children, there will be plenty of expenses. The more Zhengguo listened, the more he regretted it, his face turning pale. Lingor was right. Passing up free money was foolish, especially when no repayment was expected. Lingor, seeing his brother understood, fell silent. He was thoughtful, often considering things deeply. If his brother didn't bring it up, he wouldn't mention it. If he didn't understand, Lingor wouldn't repeat himself. Zhengguo understood, feeling a pang of regret, and couldn't help but ask, brother, how much do you think that 100-year-old tang sword could sell for? Several thousand taels, maybe even tens of thousands, Lingor replied, not exaggerating. Antiques are priceless. It could potentially sell for hundreds of thousands of taels. Zhengguo was stunned, mouth agape, unable to recover. Subsequently, having lost a fortune, Zhengguo was visibly deflated. Su Qingyi soon noticed, looking at him with concern. What's wrong? You ate so little at dinner earlier. Are you feeling unwell? The second brother shook his head, saying nothing. Was your martial arts practice unsuccessful today? Did Mr. Pei scold you? If it wasn't physical discomfort, then it was emotional, Su Qingyi guessed. She couldn't think of anything else that would upset the martial arts enthusiast. No, Zhang Ge replied listlessly, looking at his mother with growing sadness. I'm fine, mother, just not hungry today. Then he headed towards his room. Mother, I'll go rest now. He felt useless, only capable of spending money without using his brain. Su Qingyi glanced sideways and asked the eldest, do you think there's something off with your second brother? Not having an appetite is quite unusual for him. Lin Gura replied, don't worry. He just lost tens of thousands of taels of silver. What? Su Qingyi's relief quickly turned to concern as she was about to ask for more details. However, she suddenly had an epiphany and tentatively asked, did he refuse the gift from the princess? Yes, Lin Gura confirmed, then excused himself. Mother, I'm going back to study. Go ahead, Su Qingyi said with a smile. As she watched Lin Gura leave, she made her way to the second brother's room, where she found him sitting gloomily at the table. What did the princess send you? Su Qingyi asked with a curious smile as she sat down. You already know? Zhang Ge looked up with a pained expression. It was a 100-year-old tang sword, sharp enough to cut through iron like mud. No wonder he couldn't stop thinking about it. It was indeed a valuable piece. Su Qingyi consoled him. It's all right to refuse it. It shows you're magnanimous. Zhang Ge muttered. That's because I didn't know its price. Nor did I know how to be as cunning as the eldest, taking money without doing anything. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so magnanimous. Being magnanimous doesn't fill your stomach. Su Qingyi reassured him, I'll get you one later. It might not have a 100-year history, but it will be a good one. The allure of weapons was too strong for someone passionate about martial arts. Although Zhang Ge was still laying his foundations and far from using weapons, having one to handle was necessary. Really? Can I choose it myself? I want a spear. Just like my father, Zhang Ge said, his previous gloom replaced with excitement. His father was his idol, followed by his master, Pei Che. Both were skilled with spears. Being a general, wielding a spear was considered traditional. Of course, Su Qingyi readily agreed, knowing spears were safer than swords. My father has a Huayun spear. It's amazing. I've seen it, but my grandfather put it away, and I never got to touch it, Zhang Ge said wistfully, looking at Su Qingyi with hopeful eyes. Su Qingyi chuckled but didn't refuse. All right, I'll ask your grandfather if we can get it back. But, she added, seeing the joy on Zhang Ge's face, you can only hold it. If you want to wield it, you'll have to prove your skills first. Without results, you're not qualified to use it. Okay, okay, Zhang Ge nodded eagerly, seeing his mother as almost omnipotent. He believed that if she asked, his father's spear would surely be returned. Indeed, the spear that had accompanied Xia Yunji through life and death was in the Marquis's possession. The Marquis believed that the weapon, having taken many lives, carried a heavy aura that was not conducive to Xia Yunji's recovery if kept at Donhui Court. However, Su Qingyi thought differently. She believed that the spear, having protected Xia Yunji through countless battles, would carry a protective aura despite its past. Separating them might leave both owner and weapon longing for each other. Father, perhaps if the heir touches the spear, he might feel something, Su Qingyi suggested sincerely to the Marquis. After all, the spear was significant to the heir and could be the key to his awakening. Every opportunity was worth trying. You have a point. The Marquis still hopes for his eldest son to wake up. After a brief hesitation, he handed his son's weapon to his daughter-in-law. Thank you, father, Su Qingyi beamed. She felt that the spear was not overly exaggerated and looked more elegant than the large swords and tridents typically used by warriors. However, when she reached out to take it, she nearly lost her grip, realizing just how heavy the heir's spear was. The Marquis smiled kindly but then turned serious, asking, has the second son's wife troubled you again? Father, earlier in the garden, I met the princess. She seemed to have come specifically to see the heir and spoke in riddles, implying that I am not worthy of him, Su Qingyi sighed. Since the Marquis had asked, she thought there was no harm in telling him. Don't listen to her nonsense, the Marquis said, his face darkening. The one who should never have married into this family is her. I've heard that Princess Zhenyang and the second son have already separated. Such blatant behavior is outrageous, treating everyone in the Marquis's household like fools. Recently, the Marquis had been the subject of veiled mockery during social gatherings because of this. His reputation had suffered greatly due to Xia Huayan. He could only hope that the upcoming academy examination at the end of the month would yield good results from his rebellious son. Su Qingyi returned to Donhui courtyard with the spear and entered the heir's room. The servants, upon seeing the familiar weapon, exclaimed, the heir's spear. Their sudden excitement caught Xia Yunji's attention. What's the matter with my spear? He asked, puzzled. Young madam, how did you bring back the heir's spear? Wasn't it kept by the Marquis? Mo Yan asked excitedly. Xia Yunji was also a bit surprised. Did Su bring back my spear? Yes, the Marquis said the spear's aura might hinder the heir's recovery, so he kept it away, Su Qingyi explained with a smile. She walked to the heir's bedside and touched the spear's shaft. But I thought, since it's the heir's weapon, even if it has an aura, it's meant to protect him. Maybe if he touches it, he'll feel something. The servants nodded in agreement, thinking Su Qingyi was right. We think the heir probably misses Huayun as well. Let's give it to him, Su Qingyi said, handing the spear over. The servants, however, didn't take it, daringly refusing their mistress's order with a smile. The heir doesn't like others touching his weapon. He usually takes care of it himself, so perhaps the young madam should do it. Is there such a custom? Alright, Su Qingyi laughed. She didn't force them and placed the spear by Xia Yunji's side. It felt like a ritual as she took his hand and placed it on the weapon, whispering, "Heir, this is your weapon. Can you feel it?" Touching his weapon stirred something in Xia Yunji, but he couldn't express it. Under Su's hopeful gaze, he tried to grasp it, but unsurprisingly, failed. Looking at the heir's serene face, Su Qingyi wasn't too disappointed. The nearby servants felt more troubled. They were used to disappointment, but they worried the young madam might not handle it well. It's alright. Good things take time. It's not the right moment yet. Let's be patient, the young madam reassured them, her smile bright and unclouded. Her words instantly comforted them, lifting their spirits. They were quite impressed by her steady demeanor, as unshakable as a rock. It reminded them of the heir's calmness. Indeed, they seemed like a perfect match. Meanwhile, at the Prince Su's residence, Princess Zhenyang had returned. I'll talk with mother in the back garden. Do as you please, second brother, she said, leaving with the princess consort. Xia Huayan didn't mind. He quickly seized the opportunity to speak with Prince Su. After all, he was nominally the prince's son-in-law, and having covered for the prince's daughter, he hoped to gain some benefit from the relationship. What's wrong? Didn't things go as planned? Why so glum? The princess consort asked, puzzled. Is the heir's condition that bad? Has his godly appearance faded, leaving our daughter disappointed? Mother, don't speak nonsense. The heir is fine, Princess Zhenyang replied. Her expression softened at the mention of the heir, but quickly turned sharp again. I misjudged. That bride he married to ward off bad luck is quite formidable, she said with a bitter laugh. Oh? How so? The princess consort asked, though she was inwardly dismissive. After all, the bride was just an unfavored daughter from the Marquis' household. How could she compare to their own daughter? Zhenyang had grown up in the royal household and had seen many tricks. There was no reason she couldn't handle a mere Marquis' daughter. Who knows what tricks she's used? The people in the Marquis' household listened to her every word. She's only just married, and they've already entrusted her with all matters concerning the heir, Princess Zhenyang said through gritted teeth. Even I, a princess, must get her approval to see the heir. Recalling the confrontation that day, Princess Zhenyang fumed, and she has the audacity to disrespect me, a princess, just because she's married to the heir apparent. It's infuriating. Princess Su frowned. She certainly has some nerve and isn't lacking in boldness. I've already looked into this Su Qingyi for my daughter. She's not particularly remarkable, but it seems we underestimated her. She's quite the hidden threat. It seems she knows your intentions, which is why she's so disrespectful to you. Princess Su couldn't help but scold. You really should have been more discreet about your affections. If you had been more low-key from the start, things would be much easier now. At least the Marquis' family wouldn't be so wary. Princess Zhenyang retorted, even if I'm high profile, I'm not as high profile as my imperial aunt. But your aunt doesn't have the same intentions, Princess Su replied, clearly disapproving. What a mess. But when my daughter cried and made a scene, neither my husband nor I could dissuade her, so we had to agree. Fortunately, there are weaknesses we can exploit. Princess Zhenyang felt relieved. The heir's 3 adopted sons, especially the eldest, have only a superficial relationship with their adoptive mother. I think they can be easily swayed. Princess Su nodded, dismissing Su Qingyi as a threat, and advised her daughter, in the inner household, you can't be too soft-hearted. Sometimes, you must be ruthless to resolve matters once and for all. Princess Zhenyang looked at her mother in surprise, hesitantly asking, do you mean to kill her? Fool, Princess Su set down her teacup, why would you kill her and let everyone know it was you? When I say resolve it once and for all, I mean have her divorced, and the Marquis' family won't dare marry the heir to another wife. That would be a perfect outcome. Princess Zhenyang eagerly asked mother, how should we do it? It's simple, Princess Su smirked. Ruin her reputation by spreading rumors of her infidelity. The Marquis' family will naturally arrange for her to be divorced. And they won't risk marrying the heir to another wife, as it would result in the same disgrace. The family wouldn't want to face such humiliation again. Princess Zhenyang listened and showed a look of understanding. Indeed, when dealing with women in the inner court, nothing is simpler and more effective than this method. Mother, I understand, she said after a moment of contemplation, having formed a plan in her mind. The princess consort of Su nodded, fearing her daughter might not execute it cleanly the first time, and advised, remember, strike decisively, leaving no room for maneuver. Understood, replied Princess Zhenyang. Aside from this matter, how are you faring at the Marquis's residence? The princess consort of Su inquired. Nothing much, Princess Zhenyang replied indifferently, curling her lips. Xia Huayan is obedient, and now we live separately. The Marchioness is quite snobbish, outwardly respectful but likely displeased inside, hoping I'll bear a legitimate heir for her son. Wishful thinking. Princess Zhenyang looked down on the Marchioness, considering her of humble origin and lacking vision. Only the rigid and fiery Marquis of Pingyang was not easily fooled. Princess Zhenyang knew he initially intended to refuse the marriage, but fortunately, she had reached an agreement with Xia Huayan in private, allowing the marriage to proceed smoothly. No matter, once your father, naturally he will support you, said the princess consort of Su, believing her daughter would become the most noble lady in the world, deserving to live freely. After their conversation, both mother and daughter felt more at ease. The thought of Su Qingyi soon being dismissed brought a smile to Princess Zhenyang's face, restoring her arrogant demeanor. Xia Huayan noticed the change in Princess Zhenyang and had some suspicions but dared not ask. Earlier, when speaking with the Prince of Su, the prince treated him kindly. Thinking of his promising future, Xia Huayan was all smiles. At the Marquis of Pingyang's residence, young Lin received a generous gift from his second aunt once again, accepting it as usual. This time, he even offered a faint smile and said, "Thank you, second aunt, for your generosity." His warm address delighted the nanny, who beamed and said, "Young Master Lin is too polite. Our princess said it's only right to care for the younger generation." Young Lin continued his insincere smile. Had the nanny observed closely, she would have noticed only his mouth moved while the rest of his face remained unchanged. He found it strange himself. In the past, life was so tough he never considered lowering his pride to please anyone. Yet now, to deceive Princess Zhenyang and obtain her valuable gifts, he found it surprisingly easy to play along. Perhaps it was because he once stood alone, only needing to think for himself. But now, he was consciously considering others. "By the way, young Master Lin," the nanny suddenly said, "could you spare some time tomorrow after school?" Besides delivering gifts, she had another task today. "What is it?" asked young Lin, puzzled. "Aren't you preparing for the provincial exam? The princess wishes to meet you to discuss your career path," the nanny hinted, confident young Lin would understand. Sure enough, he paused for a moment, then seemed to grasp the meaning and agreed. "I have time. Where does second aunt want to meet me?" The nanny, satisfied, told him a location. "All right, I'll be there on time," young Lin said. Watching the nanny leave, his expression turned cold, losing the earlier warmth. This Princess Zhenyang truly intended to meddle. Young Lin had long known she had ill intentions and couldn't coexist peacefully with their mother. This was his main reason for pretending to be cordial with her. If it were just for a few gifts, it wouldn't be worth it. He composed himself and went to Su Qingyi's room, waiting outside. Upon hearing her eldest son had arrived, Su Qingyi immediately came out to see him. Noticing the items in his hands, she raised an eyebrow and remarked, "The princess sent you more gifts?" Young Lin nodded. "She also invited me for a talk tomorrow." Su Qingyi's expression turned serious, and the mother and son sat down to discuss in detail. After hearing his plans, Su Qingyi was amazed, looking at him as if he were a prodigy. She wondered how his mind worked. Was this the childhood of a power player? Knowing how to turn defense into offense and play both sides at such a young age was rare. The last time she felt this shocked was watching a documentary on the strategic brilliance of Chairman Mao's 4 crossings of the Qishui River campaign. Though young Lin was no match for Chairman Mao, his strategic mind at such a young age was indeed uncommon. What further unsettled Su Qingyi was her uncertainty about where his loyalties lay. Was he with them, Princess Zhenyang, or perhaps no one but himself, seeking power alone? This thought sent shivers down her spine. "Mother," young Lin called, noticing she had drifted off, likely worried about Princess Zhenyang's scheming. He reassured her, "Don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll gain her trust, making her rely solely on me. If the chance arises, I'll turn the tables on her." Su Qingyi snapped out of her thoughts, realizing she wasn't worried about Princess Zhenyang but rather about him. This main antagonist from the original story was far more frightening than Princess Zhenyang. "Alright, but don't be too hasty," she cautioned, concerned he might act too rashly. "For now, let's observe her intentions. When she becomes anxious, she'll reveal her weaknesses." "Yes, I understand," young Lin replied. His aggressive nature was evident. Though brave and wise, Su Qingyi felt the need to remind him, even with your father's backing, we can't act recklessly. Use his influence wisely, only when necessary. Young Lin understood he couldn't squander his father's hard-earned honor, and should only use it at critical moments. "Of course, I'm not saying you must always act this way, but right now, we lack the advantage, so we must bide our time," Su Qingyi advised. In modern terms, we must play defensively when at a disadvantage and wait until we're stronger to take action. "Yes," young Lin nodded again. "Remember to bring Ah Bai with you tomorrow for safety," Su Qingyi reminded, though she felt young Lin needed no such concern with his cunning. "Good idea," young Lin agreed. He had said all he wanted and was about to leave when he heard noise from the inner room. Casually, he asked, is the third brother resting here again? Yes, Su Qingyi replied with an awkward smile. She felt the need to spend more time with Heng, who had grown up without a mother, but Young Lin seemed disapproving. Before he could voice his opinion, she quickly promised, alright, I'll make sure he moves back to his room when he turns 5. Young Lin swallowed his words, deciding to let it go for now. The eldest brother, Lin Guer, who usually doesn't like to meddle in other people's affairs, sometimes can't help but speak up when he encounters situations he disapproves of. In the past, Su Qingyi would argue with him, but now she has learned to go along with him. Otherwise, with Lin Guer's temperament, one rebuttal from Su Qingyi might make him silent forever. The next day at noon, after finishing his studies at the academy, Lin Guer took Abai to the place where Jinyang Junju had arranged to meet him. Abai had to wait outside and couldn't follow his master in. Inside a private room, Lin Guer met Jinyang Junju and greeted her with a simple bow. Second aunt. Lin Guer, you're here? Jinyang Junju smiled warmly, taking a moment to appraise the eldest son of the man she cared for. He had grown to be quite handsome, with a scholarly air about him at such a young age. Have a seat. She was very cordial to Lin Guer. I know you've just come from the academy, so I specially prepared a table full of dishes. Eat to your fill before we talk. Thank you, second aunt. I won't stand on ceremony then, Lin Guer said as he sat down compliantly. Yes, no need to be formal. Please eat, Jinyang Junju urged. All right. Lin Guer picked up his chopsticks and began eating without hesitation. Seeing this, Jinyang Junju smiled with satisfaction, thinking to herself that this child was indeed not close to Su Qingyi. After all, how long had it been? He was already 12, not an easy age to win over. Once Lin Guer had eaten his fill, Jinyang Junju spoke slowly, so were the dishes to your liking? Lin Guer nodded. They were delicious. Thank you for the hospitality, second aunt. To showcase her power, Jinyang Junju had prepared an extravagant feast for Lin Guer. She smiled and said, these are just ordinary dishes. It's good you didn't mind them. Then she paused before getting to the point. Lin Guer, I won't beat around the bush. You're a scholar, so you must be aiming for an official career, correct? Of course, Lin Guer nodded in agreement. The official path isn't easy. Without support, you might not even pass the academy exams, Jinyang Junju said, noticing Lin Guer was about to speak. She smiled. Were you going to say your abilities aren't that lacking? Indeed, Lin Guer had confidence in his abilities. But what if someone doesn't want you to pass? Jinyang Junju hinted, and that person happens to have the power to make you fail. Lin Guer frowned immediately, second aunt. You overstate it. I haven't offended anyone, so no one should wish for me to fail. True, who would a child like you offend? I'm just advising you to be careful not to offend anyone, Jinyang Junju said, leaving him to ponder the rest. Thank you for the reminder, second aunt. Lin Guer paused, showing a respectful attitude. Satisfied, Jinyang Junju took a sip of tea and continued, Lin Guer, you're a smart child. You should see that only I can help you on your official path. She paused, showing disdain when mentioning Su Qingyi. As for your adoptive mother, she's just an unfavored lady from a marquise family and can't offer you anything in the future. These are just facts. Lin Guer acknowledged with a slight hum. It seemed he understood, which made Jinyang Junju smile slightly. Among you 3 brothers, only you accepted my gift, so I assume you're on my side. Even knowing his response might be insincere, Lin Guer hesitated briefly, then promptly adjusted his demeanor and affirmed, yes, I know only second aunt can assist me. His moment of hesitation did not raise Jinyang Junju's suspicion. Instead, it made her believe this was a genuine reaction, convincing her that Lin Guer had no ulterior motives. After all, he was just a 12-year-old child, facing both kindness and authority. Naturally, he would behave obediently. If Su Qingyi hadn't read the original story, she might have thought the same. Jinyang Junju smiled warmly, instructing, all right, here's your first task. It's not difficult. Lin Guer looked at her expectantly, and she continued, all you need to do is find a way to get her to visit a temple to offer incense. Lin Guer immediately asked, what does second aunt intend to do? If it's something like murder or arson, I dare not. Don't worry, it's not that serious. Jinyang Junju reassured him without divulging details, as she didn't completely trust him yet. You're a scholar. I wouldn't have you do anything that would ruin your future. Seeing Lin Guer's hesitation, she promised, you don't need to worry. I guarantee it won't cost her life. Just a minor punishment. Lin Guer's expression was conflicted, as if he was struggling with the idea of opposing his adoptive mother. At this point, Jinyang Junju gently reminded him, think carefully, is an outsider more important, or is your own future more important? I understand, second aunt. Lin Guer seemed to awaken from a dream and decisively said, I'll speak to mother about it. Second aunt, wait for my news. Good. Jinyang Junju smiled brightly. I'll await your good news. That evening, upon returning to the Marquise estate, Lin Guer immediately sought out Su Qingyi to discuss the matter. After hearing him out, Su Qingyi sighed. She wants your mother dead. Lin Guer carefully considered the situation. She had mentioned that she wouldn't resort to murder or arson, so I suspect she's planning something else. Su Qingyi. This is an abstract and exaggerated way of speaking, but Su Qingyi didn't elaborate. Instead, she asked, "What do you think we should do? Take the bait or not?" "Of course, we should take the bait," Lingor confidently replied, tapping the table. "How else can we catch a big fish?" Su Qingyi smiled wryly, thinking, "So your mother is the bait?" She reassured Mother, "Don't worry. You need to go, but it won't really be you." It seemed Lingor had a plan. Su Qingyi pondered over these words, but before she could ask more, Lingor said, "Can I borrow Mr. Peiche for a while?" Peiche. Su Qingyi opened her mouth in surprise. "You want Peiche to impersonate me? Isn't that a bit of a stretch, considering his broad shoulders and slim waist?" No, Lingor rolled her eyes, thinking her guess was too far-fetched. "Let a Bai do it. Mr. Peiche is just there to protect him." Su Qingyi chuckled awkwardly. "All right, that works." After some thought, she added, "But I still need to make a high-profile departure, so they know I'm going." She believed that the Princess of Zhenyang wouldn't be easily convinced by Lingor. Lingor hesitated, worried that if Su Qingyi really went out, it could be dangerous, especially if the princess had set an ambush along the way. As he hesitated, Su Qingyi said, "You're thinking too simply. You can't catch a wolf without risking the child. Don't underestimate the opponent." If the opponent was testing Lingor on purpose, not showing up would expose them. She didn't want Lingor's undercover work to fail. Lingor's eyes flickered, reluctantly admitting he was indeed too hasty. Seeing Lingor didn't object, Su Qingyi smiled and instructed, "Tell your second aunt that I'll be going to Bema Temple to offer incense in 3 days." All right, Lingor agreed, though he was still uneasy inside. This matter was too dangerous, and, even with the risk of being discovered, he felt Su Qingyi shouldn't risk herself just to indulge his antics. What if, for a smooth career, he really switched sides to the Princess of Zhenyang? Had she considered that? Of course, Su Qingyi had thought about it. She was quite anxious, wondering if she, as the newly appointed adoptive mother, should really trust Xiaolin. 3 days later, Su Qingyi made a show of going to the temple to pray for a child, knowing full well how to provoke the Princess of Zhenyang. Upon hearing the news, the princess was so furious that she smashed things in her room, regretting not setting a trap. Su Qingyi had guessed correctly. The princess was merely testing Lingor, having heeded the advice of the princess consort Su. If you can't ensure a decisive strike, it's better to hold back. Thus, Su Qingyi's trip went smoothly. At the temple, a disguised Abai, wearing a veiled hat, went in to burn incense on her behalf. Even though Abai knew there might be danger, he prayed devoutly before the Buddha. Afterward, he eagerly asked, "Young madam, I offered incense to the fertility goddess in your name and donated some money. It should be effective, right?" Su Qingyi didn't know if the deities would grant such a request, but she nodded to keep Abai from being disappointed. It should be effective. The whole household knew that the young madam had visited the fertility goddess, but only a few knew it was Abai who went in for her. Back at the residence, the maids and older servants prepared hot water early and urged Su Qingyi to bathe. "So early?" Su Qingyi asked, surprised. "Better early than late," one of the older women insisted. "You prayed to the fertility goddess today. You shouldn't waste the auspicious timing. Perhaps tonight is the night for fate to work its magic." Su Qingyi, unable to explain further, nodded. "All right, let's seize this chance." The older woman finally smiled in satisfaction. It seemed universally accepted that one should spend the night with their husband after praying to the fertility goddess. That night, the Princess of Zhenyang was beside herself with rage once again. That shameless Su Qingyi, she cursed repeatedly, suspecting her of doing it on purpose to disgust her. How shameless. She didn't act during the day, and Lingor realized that his mother had guessed correctly. The princess was indeed testing him. After this, the next time would likely be serious. He was patiently waiting but didn't expect it to happen so soon. The following day, the sleepless Princess of Zhenyang couldn't wait to find Lingor, asking him to arrange another meeting with Su Qingyi. "It was my mistake in planning yesterday, making you busy for nothing," the princess said. "No worries, aunt. What do you plan for this time?" Lingor asked calmly. He realized that his mother's decision to visit the fertility goddess was brilliant, forcing the princess to lose her cool, making it easier for her to slip up. "In a few days, I'll have Mother Consort host a banquet. Convince her to go with you," the princess instructed, her eyes filled with malicious intent. "Is that all?" Lingor feigned confusion. "For now, yes," the princess replied, glancing at him. "If there are other instructions, I'll have someone find you at the banquet." "Understood," Lingor replied without further questions. As expected, an invitation from the Prince Su's residence soon arrived at the Pingyang Marquis residence, inviting almost everyone except for Du Jinyan, who had not yet been elevated to a concubine and was pregnant, making it unsuitable for her to attend. "Your aunt is inviting so many people. What's she planning to do at the banquet?" Su Qingyi mumbled. But whatever it was, caution was key. Didn't eat or drink anything suspicious. Lingor nodded, sharing her cautious mindset. "Remember, someone wants to harm you." Be alert and vigilant. Su Qingyi sighed, thinking if she had such abilities, she would have already dealt with the princess quietly. I don't feel at ease. We should find outside help to back us up, Su Qingyi decided, patting her chest for reassurance. Lin Gur looked at his mother curiously. What kind of help? He couldn't think of anyone they could rely on. Certainly not his father. Princess Xining, your cousin, Su Qingyi said, promptly sending someone to the princess residence to explain the situation. Princess Xining hadn't received an invitation from the Princess of Zhanyang, likely because the latter knew she was not to be trifled with and excluded her. But that didn't matter. Princess Xining assured Su Qingyi's messenger, I'll be there. Tell your mistress not to worry. If Consort Xue found out, she would surely roar, ungrateful daughter. I told you to let him go and find a consort, yet you go to support his woman. Su Qingyi felt more at ease after receiving the princess' response and reassured Lin Gur with a smile, with your cousin there, nothing significant should happen. Lin Gur was speechless. Did his father know about his mother's actions? Well, probably not. On the day of the banquet, the mother and son dressed appropriately and left together, along with the rest of the Marquis family. The men rode in one carriage, and the women in another. The Princess of Zhanyang, of course, rode alone, while Su Qingyi shared a carriage with the Marquis wife. Ever since acquiring a noble daughter-in-law like a princess, the Marquis wife had become less inclined to engage with Su Qingyi. Whenever she spoke, she subtly boasted about how filial Princess Zhanyang was, mentioning all the expensive gifts she had received. In contrast, Su Qingyi, another daughter-in-law, was as stingy as they come, never having given the Marchioness any gifts, let alone valuable ones. The more the Marchioness thought about it, the more displeased she became. She glanced at Su Qingyi's flat stomach and remarked, You've been married for a while now. It's about time you paid respects to the goddess of fertility, lest you keep the old lady waiting. Su Qingyi, unperturbed, smiled and replied, Mother-in-law, you're right. Now that my sister-in-law is also married, let's see who conceives first. Everyone knew that Xia Huaiyan and Princess Zhanyang's marriage was only in name. The princess had no intention of bearing him children. The Marchioness, unable to mock Su Qingyi successfully, ended up sulking in silence, her face turning ashen with anger. At the Su Wang mansion, the entrance was bustling with visitors. Just as the carriage from the Pingyang Marquis mansion arrived, so did the one from the princess's mansion. Princess Xining has arrived, a eunuch announced in a high-pitched voice. Princess Zhenyang was visibly surprised because she remembered the mansion hadn't invited Princess Xining. Her gaze shifted to Su Qingyi, who was alighting from the carriage, suspecting that Su Qingyi had invited the princess. But what of it? Reinforcements wouldn't help her cause. Su Qingyi also heard of Princess Xining's arrival and quickly led Lin Gur over to greet her. She thought to herself that this was a true princess, and even if Prince Gong ascended the throne in the future, it wouldn't affect the princess's standing. If Lin Gur could win Princess Xining's favor, he might not be led astray by Princess Zhenyang. That would be a path of no return, and she hoped her dear son understood that. Greetings to Princess Xining. May you be blessed, Su Qingyi said with a bright smile, curtsying gracefully. After receiving a nod from Princess Xining, she eagerly introduced Lin Gur, saying, Lin Gur, come and pay your respects to your cousin. Then she turned to Princess Xining and enthusiastically added, Princess, this is Yunji's eldest son, Lin Gur, who is quite talented. He'll be taking the academy exams at the end of the month. Lin Gur felt as though his mother was trying to sell him off, though he thought it might just be his imagination. With a composed demeanor, he bowed and said, Xia Lin greets cousin, wishing you well. Princess Xining said, examining Lin Gur closely. She found his appearance and demeanor quite pleasing, deeming him a suitable adopted son for Xia Yunji. She managed a rare smile and remarked, I've heard your father mention that you love reading. Indeed, it was impressive that the princess remembered. Lin Gur did have a particular talent for studying. Su Qingyi beamed brightly beside them, showing no sign of discomfort despite facing her husband's admirer. This scene caught Lin Gur's attention, making him wonder again if his mother truly cared about his father. The immediate concern for Lin Gur wasn't the past grievances of the previous generation, but rather his mother's overly enthusiastic praise. It's rare these days for anyone to boast so unabashedly about their child. He quickly said, Aunt, please don't mind her. My mother is just trying to encourage me. It's not that I genuinely possess such talent. Don't worry, no need to be so tense. It's not like I just met your mother today, replied Princess Xining, implying her familiarity and good relationship with Su Qingyi. Lin Gur realized he had worried unnecessarily. Su Qingyi gave him a knowing glance, as if to say, see, your mother has found us a strong ally, the royal aunt. As they were talking, Princess Zhenyang approached with a rather unsettling smile. This time her target was Princess Xining. I didn't expect you to come. If I had known, I would have arranged a seat for you in advance, she said, implying that Princess Xining had come uninvited. I heard the Grand Princess invited half of the capital but left me out. Does she have some issue with me? Princess Xining, unfazed by her niece, responded with a sarcastic laugh. If that's the case, I might have to go cry to the Empress Dowager. Being favored by the emperor and the empress dowager's favorite, Princess Xining was not to be trifled with. If she really complained to the empress dowager, it would be the grand princess who would face the consequences. Princess Zhenyang, who often fantasized about being an imperial princess, was not one in reality. Faced with a genuinely favored princess, she could only swallow her pride and smile apologetically. I was just joking with my royal aunt. Why take it seriously? Su Qingyi rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking that Princess Zhenyang was indeed someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. As she pondered this, Princess Zhenyang validated her thoughts by turning to Su Qingyi with a scowl. Sister-in-law, you've blocked the royal aunt here long enough. Why not continue inside? It's not polite to hold someone up in the hallway. Su Qingyi, not being a princess herself, couldn't retort as Princess Xining did. She glanced at Princess Xining, holding back her anger. Zhenyang, is this how you always speak to your sister-in-law? Don't forget, she's not only your sister-in-law but also my cousin-in-law. Princess Xining stepped forward, standing protectively in front of Su Qingyi, her face filled with displeasure. Her sudden defense startled Princess Zhenyang, leaving her visibly shocked. It was strange, her royal aunt, who adored Xia Yun, now stood up for Su Qingyi. Was she out of her mind? Lin Guo was equally surprised. Given Princess Xining's affection for his father, he thought she might be somewhat protective of him, but he never expected her to be so supportive of his mother. You misunderstood, royal aunt. I simply have a loud voice. Princess Zhenyang forced a smile and explained, then turned to Su Qingyi. Sister-in-law, you didn't misunderstand me, did you? She assumed Su Qingyi would let it slide. Indeed. I understand what kind of person the princess is, Su Qingyi replied with a smile, shaking her head. Princess Zhenyang, stung by the sarcasm, was visibly upset. Su Qingyi never backed down and always had sharp words for her. Let's go inside, Princess Xining said, satisfied that Su Qingyi wasn't a pushover. Su Qingyi followed closely behind Princess Xining. Sensing she had something to say, Princess Xining led them to a secluded area of the corridor. Thank you, Princess, for stepping in to help, Su Qingyi said gratefully. Seeing her on edge, Princess Xining was genuinely curious. Madam Lin, you seemed certain Zhenyang would act against you? Su Qingyi nodded, still shaken. In fact, she already has. She once lured me to a temple under false pretenses, though it was just a test. She didn't mention that it was Lin Guo who had led her there, to avoid tarnishing his image in Princess Xining's eyes. Princess Xining frowned deeply. Her niece was truly reckless and unruly. Be careful. Avoid such gatherings if you can, she advised. Princess Xining knew it was impossible to guard against every threat, but she couldn't permanently eliminate the problem for Su Qingyi. After all, Zhenyang was a royal princess. I understand, princess. Thank you, Su Qingyi replied, grateful for the princess's support. If the princess were less kind, she might have found herself isolated. Lin Guo stood quietly behind, saying nothing. Both mother and son wisely refrained from revealing their true intention of attending, to find an opportunity to retaliate against Princess Zhenyang. Just then, a servant from the Su Wangfu approached. After paying her respects to Princess Xining, the maidservant respectfully smiled and said, by order of the princess consort, I am here to invite the heir's wife of the Marquis of Pingyang and young Master Lin for a conversation. Indeed, the princess consort had the authority to summon Su Qingyi, but Princess Xining disliked her sister-in-law's manipulative approach. Wasn't it plainly bullying? Where? I will go with them, declared Princess Xining before Su Qingyi could speak. The maidservant looked troubled, as the princess consort had specifically instructed her to invite only the mother and son. This was a serious matter, and she couldn't afford to mess it up. Your Highness, the princess consort wishes to meet the two esteemed guests alone. If you also wish to see her, could you arrange for a separate meeting after she has met with them? The maidservant ventured, trying not to ruin the princess consort's important plans. How dare you suggest my schedule needs your arrangement? Princess Xining snapped, her royal authority unmistakable. The maidservant turned pale and quickly knelt, pleading, please calm your anger, your highness. I meant no such thing, merely following the princess consort's orders. Her forehead touched the ground, not daring to look up, hoping the princess would not make things difficult for her. It's just a conversation, nothing scandalous. Get up and lead the way, Princess Xining commanded. Having heard Su Qingyi's concerns and considering the princess consort's insistence on a private meeting, Princess Xining was now deeply suspicious and unwilling to let things go as planned. The maidservant had no choice but to comply. Yes, your highness. Meanwhile, the princess consort had set a trap for her daughter, simply waiting for the maidservant to bring them in to begin the plan. She was utterly unprepared for Princess Xining to arrive first, followed by Su Qingyi and her son. She was momentarily taken aback, her cold gaze landing on the maidservant who had failed her task. The maidservant felt bitter. She was just a servant. How could she defy a direct order from the princess? Dear sister-in-law, I heard you wanted to see Xining's cousin, so I brought her here, Princess Xining announced as she strode in, her smile radiant as she watched the princess consort's frustrated expression. Why the face? Surely you welcome my cousin and her son, as well as me, your royal sister-in-law. The princess consort quickly regained her composure, smiling amicably. Of course not, who would dare not welcome you? That's good, Princess Xining replied, ignoring the double meaning in the princess consort's words. She then turned to Su Qingyi and her son. The princess consort wishes to see you, so go ahead and have your meeting, then continue with your day. Yes, Su Qingyi responded with a smile, stepping forward to greet the princess consort with a bow. Qingyi pays her respects to the princess consort. May you have good health and fortune. The princess consort gestured for her to rise, her eyes intently focused on Su Qingyi as she smiled. You are Zhenyang's sister-in-law. We are family. Please have a seat and let's talk. Thank you, Su Qingyi replied gently. Next, young Master Lin stepped forward to pay his respects, mature and composed, saying, Xia Lin greets the princess consort and wishes you well. Good child, sit with your mother, the princess consort instructed. She had heard of young Master Lin and observed him closely, as if assessing his trustworthiness. Ultimately, she found his gaze inscrutable, revealing nothing. Xia Yunji's gentle and delicate wife also appeared entirely harmless. After the mother and son sat down, the servants quickly served tea and snacks. Princess Xining, without needing anyone's invitation, had already found a chair to sit on. She certainly didn't want to be punished by standing. This is the finest Huangshan Maofeng tea, please try some. The Duchess of Su laughed and said. In such hot weather, the princess, having traveled by carriage, was indeed thirsty and took a couple of sips. Even Lin Gu'er had some. Only Su Qingyi didn't touch the teacup, which immediately caught the Duchess's attention. She paused her tea tasting and smiled slightly. Qingyi, what's the matter? Don't you like this Maofeng tea? If so, we can have the servants change it. No, please don't trouble yourself, Duchess, Su Qingyi replied a bit embarrassed. I have a sensitive tongue and can't handle hot tea. I'll drink it once it cools. I see, the Duchess's eyes flickered. Then drink it when it's cooled. You can have some snacks and fruits first. Princess Xining really thought Su Qingyi had a sensitive tongue and was about to ask someone to bring cold tea, but realizing they were at the Duchess's place, she refrained. Thank you, Duchess. Su Qingyi's attitude was impeccable, yet she still didn't touch anything, showing her cautious nature. The Duchess noticed this but said nothing. Princess Xining also noticed and put down her teacup, speaking up to ease the situation for Su Qingyi. Lin Gu'er's mother is as reserved as always. Last time at my residence, she didn't eat anything either. Is that so? No wonder Qingyi is so slim. The Duchess continued to smile warmly. Perhaps it's just the summer heat. It'll get better after a while. Su Qingyi followed along. The Duchess nodded and suddenly sighed. I wanted to see you alone today, mainly to talk about Zhenyang. We've spoiled her, and her temper isn't the best. If she's offended you in any way these days, I apologize on her behalf. It was true. Just earlier, Zhenyang was outside yelling at her sister-in-law. Quite improper. Although she's a princess, she shouldn't act so improperly just because of her status. The elder sister-in-law should indeed discipline her, Princess Xining complained. Su Qingyi listened and thought for the umpteenth time how wise it was to have Princess Xining as an ally. Of course, now that she's married, both the Duke and I will discipline her strictly, the Duchess said pleasantly, though she was secretly annoyed with Princess Xining. She thought to herself that today's plan might not work out. Young princesses are often like that when they first get married, Su Qingyi smiled. I was immature when I first married too. She'll get better over time. As the saying goes, every child has their own fortune, and the princess certainly looks blessed. You need not worry too much, Duchess. Princess Zhenyang truly had a sharp tongue, Su Qingyi thought, her words always unpleasant to hear, despite her friendly appearance. Let's hope so, the Duchess smiled, though her eyes were not smiling. She then turned her gaze to Lin Gu'er and asked kindly, I hear Lin Gu'er will take the academy exam this year, the same as your second uncle. How is it? Are you confident? Lin Gu'er, being the junior, stood up to respond. I'll do my best. If everything goes well, I should pass. Well, I wish both you and your second uncle success. The Duchess nodded and instructed the maid beside her. I remember His Majesty gifted the Duke a box of Imperial Meixiang ink recently. Go fetch a set and add 2 Huzhou brushes for Lin Gu'er to take home. Imperial Meixiang ink? That's a valuable item, Su Qingyi thought. The Duchess and Princess Zhenyang certainly shared the same knack for winning people over. But wealth and power are tempting, and if she were Lin Gu'er, it would be hard not to be swayed. Thank you, Duchess, for your generosity towards Lin Gu'er, Su Qingyi said with a smile, glancing at Lin Gu'er. Despite her worries about family ties being threatened by money and power, there was nothing she could do, as she had neither wealth nor power. She could only leave it to fate. Lin Gu'er, thank the Duchess for her gift, Su Qingyi prompted. Thank you, Duchess, for your gift. Lin Gu'er bowed deeply. We're family. No need for formalities, the Duchess paused before saying, well, there are many guests outside, so I won't keep you. Let's meet again when there's time. Yes, Su Qingyi stood up to say goodbye. From start to finish, she hadn't touched anything from the Duchess's table. After they left, Princess Zhenyang came out from the back, her face dark. That royal aunt is such a troublemaker. Is she crazy, protecting that woman like this? She's not crazy. She just doesn't want you to succeed. The Duchess no longer smiled, her plan thoroughly disrupted by Princess Xining. It seems today won't work out. Mother, it was hard enough to get her here. Next time she'll be even more cautious, Princess Zhenyang said. Having stayed at the Marquis of Pingyang's residence these days, she realized how reclusive Su Qingyi was, making it very difficult to find an opportunity. What else do you propose? The Duchess of Su looked at her daughter, who was already on high alert. The tea and snacks remained untouced. Send Lingor, suggested Princess Jinyang with a hint of desperation. No, you're too hasty. We need to wait a bit longer, replied the Duchess of Su, believing Lingor was not yet trustworthy. They needed to have a firm hold over him first. But mother, Princess Jinyang protested. How much longer must we wait? I can't endure another night like the last. Trust me, the Duchess insisted, casting a commanding glance at her daughter. Princess Zhenyang dared not openly defy her mother, so she reluctantly fell silent. However, she wasn't one to simply follow orders without question. Beneath her obedient facade, she was already scheming. In the end, Princess Zhenyang went behind the Duchess's back and sent someone to find Lingor. At the banquet, Lingor had separated from Su Qingyi and Princess Xining to join the men's section. When approached by Princess Zhenyang's envoy, he followed them through winding paths to a secluded room. Not long after, Princess Zhenyang entered. Lingor, she began directly, your aunt has a task for you. If you succeed, she'll ensure your career flourishes. Lingor remained silent, assessing the situation. You should be aware of the current circumstances, Princess Zhenyang pressed, trying to intimidate and entice him. If it's unclear, let me be explicit. This kingdom will soon belong to my father. So, she paused, locking eyes with Lingor. You must decide whether to support me or your foster mother. Lingor's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Yes, he replied. This is your chance. Betray me, and not even your father waking up will save you, Princess Zhenyang warned, producing a porcelain bottle from her sleeve. Lingor hesitated but accepted it with both hands, sensing a pill inside. Don't worry, it's just a hallucinogenic pill. It dissolves in water and won't be fatal, she assured him. But how can I administer it with everyone watching? Lingor asked, visibly troubled. Could you provide someone to help me? I could go to the kitchen, spike the dish, mark it, and then persuade my mother to consume it. Princess Zhenyang considered this plan. It seemed simpler and distanced her from the act. Agreed, she said, assigning a matron to assist Lingor. With the hallucinogenic pill in hand, Lingor and the matron headed to the kitchen. The place was bustling as preparations for the feast were underway. Please ask which dishes are meant for the guests to avoid any mix-up, Lingor whispered to the matron, who nodded and went to inquire. While she was gone, Lingor asked which dishes were for the noble guests. Seeing he was accompanied by the Duchess's matron, the staff answered truthfully. Meals for the princess were distinct and special. Once the matron returned, Lingor asked her to stand guard. When the coast was clear, he seized the moment to administer the pill and mark the dish. The matron then instructed the server, remember, this stew was specially chosen by young Master Lin for his mother. Make sure it reaches the Marchioness of Pingyang's table. If anything went wrong, the blame would fall squarely on Lingor. And if he dared accuse the princess, who would believe him? After Lingor left, the nanny added another pill to the marked stew pot, unaware that Lingor returned when the dishes were being served. He found the maid the nanny had instructed earlier and said, I just remembered my mother hasn't been fond of fish maw lately. It's better to switch to something lighter. The maid, of course, complied, thinking Lingor, as the nephew of the princess, was being filial, and sweetly complimented him. Young Master Lin is truly devoted. Lingor nodded and selected a different pot. As for the marked one, suspecting it had been tampered with by the Zhenyang princess, he found an excuse to dispose of it to prevent any innocent harm. Never mind, I'll personally deliver it to my mother, Lingor said, as he had intended all along, not wanting to rely on others. Yes, the maid replied, quickly arranging a tray for him. Such a dutiful young master was indeed rare. Soon, Lingor emerged from the kitchen, holding the stew pot, and headed towards the area where the female guests were, looking for Su Qingyi. Upon entering, he glanced around and saw that Su Qingyi's dining spot was neither too close nor too far from the Zhenyang princess. The ladies present were momentarily stunned to see a handsome young boy enter, as the serving was usually done by well-trained maids, making his appearance rather abrupt. Only the Zhenyang princess wasn't surprised. Upon seeing Lingor, a meaningful smile briefly played on her lips before she resumed her composed observation. Isn't this Lingor? What brings you here? The Marchioness of Pingyang frowned, being the first to inquire. Lingor was being too informal, and she worried he might embarrass her at the Su consort's banquet, so she thought to reprimand him a bit first. Grandmother, Lingor called out before explaining, I tasted a stew at the banquet that my mother likes, so I brought it for her. The surrounding guests were taken aback, all looking towards Su Qingyi. Everyone knew Su Qingyi and Lingor only shared an adoptive mother-son relationship, not a biological one. Yet, They didn't expect Lingor to be so devoted to his adoptive mother. The Marchioness's expression turned peculiar. She hadn't anticipated the usually indifferent Lingor to be so kind to Su Qingyi. However, filial piety should be shown at home, not displayed at someone else's banquet, making her appear as an unkind grandmother. Thus, the Marchioness was displeased, preparing to scold Lingor and apologize to the Su consort. Unexpectedly, the Su consort laughed first and praised, "Lingor is indeed a devoted child." She then looked at Su Qingyi with a pleased expression. "Qingyi is truly blessed, how enviable." With the Su consort's approval, the other onlookers joined in the praise. For a moment, no one questioned the appropriateness of Lingor's intrusion. Seeing this, the Marchioness swallowed her words in embarrassment, filled with confusion internally. Wasn't the Jinyang princess supposed to be at odds with Su Qingyi? Why was the Su consort instead showing kindness to her? Lingor is indeed filial. All thanks to the heir's excellent upbringing, Su Qingyi remarked, looking at the scene before her, unprepared for the widespread praise and admiration. She smiled calmly. "I suppose I'm fortunate thanks to the heir, to have gained 3 dutiful children." The guests understood from this, realizing that Xia Yunji, the lady brought in to ward off misfortune, was getting along well with her husband's family and had a harmonious relationship with her 3 adopted sons. Lingor placed the stew pot on Su Qingyi's table. "Mother, please enjoy." "Thank you for going out of your way," Su Qingyi replied with an unchanged smile, though she looked at Lingor with mixed feelings. Should she trust Lingor or not? It was a 50-50 chance. "It's what a son should do," Lingor said, glancing at Su Qingyi. "Wait until it cools a bit before drinking it." "I've tasted it, and it's quite good." "All right," Su Qingyi responded, her mind racing. Was Lingor telling her it was safe to eat, or was he trying to lower her guard and lure her into eating it? After delivering the stew pot, Lingor left. The Jinyang princess became anxious, feeling he left too soon. Why didn't he persuade Su Qingyi to drink it before leaving? As the hostess, the Su consort naturally began eating first, prompting everyone else to follow suit. "Please, everyone, don't be reserved. Let's start eating," she said with a smile. She then opened the lid of her stew pot and stirred it with a porcelain spoon. The others, no longer holding back, also began their meals. The Jinyang princess took a couple of sips as well. Her attention was entirely on Su Qingyi, leaving her uninterested in her own meal, let alone savoring any flavors. She couldn't wait to ask, "Sister-in-law, why aren't you drinking?" The Su consort glanced at her, likely realizing she had tampered with the soup. Although she thought her daughter was too impatient, she could only help cover it up, smiling as she said, "Jinyang, you might not know, but your sister-in-law has a sensitive tongue and can't handle hot drinks." The Jinyang princess followed up, "How does mother-in-law know?" The Su consort chuckled, "Just now your sister-in-law and nephew were having tea with me. Unfortunately, time was tight, and we couldn't chat much." The princess actually remembered these trivial matters. Su Qingyi seemed a bit overwhelmed by the attention. Although she didn't say much, everyone sensed her respect for the Su Wangfu. Jinyang Junju thought to herself, "She's such a two-faced person. Privately, she's not like this at all." Su Qingyi eventually drank a few sips of the tonic. "If I'm going to die, so be it," she thought. Who can figure out Lingor with his endless schemes? As an uninvited guest here, she felt it wouldn't be unjust to fall into his trap. Jinyang Junju feared Su Qingyi hadn't drunk enough, so she began extolling the soup's benefits and rarity, encouraging everyone to drink more. The usually proud Jinyang Junju was uncharacteristically gracious, and everyone obliged. Su Qingyi played along too, thinking, if this soup is tainted, a few more sips won't make a difference. Seeing Su Qingyi drink a significant amount, Jinyang Junju finally relaxed, anticipating the effects would soon take hold. She had deceived Lingor about the potion. It was not a hallucination pill but a powerful aphrodisiac. Without an antidote, the effects had to be released, or it could be life-threatening. The journey from the Wangfu to the Pingyang Marquis residence was considerable, and Su Qingyi would likely be too overwhelmed by the time she got back. A man could easily be arranged to meet her then. As Jinyang Junju was plotting, she suddenly felt unwell, as though her body was burning from the inside out. Even though she was inexperienced, she had an inkling of what this was a reaction to the drug. But how could this happen? The symptoms intended for Su Qingyi were now affecting her. In that moment, Jinyang Junju realized she had been outsmarted by Lingor. She gritted her teeth, glaring venomously at Su Qingyi, thinking, just wait. I'll make sure you and your son pay for this. The effects were swift, and Jinyang Junju panicked, quickly instructing her maid, help me to my chambers. I'm not feeling well. The Su Wangfei, surprised and concerned, asked, what's wrong, my child? Jinyang Junju then ordered, fetch my husband immediately. As the guests paused in concern, Su Qingyi also looked on, though her interest was more gossipy than concerned. What's going on, she wondered. Did she eat something bad? Considering that before the princess of Jianyang was helped away, she gave her a fierce glare, Su Qingyi felt that it wasn't just a simple case of an upset stomach. It had to be something spiked in the food. Su Qingyi glanced at the stew in front of her and, after a moment of thought, could vaguely piece together the sequence of events. It must have been the princess of Zhenyang who instructed Lin Guo to add something to her soup. But Lin Guo turned the tables and put it in the princess's soup instead. Su Qingyi's first reaction was to think that Lin Guo was indeed her good son, not swayed by the princess's threats or promises of wealth and power. She patted her chest, relieved that their mother-son bond had withstood the test. Moreover, she found her son to be both bold and cunning, not fearing the princess's possible retribution. Meanwhile, Xie Huayan, the royal consort, was busy socializing at the banquet. Suddenly, he was informed that the princess needed him urgently. Noticing the maid's anxious demeanor, he quickly followed her to the princess's chambers. There, he was surprised when the flushed-faced princess clung to him. Startled, he asked, "Princess, what is this?" "I've been drugged," the princess of Zhenyang gasped, tugging at his collar and struggling to maintain her composure. "You're my husband. You need to help me with the antidote." Xie Huayan was taken aback. How could the princess be drugged at their own banquet? "Hurry," the princess urged. "This drug is harmful. It needs to be expelled quickly." But Xie Huayan hesitated, his heart belonging to Du Jinyun. "Can't we call for a doctor?" he suggested. "No, there's no time." The princess couldn't understand why Xie Huayan hesitated. Was he keeping himself for his beloved concubine? Desperate to save herself, the princess tempted him. "Don't you want a legitimate son?" Xie Huayan's eyes narrowed. Indeed, having a legitimate son would be beneficial. The opportunity was right in front of him, not to be missed. Yet, his thoughts drifted to Du Jinyun, who had sacrificed so much for him, and he hesitated. "Xie Huayan, would you offend me for another woman?" the princess accused, her gaze venomous. All right, just wait and see." "No, princess, don't misunderstand," Xie Huayan snapped back to reality. He had no choice. Offending the princess could have dire consequences. It was better to seize the chance for a legitimate heir. For the greater good, Du Jinyun would surely understand his predicament. The banquet ended sooner than expected, as if something had occurred at the palace that left the princess consort in no mood to entertain. Indeed, something significant had happened, Su Qingyi mused, her heart in her throat, fearing that the palace might order Lin Guo's arrest. She had even prepared lines for a dramatic protest, ready to cry and cause a scene if necessary to protect her son. Fortunately, the banquet concluded without incident. Presumably, the princess of Zhenyang was too preoccupied to deal with Lin Guo. Su Qingyi stepped outside and, seeing Lin Guo unharmed among the crowd, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Guo also spotted Su Qingyi and felt reassured seeing her safe, unaware of the commotion among the female guests. Had the princess caused trouble on the spot, it would have been difficult to handle. Thankfully, Su Qingyi was unharmed. Given the circumstances, mother and son exchanged a knowing glance without speaking. On the carriage ride back, Madame Ho lamented, "I wanted to chat more with the princess consort. I wonder what happened at the palace to make her so distracted." Su Qingyi, deep in her own thoughts, absent-mindedly agreed, "Yes, I wonder what happened." Madame Ho, though verbally scolding, was secretly pleased. It seemed that the Duke and Duchess of Su had a good impression of Xie Huayan and did not hold his behavior against him, even arranging a room for him to rest. With the princess staying at her family home, they would return as a couple the next day. "Yes, indeed," Su Qingyi replied, still preoccupied. Once back at the Ho residence, she immediately retreated to her quarters. Lin Guo followed suit, intuitively heading to the study. Seeing Su Qingyi there, he seemed unsurprised and greeted her mother. Then he lowered his eyes, bracing for a scolding, aware that his actions had been reckless. "Lin Guo, you succeeded." Su Qingyi's first words were, surprisingly, these, accompanied by a pleased smile. Although inwardly more shocked than delighted, she chose not to dampen his spirits immediately. Despite the scare, there was a sense of pride, something worth highlighting. First, her boundless admiration for Lin Guo's boldness. Then, she was also terribly frightened, worried that you might be caught by the royal mansion. She patted her chest, still looking shaken. Lin Guo never expected that Su Qingyi wouldn't scold him. Surprise flashed in his eyes briefly before he regained his composure and said calmly, "I saw an opportunity to act, so I thought I'd give it a try." When the Princess Zhenyang mentioned it was a hallucinogenic pill, he had already guessed their intention. He was instantly furious. This was more vicious than directly taking a life. It was simply intolerable. In a moment of impulse, he acted. "It was my fault. I was too rash." Thinking about how Princess Zhenyang might retaliate later, Lin Guo felt a bit apprehensive. "As long as you reflect on it yourself, I won't say more," Su Qingyi sighed, likely guessing the reason behind Lin Guo's impulsiveness. It was nothing more than the filthy tactics of Princess Zhenyang. This not only humiliated her but also Lin Guo's father. Considering the situation they would have to handle later, Su Qingyi composed herself and reassured him. "No worries, I will explain the situation to your cousin and ask her for advice." "I'm sorry for troubling you, mother." Lin Guo's eyelashes cast shadows on his face, and his voice sounded quite low. Don't worry, she won't dare to do anything openly. At most, she'll try to trip us up secretly, Su Qingyi said, weighing her options, and continued to comfort her eldest. When she returns, I'll report her first. If she dares to touch a hair on your head, I'll make a scene she won't forget. Su Qingyi wasn't joking. Daring to harm her eldest son was like touching her lifeline. She had to show Princess Jinyang some consequences. Alright. Lin Guer felt much better after hearing his mother's words. He wasn't afraid, just worried about implicating everyone else. Seeing his lack of enthusiasm, Su Qingyi had said almost everything she needed to, and she gently advised, "You've had a tiring day, get some rest. Leave the rest to me, and don't worry." With that, she got up to leave. Having been away from home for most of the day, she needed to check on little Hingor. "Mother, did you enjoy the fish maw soup today?" Lin Guer suddenly asked as Su Qingyi walked past him. Su Qingyi was taken aback and replied, "What fish maw soup? Didn't you serve me pigeon soup?" This child still had the mind to discuss the lunch they had. Amused, she responded earnestly, "This thing has a fishy taste no matter how it's prepared. If you like it, I'll have the kitchen prepare it for you separately, but I won't drink it." Upon hearing this, Lin Guer's expression became strange, and he quickly declined. "No need to trouble yourself, mother, I don't like it either." Then he hurriedly turned and went to rest in his room to avoid being forced by Su Qingyi to eat meat and drink soup. Su Qingyi didn't realize until she left Lin Guer's room that the eldest son hadn't actually forgotten what soup he brought her at noon. He had intentionally asked the wrong question to see if she drank the soup he served. If she drank it, it would mean she trusted him. If she didn't, he would assume she didn't trust him, which could create a rift between mother and son. Once Su Qingyi figured this out, she felt a lingering sense of unease, realizing how cunning her eldest son was and how easily she could fall into his trap if she wasn't careful. With these thoughts in mind, Su Qingyi returned to the study in the main house and called for her maid to prepare ink. She then wrote a letter to Princess Xining, using her best handwriting. "Su Yi, this matter is of utmost importance. This letter must not fall into the wrong hands, or Junju Zhenyang's scandalous actions will be exposed." In the letter, Su Qingyi condemned Junju Zhenyang's malicious actions, detailing how she threatened the helpless Lin Guer, forcing him to hastily put something in one of the dishes. Coincidentally, Junju Zhenyang ended up eating it, which caused a huge problem. "I am deeply anxious about this. If she causes trouble, I hope the princess can intervene and help," Su Qingyi wrote, ending with, "Perhaps this is what they call karma." The letter quickly reached the princess's residence. Upon reading it, Princess Xining was outraged. "Unbelievable," she exclaimed. She had thought her presence would keep Zhenyang in check, but clearly, she was wrong. Such disgraceful behavior from a royal lady was unheard of. As a dignified royal woman, Princess Xining felt disdain for Zhenyang, but fortunately, as Su Qingyi mentioned, karma seemed to have come into play. She reassured Su Qingyi, "Rest assured, if she shamelessly blames Lin Guer, I will expose her misdeeds to the emperor, ensuring her disgrace." With the princess's support, Su Qingyi felt much more at ease. She wrote another letter, heartfelt and sincere, thanking the princess. "Without you, princess, we, as a widow and her child, wouldn't know what to do," she expressed. Despite not being married, Princess Xining felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders with each plea for help from Lin Guer's mother. Later, as night fell, Su Qingyi sent off the last letter and went to fetch Hingor for dinner. Hingor, having not seen his mother all day, maintained his composure in front of Scholar Shun, but he beamed with a smile upon seeing Su Qingyi. "Mom." The little boy ran over and snuggled against her, making Su Qingyi's maternal instincts overflow. "You rascal. I've developed muscles in my arms because of you," she teased, lifting him up with a smile. Hingor obediently got down and touched her arm. "Let's go," Su Qingyi said, knowing that tonight, with Xie Huaiyan and Junju Zhenyang absent, Lin Guer joined them, and the family enjoyed a rare moment of harmony. Meanwhile, in stark contrast, the atmosphere elsewhere was tense. Junju Zhenyang had consummated her marriage with Xie Huaiyan in Prince Su's residence, keeping her life intact, but her composure was shattered. She flew into a rage, shouting that only Lin Guer's death could appease her anger. "Mother, he has disgraced me to this extent. I want him dead," she cried, lying in bed in a terrible state, with Xie Huaiyan nowhere to be found and the Princess Su by her side. "He is indeed detestable." Calculating at such a young age, Princess Su agreed, furious that Lin Guer had outmaneuvered them. They were too careless, assuming that with Prince Su's rising power, no one would dare oppose them. "Kill him," Zhenyang demanded, her face pale and twisted with anger. Princess Su understood her daughter's suffering but hesitated, unsure of what to do. "He's still Xie Yan's adopted son. Causing a death now would harm your father's chances of ascending the throne," she cautioned. Zhenyang calmed down at the mention of her father's succession. Her ability to act with impunity in the capital depended entirely on her father's prospects. If he failed to ascend, everything would crumble. "Then cut off his hands, and his path to the imperial exams," she suggested maliciously. Princess Su's expression darkened with concern. "If we retaliate immediately, Everyone will know it's our doing, and the Marquis of Pingyong's residence won't let it slide, she warned. Frustrated, Jinyong lashed out. So we just suffer in silence? She exclaimed. Patience, Jianyang Princess Su soothed her. We can't act openly, but you're right. We can end his academic career. How? Jinyong pressed for details. The room fell silent for a moment. Let me first find out who the examiners for the provincial exam are, Princess Su pondered. Leaking the exam questions is a serious crime, and they wouldn't dare risk it. But failing one or two candidates who might have passed. That shouldn't be too difficult. Princess Jinyong nodded. With less than half a month left until the academy exams, she urged her mother, Mother, please go quickly. This is a significant matter that requires your father's approval, but he might not agree. Princess Su's mother gently patted her daughter's hand. I will try to persuade him. As expected, Princess Su's concerns were justified. Upon hearing that his wife and daughter intended to medal in the imperial exams, Prince Su's expression changed drastically. Filled with anger, how dare you meddle with the imperial exams? Who gave you the courage? Seeing this, Princess Su's mother remained still, not daring to bring it up again. She could only force a smile and say, if you think it's inappropriate, I will drop the idea. Of course it's inappropriate, Prince Su said. With things as they are now, tell Jinyong to behave herself. She has everything she could want. Surely she can be patient for a while. Yes, I understand, Princess Su's mother quickly replied. In truth, the prince had a point. Could she not wait a little longer? Sighing, she returned to her daughter's room and relayed her husband's message. Is there really no way? Princess Jinyong was hysterical, feeling that her position was quite pitiful if she couldn't even surpass a marquis's daughter. But that was Xia Yunji. If it were anyone else, the Su family wouldn't be afraid. To challenge them, they needed solid evidence. Princess Su's mother explained. Princess Jinyong gritted her teeth, feeling despondent. How could she possibly win over Xia Yunji now? Your medicine is ready, Your Highness, the nanny said cautiously, bringing in a bowl of medicine. Bring it here, Princess Jinyong commanded immediately. Princess Su's mother looked at the nanny and asked, what medicine is this? The nanny hesitated, glancing at Princess Jinyong, afraid to speak. Princess Su's mother also looked at her daughter, frowning. Is it a contraceptive? Yes, Princess Jinyong took it and drank it in one go before her mother could object, intending to deceive Xia Huayan about having a legitimate heir. Never mind. Do as you wish, Princess Su's mother sighed, unable to stop her. Su Qingyi feared that Lin Guo visiting the Marquis's residence daily might provoke retaliation from Princess Jinyong, so she simply asked him to take a leave of absence from the academy and study at home. Lin Guo agreed. After all, the academy's teachers could only teach so much, and attending further wouldn't be beneficial. Fine, just spend more time reviewing the excellent exam papers I've gathered for you, Su Qingyi suggested. Okay, Lin Guo responded indifferently, not taking it to heart. Su Qingyi guessed that her eldest son likely thought little of the upcoming exams. She couldn't help but chuckle, advising earnestly, I'm not saying those students write better than you. I'm just suggesting you consider the examiner's preferences, understand? True talent is one thing, but navigating officialdom requires some tact. Being too arrogant won't do. Yes, Lin Guo glanced sideways. The academy teachers had mentioned this, but he hadn't taken it seriously. He hadn't expected Su Qingyi to understand this as well. Indeed, I survived the fierce competition of the college entrance exams, Su Qingyi mused. Talent is just a stepping stone, Lin Guo. Studying isn't about gaining recognition for your talent. That's just a fleeting reputation. Nor does being a good student guarantee a good life. Studying is a tool to achieve your goals, and you must learn to use it. As the saying goes, keep your talents hidden until needed. Show your talents when necessary, but when they're not needed, keep them to yourself. If I'm not mistaken, you probably think your talents can conquer the examiners. But examiners aren't meant to be conquered. They're to be dealt with. Su Qingyi continued. Knowing when to show and when to hide your talents is a lifelong lesson, and I'm still learning. Let's encourage each other. As Lin Guo listened, he became engrossed, nodding subconsciously. It made sense. He had talent, but he didn't need to show all of it, just enough to achieve his goals. Mother, what are you and Big Brother whispering about? Zhen Guo asked, returning from training, hungry and unable to find Su Qingyi in the main house. He guessed she would be with his brother. Things you wouldn't be interested in, Su Qingyi replied. As expected, Zhen Guo didn't pursue the matter further. He had come to ask about his weapon. Mother, did you buy the spear you promised me? Is it custom-made or ready-made? It had been a while since she promised him a weapon, and seeing no progress, he couldn't help but ask. Su Qingyi realized she had forgotten due to being busy with other matters. But no worries, a little white lie would suffice. I initially planned to buy you a ready-made one, preferably with some history, she said seriously, pausing, but then I thought it might be better to have one custom-made. How about this? There's no time like the present. Let's go find a craftsman together tomorrow and get it made just the way you want. Zhen Guo didn't suspect a thing and was thrilled. Great, it's a deal then. Lin Gore had already realized that their mother had likely forgotten her promise to the second brother and was just trying to placate him. Unfortunately, the second brother didn't catch on and seemed overjoyed by her words. Fool! Lin Gore, of course, kept quiet and went to find the excellent exam papers their mother had prepared, quietly reading them. Seeing this, Su Qingyi tactfully took the second brother away. Zhangur, let's go have a meal and not disturb your brother's studying. Okay, Zhangur replied, following his mother. He suddenly remembered something and said, it seems second uncle is back. What about the princess? Su Qingyi asked. Zhangur shook his head, I haven't heard. So Su Qingyi specifically sent someone to inquire and found out that Xie Huayan had returned alone, while the princess of Zhanyang, citing poor health, remained at her maternal home. It seemed she wouldn't be back for several days. Despite this, Su Qingyi carefully instructed the eldest before leaving with the second, to stay safe and not go out unnecessarily. If anyone tried to force their way into the courtyard, he should notify her immediately. Understood, Lin Gore replied. Zhangur, unaware of the situation, felt the heavy atmosphere and curiously asked Mother, what's going on? Su Qingyi instinctively replied, it's something children shouldn't know about. Zhangur felt dissatisfied, thinking that his mother only treated his elder brother as an adult. Didn't she realize he was mature and sensible too? Seeing his expression, Su Qingyi felt she might have been a bit unfair. After some thought, she explained briefly, your brother and I went to a banquet at your second aunt's house. She intended to drug me, but ended up taking the drug herself. It was her own doing. How did she end up taking it herself? Zhangur asked, puzzled. Because your brother switched the drug, Su Qingyi explained. Zhangur's mouth dropped open in shock. It was as if he had been abruptly pulled from a carefree childhood into the adult world. Do you understand now why your brother is consulted on everything and not you? Su Qingyi asked, amused by his reaction. Yes, Zhangur understood and brushing off his astonishment, said, I can do it too. Big brother is impressive, but I know a lot too. I've read many martial arts stories and understand the dangers of the world. Of course, with your current growth rate, it's only a matter of time, Su Qingyi reassured him with a smile, though she was referring to martial arts skills. As for cunning, she doubted he'd ever surpass his elder brother. Mother, will second aunt harm big brother? Zhangur asked worriedly. Su Qingyi shook her head, I'm not sure, but we will deal with any problems as they come. We won't be afraid if she tries anything. Okay, Zhangur replied absent-mindedly, determined to focus more on martial arts training in the future to avoid being bullied without the ability to fight back. Su Qingyi took Zhangur to a renowned weaponry shop and hired the most expensive master craftsman. According to Zhangur's preference, they commissioned a custom-made spear, which cost a significant sum of 500 silver taels. The second brother was distressed by the expense, regretting his earlier decision to refuse a gift and feeling the financial pinch. 500 taels? My father never spent that much on me, he remarked, simply stating a fact. Well, children don't need money, Su Qingyi said. It's only when you grow up that you start needing to spend big. I understand, Zhangur replied, feeling the weight of responsibility. His brother had already told him that pursuing a career and starting a family would require money. Yet, he was clueless about how to make money, feeling utterly lost. Can becoming a general earn money? He wondered. This thought led him to question whether his father had money and, if so, where it was. Zhangur, are you still worried about your brother? Su Qingyi noticed his distraction and assumed he was still thinking about his brother. No, Zhangur replied honestly. Mother, I was thinking about whether father has money and where it is. Su Qingyi was taken aback. He furrowed his brow and continued calculating. Since you married father, you're his wife and now raising us, shouldn't father's money be given to you? Have you received it? Only if she got the money could she provide for them. Su Qingyi laughed, wanting to say, good child, you're right. But reality wasn't that simple. She pondered that to get a share of Xie Yunji's wealth from the Marquis household, she'd likely have to be pregnant first. Otherwise, it would be difficult. Your father's money hasn't come into my hands yet, perhaps because the elders have their considerations, but that's okay, Su Qingyi said, smiling at the second. Even if I don't get your father's money, it's still my responsibility to raise you. As long as you grow up well, I won't feel it a loss. Her words almost brought Zhangur to tears. He silently blamed his grandfather and great-grandmother, suspecting they held his father's money and had given none to his mother. Moreover, they didn't intervene when the second aunt bullied his mother. In the end, it was his elder brother who took action, but he was only 12 and couldn't help much. The more Zhangur thought about it, the angrier he became, feeling frustrated that he wasn't yet invincible. The mother and son had some weapons custom-made, then strolled around, picking up a few useful items. Su Qingyi had a deeply ingrained belief that going out without buying anything was simply unthinkable. Even street-side roasted sunflower seeds were a must to take home. However, they didn't stay out too long, as she couldn't stop worrying about the two children back at the residence. Upon returning home, young Zhen, who had been upset, still hadn't shaken off his gloom. Being so young, he didn't dare confront the older family members and could only think of airing his grievances at his father's bedside. Recently, everyone at Donghua Courtyard had been busy, leaving the heir's place quiet for quite some time. Finally, Young Jin showed up, only to start complaining the moment he arrived, visibly upset. After listening to his second son's account, Xia Yunji was internally shaken. How could such a thing have happened? The issue with Princess Zhenyang had already made him anxious for Su Shi and Young Lin, but the matter of the money filled him with guilt. On one hand, Xia Yunji understood the elder's reasoning for not letting Su Shi manage his personal funds, but he didn't agree with it. As his second son pointed out, providing food and shelter wasn't enough. There were many additional expenses for the children. A legitimate son is a son, but so is an adopted one. At this moment, Xia Yunji hated that he couldn't wake up and was left feeling helpless. Dad, Mother always says you love us. Is that true? Young Jin asked, his frustration extending even to his father as he grumbled. But right now, I feel like only Mother truly loves us, cares if we eat well, sleep well, and are happy. His words implied that his father hadn't shown such care before. The comparison was painful. His mother's love was what he considered real. Xia Yunji was taken aback, feeling a pang of bitterness, silently refuting. Of course, your father loves you. Perhaps he had been too young then, not doing a good enough job. Years of being apart had made him neglect the daily lives of his 3 children. That was undeniable. Never mind, I'm not really angry with you. Just a bit upset, Young Jin said. At least you gave me a home to return to, and I'm grateful for that. If it weren't for his father's adoption, he might have met a tragic fate and never grown up. Xia Yunji felt a pang of distress. Was this leading to a severing of ties? No, Young Jin just found it more comforting to express himself and continued talking at length. Finally, he glanced at Xia Yunji, seemingly gathering his courage, and said, Dad, please don't blame me, but from today on, I like Mother more. Since entering the Marquis's residence, he had spent years walking on thin ice. Only in the past few months did Young Zhen feel truly happy. That night, Xia Yunji couldn't sleep at all, not because of Zhen Gore's comment about preferring his mother to cause a fuss. He was actually pleased that the child liked Lady Su. However, he was deeply worried about the precarious situation of the 4 of them, which kept him tossing and turning. He also realized that Lady Su had a habit of only sharing good news and keeping her troubles to herself. She had never once mentioned her grievances to him, which left him feeling complex emotions. 2 days later, Princess Zhenyang returned. It was the first time since the incident that the sisters-in-law, who had developed a deep-seated grudge, met in the dining hall, and their animosity was palpable. Su Qingyi remained relatively calm, adhering to the principle of not attacking unless provoked, merely accepting Princess Zhenyang's hostile glares. Xia Huaiyan, who had previously treated Princess Zhenyang with distant respect, was unusually attentive today, which caught Su Qingyi's attention and led her to some suspicions. After the meal, Su Qingyi smiled and said to Princess Zhenyang's sister-in-law, May I have a word with you? I have something to discuss. Princess Zhenyang was taken aback, thinking that Su Qingyi was walking right into trouble, and immediately replied, Sure, why not come to my room? She knew Su Qingyi wouldn't dare, but extended the invitation on purpose. There's no need for that, Su Qingyi replied with a smile. Just a few simple words will do. We can find a spot in the courtyard. Princess Zhenyang snorted softly, and the 2 of them went to a pavilion. After dismissing the maids and attendants, Princess Zhenyang's expression changed, and she stared at Su Qingyi with venom. Are you here to plead for mercy? Plead for mercy? Su Qingyi was taken aback. Thinking of Lin Gore's situation, her expression changed as well, and she said sternly, I've already heard from Lin Gere about what happened at the banquet. Princess, you are truly vicious to force a 12-year-old child to poison his mother. Princess Zhenyang was stunned, not expecting Su Qingyi to come accusing her instead of pleading. I forced him to poison someone? Ridiculous. Princess Zhenyang sneered. I could say it was under your orders that he poisoned me. Su Qingyi remained unruffled, smiling calmly. If that were the case, you would have already reported it to the authorities and had Lin Gore taken away for investigation. There would be no need to waste words with me here. She cast a sidelong glance at Princess Zhenyang. Don't pretend that it's out of family consideration that you didn't report it. You're just worried that a thorough investigation would uncover more and embarrass the royal family. You. Princess Zhenyang was infuriated, her shame turning into rage, almost unable to resist slapping Su Qingyi. Su Qingyi stepped back, choosing a defensive position, and continued, I had no motive to poison you, especially at a banquet in the prince's mansion. I'm not foolish. Besides, it's clear to everyone who would benefit from my death. Princess Zhenyang, furious, wanted to argue that she didn't intend for Su Qingyi to die, but saying so would fall into Su Qingyi's trap. So she stubbornly denied it. You need to understand, I'm the victim here. And your son is the one who administered the poison. So what? Su Qingyi replied unhurriedly. Let's not forget, Princess, that the poison was given by you, and it was you who created the opportunity for it to be administered. It's just that Lin Gur didn't follow your orders to harm his mother. If this were made public, Lin Gur would be in the right. If you don't believe me, let the world judge. Being repeatedly taunted and having her sore spots pressed, Princess Jinyang's face turned ashen. What I'm saying is, if anything happens to Lin Gur as his mother, I will cause a great uproar, with no rest until justice is served. Su Qingyi's tone was calm, but her eyes were sharp as a hawk's. Princess Jinyang involuntarily stepped back under her gaze, feeling a mix of anger and fear. She couldn't understand why this woman was so confident. Are you threatening me? Did she really not fear that Prince Su would ascend to the throne? Indeed, Su Qingyi wasn't afraid, which is why she could threaten Princess Jinyang without any psychological burden. But she said, how could I dare? I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. Unless Princess Jinyang could eliminate their entire family of 4 without anyone knowing, she would have to brace for a fierce backlash. After delivering her warning, Su Qingyi turned and left. Despite her upright posture, she felt a bit anxious inside. Fortunately, Princess Jinyang didn't lose her composure. Lin Gur noticed his second brother bringing back their third brother, the little Tagalong, but didn't see Su Qingyi, so he suspected she might have gone to see Princess Jinyang. Feeling worried, he waited by the door. As the night grew darker, Su Qingyi finally returned. He approached her and asked, Mother, did you go to see second aunt? Yes, Su Qingyi nodded. Were you waiting for me on purpose? She felt a bit flattered and said, I've said what needed to be said. Now we'll see how she responds. Okay, Lin Gur replied simply, though he thought a lot to himself. If Princess Jinyang were to do anything, he, the one who caused the trouble, was prepared to fight to the end. After spending some time in the study, Zhang Gur, the second brother, quietly approached with a somewhat serious expression. Lin Gur was surprised by his brother's visit and asked, What's up? Zhang Gur put on a sheepish grin that his older brother found a bit silly and said, Big brother, you're the smart one. I don't know who else to discuss this with but you. Lin Gur frowned, wondering if some trouble was headed his way. Go ahead, tell me, he said, not refusing his brother outright since it was his own family after all. Zhang Gur leaned halfway over his brother's desk and, in a gossipy tone, revealed, Did you know? When Mom married Dad, besides the bride price, she didn't get any of Dad's private savings. It's just not right. He was indignant. I've calculated it. Dad must be quite wealthy, just from all the victories and imperial rewards. That's a fortune. Surely, not all of it was handed over to the state, right? Dad doesn't seem like someone who lacks common sense, so his savings must be substantial. If this money were given to Mom, or rather to the 4 of us, just imagine how happy we'd be. Lin Gur gave his brother an unexpected look, surprised that he was considering such matters, which were indeed worth pondering. Slowly, Lin Gur said, Dad is indeed wealthy, but that money is probably held by grandfather. Seeing his brother's eyes light up, he added a dose of reality. But that money has nothing to do with us. Maybe we'll get a little in the future, but not much. How can that be? Zhang Gur was a bit upset upon hearing this and pressed further. What about Mom? Doesn't she get a share as his wife? Lin Gur replied, maybe if she bears him a son, she'll get something. But otherwise, don't count on it. Getting money isn't as simple as it seems. That's why I've never thought about getting money from the Marquis estate. I plan to earn it myself. Zhang Gur looked utterly speechless. The Marquis estate was too stingy. This realization suddenly made him feel rebellious against the elders he once respected, as if he finally saw them clearly. He was growing up. Seeing his brother's disheartened expression, Lin Gur, for once, spoke kindly to comfort him. At least the general's residence bestowed by the emperor can't be taken away. Once mother gives birth to a legitimate son, he can inherit the title. Then, we can live separately in the general's residence and won't be homeless. Zhang Gur worriedly asked, what if Mom can't conceive? It wasn't that he doubted his mom. Everyone knew it was their father who was the issue. That's why you need to work hard, Lin Gur said, adopting the tone of an older brother. If you succeed in your studies and earn the emperor's recognition, mother might be able to petition for a title for you. Zhang Gur was taken aback, clearly never having considered that he might have a chance to inherit a title. Really? What about you? He asked, wondering what would happen to his brother if he inherited the title. Lin Gur gave his brother a speechless look. Was it appropriate for a scholar like him to inherit the title of a general? Don't worry about me. Whatever I want, I'll strive for it myself, Lin Gur said. Zhang Gur scratched his head, feeling as if his brother was subtly implying that he was useless. If Su Qingyi knew that these 2 brothers were so worried about her financial situation, she would surely reassure them not to worry. As the daughter of a marquis household, even if she wasn't particularly favored, she wasn't destitute. Apart from the cash she received upon marriage, she also had 2 profitable dowry shops. These steady sources of income were enough to cover her daily expenses, so she wasn't lacking money at the moment. Afterwards, Su Qingyi closely watched Princess Jinyang for a few days and found that there was no movement from her. It seemed that the princess had reconsidered and abandoned any thoughts of targeting them. Su Qingyi sighed with relief but remained cautious. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Marchioness informed everyone that an opera troupe had been invited to perform at the Marquis's residence that evening. All the family members were invited to enjoy the moon, eat, drink, and listen to the opera. The children, who hadn't had such a relaxed occasion for a long time, were quite excited and full of anticipation. Mother, is father going? Although Zhengur now preferred his mother more, he hadn't completely forgotten Xia Yunji and remained a filial child. Let your father go and listen, Su Qingyi replied casually. Maybe the singing will wake him up. That would be great. Zhengur hoped so too. The servants in the young master's room were excited upon hearing the news, and quickly helped him freshen up and dress. Normally, he dressed quite casually at home, but since it was a special day like the Mid-Autumn Festival and he was going out to reunite with family, he needed to dress more formally. His outfit included a brocade robe, a waist belt, a gold-plated hair crown, and even a jade ring on his slender fingers. When Su Qingyi came to fetch him and saw him all dressed up, she was momentarily stunned. It took her a while to regain her composure. No wonder people say clothes make the man. The young master looked even more captivating in his formal attire. Though she wasn't exactly swooning, she was certainly impressed and couldn't take her eyes off him. Standing nearby, Zixiao and Mingyu noticed her reaction and stifled their laughter. They had been waiting to see this moment. It was the first time the young lady had seen the young master in full dress. Her reaction reminded them of the past when they accompanied the young master out and people had even more enthusiastic reactions. The young lady's response was relatively mild. Su Qingyi noticed the servants teasing but didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, she laughed openly. Oh, our young master is quite the charming and dashing figure when he's dressed up. As she spoke, Xia Yunji felt a fragrant breeze brush past him. Su Qingyi's gentle fingers touched his face with a practiced and natural ease. Zixiao and Mingyu laughed. They loved the young lady's honest and straightforward reactions, which justified their efforts in making the young master look so handsome. Having had her fill of admiring the young master, Su Qingyi said, "Let's go. It's been a long time since everyone has seen the young master. Let's take our charming young master out to meet everyone." Hearing this, Xia Yunji felt a stir in his heart. Today was a day for reunion, and he hadn't appeared for a long time, yet he was somewhat worried that his presence might disrupt the atmosphere. Unconsciously, Xia Yunji started to develop a desire to avoid other relatives, feeling that facing anyone outside of Donhui Courtyard had somehow become a burden. Only with his wife and children did he feel comfortable. Father! This surprised exclamation came from Zhengur, who was startled to see his father looking so put together after such a long time. Father! Lin Gur and Hengur were calmer, both greeting him and giving him a good look over. Their father was indeed handsome. Xia Yunji felt a mix of emotions. In the past, he didn't like people paying too much attention to his looks, and even grew a beard to cover his face. But now, he found a subtle joy in pleasing his children and wife with his appearance. The other masters of the Marquis's residence had already gathered in front of the opera stage. When the family from Donhui Courtyard arrived, they immediately drew everyone's attention. The aunts and uncles who hadn't seen the young master for a long time quickly came over with their families to greet him. Although they all lived in the Marquis's residence, the place was large, and since the young master was recuperating, they hadn't dared to visit Donhui Courtyard, so it had been a while since they last saw him. Oh my, the young master looks so well. Qingyi really knows how to take care of people, the second aunt said with a fixed gaze, enjoying the sight of her handsome nephew. The third aunt added, indeed. I was so surprised just now. At first glance, I thought the young master was merely resting. Everyone praised in unison. Qingyi is amazing. Su Qingyi modestly replied, "You're all too kind. It's not my doing. It's thanks to the capable people around the young master. I just lend a hand." Hearing this, Zixiao and Mingyu were anxious for her. The young lady was too modest. She had put so much effort into caring for the young master and ought to seek more recognition from the Marquis. Qingyi is indeed attentive, the Marquis affirmed, adjusting the blanket on his eldest son with a complex look in his eyes. However, today was a day for family reunions, so he didn't want to spoil the mood and kept a smile on his face. Zhengur thought to himself, since my mother takes such good care of my father, why doesn't she get a share of his wealth? Such hypocrisy. He nudged his older brother with his elbow, expressing his dissatisfaction. Lin Gur returned a glance, showing that he understood and shared the sentiment. Yunji is here? Come over and let me have a look, the old lady said eagerly. She had come in a wheelchair and, seeing everyone gathered around Xia Yunji, was anxious to see him. At her words, the crowd made way, and Xia Yunji was quickly pushed in front of her, allowing the grandmother and grandson to meet. You seem even more spirited than last time we met, the old lady remarked with delight after observing her eldest grandson for a moment. Indeed, Su Qingyi said with a smile, of course the heir is doing better and better. The old lady was pleased to hear this and praised Su Qingyi. With you taking care of Yunji, I have nothing to worry about. She then held Xia Yunji's hand and said, today, Yunji will sit by my side and keep me company while we enjoy the opera. Of course, who else would the heir accompany if not you? Su Qingyi replied. She didn't mind where she sat, so she arranged for the heir to be next to the old lady and quietly moved to sit with the children. The seat on the other side of the heir was taken by the marquis. It was then that Princess Zhenyang arrived, fashionably late. She had been in a bad mood lately and hadn't intended to come, but upon hearing that Xia Yunji would be there, she decided to attend. Wanting to sit close to the heir, and finding the sides already occupied, she plopped down behind Xia Yunji. Zhenyang is here, the Marchioness said with a welcoming smile, pleased to see her distinguished daughter-in-law. Why sit at the back? Come to the front. The view is better here, she suggested, having saved a seat beside her for the princess. However, Princess Zhenyang declined, saying, no need, mother-in-law, I'm fine here. As soon as her voice rang out from behind, Xia Yunji felt a jolt and quickly calculated his proximity to Princess Zhenyang. Very close. If he guessed correctly, she was sitting directly behind him. Xia Yunji suddenly felt uncomfortable. Where was Su Shi? Su Shi was his wife. Why wasn't she by his side? Instead, Princess Zhenyang was so close. He felt himself getting angry. Su Qingyi noticed the peculiar antics of Princess Zhenyang sitting behind the heir, causing her to involuntarily twitch her lips. What a foolish girl, she thought. Although the distance was close, the angle prevented her from seeing the heir's handsome face, so she decided not to bother. Just then, a maid brought in mooncakes and tea, placing them on the tables beside the main guests, filling the air with a delightful aroma. Su Qingyi's attention was immediately diverted as she smiled and said to the children, these mooncakes smell wonderful. Go ahead and try them. Zheng Er, without needing any prompting from his mother, quickly picked his favorite barbecue pork mooncake and began eating. It's delicious. You should try it too, Mom, he said, not forgetting to give feedback. Lingerer, who didn't like meat-filled mooncakes, elegantly chose a lotus seed paste mooncake. Is it good? Su Qingyi asked, hesitating over which one to try. Lingerer replied, it's all right, quite sweet. Su Qingyi wasn't fond of overly sweet things, and suspecting the enticing aroma came from the barbecue pork mooncake, she picked one to try. She first gave a bite to Hungerer, and seeing that he liked it, she gave it to him and took another for herself. Meanwhile, Xia Yunji, hearing Su Qingyi's voice, roughly estimated the location of his wife and children. Are they really that far away? He felt quite uneasy, assuming they were being marginalized. Su Qingyi, however, didn't feel excluded. She simply wanted to enjoy her mooncake and the opera in peace, so she wisely stayed away from the center of attention. The variety of mooncakes was delicious, and the opera was enjoyable, though the children didn't understand it. After eating and drinking his fill, Hungerer leaned on Su Qingyi's shoulder and fell asleep, still holding half a mooncake. Su Qingyi wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, took the mooncake out of his hand, cleaned his sticky fingers, and let him sleep on her lap. Hungerer briefly woke up, saw he was being held by his mother, and contentedly snuggled into her arms to continue his nap. The bond between mother and son was so strong that the nanny could only watch, unable to intervene. Su Qingyi listened to the opera while gently patting Hungerer on the back, multitasking effortlessly. This drew the attention of the other two brothers, who couldn't help but feel a bit envious of their younger sibling. They wondered if they would have been similarly comforted if they had met their mother at Hungerer's age. Su Qingyi enjoyed the opera, but not far away, Princess Zhenyang was too distracted to listen to a single line. Her attention was entirely focused on Xia Yunji, and she gazed longingly at his seat. Finally, she could be so close to the one she adored. She hoped the opera would last longer, not wanting it to end too soon. But eventually, the performance concluded, and Princess Zhenyang finally caught sight of Xia Yunji's face. He looked particularly neat today, causing her to stare even more intently. She secretly lamented why she wasn't the one accompanying him back to Danhuai Courtyard. Zixiao and Mingyu, noticing her infatuation, hurriedly pushed the wheelchair, almost making the wheels smoke. Young madam, wait for us, they called out, puzzled as to why the young madam hadn't come over to assertively stop Princess Zhenyang from staring this time. Su Qingyi wanted to, but she had a child in her arms and couldn't manage it. The four of them waited a bit ahead. Su Qingyi, amused, looked at the two anxious attendants and thought, why are you so worried? In a public place like this, what are you afraid of? I won't eat your master. Back at Danhuai Courtyard, she teased them with a smile. Zixiao, however, couldn't laugh and seriously corrected her. Young madam, he's our master, so he's yours too. Next time, don't leave him unattended. Yes, yes, our master, Su Qingyi replied, playing along as she quickly carried Hungerer to bed. Xia Yunji felt a familiar footstep grow distant, realizing Su Qingyi had left. He felt a twinge of disappointment until Zixiao explained, Master, young Master Heng fell asleep in the young madam's arms, so she hurried back to settle him. That's why she didn't say goodbye. That made sense. Dad, I'm going to my room to read, Linger said, bidding farewell to Xia Yunji. Dad, I'm leaving too, Jinger added, affectionately touching his father's hand. Since realizing his mother's status was higher than his father's, he always felt guilty and compensatory towards Xia Yunji, making his actions seem exaggeratedly affectionate. Xia Yunji. The night before the academy exams, Su Qingyi meticulously checked everything her eldest needed, ensuring nothing was amiss. The next morning, she personally took him to the exam hall. Xia Huayan was escorted by the marquis's wife, each mother worrying for her own son. Du Jinyun wanted to accompany them, but circumstances didn't allow it. She was still unaware that Xia Huayan and Princess Zhenyang had consummated their marriage. Recently, she and Xia Huayan had been getting along very well, their relationship stable. Linger, are you nervous? As they approached the exam venue, Su Qingyi, feeling nervous herself, couldn't help but ask. Lingerer shook his head, not at all. He was indeed a bit distracted, but it wasn't about the exam. He hadn't expected that on the day of the exam, he wouldn't be coming alone but would have someone even more nervous than himself by his side. Just a few months ago, Lingor couldn't have imagined such a day would come. Well, that's good. Su Qingyi took a deep breath, thinking that if the examinee wasn't nervous, then she shouldn't be either. Stay calm, stay calm. They arrived at the examination venue, and the mother and son got off the carriage. It seemed that the time hadn't come yet, and they weren't allowed to enter, so the scholars lined up in a long queue outside, waiting to be checked. The vast crowd left Su Qingyi and Lin Guo silent for a moment. This is the imperial examination, Su Qingyi sighed, seeing so many scholars coming to take the exam, yet only a few would make it to the red list. The ancient imperial exams were really too difficult. The elimination rate was something even the modern college entrance exams couldn't compare to. Lin Guo wasn't worried about failing and confidently said, "It's just the preliminary exam. You can worry when I reach the final palace exam." What an arrogant tone, Su Qingyi thought. If you make it to the palace exam, what would I be worried about? It just goes to show that everyone has different aspirations. Lin Guo aimed to be the top, while Su Qingyi believed being a successful scholar was already impressive. Before long, the queue started moving forward. Lin Guo said, "Mother, you can go back now. I'm entering the exam hall." "All right," Su Qingyi replied, standing still and watching as Lin Guo joined the queue before returning to the carriage. Next door, Xia Huayan also went to queue up for the exam, while Lady Ho worriedly stood by, not planning to leave soon. Su Qingyi didn't concern herself with her, simply instructing the coachman to return home. Bai would be waiting outside the exam hall. The preliminary exam only lasted one day, so she would go home, eat well, take a nap, and then return in the afternoon to pick up Lin Guo. The two younger ones also insisted on coming to pick up their big brother, so Su Qingyi brought them along. The candidates for the preliminary exam could submit their papers early, and considering this, they arrived rather early. They hadn't expected that shortly after their arrival, Lin Guo would come out. Wow, the eldest submitted his paper so early? Su Qingyi was inevitably surprised. Then she beamed and asked, "Lin Guo, how did it go?" Lin Guo had written a satisfactory paper in the exam hall, but in response to his mother's inquiry, he modestly nodded. It was all right. What does that mean? Did he do well, or not so well? Su Qingyi couldn't figure it out. Fortunately, she didn't press further and smiled. "All right, you've had a long day. Let's go home and rest." After all, Lin Guo was only 12, and even if he didn't pass this year, he could try again next year. "Okay," Lin Guo replied, getting into the carriage. Heng Guo immediately offered his brother some food. "Brother, here, mother brought some snacks for you." "Okay," Lin Guo glanced at his third brother and took the bundle of snacks. "And there's water," Heng Guo continued, busy and concerned. Little lackey Zhengor thought to himself, as he quickly fanned his brother, "Brother, are you hot? You must be tired from the exam." Although the temperature had dropped recently, the autumn heat was still quite intense. Unlike Lin Guo, who submitted his exam early, his second uncle, Xia Huayan, didn't come out until dusk. The courtyard exams didn't allow for candlelight, so papers had to be submitted by dusk. If not for this rule, he might have pondered a bit more. As soon as the two candidates returned to the mansion, the Marquis called them to the study for a talk. "So how did it go?" The Marquis directed his gaze at Lin Guo, asking if the two of them were satisfied with their answers. After all, among the two, this child had the highest chance of passing. Lin Guo, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied to his grandfather, "I believe there's no issue. It's just a matter of ranking." What an arrogant tone, Xia Huayan thought to himself. He found this year's exam questions quite challenging and wasn't confident about making the list. But he couldn't let his nephew outshine him, so he also replied nonchalantly, "I think there's no problem either." "Ah, good." The Marquis was delighted, thinking that the mansion might produce two scholars. He laughed heartily, saying, "I'll be waiting for your good news." Seeing this, Xia Huayan was reminded of his unsatisfactory answers, which made him a bit gloomy. It would be embarrassing if he didn't pass. He glanced at the composed Lin Guo, doubting whether the latter was truly so confident. Ranking ended. "Grandfather, second uncle, I'll return to my courtyard now." After answering the questions, Lin Guo excused himself. Xia Huayan, hearing this, also said, "Father, I'll take my leave too." He then caught up with Lin Guo asking, "Xia Lin, are you really so confident about this exam?" He wouldn't have bragged in front of his father if the other hadn't been so self-assured. Of course. Lin Gur stopped, looked at Xia Huayan and replied calmly, it's just a mere courtyard exam. Surely second uncle is confident too? Xia Huayan was momentarily at a loss for words. Before he could say anything, Lin Gur turned and left, no longer maintaining the courtesy he showed in the Marquis's study. Xia Huayan was furious, silently cursing Xia Lin as a little rascal, just like his father, with that same icy demeanor. The difference was that his elder brother, Xia Yunji, truly had skills, and Xia Huayan accepted his inferiority. But Xia Lin was just a young kid who never showed him any respect, which was simply outrageous. In the Donhui courtyard, Su Qingyi was accompanying the heir for a walk. Seeing the eldest son approaching from afar, she smiled and said to those around her, "Can you see if Lin Gur has grown taller?" She quickly received a positive response. "Yes, madam, it seems so. Young Master Lin will definitely grow as tall as the heir." The servants spoke confidently. As tall as the heir? Su Qingyi dared not imagine, as the heir's height was quite exceptional for ancient times. She estimated that her eldest son couldn't possibly match up, though her second son might have a chance. "Mother." Lin Gur approached Su Qingyi and greeted her, then also greeted Xia Yunji father. Xia Yunji, hearing their conversation, knew Lin Gur had arrived. He wanted to see for himself how tall the child had grown, but could only imagine. Su Qingyi asked curiously, "What did the Marquis say to you?" Lin Gur paused and replied, "Not much, just a few questions." His indifferent tone suggested that the Marquis was of little importance to him. Xia Huayan even less so, as he wasn't mentioned at all. Just the usual questions then," Su Qingyi nodded. "You used to be busy with your studies and rarely accompanied your father for walks. How about today?" Lin Gur nodded. Taking the opportunity, Su Qingyi suggested, "You should balance work and rest. Why not take a break? We could go to the estate for a few days before the results are announced." The estate. Lin Gur didn't have much of a concept of it but knew that young masters from wealthy families did have such leisure pursuits. Not fully understanding, he said, "Whatever you decide is fine." Overhearing their conversation, the two servants grew anxious. If the madam and young masters went to the estate, what about the heir? Would he be left behind? Xia Yunji didn't think of himself, only appreciating Su's thoughtful consideration. Lin Gur had just finished his exams and should indeed relax. He also remembered that he owned many beautiful estates but had never taken the children there. He felt quite ashamed. Even more so, he didn't know who currently managed these beautiful estates or if his wife and children could stay there for a couple of days. If Su asked his father, it should be possible. But then Su Qingyi said, "I have 2 estates from my dowry, not far from the capital. The steward mentioned the other day that many fruits are ripening, so we can go pick them." Lin Gur imagined the scene and found himself somewhat looking forward to it. He had never picked ripe fruits from trees before, so he agreed. Okay. Xia Yunji's heart was filled with complex emotions, difficult to describe. Compared to Su's care for the children, he felt he had done very little as a father. It was undeniably quite painful. Seeing that neither of the masters mentioned the heir, the 2 servants became anxious and quietly asked, "Madam, what about the heir?" Su Qingyi was taken aback, realizing she had almost forgotten about him since they hadn't mentioned him. First of all, the heir certainly couldn't be left alone at the residence. That would be like leaving a fat sheep in a wolf's den. So, after some thought, she arranged for him to come along, saying, "Let's go together. A family should stay together." Upon hearing they were going to the estate, the second and third sons were instantly overjoyed, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, we want to go." They quickly ran off, hurrying back to their rooms to tell their nannies to pack their things. Princess Zhenyang was also quite pleased when she heard that the people from Donhui Courtyard were heading out. With Su Qingyi away, she'd have more opportunities to get close to Xia Yunji. But when she found out the heir was also being taken along, she was furious. How absurd, taking an unconscious person along, who are they guarding against? Princess Zhenyang wondered if such a ridiculous decision would be approved by the Marquis. The answer was yes. Nowadays, everything concerning Xia Yunji was decided by Su Qingyi, and the Marquis was more than willing to let her handle it, as he preferred to be hands-off. So, the next day, the family from Donhui Courtyard, along with several maids, nannies, and young servants, set out at the crack of dawn. Xia Yunji hadn't expected that in his current condition, he'd have the chance to go on an outing. Although it was just a change of scenery while lying down, for some reason, it made him happy. The 4 young servants attending him were quite clever and attentive. If he ever had the chance to wake up, he would not forget their kindness, he thought. The estate boasted beautiful mountains, fresh air, and opportunities for fishing and fruit picking. As soon as they arrived, the sturdy Zhen Gur led Heng Gur off to frolic. Su Qingyi didn't restrain them, only instructing someone to keep a close watch to ensure they didn't get hurt. A childhood spent rolling in the mud is a complete childhood, so she let them play freely. The eldest was always more composed and mature, joining in on the fun but not getting as muddy as his younger brothers. He also took the opportunity to talk with the farmers in the fields, learning about their lives. Many exam questions were related to the people's livelihoods, so it was essential knowledge. As for Su Qingyi, she was interested in food and immediately had someone prepare clay-baked chicken. Thus, each of the family members enjoyed themselves in their own way, without interfering with one another. As for the immobile heir, he could only be pushed around by the young servants to listen to the sounds of insects and birds in the mountains, breathe fresh air, and hear about his family's delightful adventures. The servants enthusiastically recounted everything, their eager tones suggesting they wished they could join in the fun. Xia Yunji sincerely thought, "It's me, the master, holding you back. Father, have a peach. I picked a soft one for you." Zhengge, with his robe full of peaches, came bouncing over to the veranda, chirping excitedly. Hearing the second sons bustling around, Xia Yunji smiled inwardly. His own condition didn't matter much. Hearing his family having fun made him feel content. "Young Master Zhen is very thoughtful," the young servants laughed. They quickly fetched a bowl and porcelain spoon, mashed the peach into juice, and fed it to the heir. "Mom, the peaches here are so sweet," Zhengge mumbled, sitting on the ground and munching on a peach like an adorable little monkey. Su Qingyi wandered over from elsewhere and saw the father and son sitting together on the veranda, enjoying peaches, perfectly at ease. It typically takes 3 to 5 days for the results of the county exams to be announced. However, since the children rarely had the chance to enjoy themselves at the estate, Su Qingyi didn't rush back to check the results. After all, the final outcome wasn't going anywhere, and if they missed it, so be it. They ended up staying at the estate for 4 days and 3 nights, leaving only when they felt they'd had enough fun. Upon returning, they found out the results hadn't been posted yet, which meant it would likely happen the next day or the day after. Sure enough, the results were announced the following day. At Donghua Academy, it was a bai and a servant from the Marquis' household who went to check the list. The streets were bustling and almost impassable, but the two squeezed through the crowd with all their might. "Hey, who's stepping on my foot? Stop pushing." A bai, thanks to his martial arts training, skillfully maneuvered through the crowd. As soon as he looked up, he saw his young master's name prominently at the top of the list. He couldn't believe his eyes and rubbed them to make sure he wasn't mistaken. Once he confirmed it, a wide grin spread across his face as he allowed himself to be pushed out by the crowd. He made it. He made it. The young master ranked 16th. 48th. Haha. Regaining his senses, Abai sprinted back to the Marquis' mansion, thinking, "My master got first place." First place. Knowing the results were coming out today, the less busy members of the household had gathered in the front courtyard to await the news. Life in the inner residence could be dull, so this was quite an event, and everyone enjoyed being part of the excitement. Suddenly, they saw Abai running back with an excited expression, and his smile was contagious, putting everyone at ease. The old madam quickly asked, "How did it go?" Abai announced loudly, "My young master got first place. Congratulations to young Master Lin. He topped the list." The crowd was taken aback, their eyes wide with surprise as they turned to Lin Gur. How could that be? Xia Huayan's first reaction was disbelief, his face darkening as he thought, the servant must have made a mistake. Could Xia Lin really be that impressive? Lin Gur remained calm, seemingly unaffected by his second uncle's stunned gaze. Only when he faced Su Qingyi's beaming smile did he slightly curve his lips in a faint response. "Lin Gur, that's wonderful, congratulations." Su Qingyi was overjoyed, and after the initial surprise, she said with a smile, "From now on, we'll call you Xianshou." The second and third sons grinned widely and said in unison, "Congratulations, big brother. Ansho sounds so impressive." The others enthusiastically joined in the congratulations. "Congratulations. Our household has produced an Ansho. We're all proud." They were all secretly astonished, wondering if Lin Gur's talent had always been this outstanding, as they hadn't really noticed before. Lin Gur calmly nodded to everyone, not becoming overly familiar despite the sudden warmth. That wasn't his nature. With the Marquis not present, the old madam gave him an approving look and praised him several times. The Marquis' wife forced a smile, offering insincere congratulations while anxiously awaiting Xia Huayan's results. Why hasn't he returned yet, she wondered, just as the other servant sent out returned, looking troubled and walking with a heavy step. The Marquis' wife's heart sank. "How did it go? Did the second master make it?" she asked anxiously. I couldn't find the second master's name," the servant replied, shaking his head with a nervous expression. That meant he hadn't passed. The Marquis' wife's expression darkened, feeling deeply embarrassed. An uncle and nephew took the exam together, and the 12-year-old nephew topped the list, while the uncle didn't even make it to the bottom of the list. How could she bear such humiliation? Xia Huayan's face froze, his fists clenching inside his sleeves. Although he knew he hadn't done well, he still couldn't accept the result, looking utterly dejected. The old madam was also somewhat disappointed that her legitimate grandson hadn't passed. However, seeing Xia Huayan's poor state, she couldn't bring herself to scold him, instead offering a loving smile and saying, "It's okay. Huayan only recently picked up his studies again. It's understandable to not pass this time." You can try again next year. There's still a chance. Xia Huayan, however, didn't appreciate the comfort, replying harshly, Grandmother, there's no need to comfort me. It's my own failure. Xielin's success only made him feel more mediocre. The Marquis's wife quickly intervened, saying, Honor, your grandmother is kindly trying to comfort you. How can you speak like that? She then hurriedly apologized to the old madam. Please don't blame him, mother-in-law. Anur is just feeling very remorseful. It's fine, the old madam replied, unconcerned. Her legitimate grandson was upset, so why would she hold it against him? However, this meant the household couldn't throw a grand banquet to celebrate. Hosting a lavish banquet would only highlight that Xia Huayan had failed the exam taken by his 12-year-old nephew. Knowing Xia Huayan's temperament, the old madam feared he might become extreme or even despondent. Qingyi, have you thought about how to celebrate Lin Guo's success? The old madam asked, her apologetic gaze briefly landing on Lin Guo before settling on Su Qingyi. What do you think, grandmother? Su Qingyi asked in return. The matriarch sighed inwardly. Who wants to be the villain? But for the sake of family harmony, she had to put on a brave face and say, I think we should skip the grand banquet and just celebrate among ourselves. As soon as she said this, the top scholar himself showed no reaction, but Su Qingyi's heart sank. Why? Lin Guo passed the top scholar exam at the age of 12, an astonishing feat, and is Xia Yunji's eldest son. Wasn't he deserving of a grand celebration at the Marquis's mansion? They decided to cancel it just like that? It was indeed a case of, the bird is gone, so the bough is put away. Now that his father was out of the picture, he seemed to have lost his value. The matriarch noticed Su Qingyi's displeased expression and realized her decision might have been wrong. But with Xia Huayan as the only heir left in the Marquis's family, and with the future title at stake if he faltered, what hope was there for the family? Qingyi, there will be more exams in the future. We can celebrate then, the matriarch said gently. However, since Lin Guo achieved top scholar, we shouldn't let the child feel wronged. Although we won't have a banquet, we can still reward him with 10,000 taels of silver. What do you think? 10,000 taels? The Marquis's wife was stunned and immediately concerned. Where would the 10,000 taels come from? From the public fund or the matriarch's own pocket? If it was from the public fund, she wouldn't agree. Su Qingyi was also taken aback, doing the math in her head. A few days of banquets wouldn't cost 10,000 taels. But hosting the banquet was about announcing to the world that her son was a top scholar at 12, sharing the joy with the people. It wasn't about the money. Now it was clear the Marquis's family wouldn't let them celebrate, even if they paid for it themselves. Su Qingyi was about to speak when Lin Guo spoke up first. Great-grandmother is right. Mother, let's do as she suggests. For Lin Guo, whether or not they held the banquet didn't matter, but 10,000 taels of silver would support his family for a long time. Seeing his mother about to protest, he quickly intervened. Su Qingyi looked at Lin Guo with a complex expression, wanting to say something but holding back. He gave her a rare smile, as if to comfort her, saying it was okay. This child. Good child. Then it's settled, the matriarch sighed inwardly. It wasn't what she wanted either. Su Qingyi opened her mouth, but since Lin Guo had agreed, she thought it over and ultimately said nothing. You've been wronged, the matriarch apologized to Lin Guo. Next time when you pass the provincial exam, we'll throw you a big celebration. It's just that this time with your uncle and cousin in the same exam, it's difficult. It won't happen again. Thank you, great-grandmother, Lin Guo said politely, lowering his eyes. No need to be formal with me, the matriarch nodded, her gaze complicated. I'll have the nanny send over the silver notes shortly. With that, she dismissed everyone. Since Xia Huayan hadn't passed, the others in the Marquis's family didn't dare openly congratulate Lin Guo. Xia Huayan was the future head of the family, and they had to consider his feelings. So they all dispersed. Mother and sons, filled with anger, returned to Donhui courtyard. Even the carefree second brother understood the situation and looked at Su Qingyi in disbelief. Mother, because second uncle didn't pass, big brother's banquet is cancelled? How can that be? He found it unreasonable. After all, his brother was a prodigy who passed the exam at 12. Su Qingyi nodded. Zhen Guo immediately jumped up in anger, punching and kicking the air. How can they do this? Su Qingyi was also angry, rolling her eyes at the sky. Yes, it was too much. How many times in a lifetime does one achieve top scholar? If it were another family, they would have been beating drums and spreading joy. But the Marquis's family suppressed Lin Guo to protect Xia Huayan's fragile ego. As a mother, she felt powerless for the first time. If only they were at the general's residence, where she could make the decisions and celebrate as she wished. Lin Guo, however, seemed unfazed, glancing at his unhappy mother and brothers and saying, It's okay. Getting the silver is also good. Good my foot. Su Qingyi snapped, losing her temper for the first time since arriving in this world. Your mother isn't short of 10,000 taels. The second brother was taken aback, then loudly agreed. Exactly, good my foot. Cursing felt so satisfying. He loved this kind of mother. No wonder he felt so close to her from the first moment. Good my. Hungur tried to mimic but was quickly silenced by Su Qingyi, who covered his mouth and admonished, "Children shouldn't learn such things, it's uncouth." Hungur blinked his big eyes at his mother, seemingly dissatisfied. The second brother proudly raised his eyebrows at him, delighted to show off that he could imitate. "It's actually fine not to make a fuss." Lingur, not wanting anyone to be upset on his behalf, spoke with an increasingly calm tone. "If we did, I'd owe a favor. If second uncle doesn't get along with me in the future, I'd have to repay that favor, which would be troublesome. So it's better this way, no debts, no obligations." Su Qingyi was taken aback, looking at her eldest with a bit of heartache. Indeed, not owing anyone anything was just like him. He wasn't cold, he was simply used to not being loved. The truth is, if someone genuinely cared for him, he could be as warm as anyone else. This is why Su Qingyi felt even more upset. Such a good child, yet destined to face a difficult life. No matter how much effort he puts in, he ends up being just a supporting role for others. But what's done is done. Getting angry won't help. Su Qingyi didn't want to affect the children's mood, so she composed herself and gently said to Lingur, "You're right. You never expected anything from them, so it's good not to owe anything." The only connection the three children had with the Ho family was through Xia Yunji. Everything else was just superficial. "It's better not to care." Lingur nodded. Su Qingyi smiled. "By the way, you should tell your father about this great achievement of yours." "Go on." Yes, go tell father." The second brother crossed his arms and was the first to stride towards Xia Yunji's room. Hungur also took a couple of steps, then turned back to hold his mother's hand, clearly preferring to stay with her. "Aren't you coming?" Lingur asked his mother. "I'll wait a bit," Su Qingyi said confidently, glancing outside the courtyard. "Didn't your great-grandmother say she would send us some silver? I'm just waiting to see when she delivers it, to make sure she's not tricking us." Lingur found it amusing. His mother did have a fondness for money, like a little miser. "All right," he said, turning to leave first. Once inside, he overheard his second brother already talking to their father. "Father, big brother topped the exams, but because second uncle didn't pass, great-grandmother won't allow mother to host a banquet for him." Zhengur said angrily, "Without a banquet, who will know Xia Lin is your son? Without a banquet, who will know how outstanding big brother is? This good reputation should be spread. It would only be beneficial for his future career. It might even make him famous across the land, becoming a renowned scholar. But because second uncle failed, this opportunity for fame is wasted." Zhengur was full of resentment, standing up for big brother. Seeing big brother come in, he added, "But great-grandmother gave 10,000 taels as compensation." He was quite adept at sarcasm. "It's the first time mother got real money from the family since she married in, after spending so much on us." "Not yet," Lingur corrected his second brother. "Right, not yet in hand," the second brother quickly amended. Xia Yunji was stunned. Zhengur came in with so much information that it left him dizzy. He needed to sort it out. Lingur topping the exams was indeed a cause for joy, and he was gratified. But since second brother Xia Huayan failed, the family, in consideration of his feelings, decided not to hold a banquet for Lingur. Xia Yunji felt a mix of emotions. At such a young age, Lingur topped the exams, and for a family of their status, hosting a banquet was expected. Being his son, even if they celebrated for 10 days and nights, no one would dare object. Yet his grandmother, to spare the feelings of the second uncle, offered 10,000 taels to settle matters. 10,000 taels? Xia Yunji wasn't one to be petty, but he couldn't help but think that his private funds and his mother's dowry amounted to astronomical figures, far exceeding 10,000 taels. And his child had to accept this paltry sum meekly. Had he been awake, the situation would have been entirely different. It wouldn't just be congratulations from all sides, the house would be bustling with visitors. Listening to the children's indignant voices, Xia Yunji felt an indescribable sadness. As a junior, he didn't want to speak ill of his elders. But Lingur had been wronged. It had only been a year since his most glorious days, and yet things had changed so drastically. What about the future? After Zhengur finished speaking, he noticed his mother wasn't there. "Big brother, where's mother?" Outside, waiting for great-grandmother's silver, Lingur guessed. Probably afraid great-grandmother might not deliver after all. Oh, it wasn't just Su Qingyi who feared being shortchanged. Zhengur was worried too. Great-grandmother won't back out, right? Lingur didn't know either. Seeing his second brother quiet down, he approached his father's bed to personally share the good news. "Father, the results came out today. I topped the exams. Mother asked me to tell you." Xia Yunji, hearing Lingur's calm voice, felt even more distressed. Was it only because Mrs. Su sent the eldest son that he came? Although Lingur, who was always reserved, never said he preferred his mother, Xia Yunji had a vague feeling that all three children were growing closer to Mrs. Su and further from him. A tear silently fell from the corner of Xia Yunji's eye, unnoticed by anyone. When Su Qingyi walked in, the children's attention immediately shifted to her. "Mom," the second child asked eagerly, "did you get the money from great-grandmother?" He was genuinely concerned about it. How could it be that quick? Su Qingyi replied, having waited a moment before deciding to come in and check on the children. She smiled. After talking with your father, do you feel any better? The money hadn't been received, and Zhengor, still tense worried, great-grandmother wouldn't back out, would she? Probably not. Just a bit delayed, Su Qingyi reassured optimistically. It's just a matter of time for such a sum. The second child crossed his arms, clearly upset. Su Qingyi looked at them with amusement, suddenly realizing it was a good opportunity to have a heart-to-heart talk and share her thoughts. If she remembered correctly, Xia Yunji had been in a coma for over a year before waking up, and now a year had passed. By her calculations, he should be waking up soon. The plan for pregnancy seemed unlikely to succeed, probably due to the heir's fertility issues. With only a few months left, the chances of success seemed slim. However, Su Qingyi wasn't too concerned. Her promise to extend Xia Yunji's lineage was more of a stalling tactic. Not having a child was fine. With 3 reliable sons now, having more children didn't matter much. Having thought it through, Su Qingyi sat on the edge of the bed, her back to Xia Yunji, and began, I've always wanted to discuss something with you 3, but I've been afraid you wouldn't accept it. She paused, and the second child immediately asked, Mom, what is it? Please tell us. What could they not accept? Even Lin Guer's attention shifted to her. As for Han Guer, he was always close to Su Qingyi, so his opinion didn't count much. Suppose, Su Qingyi said, and I mean suppose your father wakes up. Have you ever thought about what that would be like? The second child exclaimed, if Dad wakes up? That would be great. We wouldn't have to endure so much. They felt their struggles were due to their father's condition. Yes, once your father wakes up, things will get better for you. Su Qingyi smiled but then changed her tone. But my mission would be complete, and it would be time for me to step back. The second child was stunned. What does Mom mean? He looked at his older brother, who had recently achieved academic success, for answers. But his brother seemed equally surprised. Behind Su Qingyi, Xia Yunji was also shocked. What did Su Qingyi mean by stepping back? The children asked on his behalf, Mom, what do you mean? Seeing the children's anxiety, Su Qingyi felt a pang of sadness, but knew she had to continue. She sighed softly, you all know how I married your father. If he wakes up, I can't continue to hold the position of the heir's wife. It's not what your father or I want. After she said this, the room fell silent. The children were stunned. Did Mom mean she would separate from Dad? The most shocked was undoubtedly Xia Yunji. Why did Su Qingyi want to leave when he woke up? Was it because she didn't like him, or was she worried he wouldn't accept her as the wife who entered the family while he was unconscious? Mom, you won't leave us, will you? Zhengor, having listened to everything, was only able to grasp that meaning and was immediately worried. He looked to his older brother, hoping he would say something. Of course not, Su Qingyi replied before Lin Guer could speak. You'll always be my sons. The children relaxed at that. As long as they remained her sons, that was what mattered. The second child scratched his head. Then why does it sound like you're saying you'll leave? Su Qingyi explained, you'll always be my good children, but after your father wakes up, I'll leave the mansion. She smiled, as for you, grow up well here at the home mansion. Later, you can achieve great things. If you miss me, you can come and reunite with me. Of course, if you don't, I won't force you. While the second child was still confused, Lin Guer had understood. It was quite simple. He clarified for his younger brothers, Mom means she won't continue being Dad's wife, but she'll still be our mom. She's just going out to wait for us because we'll eventually leave the home mansion. The second child finally understood. Indeed, Dad was very popular, and being his wife was tough. Besides, Dad had always refused to marry before. It had caused quite a commotion in the family, with great-grandmother almost resorting to dramatic measures. Given Dad's character, who knew if he would accept Mom when he woke up? Zhengor, having figured this out, said to Su Qingyi, don't worry. Of course, I'll miss you. When I grow up, I'll come find you. Being young meant he couldn't make his own decisions, and Dad probably wouldn't let him leave with Mom. But once he was grown, he'd be free to go wherever he wanted. Su Qingyi gently patted Han Guer, who seemed frightened by the conversation, and said with a smile, staying by your father's side, you'll have better food and clothing. In that aspect, I can't compare to your father. Lin Guer replied, I understand. I'll use Dad's money to grow up well and earn money to take care of you in the future. Su Qingyi awkwardly laughed, feeling a bit embarrassed by the child's bluntness. Zhengor, puzzled, asked, why do you have to leave? What if Dad doesn't want you to go? You've done so much for us. Dad isn't that kind of person. Su Qingyi shook her head and said, this has nothing to do with your father's wishes. I just don't want to be anyone's wife. I only want to be your mother, that's all. I see, Zhengor said, dropping the subject. Lin Guer realized his suspicion was correct that their mother didn't like their father. Mom, don't leave, Han Guer said. His voice choked with emotion as he nestled against Su Qingyi's knee, his eyes red with unshed tears. Seeing his pitiful face, Su Qingyi's heart softened. She comforted him gently. I won't leave, I won't leave. Your father hasn't even woken up yet. She estimated that it wouldn't happen anytime soon, at least not for another half a year. Please don't go, Mom, Hengor pleaded, still distressed, clinging tightly to her. All right, I won't say any more. Be good, Hengor. I'll take you back to rest, Su Qingyi said, feeling pained herself. If she could take Hengor with her, she thought she could manage to raise him. But it wasn't realistic. Xia Yunji would never agree to let her take Hengor. They began to leave, with the eldest and second children following. No one noticed that their father's hand, which rested on the bed, had miraculously clenched into a fist, gripping the bedding tightly. The hand, pale from lack of sunlight, showed prominent veins, as if making a great effort. After struggling for who knows how long, Xia Yunji finally opened his eyes in one swift motion, regaining control of his body. Tears streamed from his eyes, which had just shed tears, and were now overflowing again under the natural light. Xia Yunji lay there, motionless for a while, then cautiously moved his eyes. Having been bedridden for so long, he was finally awake and felt happy. But remembering Su's words from earlier, he closed his eyes again, uncertain of what to do. Xia Yunji lay quietly for a moment, then gathered his thoughts and began to move his body. A year's depletion wasn't particularly significant for him, being a martial artist. He adjusted the blocked meridians and was soon able to move freely again. Is anyone there? Xia Yunji sat up and spoke, his voice sounding strange from disuse. He coughed a few times to clear his throat. Meanwhile, Oyen, a servant, was carrying a tray inside when he suddenly heard the young master's voice, nearly dropping what he was holding in shock. Stumbling into the room, he found his young master sitting on the edge of the bed, dressed in white undergarments, with his black hair cascading down his shoulders, looking at him with the familiar indifferent gaze. Elsewhere, Su Qingyi had just settled Hengor, and they were drawing together at the desk when the maid, Su Yi, came in to deliver a message. Young madam, the young master has woken up. What? Su Qingyi and her son were momentarily stunned. Su Yi repeated excitedly, the young master has woken up. Once Su Qingyi confirmed she hadn't misheard, she quickly took the brush from Hengor's hand, scooped up the child, and hurried away. She thought to herself, did I miscalculate the time? It's only been a year, and he's awake already. This could complicate things for me. As she walked, she tried to clear her mind. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Recovery will take a while, right? Taking care of him until he's fully recovered could be considered another achievement. No matter who comes later, I'll have reason on my side. As she entered the next room, she put her thoughts aside. Is the young madam here? She heard as she walked into the inner room, but only saw Guanqi looking at her excitedly. Though she knew he had received the news, he repeated, the young master has woken up. Su Qingyi nodded and smiled. Double happiness, heaven blesses us. Absolutely. Guanqi quickly clasped his hands in gratitude. Heaven truly blesses us, it's wonderful. Where is the young master? Su Qingyi asked, glancing towards the bathing area. Oh, silly me, Guanqi, overwhelmed with joy, had forgotten to report the situation. He slapped his forehead and quickly replied, Amian is inside helping the young master wash up and change clothes. The young master is particular about cleanliness. He found himself dirty as soon as he woke up. He smiled and suggested, why don't the young madam and young master Heng have a seat and wait? The young master will be out soon. Su Qingyi nodded, but she had no intention of sitting down. Instead, she held Hengor by the hand and stood there, saying, we'll wait here. She noticed Hengor seemed a bit confused, so she crouched down to look him in the eyes and said, Hengor, your father is awake. Are you happy? Hengor thought for a moment and nodded, happy. Then he hugged Su Qingyi's neck and said softly, but don't leave, Mom. He was clever and remembered his mother saying that she would leave the residence once his father woke up. Su Qingyi was taken aback and sighed softly. How did he wake up at such a crucial moment? It was going to be challenging to console Hengor. All right, Mom will listen to you and won't leave, she promised, gently stroking his back. They hugged for a while before hearing some noise behind them. It must be the young master coming out. Su Qingyi quickly stood up, adjusted her expression, and turned to look. She was greeted by a tall figure. The young master had already changed into his regular clothes. Apart from appearing slightly thinner and a bit pale, he looked no different from a healthy person. Of course, there was a difference. The young master was an exceptional figure, unlike ordinary people. Even when he was unconscious, he was remarkable, and now, seeing him standing, he was even more striking, exuding an aura that captivated those around him. Su Qingyi silently admired him, noting how tall and upright he was, embodying the presence of a military leader while maintaining the grace and elegance of a nobleman. Su Qingyi took a moment to appreciate the young master with a candid gaze, then composed herself. Young master, she said, showing just the right amount of surprise and delight. She also squeezed Hengor's little hand, reminding him, Hengor, your father is here, say hello. Father, Hengor called out to Xia Yunji, appearing a bit shy. Hengor, Xia Yunji nodded, his gentle gaze falling on his younger son. Then, looking up, his eyes met Su Qingyi's deeply. He had already guessed this woman's identity. She must be his wife, Su. Her hair was as dark as ink, her attire simple, wearing a modest light willow-colored dress. Her stature was just as he had estimated. As she turned her face, the blank face in his mind finally took on a specific form. Her features were indeed lovely, gentle, and elegant, he thought. Not yet 20, she had a demeanor more composed and poised than he had imagined. No wonder she could take on the role of a mother at such a young age. Their assessment of each other took only a moment. Xia Yunji quickly approached, bending down to pick up Hingur, gently touching the child's face. Indeed, he is fair and adorable, thanks to their mother, he thought. As he thought about it, Xia Yunji's gaze once again fell on Su Qingyi. If someone familiar with his temperament had been present, they would have noticed that his eyes were unusually intense, unlike his usual demeanor. My lord, this is the young madam I mentioned to you earlier, Mo Yan promptly introduced. It was their first meeting, so Su Qingyi curtsied gracefully and smiled. My lord, my name is Qingyi. I'm so glad to see you've awakened. Xia Yunji finally met the wife he had been with for 6 months, feeling a mix of complex and overwhelming emotions. He replied, trying to soften his expression, and said in a low voice, Thank you for your hard work, my lady. He added, I've learned from Mo Yan about our situation. I have no objections to this marriage. Thank you for staying by my side. Su Qingyi was taken aback, not expecting the first words from the prince to be these. Inwardly, she couldn't help but praise him. The national idol truly lived up to his reputation. Besides his outstanding looks and abilities, his character was commendable. She wasn't vain enough to think that she, an ordinary woman in the capital, could win the heart of this beloved figure. It was clear that his acceptance of her was due to his principles and morals. My lord, there's no need to be so formal. It's my honor to have the chance to care for you and the 3 children at Donhui Courtyard, Su Qingyi quickly replied with a smile. She felt a bit guilty, thinking about how she had taken in his 3 adopted sons while he was comatose. After all, they were now a family, and there was a long road ahead. Xia Yunji nodded, his voice still somewhat hoarse. Su Qingyi thought, even his voice is top-notch. Xia Yunji gave his wife a deep look before averting his gaze and instructed Guan Qi, Go and inform Lin and Zhen to come and see me. Yes, Guan Qi quickly obeyed. After waking up, Xia Yunji did not allow those around him to spread the news. He first asked for Su Qingyi to be notified, wanting her to be the first to see him, followed by his eldest and second sons. Aren't you going to inform the old madam and the marquis? Su Qingyi asked, sensing that the prince's attitude towards his family seemed a bit distant. Usually, when someone in a vegetative state wakes up, they would want to see their closest relatives, right? No rush, I'll see the children first, Xia Yunji replied, carrying Heng outside. My lord, let me take Heng, Su Qingyi offered with a smile, reaching out to the child. You've just woken up, don't tire yourself. This little one is quite heavy. Xia Yunji didn't find the child heavy, but he noticed Heng leaning towards his mother, so he released him, saying, He is heavy, you've taken good care of him. It's what I should do, Su Qingyi quickly responded. The two sat in the outer room, waiting for the children to arrive. Xia Yunji observed that Su Qingyi was entirely focused on Heng, either adjusting his clothes or whispering with him. Her eyes never strayed towards him. His brows furrowed slightly. Before meeting Su Qingyi, he had optimistically thought that once they met, she would abandon any thoughts of leaving. It wasn't arrogance. His past experiences had shown him how much women admired him. However, now that they were truly face-to-face, sitting together, he realized that Su Qingyi's heart wasn't with him. If a woman cared for a man, her gaze wouldn't be so open and unreserved, without a hint of affection. On the other side, Lin Guo and Zhen Guo were in disbelief and utterly shocked upon hearing the news that their father had woken up. They immediately dashed towards their father's room. As they entered, they were astonished to see their father indeed awake, sitting upright at the table, looking quite spirited. Their mother and younger brother were also seated nearby. Father, you're awake. Zhen Guo exclaimed excitedly after a brief moment of stunned silence. His personality had become more lively due to martial arts training over the past few months, so he instinctively dashed towards Xia Yunji. However, as he approached and felt his father's imposing presence, he quickly became timid and awkwardly restrained his actions. That's great. Oh, now there's hope for my brother's banquet, he said, looking expectantly at Su Qingyi. Isn't that right, mother? Xia Yunji had already heard that Zhen Guo had grown taller and thinner, transforming his appearance. Despite being mentally prepared, he was still quite surprised upon seeing him. Zhen Guo, it's been a while. You've grown taller and thinner, Xia Yunji remarked, looking at his second son with a warm smile full of comfort. Zhen Guo scratched his face in embarrassment. His father's smile instantly bridged the gap between them, making Zhen Guo more lively. He quickly said, It's thanks to mother. She found me a martial arts instructor. Father, my instructor is Pei Che, who used to serve under you. Xia Yunji, already aware of this, feigned surprise, Is it him?
Yes.
Zhen Guo replied, eager to say more but was stopped by Su Qingyi tugging at his sleeve. She reminded him, let your brother greet your father first. Realizing this, Zhen Guo quickly stepped aside with an apologetic smile to his brother. Father, Lin Guo stepped forward. Though equally excited, his reserved nature only raised his voice slightly. Lin Guo, Xia Yunji acknowledged, looking at his eldest son with a complex expression. Lin Guo was the child he relied on most and felt most guilty towards. Softening his tone, he said, thank you for taking care of your brothers while I was unconscious. It wasn't hard. It's what I should do, Lin Guo replied. His gaze then shifted to Su Qingyi, adding, Mother worked the hardest, taking care of both you and us three brothers. Yes, father, the second son chimed in, echoing his brother. Xia Yunji followed their gaze to Su Qingyi, who had a gentle smile on her lips. Noticing his attention, she remarked, Lin Guo has finished his academy exams. The results were announced today, and he ranked first. She didn't seek credit, leaving Xia Yunji to praise her efforts. Thanks to your careful attention, Lin Guo could focus on his exams, he said. It was nothing. Just what I should do, Su Qingyi replied with a smile, secretly thinking it was time to lavish praise on the child. However, Lin Guo felt no such need, believing his father's words were accurate. To ensure he could smoothly take his exams, his mother indeed put in a lot of effort. Father, how are you feeling now? Lin Guo inquired with concern. Everyone shared his concern, turning their attention to Xia Yunji. After all, he had been bedridden for a year, which was worrisome. Xia Yunji truthfully replied, apart from some weakness, I'm fine. He then offered a reassuring smile to his family, confident that with some recuperation, he would recover fully. Su Qingyi, perhaps we should call Dr. Chen for a checkup, he suggested. Meeting his gaze, she smiled. It's better to ask the doctor since we're unsure about what precautions to take after such an awakening. Mother is right, Lin Guo agreed, with the second son naturally concurring. All right, Xia Yunji said, having no reason to object, but added, let's not spread the news yet. I'd like to wait before meeting people. Su Qingyi noticed the fatigue in his eyes and nodded understandingly. Yes, it's better to wait until you regain your strength before seeing anyone. Otherwise, it might be overwhelming. Xia Yunji's awakening was indeed a significant event, and once the news spread, their home would undoubtedly be inundated with visitors. Without sufficient energy, it would be challenging to handle. Xia Yunji smiled at Su Qingyi, you're right, my lady. Su Qingyi was momentarily taken aback by his smile, feeling as if she had seen a ghost, albeit a charming one. She thought to herself, weren't they supposed to be a distant couple? Why was he smiling at her so warmly? Her heart fluttered, but she reminded herself to keep it in check. I'll go call Dr. Chen, she said, maintaining her composure and returning his smile. Su Yi, please go fetch him, she instructed. She then summoned the housekeeper and ordered, for now, no one is to spread the news of the young master's awakening. Seeing their mother give instructions, Zhen Guo, unable to hold back his words, eagerly complained to Xia Yunji, father, although my brother ranked first, our great-grandmother refused to let mother host a banquet because our second uncle didn't pass. Xia Yunji had heard this before, but each time it pained him for Lin Guo. He said, don't be upset. Your eldest brother's banquet is definitely going to happen. Just like Zhen Guo mentioned, if there isn't a banquet, how will anyone know that Xia Yunji's son topped the exams at the age of 12? Wow, that's fantastic. Zhen Guo cheered, raising his arms in triumph. Lin Guo, on the other hand, was indifferent but pleased that his father was supporting him. Then he hesitated. What about the 100,000 taels? He was still thinking about the 100,000 taels promised by his great-grandmother, which he hadn't received yet. Just a mere 100,000 taels. Xia Yunji chuckled at his eldest son. Now that he was awake, once they retrieved the private savings and his mother's dowry, his family wouldn't need to worry about such small amounts. Lin Guo understood his father's intentions, and his ears turned a little red. He wasn't shallow, caring about such a small sum. He just thought it was better to have it than not. If it could replenish his mother's private stash, she would be happy. Not only was the eldest thinking about the 100,000 taels, but the second son was even more concerned. After all, he had once missed out on a large fortune, which was a lasting regret in his heart. Since then, the second son had become quite shrewd, almost obsessed with money. But now it seemed the 100,000 taels were out of reach. Su Qingyi, however, wasn't concerned. She never wanted to take that frustrating money. Now that her husband was awake, she didn't need the money to keep quiet. Before long, Dr. Chen hurried in. Seeing that Xia Yunji was indeed awake, he was overjoyed and exclaimed, thank heaven, the heavens have blessed us. Dr. Chen had every reason to be happy. There were many factors involved. He was delighted for Xia Yunji and also pleased for himself. Thanks to Xia Yunji, his reputation would surely grow even more. After a thorough examination, Dr. Chen found that aside from some initial weakness, Xia Yunji was in good health. He just needed to gradually regain his strength and vitality. Dr. Chen wrote out his medical advice, and Xia Yunji thanked him sincerely. Hearing this, Dr. Chen couldn't help but say, for the heir to wake up is a rare case indeed. I dare not take full credit. The heir's wife deserves much of it. This was the truth. As a doctor, he had been cautious in his treatment, trying not to make any mistakes. Meanwhile, the heir's wife was determined that her husband would wake up and was willing to try anything. Although Dr. Chen couldn't elaborate on these efforts, Xia Yunji was fully aware and nodded, saying, with a wife like this, what more can a husband ask for? Dr. Chen laughed, stroking his beard, and took his leave with his medicine box. Su Qingyi was taken aback by what she heard. With a wife like this, what more can a husband ask for? How is that different from a declaration of love? But Su Qingyi didn't think the heir was confessing his feelings to her. Just polite words, she understood. The elderly lady had been delaying sending the banknotes over, hoping to discuss the matter with the Marquis. Was it really necessary to go through with this? As the afternoon passed, the bright sunny weather began to turn cloudy. Upon returning to the residence, the Marquis learned that Lin Guo had passed the exam with flying colors, while Xie Huaiyan had failed. This mix of joy and disappointment left him unsure whether to laugh or be angry. The second son's lack of talent was something he had mentally prepared for, but his failure was still disheartening. Marquis, the old lady requests your presence, came a message from Ian Courtyard. The Marquis hurried to see his mother, still wearing his court attire. Mother, what is it you wish to discuss? He asked directly upon arrival. The old lady wasted no time in sharing her thoughts and concerns. What do you think? She inquired. The Marquis's first reaction was that it seemed unfair to Lin Guo. However, he understood his mother's worries. Huaiyan, having just regained his confidence in the imperial exams, could easily be crushed by another failure. I understand, the Marquis sighed, acknowledging Huaiyan's struggles. Being outshone by his brother since childhood, and now by his nephew, another setback could indeed be devastating. That's exactly my concern, the old lady agreed. I plan to give Lin Guo a reward of 100,000 taels, but we won't host a banquet. If you have no objections, I'll have the maid bring the banknotes. Mentioning money reminded the Marquis of something. Mother, all of Yunji's private savings are with me, and the shops and estates generate a considerable income each month. Do you think we should let Qingyi manage some of it? The old lady pondered this for a moment before responding. Let's wait a bit longer. The priority now is securing an heir for Yunji. She is already stretched thin caring for Yunji and the 3 children. She doesn't have the time or energy for anything else right now. She glanced at the Marquis and sighed. It's not that I don't want to pass on Yunji's savings, but perhaps we should wait a few years, until Yunji's wife bears a child. There's no rush. Understood, the Marquis nodded, grasping his mother's reasoning. Still, he felt guilty for Lin Guo and decided, I'll add another 100,000 taels myself. Very well, the old lady agreed without objection. Although she felt a twinge of guilt about the decision, she knew that someday Yunji might resent them for not treating Lin Guo fairly. But what choice did they have? They needed Xie Huaiyan to eventually inherit the Marquisate. Thus, Donhui Courtyard received a total of 200,000 taels in banknotes, much to Su Qingyi's surprise. The maid explained, half of it is from the Marquis for young Master Lin. I see, Su Qingyi smiled, accepting the money graciously. Please thank the Marquis on behalf of Lin Guo. Since Yunji isn't planning to meet anyone yet, why not accept the money? Otherwise, the Marquisate might think we're causing trouble. You're too kind, madam, the maid replied with a smile, relieved to see no displeasure on Su Qingyi's face as she left. The additional 100,000 taels brought joy to the second son, making him feel wealthy all of a sudden. Should I inform your father? Su Qingyi considered, having grown accustomed to managing the courtyard over the past few months. Remembering that she should inform the heir about receiving the money, she went to his room to report the situation succinctly. It's a small matter. You can handle it as you see fit, Xia Yunji responded quickly. After consulting with the physician, he had been resting in his room. Seeing Su Qingyi made him happy, but she left after just one question. Over at Xie Huaiyan's side, knowing that the elders in the household still supported him brought some relief. However, it was short-lived, as the Marquis soon summoned him to the study for a reprimand. To save your face, we've ended up wronging Lin Guo. You must treat your 3 nephews well in the future, the Marquis instructed. Yes, father, I understand, Xie Huaiyan replied, though inwardly he felt indifferent. He harbored resentment towards Donhui Courtyard and had no intention of treating them well. The evening brought a cool breeze, and the heir made it a point to leave the courtyard daily at this time to avoid drawing attention. Madam, would you mind accompanying me for a walk? Xia Yunji, feeling refreshed after an afternoon's rest, requested as he sat in his usual wheelchair, pushed by Mo Yan. His voice was gentle, and his demeanor calm. Just sitting there, he was a pleasing sight. You're too kind, my lord. It's my duty, Su Qingyi replied with a smile. Being the heir's wife, she felt it was her responsibility to fulfill her role, which now mainly involved accompanying him, as consummating their marriage was no longer an obligation. Xia Yunji felt that Su Qingyi was indeed being overly polite with him. While she felt relieved, The maids and attendants around her had their own thoughts. When they found out that the young lord had awakened, they were all nearly beside themselves with joy. And why shouldn't they be? Their mistress, once just an unremarkable second daughter of a marquis, originally married to an equally unremarkable second son of a marquis, had unexpectedly ended up with the most sought-after man in the capital. After enduring only a few months of hardship, the young lord, who had been in a coma, finally woke up. Their mistress was truly fortunate. They had all seen the awakened young lord, and he was indeed a rare and strikingly handsome man. The immediate priority now was to have an heir, lest the young lord's sense of debt fade away, leading to uncertain future prospects. After accompanying the young lord on a walk, Su Qingyi returned to her room in the evening, only to be pulled to the dressing table by her nanny. As the nanny began to remove the hairpins and ornaments from her hair, she smiled and said, "Young madam, I think the young lord is quite fond of you." Su Qingyi raised an eyebrow, amused. Fond of her? Where did that idea come from? She had only spent a few fleeting moments with the newly awakened young lord. How could the nanny have noticed anything? Su Qingyi chuckled dismissively. Before she could respond, the nanny lowered her voice and said, "In my opinion, the reason you haven't conceived yet is because you haven't been trying hard enough, or perhaps you're using the wrong methods. Now that the young lord has finally awakened, you need to seize the opportunity." Su Qingyi was both amused and exasperated. As a modern woman, how could she explain to the nanny that it wasn't her methods that were the problem, but perhaps the young lord's own health that was affecting things? His body was still recovering, and no position would make a difference. Besides, having a child wasn't a necessity. The nanny needn't worry. Su Qingyi smiled and said, "The young lord has just woken up. I doubt he has the mind for such things right now. We'll see how it goes later. He may not be thinking about it now, but you can't let him sleep alone. Can you?" The nanny continued to advise as she helped Su Qingyi undress for her bath. "The young lord seems healthy enough, apart from being a bit thin. If you continue to sleep separately, what will people say?" Su Qingyi nodded. "Yes, you're right, nanny. Regardless of my personal thoughts, I must show the proper attitude. All right, I'll have Sui ask if the young lord needs me to attend to him tonight," she instructed. Given the young lord's cold and ascetic nature as described in the original story, even if he allowed her to be by his side, he likely wouldn't make a move. The nanny laughed. "Yes, that's exactly what you should do. Remember, you married young Lord Xia, so you can't take things lightly." Su Yi, upon receiving the instructions, went to ask discreetly. Previously, matters related to the young lord could be inquired through his attendants. Now that he was awake, it was proper to report directly to him. Although Su Yi was composed by nature, she couldn't help but feel a bit tense when she heard the young lord's call to enter. She then walked past the screen, careful not to lift her gaze, to avoid any misstep. "Young lord, the young madam asked me to inquire if you require her presence tonight," she said. Presence? Xia Yunji was momentarily taken aback. Previously, while he was unconscious, he had occupied the main quarters, forcing Su Qingyi to move to the adjacent room. Now that he was awake, he couldn't let her be inconvenienced any longer. "Yes, have her move back in. It's been unfair for her to stay in the side room all this while," Xia Yunji replied. Su Yi was a bit taken aback by the young master's command. The young mistress had merely asked if she should serve him in the evening, but the young master directly requested her to move into the main house. This was indeed a good thing, indicating that the young master truly favored the young mistress. Su Yi suppressed a smile and hurried back to report the news. Su Qingyi was still sitting in the bath, enjoying the attentive service of her maids. Despite the flaws of the feudal society, having someone to knead your shoulders and hands after a long day was truly comfortable. Just as she was indulging in this thought, Su Ye's voice came through. "Young mistress, the young master has asked you to move into the main house to live with him. He also mentioned that having you stay in the side house all this time has been an injustice to you." Su Qingyi's eyes suddenly opened wide, not quite as large as saucers, but close enough. The young master's character was surprisingly good. He had just woken up and already wanted to give his wife dignity by moving her in with him. But wasn't he worried she might demand her marital rights? Su Qingyi's thoughts were swirling, while the maids and nannies were overjoyed, quickly organizing to pack the young mistress's belongings. They were moving and doing it overnight. After all, it was the renowned Xia Shixi. Their mistress had truly hit the jackpot. Su Qingyi snapped back to reality to find half of her attendants had disappeared. Considering Xia Yunji's reputation and looks, it was understandable why they were so excited. If she weren't already in her 30s and less prone to getting excited, she might have been thrilled too. Suddenly, Su Qingyi remembered something important and said, "What about hunger?" The nanny seemed to understand her mistress's thoughts and quickly replied, "That won't do. Tonight is your official wedding night with the young master. Bringing hunger would be inappropriate." She was determined to prevent it, even if it cost her life. Su Qingyi forced a smile, knowing it was impossible to bring a third wheel along. It would be like blatantly telling the young master she wasn't interested in intimacy. Not only were the maids at the side house packing overnight, but the young master's side had also started preparations. The beddings and all sleeping essentials were replaced with new ones wherever possible, and space in the wardrobe was cleared for the lady of the house. The maids were incredibly efficient. By the time Su Qingyi finished her bath, her previous room was completely emptied. She could only pull her robe tighter and follow the nanny to the young master's quarters. The nanny stopped at the door, not daring to enter. Su Qingyi entered alone, feeling at ease since she had been in this room countless times. The only difference now was that the man inside was awake. The young master, weak and easily fatigued, was about to rest but stayed up, wearing a white robe, waiting for Su Qingyi. The saying, "Beauty under the lamp," proved true. The young master, half lit by candlelight, appeared even more striking and captivating. Su Qingyi was momentarily mesmerized upon entering. She had to admit the young master had found a truly flattering angle, though she knew Xia Yunji could withstand scrutiny from any angle. Hearing her arrival, Xia Yunji lifted his head. Upon seeing his wife, even though he was not one to smile often, he curved his lips slightly. "I'm sorry to keep you waiting, young master," Su Qingyi apologized, noticing the red veins in his eyes, evidence of his exhaustion from the day's activities. "It's no trouble," Xia Yunji replied, glancing briefly at his wife in her robe without staring. "Come sit." He poured a cup of tea and placed it beside her, his voice a shade deeper. "Autumn is dry. Have some tea before resting." "Thank you, young master." Su Qingyi approached, sat in the designated spot, and smiled as she took a sip of tea. "We're husband and wife. No need for formalities." With no children or servants around, just the two of them, Xia Yunji turned to her, his gaze resting on her delicate profile. "These days must have been hard on you, and you've been wronged." His wife was young, and after her bath, dressed plainly without makeup, she appeared even younger. Xia Yunji suddenly remembered he was about a decade older than her, practically a generation apart. "I'm fine really. It's not much of a hardship," Su Qingyi assured him. "If anyone was wronged, it was Liner and his brothers during your unconscious days." She didn't elaborate for now. "But there's plenty of time to discuss their matters with you in the future," she added considerately. "Let's rest for now," she suggested with a smile. "Very well," Xia Yunji agreed, nodding at her smile, while pondering how his young wife was indeed quite unique. When other women saw him, they either became shy or overly enthusiastic, or at the very least, felt uneasy. But not Madame. She was neither shy nor overly enthusiastic. Instead, she was considerate, accommodating, and composed. Being with her felt like a gentle spring breeze, yet there was also an element of mystery. If Su Qingyi knew what the heir thought, she would certainly find it amusing. Naturally, she was a manager at a five-star hotel and had interacted with countless people. She had encountered all sorts of temperaments and personalities. Her principle was to make people feel at home and to value relationships, even if the business didn't work out. More connections meant more opportunities. Su Qingyi followed Xia Yunji and, upon reaching the bed, casually removed his outer garment and placed it on the carved rack by the bed. Then, she skillfully set up the bed canopy. Xia Yunji glanced at his wife's graceful figure, recalling countless nights from the past. He moved to the inside of the bed, leaving the outer space for her. The autumn quilt was thin and there was only one. After Su Qingyi set the canopy, she lay down and realized she wanted to call the maid to bring another quilt. However, the maid had already swiftly extinguished the candle. Su Qingyi, not one to fuss, decided not to mind. Lying in the same bed with the heir, she suddenly worriedly said, "I wonder if Hunger is crying." Perplexed, Xia Yunji asked softly, "Why would Hunger cry?" Su Qingyi replied, "Because he always sleeps with me." Xia Yunji was surprised. Really? He thought of how every time Madame spent the night with him, she would return to sleep with Hunger. The heir silently cursed. That little brat. At almost 5 years old, it wasn't appropriate. Xia Yunji had wanted to discuss this several times and finally seized the opportunity today, saying, "You shouldn't spoil him too much." Alright. Child-rearing issues were endless, but the heir needed rest. Su Qingyi said, "You should sleep. It's been a chaotic day, and you've had a long one." Xia Yunji paused for a moment. "Yes, this body isn't strong. Once I'm better, I'll make it up to you with a proper wedding night." Their wedding and wedding night had been less than perfect. If he hadn't mentioned it, Su Qingyi might have fallen asleep easily, but now she found herself unable to do so. Xia Yunji's body was weak, but his mind was preoccupied, and he couldn't fall asleep. Beside him lay his wife, with whom he had shared countless intimate moments, staying over for the first time. Her familiar, gentle fragrance lingered in the bedding. Xia Yunji had always thought he would never marry, yet now he found that this scent brought him comfort. However, he knew his wife didn't like him. She had married him hastily, only to escape a disastrous engagement with his younger brother. Even after living together for nearly half a year in Donhui Courtyard, she still didn't like him. This realization pained Xia Yunji more than any arrow wound he'd received on the battlefield. In his heart, he'd already gone through the process of resisting and then accepting Su Qingyi as his unexpected wife, and he had long since decided she was his lifelong partner. Yet, she didn't like him. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't sleep. He turned over slowly. Su Qingyi was also awake and softly asked, "My lord, are you feeling unwell?" Since he was still recovering and technically a patient, she couldn't help but be concerned about him. "No," Xia Yunji replied, turning towards her, his voice low. "You needn't worry about me." Such meticulous care surely meant she didn't dislike him entirely. Perhaps they were just not yet familiar with one another. Su Qingyi was lying comfortably when suddenly her husband leaned over to speak, causing a pleasant tingling in her ears. "Are you not used to sharing a bed?" she asked naturally, considering the details. "I'm used to it," Xia Yunji quickly replied. "I'm grateful you're willing to move in with me. It means a lot." Su Qingyi blinked, thinking to herself how well-spoken he was. It was indeed fortunate to encounter such a considerate and emotionally intelligent man in her first marriage. Unable to sleep, the somewhat unfamiliar couple talked casually back and forth until Xia Yunji's voice gradually faded, and Su Qingyi finally yawned and fell asleep. Xia Yunji's insomnia the previous night was also due to his fear of not waking up the next day. He was genuinely terrified. Thankfully, he did wake up in the morning. His wife was still asleep beside him, looking innocent and youthful in her slumber, more suited to her age. But once awake, her composed demeanor returned, and she said, "My lord, since you're well now, it wouldn't be appropriate for Mo Yan and the others to continue serving in the inner courtyard. Shall we have maidservants take over in Donhuai courtyard instead?" "Sure," Xia Yunji agreed, adding, "I don't need anyone to serve me. The maidservants can attend to you. Don't worry about me." Being from a military background, he was used to taking care of himself. Su Qingyi understood and, seeing he was indeed moving freely, left him to his own devices. "Sui," she called, summoning a maid to help her dress, do her hair, shape her eyebrows, and apply a light layer of makeup. Her face was naturally youthful and beautiful, and with a modern touch to her makeup, she looked even more appealing. When Su Qingyi first abandoned the popular makeup of the time for her own style, the maids were shocked by her creativity. Xia Yunji, indeed well enough, could dress and groom himself. But he pretended to have clumsy hands and handed the horn comb to his already groomed wife, gently asking, "Could you help me with my hair?" Of course, Su Qingyi replied without suspicion, quickly getting up to offer her seat to him. "Please sit, my lord, but I might not do a great job." "No worries," Xia Yunji said, lifting his robe before sitting properly on the stool. Sui stood by anxiously, thinking her mistress truly didn't know how to do hair, wondering if there was still time to guide her. But then she watched as her mistress's nimble fingers deftly styled the hair without a hitch. Naturally, she had done this daily in her previous work, becoming skilled over time. The young lord's long hair was well maintained, cool to the touch, and once styled, a gilded crown was placed on top. "All done." "Thank you," Xia Yunji said, smiling at his wife in the bronze mirror. Su Qingyi thought to herself, "Oh, that's not fair." She had deliberately avoided looking in the mirror, knowing her husband would unintentionally charm her. This wasn't Xia Yunji's fault. He rarely smiled, his default expression being stoic. Even without smiling, he attracted many admirers. With a smile, it would be overwhelming. Before she could think further, a child's voice came from outside. "Mother, are you awake? Can I come in?" Hunger hadn't seen his mother last night and missed her dearly. As soon as dawn broke, he rushed over to find her. The child's voice immediately dispelled the earlier mood. "Yes, my dear, come in," Su Qingyi called warmly, feeling a twinge of guilt towards Hunger, her tone affectionate. Hunger, receptive to such affection, smiled and ran into his mother's arms. Upon seeing his father present, Hangor stood properly and asked, "Father, are you feeling better today?" Compared to the shyness of yesterday, Hangor was noticeably more affectionate towards Xia Yunji today. "Thank you for your concern, Hunger. I'm much better today," Xia Yunji replied with a smile, gesturing for him to come closer. Hangor hesitated for a moment, then walked over, though he couldn't help but wonder why his father seemed different. Naturally, Xia Yunji had realized during his bedridden months that he had neglected his children. He wanted to change and learn to be a good father. He hoped it wasn't too late for his children. "I used to be so focused on leading troops that I neglected you," he admitted, lifting Hangor into his arms and gently touching the small bun tied at the back of his son's head. "From now on, I won't go anywhere. I'll stay here with your mother and watch you grow up." Though young, Hangor understood these words. He leaned on his father's shoulder, wrapping his small arms tightly around his neck. "Father won't leave, and neither will mother." Su Qingyi was quite touched by the decision of the heir. She wholeheartedly supported it, knowing the battlefield was dangerous and luck couldn't be relied upon every time. However, Hangor's words made her heart race. Was he planning to sell her out? Thankfully, the heir didn't seem to think much of it and simply patted Hangor's back, saying, "All right, father won't leave, and neither will mother. We'll always be with you." The clever Hangor turned to look at Su Qingyi, as if seeking confirmation. "Mother, is what father said true?" Su Qingyi felt genuinely relieved. It was a joyous occasion for their 3 children that the heir had finally decided to be a good father. But now, he was pulling her into it too. With a smile, she replied, "Of course it's true." In her mind, however, she was considering that the heir seemed to be recovering well and that she should find an opportunity to talk to him soon. After Hangul, the eldest and second sons also came to the main room, though they didn't enter the bedroom. They waited in the small dining area for their parents and younger brother to join them for breakfast. This was the first time such an event had occurred, and both brothers were pleased. The difference was that one was internally happy, showing no emotion, while the other was openly joyous, radiating happiness. "Why are father and mother here yet?" Zhenguo frequently glanced at the door, eager for their arrival. Clearly, he was the openly joyous one. "Father is weak. It's only right for him to sleep a bit longer," Lin Guo replied calmly. "We've waited a year. What's a few more moments?" "That's true," Zhenguo nodded. Just as he was about to spin a chopstick, someone appeared at the door, and he quickly placed it down, turning with a bright smile. Their parents walked in, looking like a perfect match. Usually, the youngest brother clung to their mother like a koala, but today he was in their father's arms. The second child mused that their father, just like their mother, would spoil their youngest brother immensely. It was something to be envious of. "Father, mother," the brothers greeted, standing up and wishing them a good morning. "Good morning," Su Qingyi and Xia Yunji replied with smiles. "Sit down," Su Qingyi said with a smile. "We got delayed a bit. Sorry to keep you waiting. If you're hungry, go ahead and eat." "That's not how it should be," Zhenguo insisted. "We should wait for the whole family to be seated." Only after their parents sat down did Lin Guo and Zhenguo follow suit. "This is our first meal together as a family. It should be complete," Zhenguo said, reaching for a meat pie and glancing at his older brother. "Right, big brother?" "Yes," Lin Guo agreed with his brother's sentiment, then turned his attention to Xia Yunji. "How are you feeling today, father?" "I'm fine," Xia Yunji replied with a smile, picking up his chopsticks to serve his sons. This was usually Su Qingyi's task, but now that someone else was taking over, she felt a sense of relief. Finally, her bowl was filled too. She looked up and met Xia Yunji's handsome face. "Do you like this, my dear?" he asked. "If not, I'll get you something else." Everyone else at the table, except for Su Qingyi, immediately buried their heads in their bowls, pretending not to exist. Faced with this scene, Su Qingyi couldn't help but recall the words of the old nanny. "I think the heir seems quite fond of you." No matter what kind of fondness it was, Su Qingyi had indeed noticed that the heir was at least not averse to her. Otherwise, no matter how virtuous or morally upright a person might be, they wouldn't be able to force a well-known aloof individual to be so amiable. This was a good thing. Everyone getting along amicably means that they can discuss matters more easily in the future. Su Qingyi smiled appreciatively and said, "Thank you, er. I love everything on this table." As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Her eating habits and those of the children were quite compatible. When faced with the same dish, it was merely a matter of how much they ate, not whether they liked it. "Lin, isn't it because you insist everyone eats a balanced diet?" she said. "You're too polite, madam," Xia Yunji replied. The family of 5 then enjoyed a harmonious breakfast together. Occasionally, they engaged in casual conversation, mostly the children sharing things with their father that he was unaware of, sometimes out of a desire to share, other times out of frustration. The small flower hall was filled with the children's chatter. Xia Yunji, already familiar with most of what was said, listened attentively and responded occasionally. His encouraging attitude only fueled the children's eagerness to express themselves. "I remember everything you've told me," Xia Yunji said seriously after listening. "In the future, if anything happens, make sure to tell me immediately, just like now. Understand?" "Yes," the brothers replied warmly, feeling that their father had truly changed since his recovery. While he had always been a good father, he was previously more intimidating and distant, making them hesitant to approach him. He was also very busy and rarely had the time to sit down and have a meal with them like he did now. Their father was so much better now, and they hoped he would stay this way forever. "Madam, is there anything you want to tell me?" Xia Yunji asked, turning to his wife after the children had finished speaking. "The children have said everything that needs to be said," Su Qingyi replied, pausing her meal to smile. "If there's anything else, I'll speak to you privately later." By this, she meant discussing their somewhat superficial marriage. However, it seemed the father and sons misunderstood her, and after a moment of silence, they chose not to ask further. "All right, we'll talk in private later," Xia Yunji agreed gently. After the meal, the eldest and second sons bid farewell to their parents and left the main house together. "Big brother, father has changed so much. Will he stay like this?" Jin asked, both happy and a little worried. He feared that once their father fully recovered, he might revert to his former aloof and intimidating self. "I don't think so," Lin replied after some thought. "A man becomes more mature after marriage." Zhen nodded in agreement, also attributing the change in their father to their mother. "But what if mother leaves?" "I don't want her to go." "If she leaves, father might not be the same, and our home will become cold and empty like before, Zhen lamented. He didn't want to stop his mother from leaving if it would make her happier, but the thought of losing this newfound warmth made him feel dejected. Not necessarily, Lin comforted. Haven't you noticed? Father is very fond of mother and is trying to win her over. He wasn't like this before. Now, he's gentle and considerate, making it easy to see his intentions. If he succeeds, our family won't fall apart. Seeing his brother's realization, Lin continued slowly. Besides, even if mother does leave, we can always pack up and join her. Father would be happy about that. You make a good point, Jin admitted, understanding his brother's analysis and feeling his anxiety dissipate. So, father does like mother. Based on this fact, Zhang clicked his tongue. Father was really good at pretending before, insisting he wouldn't marry. Yet here he is, falling for a blind marriage. But they both knew that it ultimately came down to their mother's goodness. If she weren't as wonderful, no matter how virtuous their father was, he would only grant her the respect she deserved, without actively pursuing her. The brothers had no idea their father was hiding a huge secret. If revealed, it would astonish their mother and the 4 children. Especially Su Qingyi, who might find it incredibly awkward. Therefore, Xia Yunji decided to keep the secret to himself to preserve his wife's dignity. Keeping a secret is no easy task. Pei Che, who taught Jin martial arts, and Xin Jijia, who tutored Heng in academics, noticed their students seemed unusually cheerful, as if something joyous had occurred. Was it because their elder brother had topped the exams? That was indeed something to celebrate, but it didn't seem to be the only reason. There seemed to be something more. Zhen wanted to share the news with his master, Pei Che, knowing that his father and the master were close friends, and hearing the news would definitely make him happy. However, his father had instructed him not to tell anyone for the time being, so he kept it to himself. Xia Yunji was an organized individual. A year of hardship had taught him the value of cherishing those around him. Upon waking up, he naturally prioritized spending quiet days with his wife and children before facing external affairs. Around noon, Su Qingyi was nestled in her small study, engrossed in reviewing the accounts of her shop and handling the mundane affairs of the Donhui courtyard. Suddenly, she noticed the heir entering. "Don't worry, I'm not here to disturb you," he said. "You don't need to pay attention to me. I'll just stay quietly on the side." Su Qingyi swallowed her words and smiled. "In that case, please make yourself comfortable, or I'll continue with the accounts." Perhaps he was wandering around because he found staying in the courtyard too dull. During recovery, patients couldn't engage in strenuous activities or go out, so they had to find ways to pass the time. "All right," Xia Yunji replied, sitting at the opposite side of the desk. Soon, a maid brought in a tea set and hot water, placing them gently on the table before leaving. Su Qingyi glanced up and saw the heir fiddling with the tea set. His movements were slow but steady, and his long, slender fingers holding the dark-colored teacup were surprisingly captivating. She found herself momentarily entranced. "Madam, am I disturbing you?" Xia Yunji asked, noticing her gaze and assuming he was being bothersome. "No, no," Su Qingyi quickly reassured, shifting her focus from his hands to the tea. "Have you studied tea ceremony?" she asked with a smile. "Is this black tea?" "Yes, I've dabbled in it," Xia Yunji replied with a smile, rolling up his sleeves and pouring the first cup of tea, which he placed in front of Su Qingyi. "Please, madam, you must be tired from managing the accounts." Su Qingyi swallowed, feeling a bit undeserving of such attention from the nation's beloved figure, serving her tea. Speaking of it, Su Qingyi has been quite attractive in both of her lifetimes and has certainly experienced passionate pursuits from the opposite sex. After all, she's in her 30s and has been through many things one should experience. She can see right through a man's intentions. That's why she's surprised that someone like Xia Yunji seems to have taken a liking to her as soon as he woke up. What Su Qingyi doesn't know is that he didn't just fall for her after waking up. In his mind, they've already spent half a year adjusting to each other as a married couple. From initial awkwardness and resistance to acceptance, he has gone through the entire process on his own. Now, he yearns to be close to her but is afraid of scaring her off. So he chooses a gradual approach, spending more time with her. Xia Yunji didn't expect that his wife would be so hard to win over. Indeed, upon sensing Xia Yunji's feelings, Su Qingyi's first reaction wasn't to feel flattered but to perceive danger. Being with Xia Yunji means endless trouble. With these thoughts clear in her mind, Su Qingyi picked up her teacup, took a sip, and smiled. "Jitsi, since we have some free time, why don't we discuss our marriage?" For a moment, Xia Yunji seemed to anticipate what Su Qingyi wanted to talk about and felt a pang in his heart. As a gentleman, he wished to listen openly to his wife's thoughts and never to impose. Yet he feigned ignorance. What's wrong with our marriage? I feel very fortunate. Thank you for agreeing to marry me." Even knowing it was a marriage of convenience, he didn't mind. Su Qingyi pursed her lips and said, "I am the one reaching for something out of my league with you, Jitsi." She barely started when Xia Yunji interrupted. "My lady, if you have any demands or dissatisfactions, feel free to tell me and I shall change." Su Qingyi sighed. "That's not what I meant." Does that mean you're very satisfied with me and there's nothing you wish for me to change? Xia Yunji brazenly said such words for the first time, lowering his gaze to sip his tea to hide his unease. You're quite full of yourself, aren't you? Su Qingyi thought, taken aback that the usually upright Xia Yunji could be like this. She processed this for a moment and continued, not exactly, I mean, my lady, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Could you help me outside for some fresh air? Xia Yunji said, pressing his fingers to his forehead, feigning discomfort. Su Qingyi didn't doubt him. A person who just woke up from a coma shouldn't be as lively as he was. Weakness was more expected. Should we call for a doctor? She asked, quickly getting up from her chair and moving to his side. No need. Just a bit of tightness in the chest, Xia Yunji replied, placing his hand over Su Qingyi's wrist through the fabric of her sleeve. It was their first conscious contact, and he asked, could you help me take a walk outside? Su Qingyi glanced down at the hand that had just made her heart flutter, now resting on her wrist. This touch reminded her of past interactions, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Xia Yunji seemed to have similar thoughts, feeling a tickle in his throat and giving a light cough, his handsome face slightly embarrassed. This cough brought Su Qingyi back to reality. Looking at his slightly pale face, she thought, poor thing, he's still a patient. I should focus on his condition. Alright, is it just chest tightness? Any other discomfort? Su Qingyi asked, supporting him as they walked outside. She thought it might be a lack of oxygen. If only they were in modern times, he could have oxygen readily available. But in ancient times, they had to rely on other means. It's nothing serious. Just a bit stifling, Xia Yunji said, feeling as guilty as Su Qingyi. Having been a gentleman for over 20 years, it was his first time using such a little trick, and on his wife, no less. It was truly inappropriate. Alright, Su Qingyi said, helping him outside, thankful that it was an overcast day with pleasant weather. As they strolled in the courtyard, they attracted curious glances from the servants, likely admiring the Shizi's striking appearance. It's human nature to admire beauty, so Su Qingyi didn't plan to be too strict with them. The servants soon realized they should give the couple some privacy and moved away. Feeling better, Shizi? Su Qingyi genuinely thought he was short of breath and kindly patted his back, observing his lips for any changes in color. Better, Xia Yunji replied, looking at her, what would I do without you, my lady? Su Qingyi thought, that's a bit dramatic. But she decided to postpone the discussion about separating until he recovered. Meanwhile, the Xinjiang princess, who lived separately from her husband, heard about Xie Huaiyan failing his exams. Since he wasn't her real husband, she didn't care and merely scoffed at his incompetence, couldn't even surpass his own nephew. Her maid thought that Xia Yunji's eldest son had topped the exams, and many had failed to surpass him, Xie Huaiyan being just one of them. The Zhenyang princess had little interest in her fake husband's affairs. Lately, she had been worried about her delayed monthly cycle and feeling nauseous during breakfast, leading her to a dreadful suspicion. Could she really be pregnant? The absence of her monthly cycle hadn't escaped the notice of her personal maid, who was also deeply worried. Your Highness, could it be that the contraceptive soup didn't work? The expression on Zhenyang Juanju's face immediately darkened. This was her worst fear, being pregnant with Xie Huaiyan's child. No, she couldn't bear Xie Huaiyan's child. What she wanted was to have Xia Yunji's child. The maid, anxious about the situation, advised, Your Highness, perhaps it would be wise to consult a doctor. If you are indeed pregnant, it's better to make plans early. You're right. If I am pregnant, I should take care of it sooner rather than later. Find a doctor, Zhenyang Junju instructed, her mood sour. Make sure it's someone trustworthy. Yes, Your Highness, the maid replied, promptly setting out to find a doctor. To ensure confidentiality, they sought a doctor with family ties to the princess. When the doctor arrived at the Marquis's residence and took Zhenyang Juanju's pulse, he confirmed with a smile, Congratulations, Your Highness, you are indeed pregnant, about 2 weeks along. For a newlywed, this is wonderful news. However, the doctor noticed that neither the Junju nor her attendants seemed pleased. Was it possible that she didn't want the child? Indeed, Zhenyang Junju showed no joy as she said, I am not ready to have a child right now. Please prescribe something to terminate the pregnancy. The doctor was taken aback, then hesitated, explaining, It's not impossible, but Your Highness, do you want children in the future? Of course I do, Zhenyang Junju replied immediately. She planned to take care of her health after this and find a way to fulfill her wishes. It was only a matter of time until her father ascended the throne, and she was determined. If you wish to have children in the future, the doctor began cautiously, then you shouldn't terminate this pregnancy. Otherwise, it might be difficult for you to conceive again. What did you say? Zhenyang Junju asked, eyes wide. The doctor spoke softly, Your body has been damaged, likely due to strong medicines, so it can't withstand further harm, or it might affect your ability to conceive in the future. Zhenyang Junju clenched her fists. Indeed, she had used potent medicines. The love potion and the contraceptive soup were like poisons, yet they hadn't gotten rid of this unwanted child, leaving her furious. Your Highness, if that's the case, you shouldn't take the abortive medicine. the maid urged anxiously. You will regret it if your health is compromised. Zhenyang Junju, feeling desolate, leaned back on the soft couch, unable to speak. Doctor, please prescribe some medicine to support the pregnancy. We must ensure the safety of this child, the maid decided bravely. Yes, the doctor agreed. After the doctor had prepared the prescription, the maid sent someone to the pharmacy to get the medicine and then returned to Zhenyang Junju's side. Your Highness, you mustn't dwell on negative thoughts. You need to stay calm. If the child is lost midway, it will take a toll on your health as well. Mama, Zhenyang Junju suddenly said, touching her belly, her expression slowly becoming spirited. I have an idea. The maid was taken aback. What idea? Zhenyang Junju gave a cold laugh. If I don't acknowledge it, who will know the child is Xia Huayan's? What if I claim it's Xia Yunji's? Understanding dawned on the maid, and she looked shocked. Isn't that too risky? Isn't it a false accusation? But your Highness, what benefit would it bring to claim it's the child of Shi Xia? The maid asked. Of course it has benefits. If I discuss this with Xia Huayan, we can use the child to force the Marquis family to divorce Su Qingyi. Meanwhile, Xia Huayan can use this to suppress those adopted sons. Imagine, his son inheriting everything from Xia Yunzi. How could he refuse? Zhenyang Junju smirked. She and Xia Huayan were in this together, and doing so would benefit both sides. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. That's true. The second master recently failed the exams and harbors a grudge against his brother's adopted sons, the maid realized. Go and invite the second master over. Yes. With Zhenyang Junju's command, the maid went to Du Jinyan to summon Xia Huayan for discussion. As expected, upon hearing her plan, Xia Huayan gave it serious consideration. Indeed, it would be beneficial for him, as he knew the child was his. Using a child to gain everything in Donhui Courtyard, while also undermining Su Qingyi and pushing out Xia Lin, seemed like an excellent strategy. On one side, Su Qingyi accompanied the heir, whose breathing had returned to normal, back to the study to rest. Before long, a maid arrived to report, Young madam, the Marquis requests your presence. The Marquis? At this hour, it must be related to Lin Ge. With this thought, Su Qingyi said to Xia Yunji, my father might need me for something. I'll go over. Go ahead, Xia Yunji nodded, watching his wife leave with gentle eyes. Su Qingyi arrived at the Marquis' study and found that the Zhenyang princess was also present. The atmosphere was rather tense. The Marquis' expression was very unpleasant, with a hint of anger, as if he had just been upset. Upon seeing Su Qingyi, his anger turned to guilt, because what he was about to say was very unfavorable to her. Yet, not long ago, he had promised Su Qingyi that he wouldn't let the Zhenyang princess cause trouble. Now, he was undoubtedly going back on his word. Marquis, what happened? Su Qingyi asked proactively. Qingyi, the Marquis looked at his daughter-in-law, and it was difficult for him to even begin to explain the situation, regardless of its truth. If the Marquis can't say it, then let me, the Zhenyang princess said, disdaining their hesitance. She stood up from her seat, looked Su Qingyi in the eye, and said, I just told the Marquis that I am pregnant with the heir's child. Su Qingyi was astonished, almost amused. What? Her gaze immediately fell on the Zhenyang princess's abdomen, instinctively thinking, this isn't the heir's child. It's likely Xia Huayan's, probably conceived during that herbal medicine incident. Knowing what the issue was, Su Qingyi felt relieved and smiled, saying, Princess, you must be joking. You are the wife of the second brother. How could you be pregnant with the heir's child? Besides, the heir's health is fragile, and his vitality weak, making it impossible for a woman to conceive by him. Otherwise I, as the eldest sister-in-law, would have been pregnant long ago. She wasn't slandering the heir, it was the truth. Is that so? The Marquis quickly asked. He had long suspected the Zhenyang princess was speaking nonsense, which is why he called Su Qingyi to confront her. Su Qingyi nodded at the Marquis. Yes, and the princess hasn't even set foot in Donhui Courtyard. How could she have been near the heir? The Zhenyang princess had anticipated Su Qingyi's response and was not in a hurry. With her hand on her stomach, she smiled and said, just because you cannot conceive, you claim the heir's vitality is weak. Who can prove it? Besides, you don't stay in Donhui Courtyard all day. How do you know I haven't been there? Su Qingyi inwardly sneered, realizing the princess intended to falsely accuse them. If the heir hadn't woken up, she might have had a hard time defending herself. Fortunately, the heir had awakened, so she wasn't worried about these false accusations. It wouldn't succeed. Considering the heir wished to remain incognito to avoid stirring various powers and disturbing his recovery, she could only delay for now. Ridiculous, Su Qingyi said. Just because the princess says so, the child is the heir's? I could say the child is the second brother's. The Zhenyang princess's brow twitched, angered that Su Qingyi had guessed correctly. Before she could speak, Su Qingyi continued. The princess and the second brother are the ones married. If the princess is pregnant, why not hold her own husband accountable, instead of blaming the eldest sister-in-law's husband? The Duke of Su truly has an excellent family education. I wonder what His Majesty would think if he heard this. You. The Shenyang princess glared at Su Qingyi. This ordinary woman still thought she could hold on to her position as the heir's wife? Indeed, the Shenyang princess was wary of Su Qingyi making a scene before His Majesty. However, Su Qingyi overlooked one thing. The Marquis would not allow this matter to escalate. Her disgrace would mean Xia Yunji's disgrace, which would tarnish the entire Pingyang Marquis manor. To keep the peace, the Marquis might have to sacrifice Su Qingyi, an insignificant figure. Realizing this, the Shenyang princess calmed down and said, "No matter how eloquent you are, it won't help. The child in my belly is Xia Yunji's. If you want to make a fuss, go ahead, but it will bring disgrace to the Marquis' family, and the virtuous Xiaer will also be disgraced." She turned to the Marquis, her tone carrying a hint of threat. Would the Marquis let such a thing happen? The Marquis' eyes turned cold, feeling troubled. Why must the princess push things too far? As the other party suggested, if it came to this, he couldn't agree. The Pingyang Marquis manor and Xia Yunji valued their reputation. I could ask the same of the Marquis, the Shenyang princess said with calm determination. Why offend the Duke of Su's family over someone insignificant? Wouldn't it be better to abandon her to preserve the reputation of the Marquis' family and Yunji? The Marquis' face turned livid. For one, he didn't want to abandon Su Qingyi, as he relied heavily on this daughter-in-law. Secondly, he disliked being threatened. Yet, the Shenyang princess's words undeniably posed a threat, forcing him to consider carefully. Su Qingyi noticed the Marquis' hesitation but felt no waves in her heart, as she had never expected the Marquis to support her. As the head of the family, the Marquis inevitably has to prioritize the family's prosperity and survival. In trivial matters, he naturally sides with her. However, when it comes to issues concerning the family's interests, she, as the eldest daughter-in-law without any strong background, is practically insignificant. It's not that she feels heartbroken, but she dislikes this feeling of being constantly restrained. There's nothing she can do about it. Her status and the visible leverage she holds are limited. Her value in the Marquis' eyes is currently only worth so much. How will it be? Princess Shenyang urged anxiously. Standing outside the door, Xia Yunji hesitated to open it, also eager to know his father's answer. Would his father yield to Princess Shenyang's demands or resist them? I disagree with this, the Marquis replied, gritting his teeth and resisting the pressure. Unless you can prove the child is Yunji's. Princess Shenyang, in her attempt to prove the child belonged to Xia Yunji, could only choose to give birth. The Marquis' words were also a tactic to buy time. Su Qingyi had long seen through the cunning of the elders in the Marquis' household and wasn't pleased by the Marquis' refusal. The Marquis' rejection at this moment was merely because no greater interest had yet appeared. It had nothing to do with her, Su Qingyi. She understood all of this, yet it was hard to avoid feeling frustrated. Xia Yunji understood as well, which is why he didn't care to hear more. He knew well what kind of person his father was. Xia Yunji pushed open the door, breaking the tense atmosphere in the room. Who? The Marquis was about to express his anger, glaring fiercely at the door, but was stunned upon seeing who it was, disbelief filling his eyes. Yin. Yin. Princess Shenyang was also taken aback, staring blankly at the man at the door. Was she seeing things? Xia Yunji. The Marquis' anger vanished as he rushed to his eldest son, reaching out to touch him to see if he was truly there. Father, your son has awakened, Xia Yunji said, taking a deep look at his father, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. He noticed his father's haggard appearance and the many wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Awake, that's good, so good. The usually stern Marquis, overwhelmed with joy, embraced his son's shoulders. Feeling the thinness of his son's frame made it all real. His bedridden son had indeed awakened. Your son is unworthy, causing you worry, Xia Yunji said, gently patting his father's back. Compared to his father's tears of joy, he seemed much calmer. Awake, that's good, awake. The Marquis was lost in his emotions and didn't notice his son's calm demeanor, knowing his son was always like this. Yes. While talking to his father, Xia Yunji's gaze had already drifted past his father's shoulder, landing on his wife. Meeting her eyes, he gave her a reassuring smile. Su Qingyi, however, frowned slightly. Wasn't he supposed to rest for 2 more days? His health wasn't stable yet, so why the rush to come out? Xia Yunji noticed his wife's disapproval and smiled wryly, having abandoned his original plan out of concern. To appease Su Qingyi, his smile carried a hint of endearment. Whether Su Qingyi felt appeased was uncertain, but Princess Shenyang, standing nearby, was captivated. Xia Yunji's smile was rare, and she witnessed it today. Even after a year of unconsciousness, Xia Yunji remained as graceful and captivating as ever, his cool eyes mesmerizing. Yunji, Princess Shenyang called out involuntarily. Everyone in the room, except Su Qingyi, darkened their gazes. This Princess Shenyang was truly audacious, shamelessly relying on her title. Xia Yunji removed his father's hand and first approached Su Qingyi, smiling as he greeted her, my lady. Then he turned to Princess Shenyang, softly asking his wife, Qingyi, is she the sister-in-law? Amused by his disdain, Su Qingyi nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, this is Princess Zhenyang, the newlywed wife of your second brother. She has been in the house for over half a month." "I see." Xia Yunji nodded. When it was his turn to speak to Princess Zhenyang, his tone turned indifferent. "Sister-in-law, it's inappropriate to call the elder brother by name. I don't like it, and neither does my wife." Su Qingyi rolled her eyes at him, speechless. Why did he always drag her into these things? For many years, Lady Zhenyang harbored feelings for Xia Yunji, but truth be told, she rarely had the chance to speak with him. It was a rare occurrence to exchange words, especially under such circumstances. She was his sister-in-law, and he had a wife of his own. Although, in Lady Zhenyang's eyes, that wife was merely a woman married to ward off bad luck and not worthy of the renowned Xia Yunji. Yet here he was, speaking coldly to her for the sake of his wife. Heartbroken, Lady Zhenyang said with reluctance, "I am Zhenyang. 5 years ago, during the Royal Autumn Hunt, you helped stop my horse from running wild. Do you remember?" Xia Yunji replied, "It was a matter of life and death. I would have helped anyone in that situation." Lady Zhenyang felt even more heartache. Did Xia Yunji truly have no recollection of her? He probably only remembered his cousin, the princess, who was close at hand, but even she did not manage to win his heart. Instead, it was a mere marquis's daughter who did. "I remember you never wanted to marry," Lady Zhenyang said, shifting the topic with envy as she looked at Su Qingyi. "The marquis family arranged for you to marry while you were in a coma. I am very fond of her, and I am grateful for the elders' thoughtful arrangements," Xia Yunji interrupted before she could finish, taking the opportunity to express his feelings. "Qingyi and I share a deep connection. Our fate is destined. The fact that I woke up after a year-long coma is the best proof of that." Upon hearing this, Lady Zhenyang drew a sharp breath in pain. She had longed for Xia Yunji to wake up, but she never imagined that when he did, he would devote his heart to the woman married to ward off bad luck. What did she lack compared to Su Qingyi? The Marquis feared he might have caused his eldest son distress by not yielding to Lady Zhenyang's threats earlier. Su Qingyi glanced at the air again, rationally telling herself these were just words to appease the frantic Lady Zhenyang. Yet, considering Xia Yunji's character, she couldn't find any falsity in his words. She couldn't help but wonder what the heir saw in her, and whether it was too late to change now. "Madam, these words are also meant for you," Xia Yunji said, aware that he had not yet won his wife's heart but unwilling to give up. Boldly, he grasped her sleeve and said, "I know you were first engaged to my second brother, and only married me due to circumstances beyond your control. This was not your choice, and for that, the Marquis family owes you an apology." Lady Zhenyang looked livid, nearly jumping up. What second brother's fiancé? She was clearly already married to Xia Huaiyan. To go from sister-in-law to wife, did Xia Yunji not find it disgusting? The Marquis recalled the disgraceful actions of Xia Huaiyan on his wedding night, which forced Su Qingyi, the new bride, to seek refuge in caring for the incapacitated Xia Yunji at Donhui Pavilion, and felt embarrassed. There were more ways the family had wronged Su Qingyi. Those events are in the past. The heir need not blame himself, Su Qingyi said, being someone who looked forward. The past was only meant for learning lessons. She lacked the emotional baggage. She was now only worried about Xia Yunji clinging to her, so she quickly pulled her sleeve away. Feeling the emptiness at his fingertips, Xia Yunji's gaze darkened. "No matter what you think now, I have feelings for you," he continued. Su Qingyi nearly choked on her own saliva. So, the heir truly had feelings for her. She was finally at ease. Leaving aside the jumble of thoughts, watching the drama unfold was genuinely enjoyable. The heir knew how to strike Lady Zhenyang where it hurt. She watched as Lady Zhenyang's face turned pale, nearly fainting from the pain. Yet the heir did not relent. After confessing his feelings, he coldly said, "I heard at the door just now that my sister-in-law is pregnant with my second brother's child. Congratulations." The word congratulations nearly made Lady Zhenyang spit blood. Even if she didn't, she slumped back into her chair, unable to regain her composure for a long time. If it was confirmed she was carrying Xia Huaiyan's child, any hopes of being with Xia Yunji would be dashed. This meant all her efforts to marry into the Marquis of Pingyang's family were in vain. She neither secured Xia Yunji's child nor her own ambitions. How did it come to this? The Marquis, seeing Lady Zhenyang's loss of composure, realized the child was not Xia Yunji's. But whose was it? He decided to summon Xia Huaiyan to ask, frowning as he instructed, "Someone, go fetch the second young master." Su Qingyi, recalling Xia Huaiyan's cunning nature, boldly suggested, "If the Marquis wishes to know the truth, perhaps he should directly ask the second brother if he shared a room with Lady Zhenyang." The Marquis, a shrewd man, immediately understood his daughter-in-law's implication. Was it possible that framing Xia Yunji was a scheme concocted by Xia Huaiyan and Lady Zhenyang together? Realizing this possibility, the Marquis's face turned dark with anger as he silently cursed his rebellious son. "To get the truth from my second brother, your highness, let's hide behind the screen first." Su Qingyi is bold and straightforward, unafraid of being seen as someone who judges others by her own petty standards. After all, Xia Huayan is no gentleman. He's a complete scoundrel. The Marquis hesitated. All right. Xia Yunji agreed without hesitation and followed his wife behind the screen. As for Princess Zhenyang, she glared at the scene of the couple acting in unison, her heart bleeding once again. She was too consumed by her own unrequited pain to care about Xia Huayan's fate. She wanted nothing more than to drag Xia Huayan down with her, to vent her frustration. If she couldn't be happy, then no one should be. Soon Xia Huayan arrived after being summoned. Although he knew what was going on, he pretended to be clueless and asked, "Father, what do you need me for?" The Marquis scrutinized his second son coldly, feeling hesitant to ask the question. If his second son was truly involved, how would he face his eldest son and daughter-in-law? "Father!" Xia Huayan called again, uneasy under the scrutiny. "Yeah." The Marquis lowered his voice and asked, "Have you and your wife consummated your marriage?" Xia Huayan guessed that the princess had slandered his elder brother, angering their father, who now sought to confront him. If he answered no, he would be an accomplice to the princess. If yes, he would offend her. One side was family, who wouldn't punish him too severely even if caught. At most, he'd kneel in the ancestral hall and take a few lashes. The other was the powerful Duke Su, whom he couldn't afford to offend. So Xia Huayan replied, "No, the princess and I have not consummated our marriage." Hearing this, the Marquis clenched his jaw, resisting the urge to kick his son, and turned to Princess Zhenyang asking, "If you haven't consummated, then whose child is in the princess's womb?" Xia Huayan feigned surprise and said, "The princess is pregnant?" He was still unaware that the truth had been revealed and continued to act. Princess Zhenyang, slumped in her chair, replied coldly, "The child in my womb is naturally my husband's. Who else could it be?" Xia Huayan frowned. This wasn't what they had agreed upon. Confused, he met his father's furious gaze, and the next moment, a powerful slap landed on his face. "Xia Huayan." The Marquis's hand trembled with rage as he pointed at Xia Huayan, exclaiming, "You plotted against your own brother, you scoundrel. Who taught you to be like this?" Xia Huayan turned his face away, blood trickling from his mouth. How could this be? "Princess." He stared at her in shock, wanting to ask why she had betrayed him. Wasn't the blame supposed to fall on Donhui Courtyard? Princess Zhenyang, lost in her own world and heartbroken, met Xia Huayan's questioning gaze with indifference, saying, "It's not my fault. Blame your own bad luck. Your elder brother has woken up." "What? Elder brother is awake?" Xia Huayan was stunned. No, it couldn't be. How could elder brother be awake? At that moment, Xia Yunji emerged from behind the screen, standing with his hands behind his back in front of Xia Huayan. He looked at his younger brother with a complex expression and said, disappointed, "Second brother, your elder brother has woken up. You don't seem very happy about it." Xia Huayan looked up at the tall figure standing before him and, as expected, it was his elder brother, the golden child he could never surpass. Instantly, Xia Huayan's face turned pale as he bitterly thought to himself, why did his brother have to wake up? Wouldn't it have been better if he remained bedridden? But in this situation, all Xia Huayan could do was think such thoughts. Faced with questioning, he naturally had to deny it, saying, "How could that be? I'm thrilled that my brother is awake." Then he turned to the Marquis, knelt on the ground, and tried to defend himself. "Father, regarding the issue of heirs, it wasn't my intention to plot against my brother. It was all forced upon me by the county princess's tyranny. What could I do? Who doesn't know the Su King holds great power and the Zhenyang county princess is domineering? How could I defy them? Still making excuses? Wasn't it also unavoidable when you secretly agreed to this marriage?" The Marquis was extremely disappointed in his second son. They were both his sons, so why was there such a vast difference between them? Xia Yunji, the elder brother, excelled in everything, without a single flaw, while the younger, Xia Huayan, was incorrigibly rebellious, growing older but not wiser each year. "Father, Xia Huayan felt a deep sense of sorrow upon seeing the disappointment in his father's eyes. Who wouldn't want to be their parents' pride? But he felt it wasn't his fault. From the beginning, his father and grandmother had shown favoritism. "Do you think you're not at fault? Do you believe we've always favored your brother?" The Marquis saw through his second son's thoughts and mercilessly tore away his pretense. "Then count for yourself. How many mistakes has your brother made from childhood until now? If you can find one, I'll let you off today." Mistakes made by his brother? Initially, Xia Huayan thought everyone makes mistakes. Surely his brother must have made some too. But as he thought carefully, he couldn't recall any mistakes his brother had made. Instead, his mind was filled with memories of his brother being praised. The Marquis looked at Xia Huayan coldly for a while before speaking again. "Nothing, is there? Then count your own mistakes from childhood, and how many times you've been punished by kneeling in the ancestral hall. No need to go far. Just remember, since I walked through the door, there have been 2 major incidents." Su Qingyi, standing nearby, kindly reminded him. As the saying goes, the eldest sister-in-law is like a mother. Her involvement in disciplining her brother-in-law wasn't out of place. Xia Huayan glared at Su Qingyi, thinking, what right did this woman have to speak? Xie Huayan. His brother's cold reprimand immediately sounded in his ear. If you look at your sister-in-law like that again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xie Yunji, after all, was a general, exuding authority and fierceness. As he spoke with a frown, the atmosphere in the study instantly became tense. Seeing Xie Huayan's face turn from green to white, the Marquis snorted coldly. See? You only blame others. Do you still have the nerve to say we favor your brother? Xie Huayan's pretense was ripped away, his pride severely wounded. All he could do was clench his fists and remain silent. The heir's abilities are outstanding. He stands on his own and doesn't need anyone's favoritism. As an observer, Su Qingyi had to speak up for the heir, helping Xie Huayan see reality clearly. The heir's honors were earned through his own efforts, hard work, and even at the risk of his life. How could anyone think he needed favoritism? Her words made Xie Huayan appear like a clown. Xie Yunji was emotionally detached and wasn't too affected by his brother's scheming. He was just surprised at his brother's thoughts. It seemed he hadn't understood Xie Huayan well enough before. Hearing Su Qingyi speak up for him now, Xie Yunji felt warmth in his heart, and his gaze softened. The Marquis looked at this harmonious couple and felt grateful for having made the right decision back then. He nodded. Qingyi is right. Your brother doesn't need favoritism. Even if he wasn't born in the Marquis' family, he'd still be exceptional. With this exchange, Xie Huayan was utterly defeated. He suddenly laughed maniacally. Father, when brother hadn't woken up, you didn't say this. The Marquis' expression changed as he glared at his second son. When brother hadn't woken up, to avoid hurting my feelings, you were willing to suppress Xie Lin, not letting him stand out. Xie Huayan seemed oblivious to the Marquis' warning, thinking it couldn't get any worse now. With Xie Yunji in the Marquis' family, there was no place for him, Xie Huayan. Now that brother is awake, you think there's no need to count on me and start looking towards Donhui Court. Unfilial son. Be silent. The Marquis could easily see through his son's attempt to sow discord, and immediately said to Xie Yunji, Yunji, don't listen to his nonsense. I never intended to suppress Liner. Everything happened for a reason. If it weren't for Xie Huayan's incompetence, why would I risk offending my eldest son? Father, no need to explain. You have your reasons. Xie Yunji could understand his father, who was only thinking of his sons, but he was also Liner's father. Looking after Liner was never your responsibility but mine. It's my fault for letting Liner down. From now on, I will do my best to make it up to him. The Marquis opened his mouth, but, ultimately, his eldest son still harbored some resentment. The implication here is to sever ties with Lin Gur and not acknowledge him as a grandfather anymore. Yunji, your father is in a difficult position. It's not that he doesn't care about Lin Gur, he said solemnly. He hopes Xie Yunji understands that Lin Gur and the others are not blood relatives of the household, and as a grandfather, he has already done his best. Father, I've said it, I don't blame you. However, the Marquis' heart was still heavy, not relieved by these words. He smiled bitterly and said, I understand. Making this decision was risky, and it's natural for you to have reservations. If I knew that Xie Yunji would definitely wake up, I wouldn't have suppressed Lin Gur. But can I take that gamble? This time, Xie Yunji didn't explain further. He wasn't angry or resentful, but it didn't mean he would continue to naively believe that his family could love the 3 children as much as he did. He had been too presumptuous before, so he admitted it was his fault, not his family's. Looking at his father, who was trying hard to explain himself, Xie Yunji asked, Father, are my accounts and the key to my private treasury with you? I now have a wife and 3 children, and the income from Donhui Courtyard over the past 6 months is just the 200,000 taels you and grandmother awarded Lin Gur for coming in first in the exam. It's really tight. These words made the Marquis' face turn red with embarrassment and frustration. It sounded like his eldest son was accusing him of embezzlement, though he was only thinking of the Marquis' estate. Yet, he couldn't refute it and had to look away from his son's gaze, turning to fetch the accounts and key from a secret cabinet. Xie Huayan watched as the once harmonious father-son duo grew distant, pleased that his scheme to sow discord had succeeded. If his elder brother distanced himself from the Marquis' estate, his father would eventually have to rely on him, the so-called useless son. Moments later, the Marquis handed the accounts and the key to his eldest son, hesitating before finally sighing, Yunji, don't let this matter come between us. Thank you, father, for keeping them safe. Xie Yunji nodded, leaving it unclear whether he was answering his father's question or simply expressing gratitude. After receiving his private funds, he turned to hand them to his wife, saying, Thank you for your hard work, my lady. Next time we see grandmother, I'll also ask for mother's dowry to give to you. Su Qingyi was stunned by the unexpected windfall. The little treasure trove accumulated by the nation's idol was now handed over to her just like that? I shouldn't touch the heir's private funds. Su Qingyi was indeed fond of wealth, but she knew her boundaries, and this money was not something to take lightly. We are one. What's mine is yours. Xie Yunji insisted, ignoring his wife's reluctance, and handed over the private funds, then added, and what's yours is yours, to be precise. Su Qingyi thought, Holding hands and tugging in public was unseemly, so she decided to accept it for now and return it when they were home. Thank you for trusting me, my lord. In that case, I'll hold on to it for now, she said. She noticed Princess Jinyoung watching her with resentment and at the accounts and key in her hand. Clearly, these were things the other woman coveted, not because the princess needed the money, but because she wanted the status of being the heir's wife. Su Qingyi had no intention of flaunting her position, so she simply looked away, avoiding engagement with such negative elements. Seeing that she accepted the situation, Xia Yunji felt relieved. Yunji, how are you feeling now? When did you wake up and have you seen a doctor? The Marquis asked in quick succession. As Xia Huayan had noted, now that his eldest son was awake, the Marquis's attention naturally shifted back to him. I woke up yesterday. My body is still a bit unwell, and the doctor advised rest, so I didn't disturb everyone, Xia Yunji replied. Still unwell? The Marquis asked anxiously. Then you should go back and rest quickly, listen to the doctor's advice, and don't rush to see your grandmother. Actually, I'm fine. Xia Yunji wanted his wife to accompany him to the Ian courtyard to collect his mother's dowry. But seeing the concern in his wife's eyes, he changed his mind and nodded. I'll take my leave. He then smiled at Su Qingyi and said, Would you mind helping me back to the courtyard, my lady? What could Su Qingyi say? Knowing that he was worried about her and had taken the risk to come to the outer courtyard, she couldn't turn against him. So she carefully supported the heir's slender hand, reluctantly taking advantage of the situation. The young couple left the study hand in hand, and it was only then that the Marquis remembered that Xia Huayan was still kneeling on the floor. Even though his elder brother, Xia Yunji, hadn't explicitly said how to deal with this younger brother who had schemed against him, the Marquis couldn't simply let it slide. His neglect of the Donhui courtyard over the past 6 months likely already stirred dissatisfaction in his eldest son, making it difficult to mend things. You ungrateful son, do you realize your mistake? The Marquis's sharp gaze coldly fixed on his second son. After calming down, Xia Huayan acknowledged his impulsiveness. He still relied on his father for survival and needed to show submission. Father, Xia Huayan crawled forward on his knees, his voice choked as he said, I was just overwhelmed by the blow of failing the exams, and in a moment of weakness, I acted foolishly, fearing to offend the princess. I didn't truly intend to scheme against my brother. Please, father, see clearly. Humph. You're certainly not afraid of offending me now. The Jinyoung princess scoffed at Xia Huayan's pitiful appearance. Xia Huayan's face stiffened. Considering the princess's power, he naturally was afraid, so after placating the Marquis, he still needed to appease the princess. The Marquis didn't feel particularly soft-hearted towards his second son, but he couldn't allow the Jinyoung princess to oppress him either. From the whole affair, it was clear that it was the work of the Jinyoung princess, and Xia Huayan was merely a minor player. Princess, I respect you as a royal princess, the Marquis said, looking at the Jinyoung princess. This royal woman was vile and domineering in the Marquis's mansion, relying on the Marquis's weakened state. Now that Xia Yunji had recovered, he no longer feared her. You were the one who initially wanted to marry Huayan. The Marquis's household didn't welcome you. If you could live peacefully, it would have been fine, but you insist on disturbing the peace of the Marquis's household. His gaze sharpened, showing no mercy. Now that Yunji has recovered, the Marquis's household is no longer a place for you to run rampant. If you continue to act willfully, don't blame me for reporting to the emperor and having him summon you back to the royal family. No, you can't. The Jinyoung princess blurted out, trying to maintain her authority. What if Yunji speaks to the emperor? The Marquis no longer feared her. What prince or crown prince? As long as Xia Yunji was awake, the Marquis's household was a target for alliances, with people eager to curry favor. The Jinyoung princess was rendered speechless. Since Xia Yunji had awakened, she had been in a passive position, finding it hard to turn the situation around. Xia Huayan, go kneel in the ancestral hall. Reflect on your actions and come out when you've truly repented, the Marquis said coldly, looking at Xia Huayan. Xia Huayan quickly replied in a low voice, Yes, father. On the way, Su Qingyi was still pondering over the study's events and asked Xia Yunji, My lord, how do you think the Marquis will discipline the second brother? Xia Yunji tightened his grip on his wife's hand. I don't know. I pay little attention to matters within the household. Indeed, he seemed preoccupied with achieving his life's ambitions, always appearing detached from mundane affairs. Truly a winner in life, Su Qingyi thought, considering her husband's impressive capabilities and his affection for her. He was certainly someone worth relying on, though there were too many admirers around him. Alas, she sighed, noting that open attacks are easier to dodge than hidden ones. There seems to be no perfect solution in this world. Does my lady wish for the second brother to be severely punished? Xia Yunji's gaze was as gentle as a spring breeze, sweeping over his wife's elegant face before settling on her rosy lips. It's not out of the question. Once I'm better, I'll give him a beating, Su Qingyi joked. Well, that's unnecessary, she quickly added, not wanting to appear as a troublemaker between brothers. She thought about encouraging her husband to split the family estate soon. Su Qingyi realized she had to take on the role of the troublemaker. Although she would eventually leave the household, she couldn't ignore the future of Xia Yunji's family. Their children would still need to live with their father, and she had to consider their safety. If the family wasn't divided, Xia Yunji might get entangled in the struggle for the throne, which could affect the children. My lord, there's no need to beat him. I see beyond that, Su Qingyi said, glancing around to ensure it wasn't the place for such discussions, and then paused. She then helped Xia Yunji quickly enter the courtyard. Once inside the study with others dismissed, Xia Yunji, recalling some unpleasant memories, tightened his expression and asked, "Do you have something to say, my lady?" "Yes, let's discuss current affairs," Su Qingyi replied. Xia Yunji was momentarily taken aback, then relaxed. "Current affairs, sure." Su Qingyi asked, "Do you think highly of Prince Su? He's been gaining momentum lately." Remembering her previous frustrating experiences at Prince Su's mansion, she clenched her fist. "That's also why the Xinjiang princess dared to covet you openly," she added, recalling how they were bullied. "If it weren't for their son's courage and wit, the consequences of being drugged would have been unimaginable." "Does it anger you that she covets me?" Xia Yunji asked, noticing her clenched fist. Su Qingyi, following his gaze, looked at her fist and then smiled awkwardly. "Not really, but mainly because she bullied me and the children." As for her coveting him, she didn't want to give the wrong impression, so she half-jokingly expressed her feelings. "There are too many people coveting you, my lord. I can't be angry at them all." Xia Yunji, using excuses is just a sign of not caring at all. Xia Yunji closed his eyes and turned his face towards his wife, his sharp jawline giving him an air of handsome confidence. As her gaze drifted slightly lower, she noticed his Adam's apple, prominent and smoothly contoured, which reminded Su Qingyi of the sensation when she had once held that very spot between her lips. Oh. Su Qingyi admonished herself not to dwell on it. "Where were we?" she asked. Xia Yunji reminded her, "Prince Su." "Right." Su Qingyi looked at him. "What does the heir think of Prince Su? Does the lady not favor him?" Xia Yunji's words were framed as a question, but he was certain of her thoughts. He had discerned Su Qingyi's views long ago during his immobility. He was curious why she was so convinced. Su Qingyi pondered for a moment. "It's not that I don't favor him. I just feel that given the current situation, we shouldn't get involved in the battle for succession." Xia Yunji understood his wife's point and said seriously, "Your brother married Prince Su's daughter, stepping into royal conflicts. You fear he might become a liability." Su Qingyi nodded. "Yes, I recall the heir is a loyal subject." Xia Yunji glanced at her with warmth. "The lady understands me well." Although his tone was light, he was somewhat saddened. "Who wishes to drift apart from their kin?" Su Qingyi felt a pang of sympathy for him but spoke candidly, "I believe it would be best for the heir to separate from your brother. This way, you can escape the predicament and take proactive measures. Even if something happens, you can assist from the sidelines. Most importantly, the 3 children will be safe." "The lady speaks wisely." Xia Yunji considered her words and reassured her. "We will definitely separate the households, but let's wait a bit. Let's first organize Lin's celebration for passing the imperial examination. What do you think?" "That works. As long as the heir keeps it in mind." With Xia Yunji's assurance, Su Qingyi felt relieved. Organizing the celebration was straightforward. She would just give a few instructions, and the steward would handle the arrangements with the restaurant. She would oversee the menu, venue, and other details. The expenses would come from the 20,000 taels of silver. As for the heir's private savings, Su Qingyi thought it best to address it promptly. "Heir, you should keep this yourself. I couldn't refuse in the study earlier, but I had no intention of keeping it," she quickly clarified. Xia Yunji didn't take it back. "Do you think I have the energy to manage it now?" Su Qingyi was caught off guard. It seemed he didn't, considering the 4 of them relied on the heir to recover and support them. She decided to take on the responsibility. "All right," she smiled. "I'll temporarily keep it for you." The news of Xia Yunji waking up caused a huge stir in the Marquis' residence. The entire household was buzzing with excitement, with some people delighted and others worried. The old madam was overjoyed and, despite her limited mobility, immediately had someone help her to Danhuai Courtyard to visit her eldest grandson. The bond between the grandmother and grandson was genuine. "Yunji." The old madam grasped her grandson's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face. "I've finally waited for you to wake up. Now I can die in peace." "Grandmother, please don't cry. Take care of your health," Xia Yunji gently comforted her, holding her arm. In such a heartwarming scene, Su Qingyi, being an outsider, quietly stepped back to give them space. Little did she know, as soon as she left, the old madam brought her up. "By the way, Yunji, while you were unconscious, your father and I decided on a wife for you." Her hesitant tone revealed her worry that her grandson might not be pleased. "I already know." Xia Yunji patted the back of the old madam's hand and said, "Thank you, grandmother. I really like the wife you chose for me." Good. The old madam was momentarily stunned, then smiled happily. "I'm glad you like her." Before the incident, Xia Yunji had been reluctant to marry, which worried the old madam. Now it seemed like fate had intervened. It seems you two are meant to be. Make sure to live well together, the old madam said, gripping Xia Yunji's hand tightly, overjoyed. You should take care of your health, and while you're young, have a child with Qingyi. Then I can truly be at ease. Xia Yunji nodded, patiently chatting with the old madam, of course. He regretted not being able to give her a grandchild sooner. And about your second brother's situation, do you know? The old madam asked tentatively. Don't worry, grandmother. I'm aware of everything, Xia Yunji nodded. That's good. Did Qingyi tell you? Yes, and also from the children chattering away. Thanks to them, I haven't missed any news in the residence. The old madam asked no more questions. After some more conversation, she finally released Xia Yunji's hand and gently instructed, let Qingyi come in. Yes. A maid quickly went to fetch the young madam. Su Qingyi hadn't gone far and soon returned to the room with a smile. Grandmother, Shitzi, have you finished talking? Qingyi, come over here, the old madam beamed, and when Su Qingyi approached, she took her hand and placed it in Xia Yunji's, saying, You two have been through so much. Now that the clouds have parted, make sure to live well. Yes, we'll listen to grandmother, Xia Yunji said, naturally holding Su Qingyi's hand tightly. In front of the old madam, Su Qingyi couldn't let her down, so she sweetly replied yes. After all, holding the Shitzi's hand felt like a gain, not a loss. Grandmother, Xia Yunji took advantage of the good atmosphere to say, You once said that when I got married, you would let my wife manage my mother's dowry. Does that still stand? The old madam had indeed been reluctant to hand over the finances to Su Qingyi, but now that her eldest grandson was awake, she had fewer reservations. Of course, as long as you marry and have children, what wouldn't the Marquis's residence give you? Xia Yunji smiled softly. Thank you, grandmother. Su Qingyi's hand was squeezed by the Shitzi, and she immediately smiled. Thank you, grandmother. You're welcome. I should have given it to you earlier, the old madam said. She had always liked Su Qingyi, and now seeing Xia Yunji's affection for her, her smile became even more genuine. You've worked hard taking care of Yunji and the 3 children. I didn't give it to you earlier to avoid distracting you. I understand. Thank you for your consideration, grandmother, Su Qingyi replied with a smile. She knew the reality wasn't as harmonious as it seemed, but there was no need to dwell on that since the outcome was good. Xia Yunji, aware since shortly after Su Qingyi's arrival, understood her grievances. At this moment, he silently held her hand, offering comfort. Perhaps the old madam hadn't been considerate before, but it didn't matter. From now on, he would cherish his wife. While the old madam was still in Donhuai Courtyard, she heard that the masters of various courtyards in the residence were sending people to inquire about the situation. Each was eager to visit and make an impression on Xia Yunji. So, the old madam ordered that no one was to disturb Xia Yunji's recovery, preserving the peace of Donhuai Courtyard. Su Qingyi was pleased, as not having to socialize was the best outcome. Meanwhile, the Marquis's wife was the one troubled. How could Xia Yunji have woken up? He was her son's nemesis, and his awakening meant her son was punished again. Frustrated, the Marquis's wife hurried to the Marquis to demand an explanation. Marquis, what did Enur do wrong this time that you're making him kneel in the ancestral hall? It was best not to mention it, as it only further angered the Marquis. Kneeling in the ancestral hall was a light punishment. The Marquis was furious. The child he had watched grow up had become so audacious. Do you know what he did? He demanded. The Marchioness, startled by his demeanor, was filled with unease. Had their son committed another grave mistake? Trying to steady herself, she cautiously asked, What did he do? He dared to conspire with the Junju, pinning her unborn child on Yunji. How can I possibly tolerate that? The Marquis slammed his hand on the table. Is that true? The Marchioness's face turned grim. But that sounds exactly like the Zhenyang Juanju's idea. She cursed through gritted teeth. That shameless woman. Then, pausing with surprise, she asked, She's pregnant? By whom? Humph, the Marquis snorted, calming his anger slightly. Of course, it's that scoundrel Huayan's child. Who else could it be? The Marchioness felt conflicted. On one hand, her son was finally going to have a legitimate heir, but the wife was a promiscuous woman who coveted her own brother-in-law's woman. She was unsure whether to feel pleased or angry. Yunji has awakened. Pay more attention to Donhuai Courtyard from now on, the Marquis instructed solemnly. In the past, he had turned a blind eye to his wife's actions, aware of the Qin family's deeds but never interfering. However, everything was different now. He sensed a change in his eldest son's attitude. Xia Yunji cared more about those 3 children than he had imagined. I understand, the Marchioness replied, acknowledging that the Xia family would once again rely solely on Xia Yunji, a reality she was reluctant to accept but had to face. The Marquis continued, frowning. Prepare a gift for Lingur. His father is hosting a banquet for him. The Marchioness's face grew even paler at these words. It was always the same. The glory belonged to Donhuai Courtyard. The only piece of good news, if it could be called that, was the Juanju's pregnancy. Just as the Marchioness was preparing to visit, she received word that the Xinjiang Junju had experienced bleeding and had sent someone to inquire if there was a resident doctor available. Bleeding? The Marchioness's expression changed drastically. She immediately sent someone to fetch Dr. Chen. Hurry, Dr. Chen is in the residence. Yes, her attendant responded hastily. Everyone was on edge, given that it concerned Xie Huayan's offspring. Dr. Chen was Xie Yunji's personal physician, so naturally, a servant was instructed to inform Donhui Courtyard of his departure to attend to the Junju. Upon hearing that the Zhenyang Junju had experienced bleeding, Su Qingyi felt no schadenfreude. After all, the child was an innocent life. She speculated that the incident was likely triggered by the confrontation in the study. Contemplating this, she glanced at the air. Xie Yunji, upon hearing the news, remained unfazed and instead reassured Su Qingyi, "You need not blame yourself, my lady. Even if something does happen, it's their own doing." He added, "If the child is lost because of this, it might not be a bad thing. Being born into such a situation might not be a blessing." Su Qingyi understood his words. He was condemning Xie Huayan and the Zhenyang Junju as unfit to be parents. Indeed, she nodded in agreement. The child was innocent, but having such a dysfunctional pair of parents might make non-existence preferable. Not long after, Su Qingyi received news that the child of Princess Xinjiang had been saved, though just barely. It was crucial for her to rest and care for her pregnancy meticulously moving forward. The Marchioness was worried sick but eventually thanked her lucky stars. She promptly rewarded Dr. Chen handsomely, urging him to do everything possible to ensure the safety of the princess's pregnancy. "Thank you for your generosity, Marchioness. I will do my utmost," Dr. Chen replied cautiously. Inside the bed curtains, Princess Zhenyang, with a pale face, listened to her nanny's advice. "It was too dangerous just now, Your Highness. You mustn't let your thoughts wander. You need to take good care of yourself." Clutching her stomach, Princess Zhenyang's eyes were filled with resentment. How could she, a royal daughter, end up in such a predicament? Yet, she could do nothing but focus on preserving the pregnancy for now. She remembered Su Qingyi, a mere daughter of a marquis household. The news of Princess Zhenyang's pregnancy also reached Du Jinyan. Did the princess succeed? At first, she was indifferent, leisurely sipping tea while mocking Su Qingyi. It seems the tide is turning at Donhui Courtyard. "Madame Yun, the child isn't the heir's," Sierra said mournfully. "I heard it's the second master's." "What?" The teacup slipped from Du Jinyun's hand, shattering on the floor. She stared at Sierra, incredulous. "What did you just say?" "The princess's child is said to be the second master's," Sierra stammered, unsure whether to reveal more. "Stop hesitating. What's going on?" Du Jinyun demanded, standing up abruptly. "Well, I heard that the heir has woken up. The second master has been punished to kneel in the ancestral hall, and after the princess returned from the marquis's study, she had a scare. The Marchioness was frantic, so it must be the second master's child that worried her so." "Xie Yunji is awake?" This news surprised Du Jinyan, but nothing compared to the shock of Princess Xinjiang carrying Xie Huayan's child. She couldn't accept it. "No, she can't be pregnant with the second master's child. He promised me he wouldn't consummate the marriage with her." "Madame Yun, please calm down for the sake of your own child." Sierra, at a loss, didn't know how to comfort her hysterical mistress. "It might be a misunderstanding. Maybe the child is the heir's." "Yes, maybe it's the heir's." Du Jinyun calmed down, clutching onto this hope. Given the princess's pride, it seemed unlikely she would have been with Xie Huayan. "I'll ask him when he returns." She was already 5 months pregnant, her belly round and prominent. The doctor assured her it was a boy, which delighted her. Yet the princess's pregnancy filled her with anxiety. In the days following the announcement of exam results, those who passed and came from affluent families often hosted banquets. The townsfolk were eager to join the festivities and share in the good fortune. This time, the top scorer of the academy exam was just 12 years old, named Xie Lin, the adopted son of Xie Yunji. Discussions about Xie Lin were abuzz, all praising him. Everyone awaited the marquis's banquet to celebrate with a drink for the success of General Xie's son. The wait was finally over. The banquet was held at the finest restaurant in the capital, with 30 tables for both lunch and dinner, spanning 3 days. Once open, guests flocked in, from commoners to scholars and merchants, all eager to congratulate Xie Lin. Those who attended the banquet couldn't praise it enough, commending the marquis's generosity and the top-notch quality of the food and drink. In the palace, the emperor was reviewing memorials in his study when he received a letter from Xie Yunji. Glancing at it, he broke into a smile. "Ah, good. Prince Gong, who was with him, raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Whose memorial is making father so happy?" The emperor laughed, pleased that his beloved general, whom he regarded almost as a son, had awakened. "You'll be happy too when you hear," he said to Prince Gong. Prince Gong was taken aback, looking eager. "Please tell me, father. Don't keep me in suspense." "Yunji has awakened." In reading his letter, the emperor said, waving the letter in front of Prince Gong, losing interest in the memorials as he continued reading the letter. That's indeed good news, Prince Gong chuckled, then leaned in to read along with his father. Seeing that Xia Yunji's eldest son had topped the exams and was celebrating with grand banquets, Prince Gong smiled wryly. The feng shui at General Xia's home must be exceptional. Not only is he outstanding, but even his son is remarkable. Indeed, the emperor agreed. Despite Yunji's struggles this past year, his son focused on his studies and achieved great success, proving his excellent character. The emperor, always appreciative of talent, was especially pleased with Xia Lin, Xia Yunji's adopted son. In a spontaneous gesture, he suggested to Prince Gong, "Let's go and join the celebration. Have a drink for Yunji's son?" "I'd love to join the festivities," Prince Gong replied, smiling as he rose with the emperor. The emperor, in high spirits, suddenly turned pensive and sighed. "Had I known, I shouldn't have betrothed Jinyang to the Marquis of Pingyang's household. Yunji will surely blame me for this." Knowing the matter involved Duke Su, Prince Gong wisely kept silent. The 3-day banquet is coming to an end today. Lin, the much-admired top scholar, follows his mother's advice and makes an appearance at the banquet venue each day to greet the guests. As Su Qingyi says, "You can never be too polite." Indeed, Lin's courteous demeanor has earned him a stellar reputation among the townsfolk. For the final day, Su Qingyi brings along her other 2 children and invites their 2 teachers and their families to join, as the teachers would feel awkward attending otherwise. The heir, who is recovering from illness, remains at home. He wishes to attend but fears causing a citywide commotion. "Lin, keep a watchful eye on your mother and siblings amidst the crowd," his father, Xia Yunji, privately advises him, sending Zishao and Mingyu, both skilled in martial arts, to accompany them for added security. "Yes," Lin replies, though he recalls his mother deftly taking a knife from him, thinking to himself that his father underestimates her. She is not a delicate woman but one of resolve, courage, and strength. Had his father remained unaware longer, they might have already left the Marquis' residence to live freely. At the restaurant, Su Qingyi and her 3 children sit in a private room. No sooner have they settled in than they hear the manager outside. "Madam Xia, 2 more guests have arrived, and the restaurant is fully occupied. Would you mind having them seated at your family and friends table?" There's still space with the Pei family and Scholar Shen. Su Qingyi hesitates, feeling it might be inappropriate. Before she can decide, a deep voice interjects. "Is Madam Xia inside? We are old acquaintances of General Xia. Could we join for a celebratory drink?" Although this seems somewhat improper, respecting the elderly, Su Qingyi can't let senior guests go without a meal. She warmly replies, "Since you are acquaintances of my husband, please come in." The emperor, in disguise, is mildly surprised by her straightforwardness, recalling that she is the daughter of the Marquis of Yong'an, initially betrothed to the second son of the Marquis of Pingyang. However, unexpectedly, the Marquis of Pingyang requested the emperor to decree the match to his eldest son, Xia Yunji. Given Xia Yunji's condition at the time, the emperor did not object, hoping to bring good fortune. Now, the emperor is curious to see if Su Qingyi is indeed a fitting match for Xia Yunji, lest he be blamed for sending an unsuitable wife to his loyal subject. "Haha, thank you." The disguised emperor enters, followed by Prince Gong. The father and son see a young, graceful lady and 3 children of varying ages, the eldest just over 10, the youngest still youthful. Presumably, Xia Yunji's wife and 3 sons. The emperor, relieved that he hadn't matched Xia Yunji with an unsuitable bride, finds the daughter of the Marquis of Yong'an satisfactory in both appearance and demeanor. "Madam Xia, my father and I are old friends of General Xia," Prince Gong says, bowing slightly. No need for formality, Su Qingyi quickly stands to greet them. Hosting guests is second nature to her. She is adept at reading people. The elderly gentleman exudes an undeniable aura of authority, and his son's unconventional introduction suggests their identities are best left unspoken. Is this the emperor? The possibility makes Su Qingyi's palms sweat, though her face betrays nothing as she smiles and says, "Please, have a seat. I'll have food and drink brought immediately." "Thank you," Prince Gong responds, then assists the emperor in seating himself. To those unaware, it seems a son respectfully aiding his father. However, Su Qingyi notices the reverence Prince Gong shows the emperor, unlike any ordinary filial duty. Her suspicion strengthens. Among the emperor's grown sons, she has met Prince Su, ruling him out, and it isn't the frail crown prince either, leaving Prince Gong as a probable identity. Meeting a living emperor for the first time is nerve-wracking, but Su Qingyi manages to maintain her composure. "Children, this is your father's old friend," she tells them with a smile. "Greet your grandfather and uncle." Seizing this rare opportunity for the children to make an impression, she nudges them forward. "Good day, grandfather, uncle." The 3 brothers obediently bow and greet, their display of familial harmony captivating both the emperor and Prince Gong. They're intrigued by the apparent bond between the stepmother and her stepsons. "Good, good, sit down," the emperor says, a hint of suspicion in his eyes as he observes Lin. This child, with his cool demeanor and resemblance to his father, prompts him to ask, "You must be Xia Lin, the top scholar?" Lin, not fond of conversing with strangers or being scrutinized, especially by someone claiming to be his father's friend, maintains his composure. Yet, in high spirits and with Su Qingyi nearby, he plays the part of a well-behaved child, respectfully replying, "Yes, sir, that is me." Upon hearing the words, Su Qingyi glanced sideways in surprise. She had been worried that Lin Guo might not show respect to the emperor, who was traveling incognito. To her relief, Lin Guo was quite cooperative. She smiled with pride and satisfaction. Zhen Guo sneaked a look at his mother and then at his elder brother, feeling deeply envious. When would he become his mother's pride and have her look at him with such admiration? Indeed, like father, like son. The emperor's eyes were warm, and he laughed heartily, as if he saw a reflection of the young Xia Yunji in Xia Lin. Your father loved reading too. Had he not joined the military, he would have been a great scholar of his time. Lin Guo, though proud, genuinely admired Xia Yunji, lowering his eyes and replying sincerely, "I dare not compare myself to my father." The emperor's gaze softened with appreciation. "You're still young. Given time, you might surpass your father." Lin Guo replied humbly, "Thank you for your kind words." He was neither overly modest nor arrogant, for he was not one to feign humility. The emperor and Prince Gong exchanged a glance, amused by the child's pride, but also feeling that as Xia Yunji's child, it was only fitting. After observing Xia Lin's reserved demeanor, the emperor and his son turned their attention to Zhen Guo. Unlike his lean elder brother, the younger son was full of vigor, with a tall frame, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. It was clear he had the makings of a great warrior. "This is Yunji's second son, Zhen Guo," Su Qingyi introduced, feeling equally proud as she looked at her second son. Zhen Guo is different from his book-loving brother. He prefers martial arts and is currently training with Yunji's former military officers. Hearing himself being mentioned, Zhen Guo immediately straightened up, exuding the spirit of a soldier. One excels in literature and the other in martial arts. Yunji is truly blessed, the emperor remarked, pleased to see his guest confirmed. Encouraging Zhen Guo, he said, "Study diligently, and you might inherit your father's legacy as a great general." With his chest puffed out, Zhen Guo declared, "Of course, my goal is to become a general." The emperor chuckled, finding the boys quite amusing. Not all of Xia Yunji's sons were stoic, after all. "This is Yunji's youngest, Heng Guo," Su Qingyi said, lifting her cherished little one, introducing him with a proud smile. Heng Guo, not shy around strangers, grinned and nestled into his mother's embrace without concern for formalities. "Heng Guo, tell us what you're good at," Su Qingyi teasingly prompted, pulling him out of her embrace. Reluctantly, Heng Guo sat up and said, "I'm still young, so I only know how to eat and sleep." These were words of comfort from Su Qingyi that he had remembered well. "Haha, you forgot to mention you're good at being spoiled," his second brother teased mercilessly. Lin Guo smirked but didn't tease, simply finding his younger brother's antics childish. The emperor and Prince Gong couldn't help but laugh, enjoying the lively family dynamic and the innocent words of children, something they hadn't experienced in a long time. The warmth of a common family's life was evident. As they spoke, the waiter efficiently served the food and wine. "Please, let's eat while we talk," Su Qingyi suggested, holding Heng Guo with one arm and picking up her chopsticks with the other, apologizing, "With so many kids, it's naturally noisy. It's how we are at home. Please don't mind." "Not at all, Madam Xia," Prince Gong replied. Though not usually talkative, he was reminded of his own children and couldn't help but engage. "My children are also noisy and hard to manage. But I see General Xia's children listen to you. Do you have any secret to share?" This was a tricky question. Saying the children were well-behaved might imply that those at Prince Gong's residence were not, while claiming credit for good parenting might suggest Prince Gong was inadequate. Su Qingyi fed Heng Guo a spoonful of rice and hesitated. "Perhaps it's just fate?" She smiled happily. "I had no children, and they had no mother. It's a blessing we met." Her gentle smile was infectious. The emperor's heart was warmed, and he began to eat, thinking to himself that their meeting was partly due to his own efforts. Seeing his father genuinely start eating, Prince Gong was slightly surprised but then understood. In the palace, the emperor was burdened with affairs of state. Today, in a rare moment of happiness and disguised as a commoner, the relaxed atmosphere created by Madame Xia had whetted his appetite. Indeed, as the saying goes, what is hard to come by is more cherished. Prince Gong smiled, feeling enlightened, enjoying this rare escape from worldly duties and a simple meal. Just as Su Qingyi had guessed, the father and son were of noble status. They didn't stay long. After enjoying lunch and a drink, they stood up to leave. Before departing, Prince Gong thanked her. "Thank you very much for your hospitality, madam. Please give my regards to General Xia." "Of course, take care," Su Qingyi replied, smiling outwardly but with her mind in turmoil. It seemed her suspicions were correct. These two knew that Xia Yunji had awakened. "Mother, who were they?" Lin Guo asked, sensing something was amiss, though he hadn't quite connected the dots. Su Qingyi paused. realizing Lin Gore had started calling her mother instead of the more formal Mother Su. She wasn't the only one who noticed. Jin Gore did too, stopping mid-bite of his peach. With a mischievous grin, he teased, "Big brother, weren't you always calling her Mother Su? When did you start following our lead?" The question was too childish, and Lin Gore rolled his eyes, ignoring his younger brother's jest. "I can't be sure who they are," Su Qingyi said. She knew her eldest son's stubborn nature too well to let the second son continue, so she quickly changed the subject. "But I suspect they are important figures. Just how important, we'll have to ask your father when we return." Jin Gore was dumbfounded. Is father that amazing? Can he watch us from afar? Lin Gore muttered, "Fool." Su Qingyi chuckled, "No, your father isn't a deity. But it seems that father and son knew he had woken up. We'll ask him later who he informed." Hearing this, Lin Gore's eyes flickered with understanding, as if he had guessed the identity of the father and son. Someone important enough for his father to inform must indeed be significant, just as his mother said. While everyone was lost in thought, Jin Gore looked at the uneaten food on the table and suggested, "Mother, these dishes haven't been touched much. Why don't we pack some for father?" Su Qingyi was momentarily speechless but thought it was a good idea to pack the leftovers rather than waste them. "Your father just woke up. He needs light meals, not rich foods," she said. "Let's send these dishes to the Jishan Hall. It was a place for helping the needy." "Alright, I'll go with my brother." "Mother, you and our younger brother wait for us to return," Jin Gore said, tossing aside the peach pit and rolling up his sleeves to get to work. Lin Gore, hearing his brother's plan, remained silent but didn't object. After the brothers left, Pei Che and Shen Jijia arrived together. They knew Xia Yunji had awakened and couldn't resist visiting Su Qingyi after the banquet. "Congratulations, Madame Xia, on your double blessing," they said, one a handsome warrior with strong arms and a slim waist, the other a charming scholar. Their presence was truly a pleasant sight. Su Qingyi, in high spirits, responded, "Thank you both for coming. Did you enjoy the lunch?" "Absolutely," Shin Jijia quickly replied. "I heard the other guests couldn't stop praising it and even said they wanted to write about Madame Xia's dedication to her children. Not the Xia family, but Madame Xia specifically." It seemed that Lin Gore, who visited daily, had corrected some guests who credited the Xia family, pointing out that the banquet was entirely his adoptive mother's doing. The guests then spread the word, and now everyone knew that General Xia had married a wonderful woman. The family was harmonious indeed. "That's right," Pei Che added succinctly, not as eloquent as Shin Jijia but still supportive. "I'm glad," Su Qingyi said, relieved that Lin Gore's celebration went well. Shen Jijia, thinking of his idol, hesitantly asked, "Madame Xia, since General Xia has awakened, have you mentioned Pei and me to him?" Su Qingyi smiled. "I haven't had the chance to go into detail, but I'll bring it up with the heir when I return. If the situation permits, perhaps you could meet him." Shen Jijia and Pei Che quickly responded, "No pressure, no pressure. It's best for General Xia to rest. Just knowing we're here is enough." "That sounds good," Su Qingyi thought, realizing she might have underestimated Xia Yunji's influence. The 3-day feast concluded. On the last day, they unexpectedly hosted the emperor and a prince, making for a perfect ending. Su Qingyi was in high spirits. Once Lin Gore and his brother returned, she and her 3 sons, along with the servants, headed back home. After lunch, the children, rocked by the carriage ride, fell asleep haphazardly. Upon returning, Su Qingyi sent them to rest, leaving the youngest in the care of the nanny. She then went to find the heir. He was in the study, playing a game of chess against himself. When his wife entered gracefully, his cold demeanor softened slightly. "You're back?" he asked. "Yes," Su Qingyi replied, her smile as bright as a summer flower. Lin Gore's feast ended perfectly. "Can you guess who we encountered at the banquet?" "Who?" Xia Yunji asked, looking at his wife. Suddenly, the once lonely study seemed lively and warm. As Su Qingyi approached the Shitsi, she couldn't help but be captivated by his handsome features. She thought to herself that even though Pei Che and Scholar Shen were already quite attractive, they paled in comparison to the Shitsi. If Pei Che and Scholar Shen were universally handsome, the kind of looks she could openly admire, then the Shitsi's appearance was almost otherworldly, enough to make her heart race with just a few more glances. "Madam." The Shitsi's pleasant voice interrupted her thoughts, seemingly a bit softer than before. "Oh, I'm not sure yet," Su Qingyi snapped back to reality, internally scolding herself for being so drawn to handsome men. But then she rationalized it, thinking that it's human nature to appreciate beauty, and she was just looking, after all, not acting on anything. After coming to terms with herself, she smiled again and said, "To confirm your identity, Shitsi, there's a question you must answer first." "Please, go ahead." Xia Yunji put aside everything he was doing, ready to converse with Su Qingyi. "Have you told anyone about your awakening, Shitsi?" Su Qingyi noticed he gestured to the chair beside him, and she sat down as prompted. "The father and son I encountered seem to know about your awakening." "Father and son?" Yes, an elderly man around 60 or 70 with white hair, and a young man in his 30s, exceptionally handsome and dignified, Su Qingyi recalled, trying to identify any distinguishing features. Oh, the young man had a long face. It was the Emperor and Prince Gong. Xia Yunji narrowed his eyes, immediately guessing their identities. What intrigued him more was his wife's perceptiveness. Did you already figure that out? Su Qingyi nodded, smiling. They gave plenty of clues, so I had a hunch. No, it's because you're clever. Xia Yunji suddenly reached out, startling Su Qingyi, who tensed up, unsure of his intentions. Her heart pounded, but all he did was tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Su Qingyi felt relieved yet inexplicably disappointed. Why was she disappointed? She quickly dismissed that feeling, reminding herself not to imagine romantic dramas where there were none. He was just helping with her hair. But when she looked up, she saw the Shitzi gazing at her intently. It wasn't inappropriate, but it conveyed that she wasn't imagining things. She meant it. Thank you, Shitzi. Su Qingyi adjusted her hair, then turned serious to discuss the main issue. What do you think of Prince Gong? Xia Yunji, admiring her elegant features, pondered her question and replied, steady and sincere, neither aggressive nor competitive. That's an accurate assessment, Su Qingyi praised. Prince Gong was indeed like that initially, but he started to make moves later on. Xia Yunji sensed she had more to say and waited patiently. But have you heard the saying, not fighting is fighting? Su Qingyi lowered her voice, aware of the danger in discussing such matters, and instinctively leaned closer to the Shitzi. Xia Yunji mirrored her movement, leaning in so their faces were close. He caught sight of her neck, her skin fair and smooth like porcelain, and the sensation lingered at his fingertips. Yet, while admiring her, he didn't forget the conversation. Do you think Prince Gong is vying for power? Su Qingyi nodded, yes. Xia Yunji considered this for a moment. Speaking softly, Prince Gong is a tool the emperor has groomed for the crown prince. But the crown prince is weak. He might not last. If he falls, whose tool will Prince Gong become? Would Prince Su trust him? Su Qingyi whispered such treasonous thoughts even more quietly, leaning almost entirely into the Shitzi's embrace. When the time comes, who will Prince Gong serve? Xia Yunji contemplated her words, acknowledging the crown prince's frailty. He had considered the possibility of the crown prince's demise before, but he hadn't realized his wife was also so attuned to the shifting political landscape. This arranged marriage was turning out to be full of surprises. Indeed, Xia Yunji raised his hand to touch the butterfly hairpin in her hair. Let's wait and see. I'll keep an eye on it. All right, Su Qingyi agreed, knowing that as long as Xia Yunji was awake, those around him had nothing to worry about. Having achieved her purpose in the conversation, she straightened up and moved out of his embrace. Feeling a slight emptiness, Xia Yunji frowned and asked, do you dislike me, madam? Su Qingyi almost choked on her tea at his question, covering her mouth as she swallowed. Why would you say that, Shitzi? So, you don't dislike me? Xia Yunji pressed further. Su Qingyi shook her head quickly. Of course not. Just moments ago, I was so taken by your handsome face that I couldn't look away. How could that be dislike? It's a wonder you don't think I'm strange. That's good. Xia Yunji smiled at her answer, seemingly very pleased. Su Qingyi was momentarily stunned again. The handsome man's smile made her heart race. Coming back to her senses, she felt her face heat up as she scratched her ear nervously. Trying to change the subject, she said, by the way, your highness, have I mentioned to you before? It's Mr. Pei Che, your former subordinate, who is now teaching Zhenguo martial arts. Zhenguo mentioned it. Why do you ask? Xia Yunji replied gently. Well, both Mr. Pei Che, who teaches Zhenguo, and Scholar Shen, who teaches Hingguo, have great admiration for you. Su Qingyi paused, realizing she hadn't introduced Scholar Shen yet, and added, Scholar Shen's full name is Shin Jijia. He's a remarkably talented scholar, with the potential to be a top scorer. I have high hopes for him in next year's imperial examinations. She smiled brightly, unaware that from the moment she mentioned other men, the atmosphere around Xia Yunji had turned tense and chilly. Is that so? I've heard of him, Xia Yunji said. During his recovery, he had heard plenty about Scholar Shen praise for his talent and handsome looks, so much so that he was tired of hearing it. Su Qingyi was about to say something when Xia Yunji interrupted. I'd like to meet them. Su Qingyi was surprised. The fact that Xia Yunji wanted to meet their children's teachers made her think he was truly committed to being a good father. She asked with a smile, both at once or separately. Xia Yunji actually only wanted to meet Scholar Shen, but that would seem odd, so he said, both at once. Pei Che is quite handsome too. I wonder if he's married. All right. Su Qingyi smiled and immediately called the reliable Su Yi over. Go and see if Pei Che and Scholar Shen have returned. If they have, tell them His Highness wants to see them. Xia Yunji added. In the study of the outer courtyard. Su Qingyi hesitated. It's a bit far. No matter, a little walk will be good. Xia Yunji stood up and extended his hand to Su Qingyi. Would you accompany me? Su Qingyi looked at his long and elegant hand, hesitated for a moment, then gave in. After all, it wasn't their first time holding hands. Okay, she said with a smile. placing her hand in his. His hand was warm and broad, enveloping hers completely, giving her a sense of security. Just like since his awakening, despite being a sought-after gentleman, he never gave her any reason to feel insecure about his fidelity. Instead, he was considerate in every way, proving himself to be a reliable husband. At least, that's how Su Qingyi felt, and she didn't think she was imagining things. After a couple of days of rest, Xia Yunji was moving as if he were back to normal, even more steadily than an average person. In contrast, by the time Su Qingyi walked from the inner to the outer courtyard, she was slightly out of breath, while Xia Yunji remained composed and serene. Pei Che and Scholar Shen, upon hearing from Su Yi, were thrilled and quickly tidied themselves up to meet Xia Yunji. As they entered the study with the help of the servants, they immediately noticed the couple holding hands. Only then did Su Qingyi realize that she and Xia Yunji were still holding hands. Her face flushed, and she quickly let go, silently scolding herself for being too captivated by his looks. Pei Che Shen Jijia, at your service, General Xia, they greeted, lowering their gazes respectfully. Please, have a seat, Xia Yunji's calm voice came from above them. Thank you. At this, Pei Che and Shen Jijia finally looked up, excited to see the awakened Xia Yunji. Though he appeared slightly thinner, his presence and demeanor were still captivating, his calm and distant gaze creating an air of unapproachability. Pei Che felt he'd never been truly appreciated and lowered his eyes, regretfully saying, I'm sorry, General Xia. I was wrong back then. Acknowledging his mistake was enough for Xia Yunji. It's good that you understand, he said, not dwelling on Pei Che's past desertion. Thank you. Pei Che was surprised, unable to believe he was forgiven so easily. Could it be true, as the lady had said, that General Xia actually admired him? He felt even more guilty, wondering what he had done to deserve such regard. Xia Yunji shifted his gaze to Shen Jijia, noting that the scholar was indeed a fine-looking young man, though perhaps a bit too delicate. Surely, his wife wouldn't be interested in someone like him. Shen Jijia felt nervous under the scrutiny, but Xia Yunji simply said, Scholar Shen, thank you for your efforts with my son's studies. It's an honor, Your Highness. It's my pleasure to be chosen by Madam, Shen Jijia replied quickly. Was it his imagination, or did General Xia's expression become sharper after that? People often said that those from military backgrounds disliked the pretentiousness of scholars. Shen Jijia made a mental note of that. Are either of you married? Xia Yunji suddenly asked after a brief appraisal. Both Pei Che and Shen Jijia were momentarily taken aback, then shook their heads. No, we're not. Xia Yunji nodded. You're not getting any younger. It's time to consider it. They were touched that General Xia would care about their personal lives. Thank you, General, for your concern, they said, genuinely pleased. It's only right, Xia Yunji replied, then turned to Su Qingyi, his tone noticeably softer. Dear, when you're out and about, could you keep an eye out for them? Would that be all right? Su Qingyi blinked in surprise, pointing at herself. Me? He nodded yes. All right, I'll keep an eye out, she agreed, feeling the pressure of playing matchmaker for the first time but willing to give it a try. Still, she couldn't help but wonder if Xia Yunji was always this kind-hearted. In ancient times, most men were either married or betrothed by the time they reached their early 20s. Pei Che and Shen Jijia, both in their early 20s and still unmarried, were indeed a bit late by those standards. It wasn't that they were unwilling. Their circumstances were simply limiting. One had lost an eye and was recently a dock worker. The other came from a single-parent family, with a frail mother, hoping to marry only after achieving academic success. But who knew how long that would take? When Xia Yunji suggested that his wife help find them suitable matches, it promised far better prospects than they could find on their own. Overwhelmed with gratitude, they hesitantly asked Su Qingyi, but won't this trouble you too much? Not at all, Su Qingyi replied with a smile. You are both exceptional young men, but the time has come. If you delay any longer, you might miss the prime of your lives. With her assurance, Pei Che and Shen Jijia bowed respectfully. Then we thank you, Lady Xia, for your efforts. No need for formalities, Su Qingyi said warmly. For such handsome gentlemen, finding a bride shouldn't be difficult. For Shen Jiren, it was straightforward. Once the spring exams results came out, she could easily arrange a match with a well-educated, noble family. As for Pei Che, after some thought, Su Qingyi gently tugged at her husband's sleeve. Pei Che is serving as a guest in the manor without an official position. Could you help him regain his military status? Pei Che was a talent, destined for great achievements in battle, and this was not favoritism. The young master nodded, glancing at his wife's delicate fingers. I can do that. He then turned to the visibly excited Pei Che and said, Pei Che, I grant you permission to return to the camp, starting as a junior officer under my command. Do you accept? I obey. Pei Che immediately knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in respect. Serving under Xia Yunji was no punishment, it was a tremendous opportunity. Not only Pei Che was excited, but even Shen Jijia was thrilled. It wasn't easy to earn Xia Yunji's favor. This way, discussing marriage becomes proper and legitimate, Su Qingyi remarked. She then reassured the envious Shen Jiren. With your talents and handsome appearance, I will surely find you a gentle and noble lady. Being a talented scholar and a guest of Xia Yunji was a prestigious status, making it easy to find a suitable match. Handsome as Jade? Xia Yunji thought, raising an eyebrow. His wife never praised him like that. Shen Jijia indeed preferred a well-read, gentle woman, ideally someone like Lady Xia. Thinking of this made his ears flush, and he lowered his head. Yes, I trust Lady Xia's judgment. Although she was younger, and trusting his marriage to her gave him a sense of security. Perhaps it was because Lady Xia was always considerate and meticulous. Now it was Pei Chei's turn to envy Shan Jiren, whose prospects seemed much brighter. However, Pei Chei trusted that Lady Xia would treat them equally. With the matchmaking settled, Xia Yunji found them much more agreeable. Since they posed no threat, he had no more to say. Pei Chei, I'll write a letter. You must deliver it to the Western camp immediately, Xia Yunji instructed. Hearing that her husband needed to write a letter, Su Qingyi quickly prepared the ink and paper. Their hands met briefly over the inkstone, causing a moment of awkwardness. Let me grind the ink for you, she offered. Xia Yunji glanced at her and moved his hand aside. All right. Although he didn't want to trouble her, he enjoyed the feeling of her preparing the ink for him. Is General Liao still in charge of the Western camp? He asked Pei Chei. Yes, during your recovery, General Liao has been in command, Pei Chei replied. Liao Yuan, being both mentor and father figure to Xia Yunji, was the emperor's most trusted after Xia Yunji's departure. However, with increasing political strife, Liao Yuan's position was becoming precarious. He was aging, and the younger officers had their own ambitions, making them difficult to manage. Xia Yunji nodded, penned a letter on the paper his wife had laid out, and handed it to Pei Chei. Take up a position and convey my regards to General Liao. Yes, sir. Pei Chei accepted the letter and knelt again, making Su Qingyi wince at the thought of his knees. After Pei Chei left, Shen Jijia tactfully excused himself as well. With the study empty, Xia Yunji mimicked Su Qingyi's earlier gesture, tugging at her sleeve. You've been busy all day. Shall we go rest? Su Qingyi blushed again. Why did everything he say sound so suggestive? Nevertheless, she was indeed tired, and after returning to their quarters, they entered the main room. The maid brought water for them to wash their faces and hands. Just as Su Qingyi finished washing, she noticed Xia Yunji had stripped down to his inner garments, his chest partially exposed in front of her. You ground the ink for me. Now let me help you undress, Xia Yunji said. Ugh. Su Qingyi was stunned. She was about to say no, but the young master's hands were already on her waist, his tall frame and pleasant scent enveloping her. Her waist was slender, barely a handful. In a calm tone, Xia Yunji spoke words that made Su Qingyi blush. As she was lost in thought, he had already undone her corset. My lady? Su Qingyi's voice trembled slightly. She never imagined that the young master, upon waking, would take such an interest in her, and such a keen interest at that. Do you want to kiss me? He asked. Huh. Su Qingyi was completely flustered, staring at Xia Yunji in shock. It wasn't her imagination. He was indeed making such bold advances. No, just a simple nap, she thought. Now that the young master was awake, she only wanted to keep things platonic. Xia Yunji sighed softly, and you said you weren't averse to me. Su Qingyi paused, hearing the probing tone in his voice. It seemed her reaction had revealed something to him, something he cared about. But wasn't that how it should be? Su Qingyi didn't feel guilty. As a single noblewoman, she wouldn't succumb easily. Children maybe, but a husband? No way. A partner wasn't in her plans. Marriage might start out sweet and shiny, but over time, it always turns into a mess. She wasn't interested in cleaning up that mess. It's not aversion, it's just that I think. She began, but he interrupted. Why don't we try it? You might like it. Of course, kissing a handsome man is enjoyable, but she only liked the kind with no strings attached. Kissing someone like the young master came with responsibilities. Su Qingyi's eyes darted around, in broad daylight. Before she could finish, she suddenly found herself being swept into the canopy bed. The thick curtains blocked the light, creating a dim and intimate atmosphere. How about now? Xia Yunji asked. Su Qingyi was alarmed, staring at the man above her. Let's give it a try. If you don't like it, I'll adjust, he said. Before she could refuse, his breathtakingly handsome face drew closer, overwhelming her. Blame her lack of willpower. Ultimately, she surrendered to the kiss. The soft, warm sensation was magnified, and his scent filled her senses. Her hands, which had been pushing against his chest, suddenly clutched his inner robe, her fair skin blushing a delicate pink. It was a charm reserved for her husband alone, like a ripe peach, more alluring than usual. Remembering the time when he couldn't see or move, leaving her to care for him, Xia Yunji's body tensed, and he let out a small sigh during the kiss. The veins on the back of his hand, propped near her ear, stood out prominently. Desire is natural, a human instinct. How could a married man, having tasted intimacy, resist the allure of his fair and beautiful wife. He wasn't a saint after all. During the time when she was acting solo, Su Qingyi had kissed Shitzi with genuine emotion, and it wasn't a bad experience. After all, he was compliant and obedient. But times have changed. The awakened Shitzi is not someone who can be easily manipulated. He is fiercely aggressive. He approached with such intensity, driven purely by instinct, that it left her mind in a daze. Her eyes quickly reddened, shimmering with moisture, making them appear as though they were adorned with makeup. The experience was good, but she lost all control. She was not accustomed to this feeling of losing the upper hand. When he finally let go, she was left breathless, her hair disheveled. Xia Yunji licked his lips, the scent of his wife lingering at his nose. Did you like it? His expression remained indifferent, yet there was a smile in his eyes. Su Qingyi protested. Who kisses like that? Well, even though they were married and she had often initiated kisses and more with Xia Yunji, it seemed like the tables had turned. But she feigned dissatisfaction, saying, ahem, it was just okay, nothing special. In truth, her body was heating up, and her mind was racing with thoughts, given that she was an experienced married woman. Alright, let's take a nap. She turned away, hugging the blanket and facing the wall. Shitzi, you should rest too, and think less about such heated matters during your recovery. Xia Yunji wasn't discouraged. He could tell whether his wife was being truthful or not. Alright, he said, lying beside her, his voice carrying a hint of satisfaction and laziness. Next time, let you take the lead and teach me. Su Qingyi felt guilty. Who says a newlywed woman knows about such things? Shitzi, have you discovered something? In the outskirts of the capital, at the western camp, General Liao read the letter Pei Che delivered and burst into laughter. Good. He then pulled Pei Che to drink 3 large bowls of liquor with him. Deputy General Pei, come. Let's go play some drums. Soon, the sound of celebratory drumming echoed through the camp, leaving the soldiers puzzled. What was the good news? They didn't know, but dinner that night included meat and wine, more lavish than usual. Pei Che, the messenger of good news, was also invited to stay for dinner before he took General Liao's letter and rode back to the city overnight. The city gates were tightly closed, and the guards ignored the calls from outside. Until Pei Che identified himself. I am Deputy General to General Xia Yunji, sent to deliver a message. Open the gates quickly, don't delay military matters. The name Xia Yunji was well known and respected, but he was now incapacitated. General Xia is lying at home. What military matters could be delayed? You're not falsely claiming your identity, are you? I have military documents to prove my identity. If you don't believe me, open the gates and verify them, Pei Che insisted. During his time stationed at the western camp, he had come and gone at night without issue. Was he now forgotten? Verify what? Wait until tomorrow to enter, the guard said. Pei Che had no choice but to wait outside the gate for the night, entering the next day. As he rode in, the guard looked after him with concern and said, Lord Hupin, he really seems to be a deputy from the western camp. Is it okay for us to trouble him? Zhang Hupin, in charge of city gate affairs, replied, We're just doing our job by the book. What are we afraid of? Afraid Xia Yunji will jump up from his bed and eat us. They were part of the capital's garrison, not under the western camp's command. Previously, they had facilitated things for Xia Yunji's personal soldiers out of respect for the emperor and the crown prince. Now that the Marquis of Pingyang had allied with Prince Su, they should align with the Marquis of Pingyang. As morning broke, the birds chirped outside the window, heralding another clear autumn day. Xia Yunji opened his eyes and turned his head to look at his still sleeping young wife beside him. Her fair and delicate neck was as frail as he had imagined. But she was unexpectedly resilient and independent. His gaze softened, and he leaned down to place a gentle kiss on her smooth forehead before quietly getting up, dressing, and leaving the main room. In the west wing, Zhen Gu'er was still dreaming, hugging his blanket, when he suddenly felt a flick on his forehead. Wake up! Already in a light sleep, Zhen Gu'er dreamt of his magnificent father, standing heroically with a scarlet cape, smiling down at him. Father, hee. Zhen Gu'er smacked his lips and turned over to continue his dream. Determined to be a good father, Shitzi reserved his gentleness for his wife. He unceremoniously slapped his second son's backside. Get up. In Zhen Gu'er's dream, his father's face turned cold and stern as before. Startled awake, he saw his father from the dream standing before him, and he quickly got up. Father. Shitzi said coolly. Wash up and come practice martial arts with me. Zhen Gu'er was dumbfounded. Father was going to practice with him. Joy erupted in his heart. It was a dream come true. He grinned foolishly. Oh wait, father, I'll be ready in a moment. Like a monkey, Zhen Gu'er hopped around the room, finally getting dressed and washing his face. Father, I'm ready. Xia Yunji maintained a serious expression, nodded, and said, Let's go. The father and son left Donhui courtyard and headed to the martial arts field where they usually practiced. They looked around but couldn't find Pei Che. Isn't Master Pei up yet? Zhen Gu'er asked, puzzled, scratching his head. That's odd, he usually wakes up earlier than I do. He covered his mouth, feeling a bit guilty after speaking. Xia Yunji thought for a moment and then understood. I sent him out of town on an errand. He probably didn't return all night. Oh, I see. Zhengur nodded and began warming up on his own. Xia Yunji, having rested for several days, was also practicing martial arts for the first time. He started with a gentle set of movements to ease into it. As he practiced, Zhengur watched in awe, thinking to himself how impressive his father's moves were. He couldn't help but wonder, wouldn't enemies be distracted if father fought like this on the battlefield? He was curious but didn't dare ask. It was a needless worry though. On the battlefield, Xia Yunji wore armor and a helmet, so the enemy could only see his eyes. However, his reputation as the Jade-Faced General was well known, even among foes. Once an enemy commander mocked him for it, but Xia Yunji proved with his skills that no matter how he looked, he never lost a battle he was supposed to win. Zhengur, watch out. Xia Yunji finished a set of movements and began testing his son's progress. Zhengur started off clumsily but gradually managed to keep up. They sparred back and forth, father and son. At some point, Lin Gore quietly came over, standing with his hands behind his back, watching from the corridor. He couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of his father feeding moves slowly while his brother struggled to keep up. Wow, Zhengur can spar with father now. That's impressive, Su Qingyi said as she arrived with hunger. She had noticed the quiet courtyard in the morning and learned that everyone was at the martial arts field, so she brought Hengor along. Watching the handsome pair practice, she smiled with satisfaction. It was no wonder Pei Che said Zhengur had talent. He was indeed learning well. Mother, Lin Gore called out, then remarked. But father isn't satisfied. Even he could see that his brother's skills were mostly for show at this point. He's only been learning for a short time. He's doing well, Su Qingyi said, not harsh on the children and ready to praise them. Criticism for the sake of criticism was a remnant of feudal times and was unnecessary. Lin Gore used to urge his mother to be stricter with his brother, but now that his father was awake, it was no longer necessary. Knowing his father's strict nature, which was even harsher on others than himself, he was confident that no amount of maternal kindness would prevent his father from rigorously training his brother. With this thought, Lin Gore glanced meaningfully at his youngest brother, causing Hengor to straighten up nervously, sensing impending danger. On the field, Zhengur stumbled and ended up flat on his back under Xia Yunji's hand. He felt both embarrassed and aggrieved that his father didn't offer a hand to help him up. Your stance isn't stable enough. Keep practicing your footwork, Xia Yunji said, helping his son up only to push him down again. No combat awareness? Get up by yourself, he said coldly. Zhengur was shocked, feeling like his father was 100 times stricter than Master Pei. It made him feel useless and he suddenly longed for his mother's gentle encouragement. Looking around, he spotted her. Father, mother is watching us from the corridor, he said, wiping the sweat from his face. Xia Yunji, a man of discipline, gave his son a light kick. Don't get distracted. Keep practicing. He didn't turn around himself until Pei Che returned with a report. General Xia, General Liao has sent a letter, Pei Che said, kneeling on one knee and presenting the letter. He stood up and delivered his report after being told to rise. It wasn't a complaint. These were valuable insights. The attitude of the small fry reflects that of their leader. Who commands the Tiger Guards now? Xia Yunji asked while reading the letter. I'm not sure. I'll find out, Pei Che replied, bowing his head. Xia Yunji nodded, quickly finishing the letter, and then looked at Pei Che. You're too lenient with Zhengur. Increase his training by 30%. Upon hearing this, both Pei Che and Zhengur gasped in unison. It was harsh, very harsh. And the sweat-drenched heir turned to walk towards the corridor, his eyes fixed on his wife who had come to watch his training. Father, Hengor called out sweetly from a distance, and Lin Gore also greeted him. Xia Yunji responded, ruffling his youngest son's cute hair bun, though his eyes were on Su Qingyi. His tone, now devoid of its earlier severity, was almost gentle as he asked, why didn't you sleep a little longer? Su Qingyi smiled. I had enough rest, so I came to see you and Zhengur practice. Xia Yunji looked at her intently, as if expecting her to say more. Su Qingyi cursed her own high emotional intelligence, for before she could think it through, she blurted out, the heir looks great when he practices. She wished she could slap herself afterward. Her intention was to leave the heir, not to flirt with him. Upon hearing what he wanted from his wife, Xia Yunji was satisfied. Wielding a spear isn't bad either, he mused. He recalled how, back in the military camp, whenever he felt inspired and began to perform with his spear, he would draw quite the crowd, surrounded by layer upon layer of onlookers. Apart from the respect his subordinates had for him, it was also because it was quite a sight to behold. Su Qingyi's thoughts drifted again. Indeed, the heir has broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. Even when he was frail, he was easy on the eyes. In his prime, he must have been. She swallowed, thinking he could kill with his looks alone. All right, enough. With a composed smile, Su Qingyi said, speaking of spears, the heir's spear is stored in the warehouse. Let me know if you ever need it. Alright. Xia Yunji nodded, his eyes deep and captivating. He was particular about cleanliness and didn't want to get too close to his wife before bathing. Standing a meter away, he said in his charming voice, "It's getting late. I'll go take a bath first." Okay. Su Qingyi found it hard to meet those eyes directly and quickly shifted her gaze slightly, focusing on the lower half of his face, from his chin to his Adam's apple. Despite the sweat, he exuded a handsome allure. She silently dubbed him a sexy idol. "Lin, go ahead and eat with your mother and brother. No need to wait for me," Xia Yunji instructed his eldest son before leaving. "Yes, father," Lin replied respectfully. He then glanced up at his tall, handsome father, who could charm anyone, and then at his mother, who was trying to appear calm despite her inner excitement. He couldn't help but think, are they planning something good? He was pleased to see his parents getting along so well. However, he felt a twinge of regret. His mother, such a unique woman with her own views on relationships, eventually couldn't resist his father's relentless pursuit. Lin didn't think his father was bad. Both his parents were good people. He just worried, having seen many couples fall out of love over time, that they might end up the same. Perhaps it would have been better if Su Qingyi had stuck to her original idea of not becoming anyone's wife. But Lin understood that matters concerning adults were for the adults to decide, and it was useless for him to think too much about it. Though they were told not to wait, Su Qingyi still led everyone to wait for the heir. Even the most gluttonous Jin didn't dare act out. To put it simply, his reverence for his father was 100 times stronger than for his master. In comparison, Master Pei Che was much more gentle. Before his father woke up, he didn't realize how fortunate he was. After his bath, Xia Yunji joined his wife and children for a short meal before the Marquis arrived. Still eating. Seeing his eldest son and family still dining, the Marquis quickly said with a smile, "Continue. Don't mind me. I'll wait on the side." Saying this, the Marquis indeed sat nearby, holding the tea served by a maid and waited patiently. "All right," Xia Yunji replied without hesitation. Su Qingyi, who was about to stand and greet the elder, smiled upon hearing this and picked up her chopsticks again. "Well then, father, please wait a moment." The children had never seen such a kind and amiable grandfather, as if he had put away all his authority. In contrast, their father, no matter how friendly, always had an intimidating sharpness. "Listen to your grandfather. Keep eating," Xia Yunji said. If he knew how the children perceived him, he'd be frustrated. He was trying to be as amiable as possible. But the principles and boundaries were clear, and he couldn't help it. Daughters were one thing, but sons couldn't be spoiled. After finishing his meal, the heir left early. Before leaving, he leaned close to Su Qingyi's ear and whispered, "I'm going out to talk with father. You and the children take your time." "Okay." Su Qingyi felt a tickle at her ear, and as she watched the heir leave, she couldn't help but rub her ear. The Marquis took in the harmonious scene of his son's family, his gaze flickering with emotion. Once outside, he asked, "Yunji, how has your health been these past few days? I heard you went to the training ground? If you're able to practice, it means you're fine." "Pretty good," Xia Yunji replied. "Just practiced a bit with Zhen." The Marquis nodded. "I can see your vitality improving each day, which makes me happy. I can't wait to announce to the world that you've awakened." Xia Yunji paused, finally understanding his father's purpose for seeking him out. He looked at him with deep eyes. "Ugh." The Marquis rubbed his head, sighed, and said, "Previously, your second brother, that scoundrel, secretly arranged a marriage with Prince Su without informing the family. I didn't dare offend Prince Su, so I went along with the marriage. Now he has come to understand that the fact that Princess Jinyang could marry into the Pingyang Marquis household so smoothly might not have been without the Emperor's tacit consent. Therefore, it's not something we can easily undo, and it's not entirely his fault." The Marquis continued. "Now the whole world believes the Marquis household supports Prince Su. If you hadn't awakened, it wouldn't matter much who the household aligned with. But now that you're awake." He paused and looked at his eldest son. "What are your thoughts?" "I am a loyal subject," Xia Yunji said without hesitation. "I know you are," the Marquis replied. "But now we've been branded as supporters of Prince Su. It's not just about what you say, people need to believe it." Hearing this, Xia Yunji recalled how Pei Che was troubled by a soldier at the city gate and narrowed his eyes slightly. He couldn't tell if the change in attitude was because he had been bedridden or because of conflicting allegiances. "Yunji." The Marquis spoke earnestly to his eldest son, saying, "Given the current situation, it might be best to support Prince Su. Firstly, Prince Su is indeed capable of sitting on the throne. Secondly, only his ascension would prevent our family from being caught in an awkward position. This is a well-considered decision. Now, it remains to be seen whether Xia Yunji, this steadfastly loyal minister, is willing to support Prince Su for the sake of the family, effectively giving the tiger wings. If he agrees, the situation will be settled." "Father," Xia Yunji frowned deeply, "you know what Prince Su's daughter is thinking. Supporting Prince Su and creating momentum for him, what position does that leave Qingyi in? Handing power to Prince Su's family might benefit our family and my younger brother, but what about my wife and children?" The Marquis was taken aback, as he hadn't considered this. To him, in the grand scheme of the family's rise and fall, these concerns seemed trivial. That's only because you were not awake that the princess dared to act recklessly. Now that you're awake, she wouldn't dare, the Marquis said. Once you make your stance clear, Prince Su will surely treat you with utmost respect. Why worry about Lin Guo and their future? Xia Yunji scoffed, you said it yourself. It's only because I'm here that she doesn't dare act out. If one day I'm not around, won't my wife and descendants be at the mercy of others? Who will protect them, you? The Marquis was stung by his words. This kid really knows how to hit where it hurts. But he also understood Xia Yunji's point. The Marquis was surprised and said, you oppose Prince Su's ascension? If that's the case, he surely won't ascend. The family would have backed the wrong horse, leading to an awkward situation in the future. Me. Xia Yunji shook his head. What right do I have to oppose it? It depends on His Majesty's intentions. The Marquis felt a pang in his heart. He didn't believe that for a second. You're making it difficult for your father, he said sincerely. Even though your younger brother is useless and a scoundrel, we can't just ignore him. How is it difficult for you? Xia Yunji retorted bluntly. It's simply greed, always wanting to maintain prosperity indefinitely. He continued coldly, is that possible? The Marquis was speechless. Xia Yunji went on, those who are incompetent have their own way of living. Be content. As long as they behave, it doesn't matter who ascends the throne. He won't be harmed. He looked at the Marquis. Wear the hat that fits your head. You're not young anymore. I shouldn't have to explain this to you. This brat, he really doesn't spare his father any face. The Marquis's face turned various shades of red and green, thinking to himself that Xia Yunji wasn't suppressing his anger. He was just waiting for the right moment to unleash it. Yes, he admitted that during that time, he hadn't protected Donhui Courtyard well, and acknowledged that his second son had done many reckless things. Xia Yunji's anger was justified. But is it right to cut off the family's opportunity for advancement over this? Isn't that a bit childish? Yunji, this concerns the family's rise and fall. I ask you to reconsider, the Marquis said solemnly. There are many branches of the Xie family that rely on the Marquis's household for survival. If the family declines, you and your younger brother might still manage. But what about those branches? If the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. They'll struggle to survive. Xia Yunji replied, there are countless people in this world who manage just fine without relying on the Marquis's family. He had always sought to achieve great things not for the family's prosperity but to have a clear conscience. Seeing that his elder son remained unmoved, the Marquis furrowed his brows in frustration. He had no choice but to change the subject, asking, have you informed His Majesty about your awakening? Xia Yunji replied, yes, I have. The Marquis nodded, so when do you plan to make it public? Observing Xia Yunji deep in thought, the Marquis pressed on. Once you announce it, the Crown Prince won't sit idly by. Think about it. Some matters are beyond a minister's control. Given the situation, it's best to remain quiet for a few more days. Xia Yunji considered this, but events soon spiraled beyond his control. Rumors of his awakening were already spreading throughout the capital, with varying reactions. Some were pleased, others anxious, signaling a potential shift in the court's power dynamics. Upon returning, the heir was questioned by his wife, Su Qingyi, as she sipped tea, surrounded by her attendants. She dismissed them with a wave when she saw him. Left alone, Xia Yunji pondered before speaking. Father asked when I would announce the news and if I would support Prince Su's ascension. Su Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of emotions. The heir was candid with her, sharing even this sensitive topic without fear of her resenting the Marquis. What do you think? She inquired, preparing to pour him tea, only to see him pick up her cup instead, sharing it with her. Naturally, I refused, Xia Yunji said earnestly, looking deeply into her eyes, as if trying to peer into her soul. It made Su Qingyi uneasy. She cautiously replied, but the emperor is aging, and if he passes suddenly, your position would still be precarious. Announcing your recovery will inevitably lead to questioning from the crown prince. If Xia Yunji stubbornly resisted, then once the old emperor passed, his loyalty would be seen as belated and insincere by the crown prince, threatening their relationship and potentially causing endless trouble. Do you want me to engage in factional disputes? Xia Yunji asked. No, you're wiser than I am. The decision is yours. I'm merely voicing my concerns, Su Qingyi quickly replied. I understand, he nodded, not pressing further. He could easily guess her thoughts, yet he couldn't fathom what made Prince Gong so significant in her eyes. Su Qingyi had no idea that her subtle hints had laid bare her intentions. In truth, the heir remaining neutral was fine. She would quietly scheme regardless. With the autumn examinations concluded, it was time to find a tutor for Lin. Among Prince Gong's circle was a trusted strategist named Wu Jirong, known for his exceptional knowledge but low profile. She intended to discuss this with Lin. If he had no objections, he could become Wu's student. Given that few were aware of Wu's ties to Prince Gong, Lin wouldn't be embroiled in any disputes until Prince Gong's plans succeeded. As for explaining it to the heir later, she'd claim it was a coincidence. Su Qingyi mused that while handsome men were delightful, making her heart flutter, her son's future couldn't be neglected. Meanwhile, Xie Huayan, having been punished to kneel in the ancestral hall, finally emerged, exhausted in mind and body. He intended to rest in his beloved's quarters, seeking solace. Upon entering, Du Jinyun didn't greet him with a smile but instead confronted him with her pregnancy. Is it true that the princess is carrying your child? Xie Huayan had anticipated this revelation and quickly grasped Du Jinyun's hands, earnestly explaining, Jinyun, it was an accident. The princess was under the influence of a potent drug. If I hadn't helped her, she could have been harmed or worse, and the palace would have held us accountable. Du Jinyun was heartbroken, crying out in anguish, so it's true. Regardless of the reasons, all she knew was that Xie Huayan had betrayed their love. Jinyun, please understand, I did it for our future, Xie Huayan pleaded, genuinely loving her. But recent events had left him irritable, and her tears only aggravated him further. You're lying. You just want a legitimate heir, she accused, overwhelmed by sorrow, blurting out, why didn't you seek a doctor? The princess doesn't even like you. Why not find someone else? It wasn't the act that troubled her but the fact that Princess Jinyang was pregnant. With her noble status and a legitimate child on the way, what would become of her own pregnancy? You're being unreasonable, Xie Huayan retorted, disliking the princess but unwilling to let her bear a child by someone else. Du Jinyun's words wounded his pride. Aren't you? You did this on purpose, she cried, tears streaming. Why didn't you use contraceptives? And if she's pregnant, why not abort it? Du Jinyun suddenly remembered this and grabbed Xie Huayan's hand, pleading, Second Master, please tell the princess to get rid of the child. I'll pretend it never happened. Ridiculous, Xie Huayan paused, then forcefully shook off Du Jinyun's hand, looking at her with disbelief. That's my legitimate son, and half of his bloodline is royal. He could potentially be the grandson of the emperor. You want me to abandon him? Du Jinyun was stunned. It was the first time she had seen the second master so angry with her. She was scared. But what about her child? With the second master having a legitimate son, what place did her unborn child have? Second master, do you not love me anymore? Are you not considering our child? Whenever she thought of her child, Du Jinyun couldn't help herself. The second master might stop loving her one day, but a son would always be her support. She had to secure a status for her son. The princess won't concern herself with these matters. Stop worrying unnecessarily, Jinyun, Xie Huayan said, frowning. Do you know what's happening outside? You only think about yourself and the child. Do you understand how difficult things are for me at the Marquis' estate? Du Jinyun was taken aback by his outburst. Xie Huayan's anger grew as he continued. Sometimes I truly feel like you're just using me, without regard for my situation. Otherwise, why would you prevent me from having a legitimate son with the princess? My elder brother has awakened, and without the support of the royal family, how can I establish myself at the Marquis' estate? Du Jinyun, you're too selfish. Du Jinyun's mind was in turmoil, panic flashing in her eyes, and she quickly denied it. Second master, what are you saying? How could I be using you? I love you, which is why I'm jealous of you having a legitimate son with the princess. Is that so? Xie Huayan said darkly. If you love me, why can't you understand my situation? Do you know what I'm going through right now? Du Jinyun was momentarily speechless. Of course, she knew the second master's predicament. With Xie Yunji awake, the hope of inheriting the title had vanished, leaving him with only the power brought by the princess to rely on. This was precisely why Du Jinyun was so flustered. She feared that the princess would eventually take Xie Huayan away, and she would fall out of favor. If that happened, she would be nothing more than a concubine. What hope would she have left in this life? Jinyun, I'm very disappointed in you. Xie Huayan saw the calculations and considerations on the face of the one he loved, and though he knew it was human nature, he couldn't help but feel angry. Second master. Du Jinyun snapped back to reality, only to see Xie Huayan already walking away in a huff. She stumbled as she chased after him, nearly falling, but fortunately, Xie caught her quickly. Madam Yin, the second master just came from the ancestral hall and is troubled. Why argue with him? What do you know? Du Jinyun shed tears. Her calculations were real, but her love for Xie Huayan was also genuine. Where did I go wrong? My only mistake is that the one I love isn't powerful enough. Suddenly, she thought of Su Qingyi, who was truly lucky. Although she married a paralyzed man, she still had the chance to become the general's wife, envied by all women. Du Jinyun was truly jealous and wished Su Qingyi would die. Or perhaps Xie Yunji should die, so he wouldn't compete for the title with the second master.